E-Guy froze for 5 seconds when he realized he had just reincarnated as Hansiha, a minor villain who gets eliminated right at very beginning. He could unlie helplessly pinch Lee bridge of his nose, wondering why heaven had thrown him into this useless body. Being a disposable villain was already a tragedy, but like the moment he possessed Ali body was many times more tragic and pathetic. Like spine-chilling shrieks echoing around him as if faux entertainment made him realize that this was definitely a lair of Iki, Uffy mages. At this point Hansiha, once a promising prodigy bursting quit magical talent, had quickly become shunned by the entire academy due to his zero real combat ability. Who ID that? ETAT Leet kid who begged to come in here once. I heard he ate studying at Leet prestigious Aiden Academy. A student of Aiden Academy will surely be of great use. Come quote me kid. At this, a young man could unenlie force a smile and agree, and as they moved along, Leek Mage began to question him. He asked if he knew what the initiation prex was lie, a question he knew by heart better than anyone else. Once do you offer a drop of blood and swear an oath to Wakma Chi, do you have sold your life quit no way back how, but could he not know this all too well? Leeks Madi Chi syndicate that Hansiha had thrown himself into was a brutal, hollow organization that was bound to be completely wiped out by key protagonist. If he ended up getting dirty quit this walk group, Hansiha would surely meet his end at like he hands of protagonist. Therefore instead of obediently following him, he had to rack his brains to find a way to escape this death trap immediately. Tim immediately initiated plot synchronization prex from Hansiha 8 perspective. As soon as synchronization prex was complete, a bright red notification window popped up in front of him. Emergency order escape from Leek Mages immediately. The young man was startled, while Leipy Wake Mage also pricked up his ears to listen. He faintly heard a sea-tren noise in basement A and muttered, wondering what was going on. I'll go down and take a look. If do want to keep your miserable life, do better stay right here. Hansiha nodded and agreed as obediently as a puppy. In reality, Key Man was all of sight, he ran for his life. Despite running for his life as if chased by ghosts, he was caught between tears and laughter because he had no idea where YP exit was. Seeing a glimmer of lie ahead, Hansiha believed he was heading in Lee right direction. Suddenly spotting Lee figures of two walk mages, Hansiha immediately hid behind a wall to eavesdrop. They were gossiping about a kid who had just escaped from Leipy third basement. Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat as he realized he was protagonist of their conversation. One of them looked suspicious. I heard that kid ID an Aiden's student, maybe he ate an infiltrated spy. Waiting until everything quieted down, Hansiha finally dared to peek his head all. Then he rushed toward a massive door bound tightly quit chains, using all his strength to push ET, but wouldn't budge an inch. In this dire moment, he could on-lie cling to his old memories, hoping that a useless failure lie Hansiha could still pull something other P. In truth, he had no talent other than white Madiich, but he was born quit abundant mana. Unfortunately, ET was so chaotic that he had no idea how to channel ET. In other words, right now, all he had to do was learn how to Kien Tren ET. I remember when lucky protagonist Lihan was just starting off quit Madiich, his first lesson was learning how to direct blood coursing through his body down to his fingertips. Our guy immediately put that theory into practice, feeling both anxious and shaky. He secretly prayed that he would get lucky this time. After struggling for a while, there was finally a glimmer of hope at Ian of Iki Tunnel, but unfortunately, his skills were so amateur that everything eventually remained at a standstill. Suddenly sound of clattering footsteps approached, and his heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself that he was doomed. In midst of his panic, an incredibly adorable little beast suddenly appeared. To be exact, it was a tiny little Lee Raijin hatchling. The little guy kept whimpering and nuzzling his head affectionately, demanding to be held. It was unclear how he had gotten let all leeway here, but he was strangely clingy. It looked cute enough to melt his heart, but Hansiha had to snap himself out of ET. He could barely see Pete himself, so how could he possibly take on this extra burden? As if understanding those harsh words, the little 1/8 round eyes immediately filled with tears, and 8 began to sob piteously. In this cry-to-see moment, just had to start crying. The young man scrambled, not knowing where to hide or of sight, cursing his terrible luck and wondering if was trying to get him caught. He was already struggling to survive, so how could he afford another mouth to feed? Suddenly, he paused for a moment and fixed his eyes on Itishi Reijinan as a spark ignited in his mind. Maybe he should try borrowing some of this little guy 8 power. Lee Qiantron panel immediately showed numbers jumping as announced was synchronizing stats based on owner 8 attribute. Evolution points are sky. Intimacy ID soaring. In Leaky taming feature ID unlocked. Do want to tame this S-trend creature when Edit ID already head and VE heals fo dio. Preliminary info shows Edit IDka LVE2 hatchling quit 50 Medici 60 strength 35 agility 10 intelligence LVEK 1 fire breathing. Hansia calculated fo a moment and then frantically pressed Eve agree button on screen. Has Vifi immediately displayed a grumbling notification. Wait a second, let me finish explaining first. Taming function ID ready to activate. Do really want to recruit this subs-trend little beast as your disciple? Leaky young man scratched his head in confusion and then rubbed a key little leaky regenate head, wondering if he had to recite cheesy incantations Lia will tame do as manga protagonists do. Actually, this young man was quite proud of his pet soothing skills, quite just a few signature tricks and movements, he would calm its fears and gradually gain its trust. He brought his face CPLU to look directly into EP baby Eugene eyes and coaxed it to trust, whispering sweet nothings, yet still no change had occurred. Leaky young man thought he must have messed up a step in Iki prick sit somewhere. Right at that moment, P-screen announced that taming state had been successfully completed. Little Rajin suddenly floated in Leaky air, emitting a sparkling hurrah, before landing on Lee ground with a bewildered yet obedient and incredibly cute expression. Had he really turned Eat into a pet? Eat turned awe that just a few basic moves were all Eat took. He would definitely have to look into this more thoroughly. Lai young man cleared his throat, wanting to immediately tate his new comrade 8 abilities. Come on little Li Jian, take your first my sen, hurry view and smash that lock to pieces. As soon as 8 heard Glee command, Li little Ki Jian charged forward toward Luki exit quit burning intensity. Next quit just a gentle collision, that heavy pile of scrap Mive teen shattered into pieces in an instant. Hansiha was overjoyed, silently praising little Rajan for a job well done. Now all that was left was to push Lighty door Wu by H and step O into freedom. He thought Lighty escape had gone dapi without a hitch, but life ID never that simple. A decisive moment, he saw of heavy footsteps pounded in his ears. It seemed Hansia had been caught red-handed. What kind of little mouse ID hiding here? That group of people suddenly swarmed in, shouting and demanding to capture him, making Hansia legs turn to jelly. In this cry to see a moment, his brain seemed to circuit, unable to come up with a single decent idea. Come on brain, do have to think of some way to escape right now. Young man suddenly remembered defog technique, a cheap protective charm learned back in school, true to its reputation. He created a thick screen of smoke to obscure everyone ATVXN. He had never used Eat in combat, but perhaps now was IE time to tate Eat off so Eat wouldn't he go to waste. First, he took a deep breath and concentrated all his spiritual energy into his 10 fingertips. Next, he envisioned a scenario where this entire cave would be covered by a blanket of thick white smoke. Hansia muttered a prayer while moving stealthily. Peely let Eat work, just this once to Kessie my life. Although he was using Hansia 8 body, he still inwardly blamed he former owner. I am Li Gi one who has to clean up lucky mess do left behind, so P Li bless me this once. In a decisive moment, D each truly took I faith, creating a hazy screen of smoke. Hansia immediately seized to begin an opportunity to vanish into dense mist. Li group of mages flew into a rage because E Brat was using cheap tricks to try and escape. He was as quick as lightning, pulling a small Regine toward key door, but unfortunately, the stubborn door refused to budge. Instantly, a source of Lakmana jerked him backward. Eat wouldn't he be that easy to escape? Hansiha felt as if his throat were being squeezed, making it impossible to breathe. He wondered in despair whether he really had to follow the tragic ending of Leaky original story. Like Eat Mage wore a wicked smile. If do surrender, I'll let do meet your end as gently as possible. Hansia collapsed to icy ground, inwardly cursing in your dreams. If I am going to die anyway, why should I grovel? Be smoke blocked opponents VXN, but in this chaotic mess of memories, there was no way to dispel that Lakma De Che. Likey and Enlai hope left at this point was to rely on Lakey little Kiray Jian. He looked straight into its anxious eyes and whispered softly, if do you truly want to escape this hellish place? I am so refo controlling do quit my lazy taming skills, but could do give me a hand now. As soon as Eat received E command, little Loras seemed revitalized, its fighting spirit intensifying. Eat let O roar and lunged Lie an arrow toward Key Mage, breathing a scorching flames. Hansia was overjoyed to realize he had temporarily escaped enemy 8 clutches. Light 2 mages were scrambling up because of light heat, their heads spinning, not understanding what on earth was happening. Hansiha looked at Rog and quit admiration. Unbelievable. This little guy ID actually my savior. After being praised and seeing its master was safe, Lu Rajan hatchling jumped Fu Joy and cuddled affectionately against him. But enough of that, we have to escape this cave that ate as hat as a furnace first. Outside was sun was skin scorching. Hansia and Key Small Lee Rogan trudged forward, leaving footprints in the sand. He had been walking through Waikiki Desert for a whole hour and still hadn't he seen a single soul. Suddenly, young man felt that being tied up and taken away by Elak mages was more bearable than this. Suddenly, from a distance, a rumbling horse-drawn carriage came into his sight. He joyfully shouted, driver, could you give us a ride fo a bit? But kid, do have any money? Hansia frantically rummaged through all his pockets, then pulled all a TPUC and asked, can I pay by CPUC P Li? This Kisi was issued by Aiden Academy, he thought to himself. Quep School 8 renowned reputation, he'll be accepted anywhere. Indeed that name held power. P driver nodded and agreed to let young man board P carriage. But when asked where he wanted to go, young man suddenly fell silent, unable to utter a single quick, I was so busy running away that I didn't have time to plan anything, he thought. Walk mages will surely pursue me relentlessly for fear of revealing national secrets. Falling into their hands would be EP in of me. Now there 80 only one path left, to return to Lee place where everyone wants to deal quit me, but which ID actually Lee key safest refuge right now. Given the developments of this story, that place could be none other than Driver Peli take me back to Aiden Academy. In Lee's splendid second-year lecture hall of Aiden Academy, Selen was dozing and proudly basking in aristocratic atmosphere. Everything from gleaming marble floor and sparkling chandeliers to perfectly pressed uniforms exuded an air of refined impeccable. Just as her spirit was soaring, Selen ate face toot teat when she saw a key old, shabby horse-drawn carriage appear right in front of Lipe's school gate. What kind of monstrosity ID'd this? Witnessing Hansia step down and casually brush dust up his clothes, Selen couldn't help but shiver in disgust. Why would such a prestigious school admit such a slovenly student? Quite a scrunched, disheveled face, Hansia took up his hat, revealing a small Aegean wiggling, hidden in leaky folds of his garment. Selen helplessly covered her face, silently blaming whoever dared to tarnish Academy 8 reputation on an very first day of school like this. Turned to be Hansiha, one who was almost expelled for being unable to fiend tren his innate into each. He was clumsily asking faux directions while coaxing a little Lu Rian to stay still. Seeing P-girl staring at him, the young man wondered, who I deek this? She looks like a professor here. He humbly approached, his face remorseful. Vala miss, he said, am I late? Selen put on an exasperated expression but then thought, oh well, there ain't no need to pay attention to this kind of person. Why bother wasting time worrying about an incompetent person? Just ignore him and see yourself trouble. Besides, that kid really does look peculiar. Rumor has ain't he 8 obsessed quit akma each, hugging a spooky doll to sleep every night. Getting involved quit this type of person and lie invites disaster. Selen waved her hand in exasperation. Alright, hurry up and get to class. Hansiha immediately grinned. Then do very much, miss. I promise I'll come to school earlier starting tomorrow. Right after that he scurried into Leith lecture hall, feeling that now that he was in his second year, the atmosphere was a little different. As soon as he showed his face, dozens of cold and wary gazes were instantly fixed on him, quite everyone whispering that Lee eccentric Henshia was showing a pee again by taking a carriage to school. He dejectedly picked a secluded corner to sit in silence, his face trying to force a smile while his inner self screamed because his future looked so bleak. By some stroke of bad luck, it happened to be key first day of school, but he was still quite fortunate not to be later than Nikki professor, even though his classmates were still whispering among themselves to mock his lateness. How did that guy manage to crawl into his second year? I thought he would have flunked a long ago. Oh, did he go through YT back door and beg YT teachers again? And Shiha sat in dead silence, his mind filled with confusion. Perhaps his wealthy family had thrown money around to buy his grades, or maybe some great genius had spotted his hidden magical talent and vouched for him, but whatever, he had officially moved up a grade anyway. But first he needed to devise a survival strategy in this wax fantasy world. Lee's plan was divided into 2 clear steps. Life first being to lie a low profile and quiet life. Key minor villain Henshiha was both rude and incompetent, ultimately meeting a pathetic end by being buried alive by key protagonists. Because Alpi's school was under lockdown at that time, no one knew exact reason he disappeared. He turned to he now inhabited identity of a truly mysterious villain. Since he didn't know each exact reason why key original version of himself logged all of world so early, it was best to keep his head down and lie peacefully. He would rather collapse at his desk than be buried alive in a deep hole, and his second goal was to obtain his graduation diploma without any incidents. Why do ask? Because to survive in this world, one needs a livelihood. Although born into a filthy rich noble family, Kweriki Mesiki old Henshiha had made, it was a none-lie a matter of time before he was disowned. In reality, a degree from Lopi prestigious Aiden Academy was no different from a highly reputable pension that would allow him to lie in comfort. Former students here always welcomed Kuta red carpet by various powers everywhere. Why would he be foolish enough to get involved Kutgi protagonists and suffer a tragic and lie-in Lipi story? Therefore, he would rather choose to lie a normal student life to keep things simple. He would find ways to eliminate every risk that could potentially take his life. Just as Li's fire of determination was burning fiercely, La Professor pushed like a door who betted and walked in. The person who had just entered was Professor Rin, head teacher responsible for managing his second-year students. Searching through his old memories, he immediately identified a terrifying examiner who conducted early-year competency assessments for Medich Depart. Leapy exams set by Professor Rin were so difficult that even a genius Lia protagonist Lihan barely managed to pass. Thumping his staff on likey floor quit a stern expression, Professor Rin loudly praised the quality of this year 8 students, noting that there were even several outstanding individuals. Sitting in P classroom, Henshia suddenly grinned. This was understandable since Aki main cast were all in this same year. However, gathering too many talents meant that his survival environment here would become even more harsh. In other words, Henshia's 8 position at 8 school was extremely precarious. Aiden Academy and Lai admits students between the ages of 14 and 19. I training program lasts 6 years and ID incredibly famous for its extreme rigor. ET was that he via exam pressure that turned this place into a literal life and death arena. Among them, only a mere 10% of like he top students are able to graduate. This tiny MMB made Henshiha break in a cold sweat, wondering how he could compete queet protagonists hurrah. In Neek original work, this guy would delve into Wakma Deech to rapidly increase his power, but since he chose a quiet life, that path was or of like question. While Leek young man 8 mind was wandering, like teacher continued to declare that of course, there were still many who did not meet Libby standards this year. From now on, those who cannot demonstrate practical ability will have no place in my classroom. Just as he thought of this, his heart skipped a beat when he noticed teacher 8 hawk lay gaze pinned straight on him. After striking his authoritative staff on the floor, Professor Green solemnly announced that he would begin explaining exam schedule. In EP blink of an eye, a magical, shimmering message board appeared right in front of Hansi Ha. Based on his experience of struggling at school last year, students were free to choose 3 subjects to take both theoretical and practical exams. Hansi Ha was still in awe, thinking teacher used an illusionary projection system. This technique was truly high-end, fitting faux elite magical status of Aiden Academy. But quitty freedom to choose exam subjects lie this, it seems everyone can easily avoid their weak points to pick their best subjects and secure high scores. Life ID not a dream. In Professor Green 8 tests are never that easy to pass. Lee Professor then cleared his throat to further explain subject snatching rules. Each class has a limited MBE of students, so whoever ID faster will be prioritized, while key registration order ID completely random. I will take turns drawing orbs. Quit your names from this box to determine like key selection order. Hansi had 8 face fell in surprise, as it turned all, did him a each school, also fly these gem of luck. After coming all this way, did he still have to leave his life to fate? In his current state of magical illiteracy, if he wanted to snatch lifesaver subjects, he had to be called as early as possible. Truly unfortunate. All Geet karma he had accumulated all year had probably been completely used up on his escape from that Lakma. Deech. Key teacher began to reach his hand in to draw each bin of fate. Why atmosphere thickened as soon as he prepared to call all a name. Hansi Ha was so nervous that he broke all in a cold sweat, and Lee Ginon face starting leap proceedings today was none other than Hansi Ha. As soon as he heard Lee loudspeaker call his name, he sprang up like a coil and shouted a clear and loud present. His inner self was screaming what joy. His time had come, there was no stopping it now, he was Lee chosen one. Since he was still a novice in Lie magical field, he decided to quickly avoid practical subject, completely ignoring horrifying saints classes and trend subjects not mentioned in the novel. But after reading them all, Hansi froze at their LV key of difficulty. His gaze stopped at arithmetic decoding and Medici formulas, although Ike name already sounded brain-racking, it seemed to be key most manageable lifeline right now. Furthermore, this was a purely theoretical subject, so rote learning offered a way to pass. Like surrounding classmates began to gossip when they saw Hansi pick arithmetic. What on earth? ID he charging headfirst into a thicket. Whatever, if he likes to CP, let him take IP heat, then to him, we have one less competitor. Returning to Hansi, he told himself he had to be quick and observant to lock in Lee key remaining 2 subjects and get ET or VE, quat. Suddenly, as if by telepathy, he accidentally stumbled upon a destined subject that was made for him. Before dying from overworking and drifting into this world, he was an intern veterinarian. Therefore, E3 subjects he aimed for perfectly matched his former veterinary curriculum. First was Madich formula analysis. Although it used Wike World 8 frame of reference, he could surely bypass rules using key modern math formulas he had memorized perfectly. Next 2 subjects were beast dissection and introductory basic beast training along with behavioral science. Although slightly worried, Quit got little Origen by his side, it would likely be of great help. Hansi felt a little concerned. This moment was truly inappropriate as there were too many prying eyes. Someone like Hansi who didn't he even know how to ken tren his own magical power, had suddenly pocketed a super cute baby Rajan. Wasn't he this perfect XC rep fu inviting a mountain of suspicion and unnecessary trouble? He decided to take little Y Jean away to a more secluded place. They had arrived, now Lee little fellow could fly around freely to his heart 8 content after a period of being confined and stifled. Beneath l'IP basement of this Aiden Academy IDE training ground, Hansia needs to practice to combine theoretical knowledge he has learned coot his taming abilities. Young man boldly stepped forward and asked manager for a spot in me rookie training room. Female manager looked at him in astonishment, surprised that despite his young age, he was already asking to enter this low LVE training area. Could you 2 provide your identities? I am Hansiha, a second-year student, and this IDP this little leap year GN. What ate your name? Upon receiving that silly question, Leechin immediately made an incredibly annoyed face. Looking at that face, ET8 clear do don T have a name. Do want me to give do one. Do want something consounding. Let 8 call do Drake, since do Oria Eurigin. Oh, how about a trendy name like Cartrodontosaurus, though ET8 a bit of a mouthful. Regine expressed helplessness and irritation, making Hansiha immediately realize he wasn't pleased. What a picky creature. After some intense, He decided to settle on a P-name vaccine to get ETNV Quat. Manager confirmed, alright, registering as vaccine. Their ID already an opponent inside E2-person training room. We also offer a weapon rental service, though since they re-free, they a bit worn out. Hansiha knew all too well that now was not IB time to be picky. It was best to just be grateful for what he had. Quetty weapons in hand, like manager immediately opened the key door to training area MB1 Fugi, two of them. Second-year student Hansiha and his pet vaccine began to step inside. In leapy blink of an eye, he found himself in a completely different space, though it looked a bit surreal. Like environment here ID crazy. Those must be some slimes waiting RV there. Although they were just low-grade monsters, they're half-baked. Awkward designs look rather bizarre. Vaccine do see those slimy blobs. Now let 8 blow them to pieces. Expecting a Kun showdown, who would have thought Vaccine would frantically rush forward to tear Y slimes apart, splashing X-Ly straight onto his Master 8 face. Hansia looked at a creature helplessly. Had its Oki Ray gene instincts kicked in. Its earlier fear had completely vanished, and now it looked like a fish in water. Seeing that Vaccine was doing fine, he decided he might as well take the opportunity to practice a bit. For some reason he slimes suddenly swarmed like ants, surrounding both of them. These monsters even stared at Hansia quick greedy eyes, as if wanting to eat him alive. To dispatch this entire crowd in a single feed lot, I am going to need a reliable sidekick. Hey Vaccine, are you all warmed up yet? After jumping onto his shoulder to signal Eat was ready, Vaccine got down to business. Let 8 recreate that move from last time. Those slimy blobs of E there, let 8 blow them away. He threw Vaccine straight forward, letting 8 breathe fire and incinerate the entire horde of slimes. Quite that terrifying heat. Everything was reduced to ashes in lippy blink of an eye. Hansia gaped in astonishment, while Basing puffed his chest quit pride at being carried by his master, boasting about how clever he was, to which Hansiha could enli nod and say, Yite, you are indeed very capable, keep it up. After half a day of backbreaking labor, key work was finally finished. Quetty battlefield still littered quiddy remnants of leaky slimes. While practicing Medici, Hansia had to constantly keen and trend basing while being busy casting protective shields, so now he felt completely exhausted and on a verge of collapse. Nevertheless, seeing a little Aligin behaving so obediently made him feel warm and content. He definitely had to reward this little one quite some Phi food upon returning. Just as he was lying flat from exhaustion, he suddenly heard a shrill scream that made him jump in SBC. No way, stop running around, people I catch them. Hansiha curiously looked down to see what was happening below. A young woman was kneeling helplessly while a dog was growling and struggling violently. Like girl seemed to be trying to restrain E.T., and Hansia watched Kuda's chin in his hand, thinking to himself quid amusement that Eat was a hellhound, and such brutal training methods would never work. Well, girl let her composure and began shouting erratically, telling 8 to sit down and come back immediately. After wee dog broke free and vanished, he girl searched everywhere in a fury, her face filled quit murderous intent as she muttered, how dare do run away. Just wait, I'll catch do, she vowed, but at that moment, soft and gentle soothing sounds drifted through wide air. Are you okay? That 8 a git boy, sit down and shake my hand that 8 right, very get, sweetheart. Pushing through bushes Hansiha appeared, petting lippy dog as if Eat were natural, while each animal lay there obediently enjoying lucky affection. Upon seeing him girl immediately recognized Hansia and tiptoed closer, afraid the animal might have another outburst. Hansia stood quit his hands on his hips and asked, ID this your pet? I've been watching for a while, and your taming method ID completely wrong. Hearing this she felt annoyed, he was holding 8 too tightly, and a beast tamer being tense would in lie make key dog more agitated. Receiving unsolicited, Walk girl was stunned what was going on, was Hansia lecturing her. This girl was Odal from Leiden Academy, most prestigious in the kingdom, an earth mage who had never fallen all of Ike top 3. Even though she was a commoner who often got into trouble because of her excessive talent, few students could match her magical skills. Yet, ironically, entrance exam depended on a gem of luck. She was forced into her weakest subject, basic taming. Odal gritted her teeth, admitting she was unlucky, and knowing she was lacking, she had to practice intensely here. And yet her opponent was Hansia, a guy who hadn't even managed to tame a lousy XG lie in his first year. Rumor had it that he was obsessed quit singing Ses Tren Medici spells. Just this Moneng, I saw quit my own eyes how gloomy and weak he looked. But what on earth ID this scene before me? He ID hugging lead dog so intimately that ID completely submissive without any resistance. Adele lowered her ego and asked Fo his advice. How did you do that? Hansi had just laughed and said Eat 8 simple. Heat 8 no longer agitated. Do can take A8M now. After gathering Hellhound into her arms, Adele hesitantly thanked, and Hansia curiously asked why she had chosen this breed of hunting dog. ETID certainly tough when do are taming wild beasts for we first time. P more ferocious beam and XD do capture, higher B score, so Adele decided to claim key top spot right from this introductory tate. Hansia had 8 unusual calm lefty viewers stunned, ETID unbelievable, as one would think he and Lai liked getting dirty, but he turns he ID actually this cun. Despite his noble status, while I am just a commoner, he still speaks very warmly. But look at that beast beside him, could he be a baby Jinan? To think a second-year student has already tamed a leek Ray Jian to take a faux walks. Lai Hensio in my memories seems to have completely transformed. Just look at that radiant and warm smile. Dale nodded and followed Hansia without any suspicion, telling herself this was a get opportunity to pick up some useful tips for subduing hellhound. You were just here, right? I almost wiped all monsters, but they respond immediately. This ID just a training ground? Move aside and let me take them all in a heartbeat. Moment Adele unsheathed her sword, jelly monsters went into a frenzy and charged straight at her. After a few sharp and powerful sword strikes, the entire pack of slimes was instantly eliminated, their remains left lying in dust. Hansia stood beside her, silently nodding. That move was intense. Eat turns do have a habit of burying your opponents alive. Adele forced a smile while feeling choked up inside, thinking maybe she should just bury herself along with them. Suddenly, a soam of slimes shot up into air, turning into splashes of sticky liquid that fell everywhere. Lai's sneak attack from behind left Adele unable to react, but luckily, Hansia was right there to cleave them in two, saving her from a near-certain blow. Hansia pointed all blank. I think there I deep something behind you. I see, so that IDE how eat IDP, that ID key great then, let 8 head P, bye bay now. Though she put up a tough front, Adele was completely unaware of danger lurking behind her. Weak, incredibly precise strike Hansia had just delivered was definitely not key XQ of an amateur. Key audience began to see Hansia in a completely new light and was curious to learn more about him. At that moment, trend streaks of light flickered along quite loud grating sounds. I am not quite sure myself if this incident was caused by a mechanical failure in Key dungeon. Immediately news of the unusual situation was urgently reported to Lee Principal Sir. There IDK a major problem. Lake Rookie Training Ground and Nike Underground Dungeon having a serious malfunction. What exactly ID happening? And who ID trapped down there? Eat ID 2 second-year students Odell and Hansiha. Principal showed clear partiality. This ID a big problem, Odell aside, Hansiha ID a real concern. Foe someone without any talent OXQ. Surviving a glitching dungeon ID impossible. Once Dungeon 8 Matrix 10 malfunctions, Kai monsters will evolve to be massive and fierce, far beyond their usual AV. Everyone ID key holding their breath, bracing themselves for worst possible scenario. In another development, Hansiha and Odell are still keeping a sharp eye on Fu threats. Lee's heaps of sticky X lie spread all of VE floor make Odell want to scream. Look at those X-lay monsters going wild from Kixi Tamer. They are already burning up the lush green grass. No matter how many I squash, they keep appearing all of nowhere, I swear. Once I get all of here, I am swearing a P Jelix a lot full life. Hansiha could endly force a smile because he honestly did not know what Jelix a lot was. He had expected Odell to wear off from Leek relentless attacks, yet she remained perfectly fine. Her pet taming ability was still very green, but her earth and stone manipulation skills were undeniably superb. Even now, Hansia was completely clueless about Leek identity of this friend. Could she be legendary Earth Mage OU from Lai P Myths? Probably not. How could a formidable character Lai Lu be lingering in this humble beginner zone? Besides, Earth Mages are as common as autumn leaves. And most importantly, completely contrary to all malicious rumors, this girl had a disposition as gentle as a Buddha. Although she was a bit hat-tempered at times, she never disdained useless guys like Hansia, which was an excellent quality. Seeing Hansia standing bewildered like a chicken with tangled hair, Olu snapped, "Hey, are do just standing there being a decoration? Why don't do come and help me? Stop playing weird tricks." Hansia remained calm as if nothing was wrong. "I am just calculating timing. We've been stuck in this dungeon for 3 hours now, quit no sign of anything. Don they know we re in trouble." OU replied dejectedly, as if she had just heard some shocking news. "An enly half an hour has passed there. Time flows slower in here so people can LV up." It was then that Hansia realized, this means even if people outside discover us, we'll still have to endure foe a few more hours. Realistically speaking, stubbornly resisting this is sustainable. P slimes are becoming increasingly glitchy and look more bizarre by key minute. You intensely dislike pessimistic talk, so she retorted tartly, "Every time do you be your mouth, do you say something inauspicious? We re not just sitting around waiting to die." Hansia now had his hands free. Do you think I am waiting for my ancestors to take me away? Lee, distort time for me quickly, what foe? Just wait and see. Deal no soon enough. Just done to let slimes get CKO, ET'll be quick. OU started to flare up in anger upon hearing this. What? Do you re-asking me to handle all those monsters by myself while do just stand there and watch? Hansia remained motionless like a statue despite her word, not even bothering to reply. OU shrieked, "Are you daring to ignore me? If do don't finish dealing quit this after I've used up all my mana to distort time, deal have me to answer to." Hansia calmly offered a meaningful smile. "See, I told do she ain't not a bad person. How could such a kind young lady be EP cruel OU?" Lead little Krajin and mumbled in its throat. It seemed curious about its Master 8 plan too. He Novel Spirit Academy once mentioned a method to deal with these glitchy dungeons. That was passage that clearly showed difference in abilities between key male protagonist Lihan and Hansia. There was a method that Hansia once used, and like outcome was a spectacular failure. After pushing aside bushes, key young man was excited to find glowing vines. He called her to quickly find similar strands. In the original story, Hansia had tried this method and was heavily criticized by readers Fu Wook rest of his life. But he didn't think this person was foolish enough to deserve such bullying. As Fo Liu, she was still exerting all her strength to battle Alkisome of slimes. She felt that continuously unleashing Medici was overwhelming, and her physical stamina had already hit RPC bottom. After fiddling incessantly for a while, Hansia joyfully exclaimed, "Eat AT all done." Leaky moment OU turned her head, she froze in a sea. "What? Do you made me resist just to be you this shield?" Hansia confidently invited O inside, but looking at her face, she still seemed very suspicious. "Whatever do redoing, do eat quickly. Key slimes are about to respawn. Then just come or V here quickly. In novel, do see." That method was actually very simple. View a defensive wall and then destroy monsters from he outside. Hansia had missed two important details, which ID key why it messed up so badly. Eat ID key power from me key flames and enhancement Madi. Currently do are able to skillfully kind trend both of these. Like young man didn't he hesitate to get to work immediately, turning Madich into blazing arrows. Results were perfectly beyond expectations. Now he just needs to incorporate a bit of fire my DHA into each arrowhead. Fuki next step. All hopes are placed on little Vaccine. As soon as their eyes met, Ni's signal was ready. Vaccine breathed swirling fire onto dive, and these weapons immediately surged toward like slimy monsters. Like flames soared high into league clouds and then burst apart like a brilliant firework display. Lob scorching heat descending from above caused die slimes to melt away completely of course. Those hiding inside his shield remained perfectly safe. Just as he opened his eyes, Yu was repeatedly stunned. Could this really be magical power of like useless Hansiha that everyone had been gossiping about? But Leak other guy casually turned to give instructions. When clearing all these slimes, remember to scatter remains everywhere, because their toxins explode when they come into contact quit fire. In COP optimal solution right now ID to combine mana quit fire. If do that, everything will go smoothly. Do understand what I mean? OU grimaced and replied, did your plan also include blocking those sparks from hitting the shield? Do you have a keen eye? These vines actually have fire resistant properties. Now that everything around has turned to ashes, just lie back and wait Fo Wyke rescue Tim. Leaky young man thought he was about to die because he had completely exhausted his mana. Whether dazed or awake, Oliu still couldn't he believe his savior was Hansia. Academy nobles usually and cared about fame rather than bothering to kai someone. Seeing OU staring blankly at him, Hansa grinned cheekily and said, why are do looking at me kuda face lie do re about to eat me alive? Do want to than me? OU didn't he hesitate to admit, well, I am a bit grateful, mostly because I owe you my life. Very well if do were grateful, then give me a hand. You hesitated slightly, not knowing what Leak request was, but he took a risk and promised that if it was within his power, he would do his best. Of course, if Lee requests are too bizarre, I'll pass. Hansiha didn't he beat around Lipe Bush and went straight to weak point, then Pe keep this a secret for me. From me taming Rai Jinan and catching loppy glitched slimes to setting up Luckle Vine Shield. In set I want you to keep everything that happened today to yourself. Oh, you pondered thoughtfully, somewhat suspicious in finding it all very strange. There was definitely something fishy going on. What I deke this guy up to? Hansia kept busily picking up leak Ixi gems scattered on Lee ground. It seemed key dungeon had been somewhat cleared after weak chaos. Although we professors were quite perplexed by glitched slimes, they decided to reward a group of students who handled dive situation well without any serious casualties. They were summoned to Headmaster Aid office. Hansia sat there, leaning back and sighing as he looked at Lee Sky. Well, I am sure this reward will be useful after graduation. However, their ID now a more important matter that needs immediate attention. He called Basin and Viki and checked its stats. Basin Atrarsis, a cheese-loving and extremely friendly Reggie N. Quiddle V5 Abinana 63 strength 38 agility 13 intelligence, along Quiddle VT3 fire breath, VE1 Medich resistant, VE2 poison resistance. Hansia was visibly delighted. Little Lucra Gene 8 fire spitting XQ was improving at breakneck speed. Perhaps because he was too excited, he'd even managed to spit fire right inside dungeon. As Fopi poison resistance, it was definitely a gift from its encounter. Quit those silly glitched slimes. Who knows what on earth those lock mages were hiding in Leapy basement. But this tiny creature was not a rare Ike Ray gene breed. It also possessed true natural talent. From its rapid growth rate and precise breath keen and trend to its abundant mana, it was truly a potential Minix Tifi in every aspect. Fortunately, it fell into my hands. I must take get care of it. Smiling brightly, he told Basin not to let down Ike person who had gone through so much trouble to hunt it down. This IDX Kili gem, Lee young man thought to himself, a smirk playing on his lips. That sea-haired girl treated it like trash, But no one knew about this overpowered item at Iki beginning of Lipe story yet. Hansiha was tempting Basin to give 8 a try. Yet little Ren 8 face looked absolutely terrified. Come on, eat 8 delicious, eating a bite o 2 on di kivu do, he coaxed, but Hansiha himself swore that if 8 were his turn to taste ET, he would probably run away as fast as he could. Even though its face was grimacing in disgust, Basin closed its eyes and swallowed 8 whole because its master had ordered eat. Key moment gem dissolved in its throat, Eat froze as if struck by lightning. Then Eat rushed to wall corner of room and threw up violently. Hansiha knew all too well how horrible Eat tasted. But anyway, Thanta Ed, Basin 8 stat sheet had changed drastically. Lier Jian 8 face was fuming, as if Ite had just been sorely tricked. Currently, Basin 8 mana capacity had gone up a notch, while its fire-spitting Medich resistance and poison-resistant skills had also leveled up. X-Li gems are highly powerful stat-boosting items that focus on unlocking inherent abilities of slimes. Just one gem could significantly shorten time needed for mana cultivation. It seemed that he had also realized this clear difference. That was why, despite being scared to white point of nausea, Eat was still determined to wee in a tea bag and devour yiki rest of Ixd gems. Its instinct to become stronger had triumphed to its picky appetite. In Hansi had ears, a pleasant ding saw rang a Lee notification for a stat increase, sounding just as delightful as Iki ping of a phone when a salary IDE deposited into 1/8 account. While he was relaxing and resting, there was suddenly a knock on door. Turned out to be Adele, who ran in hurriedly. Hansia, why are you sitting here so comfortably? Young man was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Was that sat-haired girl again. Could she also be coming to Principal 8 office to receive a reward? Young lady of cutback family explained, Don T do care at all. I am going to take all luck credit, you know. I heard rumors that I cleared those glitched slimes myself, so Wu reward will definitely be more generous. Are you listening to me? Hansia scratched his head and laughed, feeling unusually relaxed. Oh well, I was wondering why you dragged yourself our Veet here. ET85, but could you keep your voice down? My ears are hurting. Foem, staying alive was far more important than those trivial rewards. A normal Adele Academy student clearing a glitched dungeon was already S-tren enough, let alone Hansiha, who was always considered on an verge of expulsion. If this news got all, things would descend into total chaos. Quit all kinds of rumors about him using Wak Madi Chokex Ting nonsense curses. He absolutely did not want to become famous in such an absurd way. Still not understanding his intention, Adele argued, if you pity me, then just keep eat. I don't want my reputation tarnished by stealing credit from someone else. Hansiha flusteredly explained what did you mean by pity or no pity. I really have no idea who do are girl. As soon as he finished, Adele jumped up as if she had just heard earth-shattering news. What? Do don't know me? How could you ignore me? Are you joking? OID this faux real? Don't give me that bullshit. Quite an innocent, guiltless face, Hansiha nonchalantly replied, oh, do I have to know do? So what I deep your name exactly? Itai Decadel Stevia. Hansiha froze for a few seconds, but Seth quickly cut in, leaving Leapy young man unable to utter a single quick. Impressive, so Yeet turns ought to be that OU girl. At that moment Hansiha 8 mind was racing quit dozens of thoughts. If she really Idika OU, and like commoner born witch consistently at Lee top of OU Academy one who mercilessly finished a Pishchia in, low-key novel then she IDD key one who will cause my demise in ET future. Hansiha stood there motionless as a statue unable to speak, while OU looked pleased. What ate wrong? Are you starting to recognize my LV now? According to Hansiha at 8 memories, nonsense he had just spewed would surely be first handfuls of dirt thrown onto his own grave. Young man was busy repenting. How did things up lie this? What on earth did I do? Why did I suddenly accelerate my path to wee grave? OU stood behind him continuing to ramble. As long as eat ate not pity. By key way, do ever look in key mirror? Hansiha was still completely frozen. OU dragged him to Y key mirror and told him to look at himself. I can believe someone would dare Cessir up at key Principal 8 office in this state to receive an award. After seeing his dirty face and messy filthy clothes, young man could not believe his eyes. Who ID this stranger? How can he look so pathetic and dirty that he'd ate upsetting? I tell you, he ID literally gloomy. At this rate, people will avoid me not all of fear, but simply because I look far dirtier than what IDK allowed. Like a moment he looked at himself, he immediately planned a makeover. In a key first order of business was to deal what key bird 8 nest on his head. Next monen in class, everyone began to buzz gossip when they saw a very unfamiliar figure stroll calmly into room. Who ID that? I don't think I've ever seen him. Since when do second-year students have such a stylish hair color? Could it be Hansiha? No way, how could someone quit those looks be that gloomy Hansiha? Don't do recognize him? He did exactly him. I have to admit he has undergone a spectacular transformation, like a completely different person. Hansiha walked confidently straight to his familiar seat, his face visibly arrogant because he had heard all leaky flattering compliments from everyone around him. Suddenly, a red-haired guy approached him and said, quite a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Hey friend, I deet really do Hansiha? I deet he true. Did do just get plastic surgery? If do have a reputable address, Pi let me know. Gut things must be shared, right?" Hansi and Lai needed one glance to recognize that this red-haired guy was Crick. He was a commoner quit mediocre talent who was always fun of insecurities, someone who used to treat Hansi like a servant to satisfy his own superiority complex, and now Crick still maintained that arrogant attitude. What ain't wrong? Are you too embarrassed? Even a haircut can change your pathetic tone. Hansia was struggling mentally of whether to ignore this crazy guy or fight back. While he remained silent, Crick grew even bolder. What ate this? Trying to sippy today. Did you lose your memory right after getting a haircut? Hansia no longer patient snapped back. Why should I care about you? I am wondering why I was ever kind to you in leaky past. At this surprisingly firm attitude, Crick began to get rowdy. Duvy got some nerve to say that to me. Have you lot your mind found someone to back you up? Truly an empty vessel makes tea most noise. What right does someone abandoned by their family have to act so superior? Hansiha didn't bother arguing further. He reached into his pocket to call little Basin Otsu himself. If do you want to know who I deep backing me, I deep probably him. This I deep my Basin, feel free to ask him anything. As soon as leaky small Lyragene appeared, Crick broke into a cold sweat and his face turned pale. Not and lie him, but leaky whole class was shocked and began to huddle in groups to gossip. Crick tried to keep his composure and used a sarcastic tone again. How ridiculous. I heard do were kicked all of your family, but I guess do were still given some pocket change for your retirement. Do you think do can just throw money around to tame a majestic Lee Ray Gien lie this? Extremely frustrated, even though he had originally intended to keep quiet and let things pass. Don thinks silence means being meekly resigned to bullying. Hansia smirked disdainfully and replied, "Hey do blockheaded commoner." Immediately after hearing that sharp provocation, Crick was so shocked that he shouted, "Do. What IP hell did do just say? Do really are easily provoked. I barely said 2 words and do were already bristling. How effective. Even as a hatchling, none let do be." Look at Crick ate face, he ate clearly seething quit resentment. Hansia continued to taunt, "What ate quit that sour look? Are do afraid my pet will bite Dio? Don T worry, I am not bored enough to order a likey Raijunan to tear Dio apart." Crick rushed forward in a rage, wanting to settle things. I deet this guy or of his mind. Does Hansia not know where he stands? Calm down a bit. If do re that annoyed, let 8 just have a duel and finish this. Leak results of entrance exam will be hard evidence to determine the key winner and loser. All grudges will be settled there. Today, P-Psychi IDB Lu and he Sun ID shining beautifully. Hansiha also just landed a sweet deal that he couldn't refuse. Crick fiercely pledged, "If do you take me down, I'll bark lie a dog and do whatever do you say." Hansia maintained his composed demeanor. "Lee guy fell we trapped so easily. Now I just have to count down Lee days until he barks lie a dog. Just lie before. I've mastered Leek's cue of cleaning up leaky messes Ika's quit extreme proficiency. Mad Dog of Lack Underworld ID my legendary title. Whenever I see something annoying I intervene immediately, and no opponent has ever surpassed me." Just as he stepped a leaky door his friends clamored, "Hey Hansiha, I heard do dared to challenge Crick. Do must have been lucky to escape death. Just wait and see, we'll be waiting fo Ike day do bark lie a dog." Hansiha gritted his teeth and let Aura sigh. "ID possible that in any world, people leave a successful person alone." After calming himself down, Hansiha turned his head and asked, "Hey, what ain't your name?" Surprised by question. My blonde-haired boy scowled in annoyance. Hansiha replied bluntly, "Since do and I don't know each other, shut up and tell me your name right now." This noble here ID Fabian Jin Edwin. Do really not know who I am? Upon hearing the name, Hansiha suddenly remembered. Ah, so Eat snobbish royal who uses his power to suppress EP Wiko and Estet, a piece of trash. He was leader of Likey group that had been bullying Hansiha for a long time. Unable to let himself be walked all v forever, he decided to fillet a strong CC. He opened his bag and commanded, "Now Basil, give him a bite, I give due permission." After weak suddened, Basil nimbly flew and charged straight at Fabian Jin Edwin. After one blood-curdling scream, it goes without saying just how pathetic his N was. After dealing with them, Hansiha went to talk to Odell. "I heard rumors about you are flying everywhere lately, Hansiha. Even if you don't care about current affairs, picking a fight quit royalty isn't a wise move. I don't care. Since they started eat, I'll just fight back." Odell thought to himself, "I once assumed he was someone who liked bullying commoners because of his noble title, but no, he ain't willing to order a lag Rajinan to bite royalty if they dare disturb him." That made him look so cun. Odell smiled, leaned down and asked, Do really have no plans fo future?" It seems AT nobles have let all sense of fear. Not in lie did do order Basil to bite someone, but do also dared to challenge Crick and lie P Tate, even though your Madich ID still nowhere near ready. Don T do see this ID fraught quit danger. What are do trying to pull? Despite Lai, Odell was asking tough questions, making Hansia break all in a cold sweat as he replied. Hey, you Rigi one who learned taming from me in exchange for helping me practice Madi Che. Anyway, whatever, this will be our last sparring session. If Du can defeat me, it also means Du are capable enough to crush Crick. Despite his whole body aching as if he had just been run and veek by a car, Hansia forced himself to sit up. This time, I swear I won't let myself be defeated as easily as yesterday. And just lie that, fine aftershocks of the explosion subsided, marking a V high-intensity training session quit Adele. Before long, day of introductory assessment rapidly approached. Adele, a lady from Medich Academy, finished her exam in just 5 minutes and 31 seconds, brilliantly securing a grade from Lee teacher. She was visibly delighted to have tamed Lee Hellhound, not forgetting to turn on then Lee Professor profusely. Hensia watched you seen wide-eyed. Lee girl who once struggled quote monsters had now masterfully tamed them quote just a few of his instructions. Indeed, as expected of Lai P protagonist, even someone lie him quote memories of a past life might not be as talented as her. Finally, Hensia at 8 turn to face music arrived. I am ready, teacher. The exam was conducted inside an isolated barrier, where candidates had to fiend train their pets to fight monsters corresponding to their LV. To pass, he had to win. Hansia confidently chose Barriexi and began his challenge. As soon as he stepped inside, his heart nearly stopped because his opponent was troublesome Adeption. Lakey Adeption ID, a notorious war serpent of East Southern region. Books say that just a single glance at ID enough to see IP Grim Reaper waving of Allah. Although his legs were shaking like a leaf, Hansia had to try to regain his composure to reassure Basin. Don't be afraid, buddy. Eat 8 time faux due to your courage. After swallowing is your gem. Each should be stronger, right? Since they had already gone this far, there was no turning back. Despite being extremely, Basin still obeyed his master and assumed a combat stance. Hansia ordered an immediate sequel you in, because he knew very well that Key Snake's weak spot was their eyes. Hansia shouted a warning, be careful. If it lands a crushing blow on us, we refinished. While I use Disruption Medici, Du must act fast. Aim right at its blind spot and deliver a decisive blow to its eyes. Don't miss. Although he was a bit clumsy facing such a huge Menix TT Fuiti first time, Basin remained highly focused and gave his all to fight. Every command was executed by Basin perfectly, without a single mistake. A precise burst of fire right into Lee's eyes caused Iki Adeption to collapse to Lee ground completely paralyzed. Witnessing unimaginable, Lee Professor froze for a few seconds in absolute C. Oh my goodness, this Adeption ID a formidable beast. Even a tier 3 mage might not be able to handle ET. It seems the administration forgot to remove this MNXT from like exam, so I was planning to ST Tate to ensure white candidate 8 safety. And yet Hensia miraculously completed exam. It took a bit of time, but defeating EDID still a win, right? After hesitating RV how to grade him impressively, Lee Professor announced that Hansia had achieved an 8 Ranji quit a time of 12 minutes and 36 seconds. Hearing it result, Hansia trembled all wit, thinking his ears were playing tricks on him. Dell also expressed extreme admiration. Du are way too overpowered. Du even snagged an 8 Ranji in taming, topping the leaderboard. It seemed that his blood, sweat, and tears in training had paid AP. Hansia could lie nod and smile sheepishly to brush to pee. While outsiders cheered and screamed in excitement, a storm was brewing in his heart because his actual goal was Unlai 15th place. He Unlai wanted to be an ordinary, inconspicuous student. In the original story, Lihan defeated Hansa quit just one hand, and he had planned to let that happen as well. Unable to fiend train his emotions, Hansia muttered, 8 not my fault. Why on earth did they put a super tier Menix T in Ike exam? Oh well, Basin was probably used to his Master 8 monologues by now. When his best friend pressed him about key math exam, it finally dawned on Hansia that there really was an arithmetic Tate scheduled foe today. Seeing that YB Tate was child 80 Fee Lily, Ian Lai answered one question correctly to avoid any hassle, yet like young Adeption was whimpering, my work ID completely ruined. This exam seemed a bit too brutal. Hansia was secretly astonished that even a genius Lai Adeption would be afraid of arithmetic. Quit his middle school math skills that were lie a mosquito biting stainless steel, Hansia had dreamed of tutoring Dell, yet his friend beside him was still sobbing. I never expected Lai Academy to release such a tricky exam that would leave me completely helpless. After a few minutes of idle self-satisfaction, wee young Hansia suddenly snapped all of 8 and realized it was best to just mind his own business. He innocently asked Dell if getting Enlai one question right would be okay, and Enlai to be met quit a cold response, what are you talking about? If you lose top spot because of one mistake, your scholarship will vanish too. So were you able to handle like 27th Madich circle regarding geometry and vectors? Hansia blurted indifferently, oh question, I finished that one, T was as easy as pie. That nonchalant and arrogant answer immediately caused Ardell to freeze in his tracks. Why are you looking at me lie that? Did I say something wrong? No P-point ID, did you really manage to solve question 27? That was woke Enlai question that stumped me. At that moment, young man panicked. It was a total self-destruction move. What should he do now that he had accidentally gotten Lai hardest question right? His plan to faith lie dumb and stay invisible instantly fell apart and became a joke. Rumors of a lone prodigy in the school who decoded that bizarre arithmetic question quickly reached Professor Debut 8 ears. What ID this madness? Luck couldn't possibly work on that question. I went to great lengths to plant a challenge far beyond their LVE to ensure why key second-year students would be helpless. Who ended up solving EAT? E was Hansia, sir. Looking at EAT exam paper, E was ridiculous, except for that one tricky question. Lee entire rest of Tate was either left blank or obviously answered incorrectly. This school truly has many eccentrics, clearly. This guy just wanted to sup by crushing Lie hardest question. Name immediately reminded it professor of a previous disturbance. Hansi hum. He also just uni championship in recent magical beast taming competition. It seems this boy ID a long-term strategist. Key next Monen. Lee second year honor run was solemnly posted in the announcement area. Hansia excitedly ran to CE results of Lee previous day 8 noisy bet. Let 8 see. Crick 8 position ID still 32nd as usual. Wait, what about my position? What on earth? Unbelievable. Even quit my work in such a shambles. I still climbed all EQA to 11th place. Crick glanced toward Hansi trembling. Catching sight of him, Hansia approached and beckoned quit his finger for him to come RV, acting as if he were calling a puppy. News of Hansia's decisive victory spread everywhere, causing Lai crowd to whisper that Ike arrogant Crick was doomed this time previously. He knew how to bully Key weak to the but immediate retribution had finally arrived, and standing before his opponent, his once imposing face had completely vanished. Hey there, commoner, so what does 1 plus 10 equal? Crick stammered, intending to give an answer that included Gike MB2. Hansia immediately shut him down T and MB11. ID that clear Rodig 32. Truthfully, Hansia didn't want to drive anyone into a corner and Enli intended to give a warning, but it seemed he guy hadn't learned much yet. He was still as prone to outbursts as ever, and although Hansia didn't lie his type, Lee guy kept following him and causing trouble. Furthermore, Hansia wasn't a creep who enjoyed seeing others grovel, so he wanted to take fun advantage of this situation. Hansia stepped closer and delivered a powerful rap to Crick 8 head, leaving him dazed for a second before he jumped back in frustration. Do jerk, why did do hit me? That wasn't in the agreement. Hansia simply wanted to treat this as punishment for he guide 8 deceptive ways. Leaky Full Crick continued to shout indignantly, if do you think I am just going to lie down and take a beating lie a puppy, do you read dead wrong. Hansia could end lie sigh warily. It truly seemed that life wouldn't let him be a get person. Just shut up will do. Remember to drop by abandoned club room in Lee basement later. I have a favor to ask, so come there and we can talk, but why did do suddenly suggest meeting in this hole in Lee Keywall place? We'll deal quit that later. Do really think I am so bored that I'll make du feature key part of a puppy in front of whole school? OID that just your own secret fetish. Crick dismissed it irritably and urged him to get straight to key main point. What do need me to do? Hansiha narrowed his eyes and looked at Lee other party quit total seriousness. First of all, do know who my father ID? Crick was startled, stammering that of course he knew and lie too well. Key founder of Adel Empire, none other than former Count Hentesu, likey man who once wiped likey thick mages in that bloody war years ago. Crick suddenly recoiled, his arrogance completely gone. He wondered why Hansiha was asking that, whether he was planning to use his family background to intimidate him, but in reality, Hansiha just wanted to confirm leak information because even he didn't know his father was so formidable. After mentioning that powerful old man, he also realized many things and told himself he was a genuine silver spoon young master quit a private mansion at Leaky, Castiga Manor. Hansiha then got straight to point to begin negotiations. I know do Ria news mogul, so spread this rumor. Hansiha leaned seek Elu to Crick 8 ear and whispered a few things. Whatever he said caused Crick 8 expression to change. He stammered in response, asking if his intent was for him to broadcast that story all or Viku Academy. That ain't right, do eat as quickly as possible. Don just tell Lee second years, spready throughout like entire academy. Understand. I am AP then. At that moment, Crick looked at Hansiha as if he were looking at a madman. In a magnificent mansion, news about Hansiha finally reached Lee ears of Count Hentesu, his father. Count, their ID knew news about lead young master from Adel Academy. So ID he dead or alive, my poor youngest son? Everything sounds, even though Do were very generous in covering his tuition and living expenses. But then Do cut all other aid, leaving him penniless and starving. Cold father replied, Tate get enough that he ate still breathing, that little bit of hardship ID necessary to be in his eyes. If he ever dares to utter such blasphemous words about Wakma Che in my presence again, I will not hesitate to cast him off, even if he IDP my own child. Butler spoke up hesitantly, saying that it seemed he had changed, as his Tate scores in the recent advancement exam were surprisingly high. I assume he didn't tan up at light bottom. Actually no sir, he ranked 11th. Upon hearing this, Key father was so shocked he even dropped his pen. Light Butler further reported that Lee young master 8 reputation was also different than before. The students at Adele were all praising him as a benevolent, unrighteous person with a charming appearance. Hentesu was stunned, feeling as if he had just heard some absurd fairy tale. This ID ridiculous, he playing tricks by threatening someone into spreading false news. Lee Butler firmly insisted that he truly believed young master was changing. In Hentesu 8 memory, Hansia had been a boy who foolishly meddled Quat Lakmdeh to an unacceptable degree, forcing him to use severe measures to correct him. It would be good if he truly turned Vervi a new leaf. After all, he ID sole heir to this Castiga territory. Suddenly Hentesu became unusually excited and jumped up from his chair. If he ID assigned to Kima Deej department in Lakey upcoming advancement ceremony, then tell him that I will restore all of his financials pot. In another development, Hensiha was excitedly fiddling quid an amp. This cash dispenser made from Medici stone looks truly wonderful. I heard that after YP Tate results are all, they will reinstate the cut allowance, so I have to charge right away. This amount ID enough for me to lie comfortably for entire semester without worrying about basic necessities. Baron Hentesu, who values honor, must have been satisfied quote outcome of luring Creekland into spreading favorable rumors. Indeed, I'm an outstanding genius. Seeing Hensia jumping around enthusiastically as if exercising, Adele asked in bewilderment what he was doing, urging him to hurry to the auditorium as the promotion ceremony was about to begin. At Adele Academy in League's second year, Hensiha will be assigned to a department corresponding to his abilities. Indeed, each department focuses on practical combat skills and offers numerous opportunities for students to practice. This idea a place where Medici research activities, experiments, and in-depth academic knowledge can fully natural sciences. This idea a combination of Medici and special abilities such as prophecy or divination. Theology department ID keep enly place that legally allows study of Medici singing in Miki Adele Empire and focuses on training combat Medici. Finally, key important moment has arrived. Welcome second-year students to today promotion ceremony. Those whose names are called will step onto Lee XTG to touch DHE dice under Lee guidance of Dean Ernest. This Medici dice ID ton used to measure innate talent and determine leaky appropriate specialization. According to key original plot of he novel, Hensia was once chosen for Lee necromancy department. He once aspired to crush those who looked down on him using Medici singing but ultimately suffered a devastating defeat at. Hensia wonders if key dice will repeat that past mistake. Although YP stats have been adjusted to match his actual talent, there ain't no absolute guarantee. Lee key efforts of VEG's past few days may not be enough to completely turn Gi tide, yet he ID'd determined never to follow Lee disastrous ending written in League book. YTUP student in this assessment ID Lai Han, who aims to directly enter a prestigious Medici department. As crowd predicted, he once again stood at Lee Ki top, to everyone ate astonishment. Everyone watched him Kudai's fun of admiration and awe. Hensi and Lai needed a glance to know that this guy was definitely a protagonist, that surreal handsome appearance ID indeed Li Yu Ra of a main character. Young man suddenly felt insecure, lamenting unfairness of life. He wished he could have transmigrated as male lead instead of being Hansiha, constantly walking a tightrope between life and death. Ligi's see repeat unfolding exactly as before. After rolling a dice, Lai Han was assigned to Madi each department. It seems he had long anticipated this outcome. Next ID appearance of Solia Canet Lenthad, known as Galai Mage in Iki original work. A rare genius among geniuses and Lee most powerful Lai who stands by key protagonist 8 side. Her result was also as expected, being assigned Team Medici department. This was all too obvious. Lee remaining students continue to line up, waiting for their turn. Seymour Parker has also been assigned to Necromancy department. Jun Hee-in was called and assigned to Wyke Theology department. Hensia gave a forced smile, but his heart was full of unease, from he protagonist to be supporting character. Familiar names appeared exactly as he had imagined. Ludenthau Wyke name Hensiha was called loudly, inviting him to the XTG immediately. He tiptoed, taking each step with extreme caution. In just 3 more years, Leaky spirit callers from Leaky summoning department will form a faction to XTG Akupan Cizadil Academy. However, this villainous faction will surely be thoroughly defeated by protagonist 8 group. At this moment Hensiha was mumbling prayers, begging heaven and Buddha not to send him to that spirit calling department. Just as he stepped forward, entire crowd of students began to buzz quit chatter. Oh my, isn't he that Hensiha? I heard he changed his personality, but I didn't he expect such a spectacular transformation. Still, he'll definitely end up in summoning department, as I heard he ate involved Kutbak Madi Chi. Just as Gi Dai flew into Wiki air, Hensiha 8 heart pounded rhythmically. His emotions burst quit joy when Dai landed on red. That color signaled he had been admitted to Wide Madi each department, making Hensiha puff or his chest proudly, looking no different from someone who had just become a world champion. He was indeed happy, but being stared at incessantly by key surrounding eyes made him feel extremely uneasy. Crowd split into 2 factions. Some were curious, speculating why he was accepted into Medici department, while others, passionate about Lock arts, felt resentment, wondering why they themselves weren't chosen for summoning department. While everyone else seemed indifferent to Hensi at 8 get fortune. Oh, you would see exception smiling joyfully, congratulations hence. It seems fate has brought us together again in Ella Medici department. As expected, OU also passed into Leaky Medich department. She teased, "Do look like do we're really eager to study quit me, Don T do." OU frankly nodded in admission, making Hansiha blush deeply. She barraged him quick questions. "Why are your cheeks so flushed?" Liduvi applied blush. He immediately waved his hand dismissively and ate nothing. "Next time do come see you, remember to warn me." Keeping her mischievous smile, she replied, "If I had gone to Waikiki summoning department, we'd probably be fighting every day, and do you definitely lose badly. Besides, I owe do a favor, so I don't want to get physical." From behind, someone was fuming, witnessing Hansia conversing very intimately and naturally quittal you. That person was Li Han. Moment Hansia turned around, he immediately changed his demeanor as quickly as a chameleon to appear amiable. All Hansiha. He ain't date an honor to meet Dio. It seems we re both destined to be under one roof in EGUDE Chi department. Faced with this trend eagerness, Hansiha was extremely confused and wary, not understanding why he would initiate a conversation. Li Han stepped closer and pressed him. "I didn't expect you to be interested in Ikima each department. That ain't truly unexpected. I hope we'll cooperate well." Faced with this unexpected handshake, Hansia could only respond awkwardly. Seeing Hansia seem tense, Li Han solicitously asked, "Are do all right? I heard do were locked in a dungeon right before practical exam. I am quite curious, because even quid OU accompanying do, surviving in a faulty dungeon would be too difficult for a regular student. I personally really want to know what divine Medici Jiu used." At this very moment their eyes met, filled with tension and reeking of gunpowder. Hansiha flinched. This Li Han ID truly perceptive. League school had already covered up that accident, so how did he still know? This guy ID so discreet that no one can read his thoughts, yet he ain't both perceptive and straightforward. Upright exactly like typical male protagonist in a ape novel. In SD his philosophy ID that all evil must be eradicated completely. Could it be that Li Han has already listed him as a wax sorcerer who needs to be purged? Well, what ain't meant to happen will happen, just go quit flow. Hansia strode into dormitory B-in, which was reserved exclusively fully elite members of Lima Deach department. He was almost stunned by Li's sheer scale, looking at this luxurious interior that was no different from a five-star hotel. After fumbling quit his room key for a while, there eight was room 203 indeed. As soon as Iki door opened, his roommate jumped up and shouted, "Oh my goodness, ID heat really do Hansiha. Yet, it ate me, but why are you making such a big deal or of et? Een tate li do we're seeing a stranger. Because I was just assigned to Iki same room as Iki star of I promotion ceremony, a second-year student who made both Crick and I imperial family shed tears. Could it really be Dio?" Hearing this, Hansia got goosebumps all v. He was really not used to being praised like that. Speaking of which, after that promotion ceremony, Fabian Jin Edwin kept picking fights because he was bitter that someone quit a royal title like him was pushed into Waikiki summoning department while Hansia got into Medij department. So, I gave him a lesson he never forget. Reminiscing about that moment, Hansia leaned Sikielu to his ear and whispered, "Hey, I know a shocking secret. Do you keep acting like royalty to bully others, but in reality, that noble blood doesn't run in your veins?" Fabian Jin Edwin ate heart skipped a beat as if his darkest secret had been hit, and he stammered, unable to speak. "If do you still have any shame about your secret being exposed, do you had better shut your mouth right now." Having no argument, he had to retreat submissively. Hansia felt disgusted watching man in front of him crying like a cheap drama. Leak's surrounding crowd began to whisper about how he made a royal cry quit just a few words. Hansia could lie stand frozen. His plan to be an inconspicuous student had gone down the drain. Returning to reality, his roommate introduced himself as one who was also a student of Lee Medich department. "Great to meet you. Do probably don't know who I am, since I am not a celebrity like do." Hansia remained silent but thought to himself, "You are absolutely wrong. It just so happens that I know this name all too well." This was the most effective assistant of the male lead, Lai Han, a calm person with extremely sharp judgment. Most importantly, he was a mobile information database with a vast network of relationships. Hansia stood there dazed, making Guan ask awkwardly, "Why do look so frozen?" Hansia 8 mind was in a frenzy upon realizing he was surrounded by a bunch of main characters who would send him to his doom in Iki original plot. Trying to regain his composure, he took a deep breath, laughed and said it was nothing. Guan remained enthusiastic. "If do redunk, would do lie to take a walk around the dormitory quit me? I have a mate right here. What could be more fun than having a companion to explore like this? Let 8 treat this as a first step to getting CKLU." Unable to refuse any further, Hansia had to agree. After all, he should get used to his new living environment. As one enthusiastically introduced, their IDR dormitory 8 cafeteria. But like seniors sincerely advised that he ate better to eat all, eat ID very boring here in leak evening. Light nutritionist here seems to love doing experiments. Nobody knows what they are about to swallow. Lie climax ID tonight 8 charred pig 8 trotters a lot. Hansia naively wondered if that dish was actually edible or just served faux fun. Next, E2 moved to windy outdoor Medici training ground. "Do you can practice your moves here as do lie, But be careful not to get hit by someone else 8 spell in an up in leaky infirmary. Hansia grumbled about not setting up a protective barrier, to which Gwon smiled and said, so I rumor that you've gotten smarter ideek actually true. Hansia was stunned once again, not knowing how to respond to this compliment properly. Even though he sometimes rambles about nonsense, I still managed to gather some useful information from Kwon. He ate not entirely useless. After taking a walk to their Heart 8 content, two of them hurried back to their room as dusk fell and rain was about to pour down. Hansia frowned slightly, intuition telling him that this was no ordinary thunderstorm, while Kwon also felt that something was wrong. Lee, rain poured down heavily. I sense a bad omen. We need to go back and report to Wee Professor immediately. Hansia quickly held Kwon back, warning that Lee's situation was very dangerous. He suddenly remembered, this eerie scene and atmosphere reminded him of like ancient ruins now covered in smudged Belixy rain. Clearly this was no ordinary rain. It harbored a deadly toxin. A girl rushed all in a panic, calling everyone to quickly take shelter inside Isabine. Hansi knew of much more terrifying things. Walk real problem wasn't he here, this was just a deceptive thief lie. Quite true danger lurking deep behind. Suddenly someone rushed RV to report shocking news. 2 students, Earl Kamafap and Salja Akanen, had suddenly vanished without a trace. Right, this was Lee P. Start of Lee's second case. Student abduction at P dormitory had officially begun. Hansia received an order from Leek Seat Tem. His mission was to find missing students. Outside rain persisted, quit no sign of stopping. 2 kidnapped girls were struggling desperately to break free from their bonds, but every effort proved futile. Damn there ain't no way to get to P, Salja sighed in frustration. Stop wasting your strength. These branches don't look like they'll let go easily, Adele shouted in frustration. Why didn't do say that sooner? Salja replied, remaining. I've been trying to find its weakness, but I still don't have any clear clues. Adele 8 face showed clear confusion mixed with bewilderment. She wondered why key person in BLC had locked her inside a giant ancient tree and then left. Adele had never done anything to make anyone want to eliminate her. And she wasn't the type of person worth targeting for any special reason, unlike Solia opposite. Adele was just an ordinary person quit no power anyone to speed her. No matter how much she racked her brain, she couldn't understand why she was chosen, but this moment reminded Adele of time she was trapped in that lucky basement. Suddenly Hansi had 8 image appeared in her mind. She wondered what he would say right now, and as she imagined she began to smile to herself. Those nearby might think she was crazy. Why was she thinking about that guy? Why am I thinking about this boy? Adele realized her dire situation and wondered if he was sleeping soundly in his dorm room. She thought this while struggling harder, leaving Solia confused by Adele's trend behavior. They both looked up at Lee Si Kai as Lai seemed to be fading. Adele, I have a theory. This tree seems to be very afraid of Lai. Lee, thick layer of BP Lisi clouds covering Lai Si Sik Li, last thing we saw before being taken. It was a dense artificial cloud that completely blocked our view, combined Kuti tree trunk rising as if to pierce the sea sky. Normally EP space within artificial clouds designed to let in sunlight unless there ain't a special reason not to, but that ain't not a key case here, Adele noted quit slight surprise. Thinking about why sunlight was completely blocked. Do also guess that this tree afraid of Lai, didn't he do? That ain't impressive. Living up to her reputation as Tep 2 in Lipi school, Solia firmly declared that she would fight to Iin. Liam Diich attacking us through toxic rain definitely Lakma Diich, the most suitable Madichi against Akma Diich Lema Diich fu example, Larth attribute purifications I possess, Adele thought to herself. Quups has that solar 8 earth element purification Madiche has in Lai reached LVE2, but in such a confined space, each should be sufficient. Both agreed and shifted Lai entire responsibility onto Solar. She looked up at Lee Si Kai and began to mutter an incantation. Fully peace prosperity, and ni favors bestowed upon this earth I command you. While OU was restless quote fear of failure, a trend force suddenly intervened to stop Solaire. Solaire felt suffocated as a BLIC mist rushed into her mind, as if someone were trying to taint her thoughts. I have an invitation for you that IDP sweeter than death itself. Solaire, I will help you restore your long-fallen clan. Do have endured too many losses already, yet Do had to rush into school right after losing everything. Do have tried to stand firm until now, but Do are reaching your limit. I have more than enough power to revive your clan. How could such a lucrative offer be refused? Hearing those whispers, Solaire froze in emotion. My clan. Outside, Oli was shouting at likey tap of his lungs. Solaire, are Do crazy? Wake up. How dare Do fool the tricks on Solaire, Do bastard. Do think I am someone easily bullied. I have a proposal for Do too. OU thou as a plan quickly formed in his mind. If he could draw its attention toward himself, Solaire would have a chance to escape. It seemed to be mind Medici intended to erode a key opponent 8 will, if one was steadfast enough, they could surely overcome it. And he continued to interfere. Tell me what do desire. You snap back? Don't talk nonsense. I have no interest in invitations from a piece of rotten wood. While Kex Ting key spell, OU silently hoped Solaire would regain her senses soon. If she could stall for more time, he Medici would grow stronger. She taunted, ID hiding lie a coward and talking all do can do. Step all here and speak properly. Fu all I know, do might just be threatening me to hide your own cowardice. As soon as those words were spoken, a surge of eerie energy rushed straight toward OU. Sukana could not dodge in time and could Yen Li pray for someone to appear and come to YP rescue. Suddenly a dazzling streak of light shot forward. It was undoubtedly Lima Deech coming to help. OU wondered in amazement. I Teat Solaire. But no, she had not escaped he brainwashing yet, so who could it be? Quan rushed her Veek in a panic to keep it Solaire. Are do all right? Hansi had appearance astounded OU. He young man dusted to pee his hands and sneered. Then Fo E suggestion about Le Medici, it's I fake ID truly beyond reproach. How did do find us here, and what was that lie just now? Even at a time like this, Hansiha was still in mood to joke. Do are about to meet your end, yet your mouth still hasn't taken a rest, has Regarding like lie, that was just a basic spell. I used a Ma-Deech amplifying lens from my bag to boost its power. Are you okay? OU asked hesitantly. He replied instantly, of course I am. What kind of person do you take me foe? I am not just okay, I am fun of energy, Hansiha said, beginning to draw his sword from its scabbard. Then that ID great, now she see forth and fight. Leaky sword that Hansiha had just handed to OU was the very same sword she used during practice. I guess do really itching foe a fight, so now go act like a hero. OU pulled a face, wondering why he had expected anything get from this bastard. Alright then, if leak opponent ID is singing mage, their ID even less reason to hold back. After OU8 cry Tiki strike, Likey mage was wounded and revealed his true form. Hand scowled at Hansia. Why are you staring at me like that? Should I gouge your remaining eye as well? Singing mage roared in anger. I will make all of you vanish, do despicable lowly scum. Just when it seemed hands would rush in to attack, he blocked the escape route instead, clearly aiming to gain the upper hand. Klee singing mage gritted his teeth. Now that I have regained my fun power. Ain't your turn, do fools. Immediately after he used Medici to infiltrate Hansi at 8 Mind. A useless failure abandoned by his own family, a failing student who couldn't even graduate. Dante looked back, you are much better suited Fusong Medici. Hansia tried to maintain a shred of sanity to make sense of leaky whispers in his head. So this idea how unpleasant brainwashing feels. It seems Klee's singing mage has fallen into a trap. What on earth ID happening? Hansia casually brushed his hand. It seems you are trying to provoke me by scraping together fragments of your memories from like story, but unfortunately, they are useless now. He's singing mage was frustrated. Why isn't my brainwashing Medici working? All ye conditions have been met. Hansia took a opportunity to mock him to his heartache content. Simply put, you were just too weak and I am stronger. ID there's something wrong, quit that. Singing mage was furious, do bastard. He had merged quit that tree, and if Hansi had 8 memory served him right, this giant tree originated from ancient lattice tree. This type of tree was created by singing mages to enhance compatibility quit brainwashing Madi, while also strengthening its mental power. Solution ID very simple. Spiritual monsters are usually so dependent on their abilities that they are highly vulnerable. Hansi had turned to ask OU, this tree ID afraid of lie, right? While Ginvestor was still eagerly fighting. That ain't right, why? Did Dio know that trees are also usually weak against fire? Immediately after he ordered Basin into battle, go Basin. Looking at panicked expression of Lee singing mage, it seemed he had been completely figured no impossible, how dare you do that? After taking a powerful blast of fire head-on, Hansiha was also blown away by his Madiicha, crashing hard into weed tree trunk. Looking down at Basin, he was already sobbing uncontrollably. Fortunately I held it tight in my arms earlier, cushioning like key impact, now I d not league time to lose focus. So fast so dizzy. Since when had P branches reached so Sikalu to Hansiha? While Lipey young man was still in a daze and hadn't he figured how to defend himself, OU rushed to take lead blow fo him. She turned back confidently and declared, do owe me this time. Keyboyd 8 face turned pale, he had nearly met his end, but Erdell continued firmly. Hey Hansiha, I am putting all my strength into clearing these plants. Du and Basin did great, but we need a finishing blow to eradicate them completely. Solaire seemed to have regained his senses, but we are just undergraduate students while our opponent Idiki a powerful lock mage, this idea truly ironic unwinnable situation. But if Eat 8 Du, I believe Du can manage this mess. Am I wrong? Their eyes met. Hansiha smiled not at all. Suddenly luff clouds rolled in and Nike rain poured down. Mage looked dumbfounded. What ID this? Rain. Creating fire and then causing rain ID eat a medici glitch what? They re definitely up to something. A fool will always be a fool. If he disappears this place will be my territory again, how wonderful. Vines once again wrapped tightly around Hansiha legs he gloated got due. Now prepare to meet your end. Hansiha smirked he was unbelievable. He had indeed fallen faux key trap. He was still confused. Are you so scared of me that you ve gone mad? Hansiha didn't heat around Lighty Bush, He thrust his weapon into E ground, and immediately a current of electricity radiated and flashed. Then came a powerful sexy that left E mage paralyzed. He took like fun hit, luckily, he didn't die. Impossible. How could a low V spell carry such immense power? I can believe E. Brainwashing Medici definitely works. It all because do ruin my plan. Hensia sighed warily, just like usual villainous glitches. He moved extremely fast to another location. This ID bad. I must find Lee Cube as soon as possible. Hearing like mention of a cube, Hensia paused. He had heard of Eat before. Eat must have been mentioned somewhere. From behind, Solia stepped forward and asked, "Your name ID Hensia, isn't it? Your strategy just now was truly incredible. Don't we have a few things to discuss? I've heard a lot about Solia, then Dufo earlier." Boy suddenly became shy. "No, I am Lee, one who should be grateful to Du. Du figured out how to use E-Rain to extinguish internal fires and minimize by-fire EMDCH. Furthermore, it enhanced basic lightning Medici duty what environment. Even so, if Du hadn't cast a lie protection spell on me then, I would have been roasted by electricity." While Solia was still feeling bashful, Hensiha evaluator. To be able to deduce and execute such a devastating Madi Che in a sat time, she must have mastered light transmission of Le Medici. At Ike very moment who emanated from Hensiha, Solia looked at him with a completely different gaze. Odell turned and asked pointed questions about why that Belusi mage had kidnapped both of them. Well, based on what we just discussed, they probably wanted to brainwash us and turn us into pawns. Hensia sighed heavily, so that was Lee's scheme. Kidnapping Ige two most outstanding talents of Adele Academy to turn them into puppets was truly a ridiculous move, and if that man intended to brainwash Solia, Hensiha certainly couldn't use mediocre Medici to deal quit him. Basin curled up in Hensiha at arms was still whimpering, so he had to comfort Rajien by saying that he was fine. Why does she always have to overreact when I am Leak one breaking my back to protect her? Hearing this, Odell made sure to mock him. Dewry an 80 Rotten student in taming, so why are Dew so clueless about pet emotions? She added a sarcastic expression. Basin ID worried sick about Do no. At that moment, Hensia suddenly felt his heart swell in happiness. This feeling was exactly like two of us conquering a high peak together. I am experiencing emotions I never had in my past life, all contentment ID right here. One excitedly chimed in to demand a reward me too. I also helped smash that tree. Why hasn't anyone offered a quipsy of praise? His joy didn't last long before Hensiha was dragged away by one to survey surroundings despite leaky sloppy mud, while Odell and Solia chose to rest inside Lee Tree to recover. Lee Toxin had vanished quit Legimex Tree ate death, but like truth remained that this wild marshland was still a death trap not intended Fui faint of heart. However, he had come all this way specifically to SF Food's secret door hidden in Leaky Spirit Academy. As soon as Hensiha lightly touched Eat, he door slowly opened to welcome him. Normally, this was a hidden achievement that like male protagonist in E-novel could possess. Wak one who came to rescue Solia while she was holding awkward E-power of lie was Hensiha. Now, he had moved a long step ahead of like original plot. Gazing at Lee glittering treasure, Hensiha and one were completely stunned. Was all of this theirs now? They could do whatever they wanted eat. Even low-tier villains have to worry about earning a living. Who knows when there will be pocket money again? Gwon gaped in excitement. Hey, ID this faux real. No owner IDP gonna come back faux this property, right? Hensia stated firmly if there were owners, they would have been long dead 300 years ago lie those ancient statues. Gwon eyes sparkled as he wanted to jump faux joy. Oh, so that ate Eat. He was a shocking discovery, but why was he so knowledgeable? Hensia suddenly paused realizing he had spoken too much. Well, I learned Eat from general history. Tribes that worship Sebarat around here built statues ages ago. Don't do remember. Gwon was bewildered and understood nothing but whatever at this point, why bother caring? Looking down, Basin seemed just as infatuated wealth as humans, hugging a gold bar passionately as if it were most precious treasure of its life. And Hensiha suddenly realized that perhaps this silly yin was Enlai hugging gold bar because eat thou eat was a slice of cheese. Hensiha snapped his fingers and said generously to Gwon, I am in a great mood today. Du can take as much as Du lie. After that, he reached up Fall's small chest placed high up and popped he lid Bu bean H. In this lonely world where Enlai strong survive, material possessions are merely second. This chest was Lee very loot that Hensiha in Lee Ki original novel had after defeating Belixi mage. Gwon peered curiously what ID that tattered thing at key bottom. It looks lie an ancient spellbook. It opened and Lee contents inside appeared to be introductory knowledge about Lakmadich. Quan panicked and told Hensiha to put It down quickly because anyone who touched It would easily fall under a curse, but teacher stubbornly held on to It, making Quan suspect that Ike teacher couldn't resist allure of Lakmadich. House Tren, Iki blank pages inside had not a single quips on them. Yet, as soon as Aint flew up and shone brightly, each team announced that Eat had finished synchronizing quit basic Madi each book. Let Aint try reading Y title, what ID Kidi, another basic Madicha spellbook. Eat turns ought to be an all-purpose treasure that can transform according to Y key user 8 wishes. Owning something that contains all elementary spells ID no different than winning iLottery. This ID a high LV spellbook that suggests suitable techniques based on 1-8 preferences and allows owner to learn them instantly just lie using a rapid learning scroll. In S8, Hansiha ID about to gather all Li P spells that Leaky Adele's students spent a whole year grinding foe in Li blink of an eye. He was smiling like a simpleton while looking at late book, making Quan, who was standing beside him, extremely worried. Hey, we should leave quickly. Wait, let me grab one more bracelet first. P. Lee let it go upstairs. Those two girls are probably waiting impatiently. Suddenly S. Trenvoy echoed and strangely, Enlai Hansia could hear Yeet. He was stunned to see Lighty book glow again, as if Lai Voy 8 choice was not mere coincidence. That mysterious saw kept echoing in his ears, informing Leaky distant guest that all of this person 8 actions would change he fate of Leaky world. Hansiha couldn't he believe he had Leaky ability to change he course of events, but then again, he shouldn't he have existed in this place from late beginning. He was originally someone who should not have survived ordeal. If this treasure can see through all truths and thoughts, then ETADD indeed prophetic book Carmen. Carmen ID a powerful prophecy, no matter how much do deny ET, what ID written will surely come to pass. This means do should refrain from interfering in everything and let things unfold according to natural law. Hansia decided to separate himself from Lee original plot, but coming to Wii Academy and living a get life ID also a form of personal ambition. While his mind was in turmoil, Mysterious Void continued, if do have been chosen for this role, then accept he to understand all these secrets of Lek world. If do just stand by and watch, this world will sooner or later turn to dust. Immediately, a trend surge of energy began to flow within Hansi at 8 body. It seems this ID key steep price he has to pay foe daring to heed that prophecy. Quan froze fu 5 seconds when he saw Hansiha collapse and faint right before his eyes. Currently he ID recovering in D dormitory. Although Quan ID very anxious, Hansiha just sighed and said he was fi and wanted to be alone. Quan left after giving him a few instructions and promising to buy some food. And Enlai then did Hansiha reveal his worried expression as Iki mess in his head exploded. What do have done has inadvertently caused a disastrous butterfly of fate. Once lucky mages gain upper hand, Y of peace may come quickly. Even my mighty Adele Empire faces Y risk of complete collapse. In this dying world, no matter how hard do try, it will be difficult to survive, Tate truly a terrible prospect. Hansiha originally intended to lie a quiet life until Akian, but if destiny decreed that he had to mess everything up, he must have tasted enough of life 8 bitterness in his past life. Poking your nose into matters that don't concern you only results in being surrounded by enemies and a sense of profound despair. Hansiha never wanted to repeat that bitter past. His sensation of being on the brink of death haunted him incessantly. However, if Lapi world were to fall into ruin because of him as if by fate, he couldn't ignore unease in his heart. He stood up, wondering why he was sitting there overthinking, as whatever comes must be faced head on anyway. That ain't right. He was once in Lai one who held like ending to Lee Soul Academy a reincarnated individual and a living witness to et all. I am Hansiha, but I am not Hansiha in Ike way everyone thinks. I am simply still myself. Once Like's secret of Like's person behind kidnapping a walk mage ID exposed, Lee Academy will surely find a way to hush everything up from Lee public. After risking their lives to Xolia and Erdel, Wool and he were punished faux cutting class, even though he was also commended for his heroic feat. More work piled up. If Enlai they paid a higher salary, wouldn't that be wonderful? Not to mention the first my san of light practical class was a bizarre group project. Having just escaped trouble and Lai to be thrust immediately into group work, he truly felt Lai he was being toyed quit. So, what on earth ID this group project supposed to be? Much Lai a driver and a fair dodger, I fundamentally don't belong in this troublesome group work environment. Among key troubles and nuisances, there are bound to be some unbearable pranks. They will definitely shift responsibility, and no one will want to get involved in this mess. Real-life experience could all sorts of people had taught him that. Lee P. Young man smirked at Lee dead and future group work was even scarier than men in XT hunting, and Lee key fact that this was a mandatory exam at Leek Soul Academy made even more frustrating. My sin was to collect symbolic items from dungeons. P more difficult a dungeon, higher P score 8 would yield. However, Will P risk of receiving a flat 0 was very high because Ike time limit was extremely tight. Professor gave heartfelt advice, hoping I students could cooperate and work together smoothly in their groups. Furthermore, group selection ID entirely up to you. Peely finalize your lineups within 10 minutes, he said, leaving I students staring in disbelief. Meanwhile, Hansia was still yawning repeatedly. This was starting to become a hassle, and he wondered if anyone would even be willing to accept someone lie him onto their Tim. Before he could even finish his yawn, someone 8-hand lightly tapped his shoulder. Even more shocking was that leaky protagonist Lai Han was standing there. Hansiha would do lied again my Tim. While Hansiha was shocked to his core, I rest of Lai class was also stunned. They couldn't understand why a prominent figure Li Han would personally go to recruit him. Was it because he had performed so exceptionally in key taming class? Han Siha had to ask again to be sure. So do you really want to Tim up quote me? But my answer ID no, just tle thou of ID already exhausting. Go find someone else, he said. T blunt refusal left Li Han frozen in place. What a shame. How can you be so heartless? Surrounding crowd began to whisper. Surprised that Han Siha could be so cold, it seemed Luciolo Quartet was unintentionally converging into one Tim. Quan blocked his path. Hey, we went all of our way to invite Diu, so done do dare refuse. It was hard to believe he would reject like genius Li Han 8 offer without hesitation. Han Siha sighed warily. Working quit familiar faces was still better than getting tangled up in more annoying things. Although he spoke kindly, his heart was screaming what do mean comfortable. He was just terrified of like terrible scenarios that might occur if he got involved key protagonist. Han Siha gave a fake, bright smile and quickly shifted the topic to uniforms, determined to dodge attention. Quan was inherently naive and knew nothing, so he got quite a success. That was indeed Li case. From Li's second year onwards, robes and ties changed depending on a key major: red Fu Medich department, blue Fo theology, green Fo natural sciences, purple Fu necromancy department. It seemed distraction was a resounding success. Li two girls looked much brighter, and Lake Thou of being on P same Tim made them appear unusually synchronized and seek-alo. Han Siha thought to himself that whether they were protagonists or top students, children were still just children. Seeing them find joy so easily in small things made him feel much more relieved, so he decided to stop rambling and choose a dungeon to fight in. How about a B-Retheneg dungeon Li Get Forest? Everyone wants to earn some extra bonus points, or perhaps testing their skills in an Aradani dungeon Li which AT Vault wouldn't be a bad idea either. But look, everyone understands that whether we successfully conquer a dungeon depends heavily on the treasures we obtain, right? Rumor has it that Vakiat Forest hides an 8 Redding item. As soon as they heard that, both of their eyes lit up quite excitement. That 8 wonderful, quit that in hand. They wouldn't fear any other group, and who knows, it might even be a gift that satisfies Professor Grint. Han Siha how do always know such confidential information. He could lie scratch his head and laugh BP, saying it was just than to his diligent studying. Everything ID going extremely smoothly. Quan will surely be a reliable companion. Actually, this hidden reward was discovered by Li Han in his 3rd year at Li's Soul Academy, but to truly integrate into this world instead of just being a bystander, I need to prepare thoroughly. And at very least, everything had to be perfect. Han Si had told E group to go prepare and arrange to meet again in 2 days. In another development, Y Theology Department had just updated their information on Han Si had 8 group. They chose B Vatter Ninjget Forest Dungeon Hut. How in T rate tin. This ID a great opportunity. We should start planning our response soon as well. The moment to enter a dungeon has finally arrived. Just as they started, Han Si acted mysteriously and intimidated them, saying that in EP early Monen, ghosts often escape E dungeon and wander around E library due to a loose seal. Erdel was so scared he had to reassure himself, telling Han not to talk nonsense, but as soon as he finished speaking, a young man suddenly appeared and confirmed it was true, making him jump. I am just an ordinary person, and since ghosts are also monsters, tate perfectly normal for them to exist. While Solaire was comforting Adele to calm him down, Han Si had directly asked Li Stranger about his identity. Judging by Li color of your tie, do Don T belong to Medich department, so why are do lingering here? After a few seconds of hesitation, other person introduced himself as Usher Batten, a first-year student. I am here to accompany do into Y dungeon. As soon as that name was spoken, Han Si found 8 both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. He had heard of a talented first-year rookie who was pampered Li a nanny fu key big shots in Li P second, year theology department. Usher Batten expressed his sincere wish, I and T get in anyone 8 way, can I P Li come along? Fo a character Li Usher Batten to ask to gin ki Medich class, there must certainly be some sort of hidden motive. Han Si gave an enigmatic smile and asked directly if he had seen something. Immediately after this unexpected shock, Usher Batten jumped in surprise. It seemed Han had hit a key nail on a key head. So he wants to follow us for his own private reasons, right? A girl suddenly chimed in from all of nowhere. C top quit that kind of broad suspicion. If do plan to enter Lee Get Forest within this messy library, Sir Batten will be extremely useful, because he can see ghosts after all. Before he could regain his composure, this girl made Ardell so scared he nearly fainted. I accidentally startled Do. I am I am Jun Hying, a second-year student in Lee Theology Department and Lee personal bodyguard Fu Little User Barton. Do respot on Han Siha. Lately, while practicing Divine, Little User Barton suddenly saw something extraneous. Since that day, Lee Little Kid has been insistently demanding to follow Do no matter what. This IDP first time I've seen him so highly agitated, which idea complete contrast to his usual taciturn self, so Lee Professor approved Fumi to talk along Quote User Barton on Iki condition that I act as his bodyguard throughout. Key trip. Hansia frowned warily. I don't mind too much, but are do sure do re not hiding any leak motives. Do you look just lie a spy sent by another guild to send us to Iki graveyard? Jun Hyung smiled innocently to reassure him, aha, don't T worry so much. I actually accepted Lie gig to protect user Barton Foe and Lie one reason, and that I do, and see ha. While Ki young man was still bewildered, not understanding how he was involved, Jun Hyung playfully winked, you are truly my absolute type. Young man froze for a few seconds as Jun Hyung continued to confess passionately, from Lee very moment do enrolled in me each department. When our eyes accidentally met, I knew my heart already belonged to Dio. Looking at your bright eyes, your slightly messy brown hair, and your incredibly attractive smirk, you are truly the male god of my dreams. I would never pass up an opportunity to admire a handsome guy at such CLO range. Han Si-ha turned pale as a sheet and broke into a cold sweat, making Win think he was so ecstatic that his soul had flown to Waiki clouds. Hey Han Si-ha, didn't he do know? Jun Hyung I not only famous in key theology department, but I also a notorious handsome boy hunter quit, top-notch academic record. After all that underground fortress crawling quickie attribute beasts, so why don't we team up quit key theology students to make things easier? Han Si at 8 head felt Lai 8 was about to explode from listening to their nagging. He felt as if these people were acting as if Ite had nothing to do quit them. Erdell spoke up to conclude, since everyone can agreement, let 8 all head into EP Fortress together. To break like seal, we just need to retrieve an ancient tome. Immediately door swung wide beyond, and a brilliant radiance burst forth. Leaky entrance to Li Lair appeared right before their eyes, causing Basin to jump in fright. Han Si how understood Lai Kid well. Basin and Lai had experience in X-Lai Lairs, so this scene was a massive specie to him. No matter what, we still have to drag this tale along, although Wyke initial steps may be a bit clumsy, we learn as we go, so there ain't nothing to worry about. As soon as we stepped inside, Klee's smoke and fire of battle were already thick everywhere. Erdell stepped forward and said resolutely, I understand. As Han Si leisurely watched his teammates battle, he thought to himself, as expected, their idea profound reason why Professor Grint placed such a strong emphasis on teamwork skills. Their only one unique treasure at Lee Fortress Gateway. If we lacked this protective item, Han Si would be completely blind to the presence of leaky spirit monsters lurking in Likik Sea. If Li P members hold on to their oversized egos and Li focus on hunting foe individual points, Li Yi whole Tim will end up tearing each other apart before they even face real enemy. After observing foe a moment, Han Si also selected Li person who would wear a blindfold. Erdell and Guan, who were naturally very agile, would take on Ike scouting duty. Sully would stand at front to intercept Ik monsters, while Basin was responsible for bombarding them quit scorching fire Mediich. Shouldering Lee role of main Mdich dealer to clean up bleak annoying minions in Lee blink of an eye. Just imagining 8 made P young man feel smug because the P plan was so brilliant. Jun Hyun crossed his arms and watched from the sidelines, showering them quote praise, that 8 seriously amazing. They are handling everything perfectly on their own without lifting a finger to ask us from Leak Theology Department foe help. He person who astonished user Barton Key most was Han Si-ha. Even though he had never studied in theology classes and held no protective talismans in his hands, he still easily anticipated every single move of key spirits, just like a blindfold swordsman masterfully wielding his blade on a battlefield. It seems my premonition from back then was absolutely correct. Leaky outcast of each department who would exceed world ID indeed Han Si-ha. User Barton quickly warned Han Si-ha from behind, brother Han Si-ha, their IDP an extremely large source of energy on a key right. A heavy wave of Madiich power suddenly radiated and enveloped his surroundings. This chilling sensation was terror. Pressure that completely overwhelmed the monsters from earlier. Could it be that this formidable but has already revealed himself? Leafy's specialty of Lee Kulan Forest Men XTID its ability to ret opponent 8 mind could its scythes, so Solia and I have no choice but to confront directly. Although he didn't want to, Hansia had encountered this type of move before. It seems this bet has appeared, and its attack speed truly terrifying. Even though he was extremely panicked and scared, Hansia told himself to keep a calm head. Since this isn't a physical attack, there ain't no need to worry. I just need to ignore Li P whispers in my mind and stay alert, and I am sure I can turn key tide. Suddenly Hansi had 8 mind plunged into a blank void. He didn't know where he was and all his senses seemed to be disabled by this trend sense of detachment. A void coot not a single soul. This definitely mental attack of high LV Wafi type monsters. But wait, something very wrong here. Even though a B Radanunji dungeon no joke, this Men XT isn't capable of using such a powerful XQ. What in Deek world IDP happening? Suddenly familiar voices echoed. It turns out that scoundrel was deliberately recreating his painful memory. Even though a long time has passed, they still linger in his mind lie an endless loop. That guy dared to stab his superior in leaky back. Don be foolish enough to mess quit him. He get a certified lunatic among P trainees. How can today 8 kids be so audacious? Hansia fondly remembered his past life, when he could unlie stand by and watch crowd gossip, but he never regretted doing right thing. The person I exposed was a pervert who specialized in using illegal drugs for human experimentation, resulting in many deaths. I filed a complaint about his cruel actions directly with key professors in Lipi school administration. Although he had extensive connections and was my senior, the outcome of this Kigal was predictable for everyone. This world ID'd so small. No matter which hospital I interned at, I was labeled a snitch. Despite being a genius, all I received was disdain instead of like reputation of a medical prodigy. That sad story continued. Every time I stood in front of equal operating room door, my hands would shake uncontrollably for no reason. No matter how hard I tried to suppress ET, they would still tremble. This absurdity even became a focus of rumors. Who would dare let a doctor quit shaky hands into an operating room? That ate how my career path was closed type from then on. Perhaps long-suppressed grievances had turned into a tremor whenever I entered the operating theater. I once broke down from helplessness and wondered why I was so pathetic. Was this mindset still worthy of continuing my internship? How can do perform surgery quit such trembling? Useless fool, do a theory-savvy intern but utterly incompetent. Those cruel words surrounded me. Every day I had to endure scrutinizing glances that gnawed at my mind little by little, all leap way to weighty core. I had no choice but to leave EE hospital I was attached to. Lee label of weak and incompetent became my own nickname from then on. In P moment he was latent void. Hansia suddenly realized he had hoped time would heal everything, but he turned he was still just a pathetic person. Just as his mood was plummeting, Basin suddenly came charging from nowhere. Basin we re-inside key but eight illusionary space RNT we. How could an animal intrude so deeply into someone eight mind? As soon as Eid appeared, E.T. jumped into Hansi at arms, nuzzling its small head affectionately against his shirt. Hansi has suddenly realized that taming ID me deech that linksy souls of leaky spellcaster and e-beasts. I can clearly feel the anxiety and brokenness in his heart, exactly like my own feelings right now. I don't know why I am so moved. If do look closely, really do look like a puppy Basin. My decision wasn't entirely due to disliking that senior, it was merely a bit of youthful rebellion. My conscience wouldn't allow me to abandon injured pets. After comforting them, he decided to take Basin away from here. This very act helped Hansiha come to his senses and discard like idea of being a failure. As he looked forward, Hansiha began to wonder if this place might be hiding any secret items. Because he was inside a E-Men XT8 entity, things invisible from key outside were clearly visible here. According to his memory, this was Luke hidden item. Lee Erie Lantern was also Leaky Men XT8 Koro Heart. We can completely defeat Eat by taking this. Hansiha immediately spoke, asking Basin to grant him a powerful source of strength. Key young man commanded his pet to breathe fire and simultaneously activated ultimate technique triple arrows. Meme and XT8 heart was quickly burned to ashes, and in Key only thing left was a small lantern. Everything was pretty much done. Hansia felt incredibly satisfied because this outcome was well-deserved for those scoundrels. As soon as he returned to reality, Lee whole group rushed to congratulate him. Solly had escaped earlier, but everyone was quite worried because he had been in there too long. Did Do really defeat Basin? Hansia smirked confidently, seeing no need to brag. Most importantly, Tam notification confirmed that Do successfully conquered Lu B Red Energy Dungeon Fandom Forest. Xolia was still half skeptical about leak existence of hidden item, and even though Wen witnessed it firsthand, he remained doubtful because probability of finding such items in a dungeon was extremely low. Xolia analyzed it carefully and felt that something was a P. Escaping Li P but AT illusion shouldn't be that simple. Hansi Do also saw that formless void, didn't he do? Wen asked in bewilderment, wondering how a high LV key illusion Madiich could appear in a Beeve Relange dungeon. Indeed, there were many anomalies, as this hidden item possessed a weight hundreds of times heavier than normal. Hansia realized that this was not just a simple perception from his intuition. An Enlai when Eat was mentioned did he realize quit confusion that he didn't know where Jun, Hyam, and Usher Batten had run a P2. Wen was stunned to see a group of strangers controlling Hyam and Usher. They warned if these stubborn students hadn't protected Do, I would have taken care of them long ago. Do and these kids have been seek ellos since your freshman year, haven't Do? Even if Do pretending to be happy and playful, we know that ain't not your true self. Let us help Do discover your true nature. Hand Veeply people behind Do and Gin our Tim. Hansiha looked at EP Man as if he were looking at someone who was completely insane. What kind of alien language are Do speaking? So turns out Do people orchestrated all of this from like beginning. Still there were sweet words of persuasion, saying that if he joined this project, he would surely achieve resounding success. All preparations were almost in place, just waiting for key last condition to be met. Hansia didn't lie beating around Lee Bush, so he directly asked what they were planning. Turned out they needed his help because personnel joining Tim of those Madii Chi using kids had caused them to face a severe staff shortage. Hanshiha nonchalantly asked back if his main goal wasn't to summon a demon, leaving Adele frozen in SC for a few seconds at this news. Are they planning to pull some demonic trick right in middle of a key schoolyard like this? I don't know what leaky guys in leaky summoning department are doing to be so audacious. Come to think of ever since their first year, He had been stuck like glue to Seymour Parker and his flock of birds of a feather. Could it be that do still keep in touch quit locks mages even though do be transferred to like chemo chi department? Was that mage who threw baobab tree other day just a ruse to deceive us? I beg do Henshiha, Peeki tell me this ID key all just a joke. In response to that pleading, Henshihan like coldly spattle like words, demon summoning. Even though conditions to perform it are indeed tough, it ain't not impossible. How about I lend a hand? See, in Key and Dew finally agreed to gin P same Tim. I knew putting my trust in Dew wouldn't be a mistake, Henshiha immediately demanded a list of ingredients, including pig blood, straw, Zeppelin scales, and a medium. Hearing this, the others excitedly replied that everything was ready and they were now just waiting for Lee's sacrifice. Adele was shocked and didn't want to believe her ears. What on earth ID this? Why has everything become so chaotic? What on earth ID this sacrifice do guys are talking about? Seymour Parker smirked. It seems this lady ID still completely clueless about basic Medici. Leaky deciding factor in Leaky success of Lepi ritual ID a healthy entity to be used as a vessel for weep, demonate soul. Do think I am so free that I came all like way here just foo amusement, to waste my time and effort buffing dungeon bot. For a ritual to achieve highest efficiency, by best sacrifice must be a battle-hardened mage, and if they have holy blood in them, that ain't even better. Henshiha grinned and said, in that case, my Tim Idiki indeed me be one choice for this spot. Do chose well indeed. Of course do really are an easygoing person Henshiha. Now let 8 get straight to work while leak iron IDE hat. A very moment Seymour Parker reached all his hand to seal deal. He gave him a stinging taste of a powerful taser. Leak other mage turned pale in panic. What kind of trick are do playing on me? Henshiha pointed his finger straight at his opponent 8 face and issued a warning in a firm, steely voice. After this charade, do still have a nerve to ask for cooperation. I was almost late by 8 knows by Dio. Plan was quite git, but do miscalculated a few important things. First, do trusted me too much. And second, do underestimated my abilities way too much. An Enli then did likey mage snap aura of ED, realizing he had just been painfully tricked do. How dare do fly tricks and deceive me? Just because do were assigned to me each department. Do decided to turn your back on us, didn't he do? If things have come to this, I rather send do to Lee grave than let do Lee. Furious, he swung his arms in a flurry of attacks, sending Henshiha flying a formidable blast of power. Adele hurriedly ran Veed and asked anxiously Henshiha are do okay, then heavens do alright. Henshiha sat up, looked straight into Adele's 8 eyes, and thought to himself, even though we've trained together, do still rushed into danger for my sake. Honestly I am deeply moved. Despite his stirred emotions, Henshiha forced a smile and asked, are do worried about me? Adele didn't bother to hide it and admitted that she was afraid he would stray into Waiki path of Waki Ma. Deech again. If that were true, I would definitely in your life. Fortunately do not a traitor. Just when it seemed lie a romantic moment, he turned into a speechless one. Henshiha could a wry face wondered great, should I laugh or cry now? Looking in Seymour Parker 8 direction. Adele was worried because IB previous attack had taken him down. Well that electric CC should have been enough to knock out an ordinary person. Villains truly cannot be underestimated. Since Seymour Parker was an opponent growth potential on par Lihanan in key future, Henshiha had no choice but to put all his effort into it. Henshiha began to feel Lee pressure. Adele, I have an urgent favor to ask. Please top necromancers who are surrounding Solia and me. Seymour Parker ID focusing all his EMSH on me. Adele didn't hesitate for a second and rushed into SP me immediately. Seymour Parker began unleashing a Kembit cornering Henshiha. His terrifying power left Henshiha almost no chance to fight back. How's Tren? How could he be this overpowered at such a young age? Thinking about it makes sense. His Tagate was never a minor side character like me anyway. Seymour Parker sneered cruelly. What other cheap tricks do you think you re going to pull kid? Quit that, he snatched Henshiha 8 wand, claiming it as his own. He choked him tightly and growled, do better know your place Henshiha. Do know too many of our secrets and do re getting way too popular. ET would be foolish of us not to get rid of do early. Quit his throat choking and face pale. Henshiha knew very well that he stood no chance against a formidable opponent like Seymour Parker. But who knows? An unexpected variable might just appear at this very moment. In leaky heat of moment, Basin suddenly rushed in and breathed fire from behind, scorching Seymour Parker dead out. Once again Basin came to Wiki rescue just in time, otherwise Henshiha would have suffocated to death. Seymour Parker brushed up ash and cursed, fucking Rajuna and do filthy beast. Checking its stats, Henshiha was shocked to see that Basin had reached LVP10 and unlocked a new XQ called Fire Pillar. This XQ summons a pillar of fire and lightning that wipes everything within a 1-meter radius except its master. No one could have expected Pet to LV up at such an ironic yet perfectly timed moment. It was undeniably a beautiful attack, but for some reason, Its attitude was Tren, growling as if it were craving something. Losing Tren of itself, he'd unleashed a pillar of fire that burned down Meek's entire forest. Quan, who was standing nearby, almost jumped all of his skin. He panicked and shouted, "Lee Forest I deek burning quit both fire and lightning. Hansi har do crazy. If Solia hadn't he quickly put up a barrier, we would have all been roasted alive." Hansia was also speechless from exhaustion. The situation was too tense, and he hadn't expected this spell to drain his stamina so completely. If he keeps rampaging like this, we in deep trouble. Once Basin enters this excited state, there ain't no way for me to restrain its power anymore. Seymour Parker silently walked forward as if completely unharmed, gloating and proud. "Calling yourself a tamer. I done know about others, but this cheap trick fool me." Hansia couldn't believe that light bastard had withstood such a devastating attack. Seymour Parker rushed forward, his clothes still smoking. "Even if I have to trade my life, I will make you suffer. Do traitorous dog pay for your sins." Hansia broke all in a cold sweat from leak intense pressure. Just when he thought his life was RVE, a ray of hope suddenly flashed foe key villain. Seymour Parker was suddenly ambushed by his own ally. Hansi had eyes widened in see. "What IDE going on a VE there?" Lee cloaked girl ID clearly a necromancy student. Why did she turn around and attack Seymour Parker? Aren't they on IP same side? She shouted, "Then goodness I made aid in time. I brought the protective shield that my grandfather painstakingly crafted." "Hey Hansi, how are you okay?" Lee moment girl revealed her face made everything feel completely unbelievable. Hansia couldn't resist a drowsiness and gradually fainted, making everyone at M worry sick. Hey Duke and T collapse now. In his daze, Hansia wondered why he was here. After exhausting his energy in the catacombs, Hansia also let consciousness. Incident was settled satisfactorily, and Medici Summoning Club was temporarily banned from operating. Meanwhile, Jun Yuso and Lei rest of their friends were given priority time to recover their health. One couldn't forget like most important event, Professor announcing group project result. As predicted, Hansia 8 group on big. They were Wee Yan Lai Tim and Professor Green 8 class to achieve an admirably perfect score. Adele was so excited that she shook Hansia Lai a machine. "Did you hear that? We re-keen Enlai group that got a perfect score. I am so happy I could explode." While his teammates rejoiced, Hansia could Enlai offer a forced smile as tears welled up. He didn't want to draw attention lie this, and now rumors about a hidden item were spreading through YP school as well. Their determination was truly admirable. Just as Hansia expected, Lee masculine man punched him on the shoulder. Hansia reluctantly took a blow, though he felt quite uneasy inside. Whenever he stood even a little, he worried that a wacky scenario was about to crash down on him. After days of running around, Hansia was now standing in Lai dungeon beneath Lai Academy to face Seymour Parker. "I heard someone wanted to see me, so I came on to chi. But who exactly IDP standing in front of me? Isn't he that Hansia?" Hen tried to lean forward and let his emotions see. "Did you come here to watch me cry in prison, you bastard?" Hansia stepped back and calmly reminded him to be less hat-headed, Seymour Parker. "Anyway, you'll be released soon, so don't overreact. You are a prestigious noble after all. Surely your father wouldn't just stand by and watch his son be imprisoned. Though who knows? Quat this skanda, you might even be disowned by your family. That ain't faux sure." Hansia kept adding fuel to die fire, making Seymour Parker. "Are you done quit that nonsense? What I deek your purpose here after all? Get straight to IP main point." Hansia put on a smug face, pulled a letter and said, "Here, take this." Seymour Parker hurriedly opened it to read, while Hansia brushed DPP turned his back and walked straight away. "Your father will come to drag you all of this place soon, because his online precious son ID about to tarnish like family 8 reputation. Your family ID famous foo being ruthless and ready to purge anyone who shames their ancestors. Maybe this will be Ian of Dio." Seymour Parker swallowed his anger and growled as he watched Hansia leave. Seeing that expression, Hansia thought to himself quit delight. After all, Dewey's still just a kid who hasn't experienced Leapy World. It seems Dew aren't afraid of being involved in summoning Madich, but Enlai afraid of being kicked all onto IP Street by your family. Hansia spoke sock, "Haven't you figured EO yet, you idiot? This ID a letter stating that Kimadich is summoning organization ID threatening Dio. Of course it ain't a fake, but I stamped like organization 8 symbol on 8 so it looks exactly like real thing. Quit this paper, white matter of a student mistakenly using forbidden demon summoning Madiche will be settled smoothly. Your family will breathe much easier, unti they." Seymour Parker turned and asked in confusion, "Why are Dew bringing this to me?" "Wait first to pee, where did Dew get eat? Besides Dew, who else would dare come here? In this academy, who else ID key free enough to step up and help Dio?" After Hansia regained consciousness, the principal met quit him privately and granted him a special reward without precedent. He confirmed that he would fulfill any request that Lee Boy desired. Speaking of the individual reward, Hansia 8 request utterly astonished Everett. Lee, head of academy, also confessed that he was extremely shocked when key student proposed pardoning Seymour Parker. "I once promised to grant all your requests, But that fellow ID key ringleader of Imakin each group and EP mastermind behind this whole incident. This matter isn't simply something that can be resolved smoothly, quit just a disciplinary warning. But it seems Duve discovered something hidden about that Seymour, haven't you? Hanshia explainlessly. Seymour Parker ID kind of person who, more he ate consumed by hatred, more ferociously he will act out. If Lee Academy expels him, he will harbor resentment and fall into path of evil, using his innate talents for wicked deeds. That Wakmadich group will naturally disband, and Seymour 8 intelligent mind might even be reformed to do get. What he said sounded fun of compassion and benevolence, but in reality, Lee young man was just secretly trembling, worried for his own life, thinking, what if he comes back to bite me? Why Headmaster then looked at him with affection and praised him. Do you truly have OP makings of a great educator? Natally, her hair in 2 braids, also suddenly stood up, enthusiastically pounding on. I also agree with that opinion, and Shiha was startled, having almost forgotten her presence. According to original story, she was a favorite student, both well-behaved and excellent, admired by everyone. Yet just before he collapsed, she was conspicuously standing with a shovel among a necromancy student, scaring him all of his wits. He turned to ask Natalie about her true identity, and she exclaimed oh, before scratching her head and chuckling, saying she hadn't had a chance to explain thoroughly. Actually, I am an undercover agent planted by Aki director in a Kiakialad each group to be blunt and undercover cop. It seems woke scrutiny of Lakma each within Wapi necromancy department has been too lax for a long time. Headmaster Gertrude had originally set up a safe area to study Ekmadich, but Light's main goal was to prevent curious students from foolishly dabbling on their own and bringing disaster upon themselves. She sighed and continued, saying that this time she was completely sidelined because IP demon summoning plan was a top-secret matter known and lied to a few of Simon Parker 8 trusted disciples. It wasn't until I stepped into IP dungeon that I vaguely grasped Lie's whole story. Honestly, if Dew hadn't carried us, I couldn't have completed my objective, and Ema each type students would hardly have made 8 back alive. Countless then to do. And Shiha scratched his ear awkwardly, feeling a bit uneasy because he didn't see himself as great as people were praising him to be. He secretly thought he was just trying to survive. Headmaster suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. Henshiha, I have a proposal for you. Hearing this, Henshiha 8 sixth sense immediately went into red alert. Wake International Madich Alliance wants Dew to be representative of our Aiden Academy. What did you think? Henshiha was utterly dismayed upon hearing this, knowing immediately that nothing get would come of Edie. He young man hurriedly waved his hand to refuse completely. How could I dare accept such a great responsibility, sir? I think for diplomatic matters like this, it would be much more appropriate to send those bookworms high scores. Henshiha said this to steer clear of trouble, hoping to escape Eat Fu as long as possible. But Lee old teacher chuckled heartily, saying, Do don Tino do. Lately Duve performed so excellently in practical classes that Professor Green gave Dew a ton of points, so now Dew comfortably in 3rd place overall and in P entire department. Lee young man froze for a few seconds. There was no escaping this now. Lee current top spot belonged to Lihan, was second to Adele, and right behind them was Henshiha. When he dragged himself back to his room, Henshiha was still dazed, as if his soul was lut, even as his pet basin vigorously scratched at his head. Then he furiously pounded his hand against Deek wall to vent his rage, as if he had just stepped in feces. Deech mirror looked at little pet and said, Basin, your master has gone mad. Henshiha 8 mind was utterly clouded at this moment. He absolutely hated getting involved in others' affairs, but now his reputation was soaring. He secretly cursed to upper class, wondering how they studied to let someone lie him surpass them. It was truly infuriating. Blinded by rage, he punched a section of like wall right a P. Mirror chuckled wryly and asked if he was mad about Lee upcoming tournament. Henshiha grumbled that he didn't covet this lousy 3rd place, asking why misfortunes kept befalling him. Mirror then teased him. Do re so hap pi do vi gone mad. Solia, who always clung tightly to 3rd place, would surely chop Dew into pieces if she heard that. I am just kidding, I wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Solia. Now hurry on UBE dungeon clearing gift box to get rid of your bad luck. And Enlai then did Henshiha suddenly remember that individual reward. Quite one person after another calling upon him, he hadn't had time to unseal it yet. Besides the hidden item obtained, this idea special reward Fu one who cleared Lai dungeon. Excellent. This random luck testing segment will surely be a great way to relieve boredom in this desolate place. I heard that a high-quality item was acquired, so I hope luck will smile on me this time. After so many scams, I deserve a luxury item, and I pray to heaven and Buddha to bless me hitting Lee jackpot. Why thrill of waiting for weak Medici box to slowly pop a BNID truly heart-stopping. 3 heads leaned in Sikio, staring in utter confusion. What on earth does this mean? This ID definitely a great Terra egg, 100% guaranteed to hatch a rare legendary creature. After racking his brain to rethink everything, Hensi had turned pale upon realizing he had just ended up with another reptile. Quan beamed and exclaimed that it was amazing, saying that owning a legendary creature from its egg truly made him a beast-taming genius. Hansia was so angry he wanted to scream. It would be better for him to shut his mouth right now. Madich Research Conference in Xenon Empire IDP, a major 3-day event, bringing together X-Raya presentations and exhibitions from Lina Deech Association. This IDE gathering place for talented wizards from all regions to sit together, converse, and share their professional expos. A contest ID indeed compared to a fierce battlefield, as EDI'd not only about personal honor but also affects take reputation of EP entire nation. Hansia slumped into his chair in utter exhaustion. Just hearing about EAT made him feel tired and want to back out, and since a second-year topic was pharmacology, he just stared blankly while Adele intimidated him even further. In the middle of their lively conversation, they recalled P principal id advice when seeing them a P, saying that this ID an important conference for them to broaden their horizons and accumulate experience. However, if they could bring Ham an award, EAT would be absolutely fantastic. Lee principal must be expecting a lot from that achievement. Lee had maintained his confident smile, perhaps because he had a firm grasp of brewing theory. There was no need to worry, saying that they had already studied basic pharmacology anyway. Leehan quickly pulled Guy Buko of his backpack and said, "All right, before we reach our destination, take some time to review your lessons." Hansia broke into a cold sweat, admitting that his friend was indeed thoroughly prepared. Right at that moment, Adele frantically ran a pee to look for water. Hansia sat back with a sigh. Adele was truly inconsiderate who would have a heart to abandon their friends and run the pee alone. When two of them were left, Leehan began to strike up a conversation. "Hey Hansia, when I dropped by your room leaky other day, I accidentally saw a mate." Hansia suddenly remembered that EAT was an item collected from a walk mage. Leehan seeing EAT was indeed an accident. Leehan continued to press him on whether he had EAT on him. Of course he did, as leaving EAT in Lee dormitory would be very dangerous. Lee thing ID, Lee moment he saw that mate, Leehan EAT face turned as pale as a get. That was also weaky reason why Hansia had to involve himself in this troublesome event, even though pretending to be sick to go into hiding would have been easy. Regarding Madich B. Elbacy, even though Igate and Empire was fun of white mages for some reason, like mages still caused chaos at Lee Soul Academy. Ultimately, their goal was to collect the holy relics known as Medici blocks scattered everywhere to overthrow the current state of affairs. Lee Medici Bipsi contained an extremely vast source of Laka Diichi, making it dangerous enough to turn an ordinary person into a powerful mage, just as described in Key novel. According to original plot, Waikuak's mages had secretly built a towering tower to gather all key Medici blocks and use them as Medici amplifiers to attack the entire world. Fortunately, main characters in AP story timely destroyed a tower and retrieved Medici blocks before things went too far. To achieve that, not unlike Lee's supporting characters but also key main characters had to sacrifice themselves. It was truly a story filled with despair. And ironically, key first place where Medici LPC appeared was none other than a key scene on Empire. As soon as they set foot in Zenon, Lee group quickly headed straight to Lee Conference Hall. In that place, besides even deep in a mysterious pharmaceutical field, they also caused quite a stir with all sorts of other activities. 2 days flew by, and Hanshia stretched his tired limbs, preparing to sleep to recharge for tomorrow 8 competition. B principal kept hoping I would win a prize, but thinking back, herbs aren't my specialty. Oh well, let things take their course. I need to sleep first. Just as he laid down on Iki soft mattress, before he'd even got warm, Hanshia had to jump up because of a Sectren noise who would be sneaking around at this hour. Lion suddenly appeared at Light Door with a triumphant look. How did he find Eat so easily? Hanshia, though a bit annoyed, tried to hold back. How could he hide Eat when Lihan was making such a racket? Do don't use Lay front door but prefer climbing through Lighty window instead. So read 8 just that there are people in Lapy hallway who would be hanging around Likey hallway at this time. Someone just released a group of Caspers to patrol outside. Hearing this, Hanshia 8 face turned pale because he knew exactly that they were stealthy reconnaissance mages. Hanshia immediately questioned why they appeared, as this was not typical for a normal conference guest. Lihan sighed and said he didn't come just to discuss that. Give me that mate P. Hanshia froze for a moment and then asked directly, do you re-aiming fo hate because of leaky Medici orb inside RNTDO? Lihan was stunned because he didn't expect Hanshia to know this secret so well. Hanshia decided to feel a dumb, oh, so Wapi Mapi has records of that Medici orb. To be honest, Lihan must have understood EP true purpose of that Medici orb already. Long ago, Lihan 8 parents sacrificed themselves to seal this power despite opposition of Larky mages. Upon seeing 8, he realized they were plotting to turn Gi world upside down, which was why he panicked Lie that. Today, Gi protagonist Lihan determined to follow in his parents' footsteps to hunt down Leaky Medici orb. He insisted tomorrow I deadline and EBM ape says Inik around here. I must definitely catch Eat before leaving here, so P Lihan ETNV to me. Hanshia folded his arms and flatly refused because he didn't want to. Lihan grumbled about him being so heartless, promising not to do anything wrong. I know, but listen, Lihan. I can give you Lee meat because EP first Medici orb has already fallen into Iki hands of EP mages. and Shiha was still haunted by Lai Han 8 heart-wrenching cries from Lake Past. If they lose this Ma Di Chi orb, the P difficulty of Gem will skyrocket. And Shia sternly decided, have H your way protagonist, saying that while he wouldn't hand a V key mate, he would accompany him. Let me come along, Lai Han. Hearing that, his face went blank with amazement. I can easily explain, but this Madich orb ID very dangerous. I done want to drag you into this danger. I know. Duv never chosen the easy path. I done know what Ma Di Chi orb ID, but I and get in your way. I still done want to give Dio Lai P Mape, so just deal quit T. Speechless, Lai Han had to nod in agreement quit and Shiat 8 proposal. Alright, I understand. But in return, remember well, we must win tomorrow 8 battle at all costs. So many surprises were falling into place. Now Heat was Lai Han 8 turn to be dazed at IP mention of winning. Because after that competition, we have a dozen other things to resolve. Next Mo Nang, Kitrio sat dazed in the classroom, expecting advanced knowledge about Ndissing. And Shiha rested his chin on his hand, absent-mindedly recalling key words Lai Han had told him the previous night. After sweeping Lakil, we will sneak into Ministry of Ma Diich to snatch that Ma Diich orb. Lucky box at location on Lee Keymate points to Ike third basement LEV key of Ministry of Ma Diichi. But it seems that breaking into dun be easy at all. This area ID guarded extremely closely, and every entrance and exit ID under strict surveillance. Gaining access will certainly be extremely difficult. So key unlie remaining path ID to win this tournament. Quapsi has that EP winner not only takes aim a generous prize but ID also granted special access to Turkey Ministry of Medici. Perhaps they wouldn't let anyone into Lai Key basement, as even Lai P staff find it hard to get in and all. Hansia folded her arms and smiled enigmatic, but we can still sneak in ourselves, can't we? I have a proposal. I want to invite OU to gin us on this trip. Objectively speaking, if we try to sneak in quote just Lai 2 of us, our chances of success are 0, but quit 3 people, it might be more feasible. Since a tournament ID organized by teams, Lee Ministry will also allow 3 people to tour, and wouldn't it be far more difficult if we acted without OU and tried to hide ET from her? That ID true, but it might involve many risks. Will OU agree? Hansia insisted firmly, don't worry about that. If he date OU, she will certainly be very excited if she has chance to take down that lock wizard. Time flies like an arrow and finally, competition day arrived, and everyone began to realize harsh reality. Hansia was most helpless one we truly done foe. I tried to pull OU into this, but lie truth ID I am completely ignorant of alchemy. What should I do now? Well, let 8 just give 8 a try and see what happens. Professor appearing on a Lee podium who made everyone gasp in admiration was renowned master of herbology Brooks Miller. It a pleasure to meet you all. In this world, Madich ID not merely used to harm enemies. In fact, there exist types of Madich capable of healing wounds, and that ideally very core essence of Lee field of herbology. Well, let 8 skip long, boring introduction. I am sure you are all eager to know key rules of tournament, right? The key rules of competition are very simple. Based on your fundamental knowledge, you must handcraft a type of potion that has never existed before. I will announce WO rules. If you earn a perfect score from all professors serving as judges, your team will be EP winner. If other competing teams all appeared worried, did you see judges? They are all master wizards. How can we brew a potion powerful enough to satisfy those picky judges? As Fo Hansiha, she was also racking her brain. She had vaguely guessed this would happen when they asked her to collect ingredients past 2 days. Although Wyke prompt seemed more above than I thou, if winning this tournament ID we in lie way to get that box, we have no other choice. He'd 8 time to use our brains. At this moment, Leapy Group was sitting in the vehicle, and like the atmosphere there was still filled Quitsxi Hansia. How were you able to do that? You didn't even have Key's slightest bit of knowledge. When you saw Key trend books and showed you on Key train, you were as clueless as a deer in headlights. So how on earth were you able to get a perfect score from those difficult judges? Henshiha could a triumphant expressionly professor. Upon drinking Val brewed by Eden Academy Tim, or unexpectedly and strangely G. What I do this? After drinking I feel as though I've been given a great boost of strength, powerful urge for creativity ID he surging within me. ID this a joy potion. I am truly eager to secret something. I feel a bit lightheaded but very happy. Eat as if beautiful childhood memories are flooding back. As their moods improved, ideas began to flow, and their brains were activated quit superior power. Henshiha called 8 lake artist 8 potion hehe, that 8 right. I added alcohol to eat. Of course it wasn't real alcohol, just a small amount of a special herb used in Daiki Senning Empire to brew liquor. Eat would be an impractical but extremely unique potion capable of transforming Accuserate elemental Madiich, and just lie a flavor from a novel. I added a bit of mesgin presented eat very delicately. Result was excellent, and that clever method was brilliant highlight of tournament. Potion had been elevated to a NLVE quid unexpected benefits. How could eat not be effective? Like astonished judges helped Gi Tim smoothly enter Medici headquarters. As soon as they arrived, Professor Brooks Miller continuously showered them with flattering praise. It has truly been ages since I last saw such bizarre and unique potions from students. Itidake truly gratifying to see that today at youth are so resourceful. Take advantage of this day exploring Lundiche headquarters to broaden your minds. Quote Professor Miller guiding Ike tour. We took opportunity to explore a inner area. This ID administrative office specializing in enrollment procedures and issuing student certificates, where all of EP School 8 paperwork ID processed, along quit countless other writ teen secrets. Lihan and Adele traded insincere compliments in sleepy voices. That ain't so kun professor. Simply outstanding. Hansia got goosebumps listening to them and thought to himself, no matter how bored you are, at least put on a convincing act to set some light. You too. Our professor was still incredibly naive, thinking his favorite students were genuinely praising him, which made him even more excited. You really are a generation fun of passion. Let me steeze pedestrian street and leaky training grounds then, and see how was completely speechless. Oh, professor, your head ID really in clouds. We don't have time to casually stroll around this place. Smiling on outside while dying on inside, Hansiha switched to sweet talker mode to speak on behalf of Ike Tim. Professor, we absolutely love this trip, but could we see tep and rest fo a bit? We've been walking fo so long that our legs are exhausted. Professor nodded in agreement, saying, Ye, this headquarters ID indeed huge. Just at Leaky cry TC moment, Leaky manager ran a VCook in a panic and called Auda Miller. Professor, Peakley help us all quit something. He acknowledged it, saying his colleagues must be calling fo him. So do kids just hang out here and wait for me fo a bit, okay? Key moment he turned his back. Hansiha, Lihan, and Adele immediately exchanged, knowing this was Gi once in a lifetime opportunity to make a sneaky move. They frantically searched Fuli entrance to lead basement, not knowing when EP patrol would see up. They had to work at breakneck speed. There was Nli one winning ticket. Whether they got caught or not, they had to grab Lee item and escape quickly, their main to gate being third basement floor. Hansiha breathed a sigh of relief that they hadn't been caught yet, when suddenly Lihan reached under his arm and pulled a Tren object. Do you two gather around and take these amulets? They are quick escape teleportation scrolls. Leapy guards are swarming fourth floor to guard treasure chest key, so third floor ID currently quite peaceful, but done to let your guard down. There are Nli 2 scrolls, and Do gave them both to us. What are Do going to use? Lihan smiled sheepishly. I emptied my wallet. I wanted to buy more, but these things are both expensive and as rare as autumn leaves. Hansiha followed me all of loyalty, while Adele ID quite clueless about each core. She got involved online to crush Lee plot of those wizards. I felt that I should at least make some contribution to co-VE fo du too. As long as we don't get caught, everything will be fine. Let 8 move quickly. Oh, what ID that glittering in IP distance. Hansiha frowned in thou as he walked, wondering where his friend had managed to get his hands on these contraband items. Key 3 followed each other toward leap streak of Lie. It seemed that deep inside, a sturdy steel safe was indeed hidden. Just as Lihan took a step forward, he tripped a treacherous, invisible spider sill. Instantly, entire basement flashed a glaring red warning of danger. Adele 8 brain went into overdrive. She hadn't expected that after dragging themselves all like way here, they would still trip an alarm. What should they do now? Run for their lives? Besides, they weren't even sure if that energy core was inside. Hansia widened his eyes, quit determination. Not at all. I bet E8 definitely in there. What? How do know so well? Hansia smirked slightly, looking up at Lee floating seat tem interface. Main quate chap T2, Kima D Chi. Snatch Lai sealed Medici from underground vault. Time limit 24 minutes. Reduced quake difficulty. If do fail, do will be erased. Alarm siren wailed loudly announcing an intruder. To ensure safety, Kima D traps around treasure began to detonate. Hearing warning, Saiha frozen then screamed at everyone to run fast. After running for their lives, temporarily escaped danger. Quit Medici exploding lie that staying any longer would have gotten them killed, when suddenly he heard Lee clattering saw footsteps. Newcomer was none other than Professor Grunoy, P-Math teacher at Aiden Academy, but Leaky most confusing part was why he was here. Saiha quickly made up an excuse about getting lot, but Hugh Professor dismissed Steed and said there was no need to explain. Thantalipi students leading Likey way, Leaky villains managed to find Medici BLPC. At this point, it was clear that all Lee teachers of Aiden Academy were walkie mages. In front of his students, he didn't even bother to act anymore, claiming Lee security Tem was too pathetic for his Faction 8 treasure hunt, but luckily he had released Lee demons to cause chaos. Losing Lei P. Mape had left them in a tight spot, but who would have thought these young students would accidentally stumble upon Iki exact hiding place of Medici BPC. Get all of Lai Kiwei if do want to stay alive, and immediately, Key 3 children assumed defensive stance. However, old Grunoy was far too powerful. Lee kids stood absolutely no chance against him. Why whole group was exhausted and had no energy left to defend themselves. Lai gap in their levels was truly a world apart. He had no idea that Siha had quickly snatched Kima di Chabilpasi that fell from leak rubble, but unfortunately, Eek Boy was not skilled enough to defeat teacher and escape. In this desperate situation, Saya handed his friend teleportation scroll along with Imadich's stone he had just picked up. Take it, his companion screamed in sheer panic. Saya hurriedly urged Droop to teleport away immediately. His female companion couldn't bear to leave him behind, anxiously asking how Sia would manage. If Du Don T come back safe and sound, Adil be in big trouble quote me. Once his friends had safely departed, Saya faced Grunoy alone. Key old man sneered, praising Wopi brave young student foe daring to snatch we item right under his nose. He feigned being touched by like beautiful friendship of dying in place of his comrades, yet he still decided to silence Boy. The old man instantly cast a spell to bind him tightly quit Madich chains, threatening him to hand Vicky Mape showing Aki locations of Aki remaining stones in exchange for his life. In your dreams, where did Du get that fake news from? He flew into a rage, berating Boyfo being so insolent, accusing him of being driven mad by fear and talking gibberish. Despite his mouth being full of blood from his painful injuries, Saya still sneered, challenging him to see who was truly the arrogant one. He had simply placed his trust in his pet, and immediately, baby Jian Paxson rushed from behind, bit Key old man 8's shoulder, and breathed fire to roast him. Then to that IP chains binding him loosened and disappeared. Fortunately he was free. Suffering a sudden bitter blow, Grunoy clutched his head in pain, cursing like cunning Ray Jian. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Saya knew that knocking this teacher would settle everything. Despite a moment of hesitation, he understood that he absolutely could not mercy to such a wicked person. After taking down Divert Grunoy, Hensia quickly searched for an escape route. 3 enemies were had on his heels, quit 2 more blocking left flank. Hensia braced himself to erect a Medicha shield, but it would be hard to hold off long in this situation. Kimana in his body was exhausted, he could no longer push himself any further. Young man collapsed because Li blow was too powerful. If this continued, he would surely die. Just as he fell, Li group seized die opportunity to fire sharp arrows at him. As Guamadi Icha stream surged toward Hensiha, Basin suddenly appeared to shield him. He took a blow for him and then retaliated quote fire. It was truly small but mighty. Leaky group panicked as the flames erupted, shouting that since he was a beast tamer, he must be captured alive to destroy Ki Regian. Hensiha quickly scrambled up and hugged Basin, who was groaning in pain, his heart aching quit sorrow to see Yeet in such a state for his sake. Hiding in a nearby thicket and hearing Hensi had 8 voy, he immediately motioned for him to come inside. We've let them, so don't worry this ID a very safe hiding spot. I thou do were a goner, Satop being so reckless next time. I am so but there was no other way because Yeet took wake arrow fo me. Ki arrow wound required immediate emergency care. Yet they had missed like Yeet an hour while preoccupied quote escaping. No creature can survive when its heart ID pierced, not even a E-Ray GN, ETID an immutable law. Amidst a bleak crisis quote no future in sight, painful memories came flooding back. Hensiha was let in Niki past, quite sarcastic voices echoing in his ears, telling him not to do crazy things if he lacked Baiki ability. If they die on Niki operating table, your reputation will be ruined, and their family will come and cause trouble. If there ain't no hope for a cure, Du should know your limits. What a stubborn kid. He knew that, but how could he just seek yellow his eyes and ignore Eek right now? Hensia calmly asked Odell if there was any Mudich medicine left, ignoring Li P warning that even best professor would be helpless quit such a severe wound. No, I will see quit this creativity enhancement potion, something that helps a user turn Gi impossible into E possible. All Hensia needed right now was a slim chance to turn YP tide. Regardless of our outcome, he was determined to see his most important friend and began Li's surgery. Everyone held their breath in extreme tension as Hensia fought to exi-base in 8 life. Odell truly couldn't understand Hensia 8 reasoning, even though she knew this pet was very rare. There was no shortage of other beasts to tame, yet Basin lay there, breathing quote every labored breath. He hadn't even taken care of himself, yet he poured all his mana into saving a dying creature. Odell intended to stop him, fearing that an unfavorable outcome would cause her to lose him too, but seeing like determination in Hensia's eyes, she knew she couldn't stop him. He grimaced in concentration and decided to pull arrow off. Now, Dion Lai need to perform Li finance step of suturing Li P wound to finish. Hensia was forced to handle Eid himself. He took a deep breath and let Eid to regain his composure. Even though he had done this hundreds of times in his past life, his hands would tremble whenever he stood before Leak operating table. He fled countlessly because of that, to Likey point that later on, even holding a scalpel was an impossible luxury. Yet at this moment, those once trembling hands were operating quote incredible skew. Everything I deet fi now, it seems I save vaccine, Hensiha said quote a content smile. Once his surgery was successfully completed, seeing vaccine 8 much brighter expression made Lihan exclaim in amazement that it was incredible, never imagining that surgical stitching for a dying Ray Jan would be so effective. As if some high LV Medici was used. Eat ate not Medici, he replied. RDO came closer to Chechi and marveled because even without healing Medici, vaccine was breathing steadily and bleeding had stopped. Hansia understood that men-XT surgery techniques were still an entirely new concept in this world. He understood well why they were so shocked, as just a few minutes ago, vaccine was still on key verge of death. Without intervention of modern medicine, this surgery would have surely failed, and back in Korea, I would likely have been suspended for sanitary violations. Hansiha sighed as he leaned back, however. This wasn't Korea, and vaccine was a Lee Regien, not a pet puppy. Plus, he himself was no longer Lai weak Hansiha of Lee past everything combined to seek read a miracle. Excetem notification appeared stating that a healing lie had been successfully activated, and like linking conditions were officially an eye fake. Vaccinate health was progressing very positively, and wound was gradually closing up. Hansia sat beside him observing, his heart filled with happiness for having successfully snatched Vaccinate life back. Looking at poor little each Regine suffering and pain, his eyes showed boundless sorrow. Bear quite pain a little longer vaccine. He didn't know who kept repeatedly shouting his name while he was unconscious. Hansiha, oh Hansiha. Shortly after that, Hansiha completely lost consciousness. As his eyes slowly opened, he saw a familiar ceiling appearing before him. From what he heard, he had been in a coma for a week and was carefully treated by Yaiki doctors at Aiden dormitory. Seeing RDO 8 furrowed expression after standing vigil for days, he understood P's situation immediately. Aiden Academy had basically grasped E's situation and started cleaning up aftermath. However, no matter how much they suppressed E, rumors spread like arrow. Elite students were whispering about Academy being attacked by strangers, suspected to be related to the recent rebellions of Elixir Mage faction. Hansia reflected that those rumors were surprisingly accurate to some extent. Leak adults must be having a massive headache trying to solve this mess, but he didn't matter because he wasn't an adult anymore. Lihan held E-Cube in his hand. This was white treasure that so many organizations were vigorously hunting for. Everyone from Mima each department to other academies was eyeing Eat, not to mention BBC mages who were likely frantically searching for Eat. RDO clenched his fist, determined not to let anyone steal Eat. I agree, but tomorrow there will be a trial regarding this incident at Mima each department. Wait, what? Hansia couldn't believe his ears, hearing such shocking news as soon as he woke up. So things had been pushed too far already. Hansia sighed warily. But that item was in his hands, and he vowed never to let Eat go. A week later, indeed, each department 8 courtroom was as noisy as a marketplace, quite people clamoring for students to be punished severely. To dare to break into each department 8 basement to steal a treasure when they are just ordinary students. This idea utterly lawless. Professor Louis Maxwell gritted his teeth in anger as he spoke. Bruce Miller stood in front of Louis, trying to reason with him. Calm down, Professor. Those kids wouldn't dare cause trouble. There must be some misunderstanding. But Professor Bruce said entire basement was trashed. That also a misunderstanding. Professor Bruce continued to defend his students, saying 8 was his own carelessness, not their fault. He believed a warning would be enough for we young ones, but Louis scoffed, disagreeing. He felt that waiting until Chach was done to secure Wyke's cellar would ruin his reputation. Louis turned and glared at Hansia at 8 group, then asked them loudly again, "What did you kids steal?" Hansia stood there frozen like a statue, not saying a quook. It was unclear what schemes Hansia was calculating, but they maintained a suspiciously silent attitude. All Lee treasures in Medici Department 8 vault were highly secured. Apart from key owner, no one knew what was hidden inside. In other words, even Medici department itself didn't know what was missing. Therefore, P student strategy at this trial was extremely cunning. If there ain't no evidence, we'll just deny everything. We didn't take anything. P collapse of Lie basement was just an unfortunate accident. An accident. Does that sound plausible? We got locked, and when we cast a spell to find an exit, we accidentally damaged a basement. P3 of them stubbornly stuck to their weak excuses. Blue-eyed anger flared at their nonsensical explanations. Are you lying without shame? Your Honor, that basement was empty. Not in lie were assets stolen, but Eat was also destroyed. And at that time, like 3 of Do were near that area. Do have any more solid evidence? Wyke Judge was also troubled because both sides had their own arguments. Fu now, they would have to wait for Wiki owner of Likey basement to appear and clarify. Le Medici department had already summoned most important witness, and that person should be appearing soon. Lee door opened, causing a wave of murmuring from Lee crowd. Impossible. E.T. him. Oh my god, I can believe Eat. Eat was none other than Principal Ernest. He calmly asked the audience, Eat seems our students have caused a little trouble, haven't they? Lee Principal 8 appearance stunned Louis for a few seconds. Professor, what brings Do here? If Eat ain't just about these kids, do you don't need to trouble yourself? Lee department can handle its own affairs. Oh no, I must come in person. After all, I am Look one who possesses that basement. His words made Hansia suddenly remember. That ain't right, Eat was Principal who collected and sealed those cubes from Key Spirit Academy. But I never expected him to hide them in the Medici Department 8 basement. Lee Principal calmly, they went down there under my orders. I told him to follow a correct procedure to retrieve those cubes. They probably got loud and panicked when they found Likey basement, so they just took them back. It was natural for children to make mistakes, but Light Principal 8 Eyes exuded a subtle but significant coercion. Your Honor, this ID a list of LUT items belonging to me. Even Judge broke into a sweat at Principal at sharp gaze. After verification Court confirmed Lee's statement was true. Standing below, I could Lee gate. What? Since Lee evidence and Lee victim were clear, Lee Court 8 Feinen ruling was as follows: Hen Shia Lihan, an OU would receive a LVK 7 penalty, requiring a written apology and 30 hours of community service. Does anyone object? If not, this ID Del verdict. Lui, though resentful, didn't he dare utter another quick. Key trial concluded late into wee night. In Lee Principal 8 office, he maintained a calm demeanor, not interrogating further. Instead, he casually handed like student a small piece of paper. Take this. And Shia accepted wondering why Principal had overlooked missing cube. What does this old man know? Hansia nervously opened paper. What ID this? Lee Principal explained. Professor Devort Granui from Mathematics Department at Aiden Academy disappeared after leaving school to attend a seminar. He remains missing to this day. Just hearing this sent a chill down Hansia 8's spine. Like Academy I'd also at fault for not recognizing that Professor 8 true nature sooner. I will not pursue past, but their IDP something I want to ask do. Did do personally in his life? At this question Hansia at heart pounded could extreme tension. Indeed older Reginger, Lee Spicer gets nothing escapes Lee eyes of an experienced person. Headmaster repeatedly pressed him to reveal his survival secret, questioning how a second-year boy managed to return alive from an encounter to Professor LV opponent. After hearing Headmaster at interrogation, Hansia could only evade by pretending to look at Lee Key's surrounding scenery to brush to pee. When he could no longer escape, Hansia made excuses, saying that a Menon XT Tamer Lie himself survived by riding on others' coattails, especially than to being carried by his teammates, while he was just lucky. However, that humble song couldn't shake Headmaster 8 ironclad belief. He asserted that Lee boy had real talent and wasn't he just offering empty compliments to lie him. It seemed Headmaster was placing a huge amount of trust in Hansia had abilities. He challenged that solving this paper would prove his judgment of people was correct, while Leaky boy stared at Lee paper in his hand, thinking 8 looked like a difficult cipher. He turned to this toy was scavenged from Professor Grunoy 8 bookshelf. Truly, villains always love to sapee. This appeared to be a brain-taxing mathematical seat that even Lee Headmaster was helpless against. Suddenly, Headmaster came up with a bold idea that maybe he could solve it, making Hansia feel a weight of pressure on his shoulders. However, he wondered if this was a secret seat left by at least magician posing as wee professor. What if these were coordinates leading to another mysterious cube? No sooner said than done. Hansia nodded in agreement. Quad Headmaster to try studying 8 himself. Upon receiving his student 8 nod, Headmaster looked delighted and praised his confident expression. He was a resolute hurrah despite adversity coupled with intense focus, as if this tough challenge were a mere trifle. Hansia stared at Lie's trend characters. Could a serious face such a dangerous expression could easily make others question their lives. At same time, in another corner, 2 people were sitting and telling each other 8 fortunes. Lee P. Fortune Teller curiously asked how progressive cooperation plan Hansia had been lately. Despite all previous skepticism, popular original male lead hesitated slightly, could a face fun of doubt, and insisted that he still couldn't place his trust in him. In Lihan 8 eyes, Leek Other was still a suspicious figure. Meanwhile, Lee Fortune Teller sipped her cake and exposed him, saying that since beginning of semester, he had been coming on VE constantly to ask about him. Furthermore, hadn't he confessed all his secrets to Hansia himself? Hearing this, young Lihan jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and denied it vehemently. Kibunamadi each being on table had just snitched lie that hearing this, why guy could on lie stay silent and take eat because quit such clear evidence, how could he argue further? Lihan told himself that than to him, he had a clue about Leaky Cube, so showing his hand early wasn't a bad deal, yet he still stubbornly criticized the other 8 suspicious behavior during their first year. Lihan 8 speculation wasn't baseless, because if he had fallen to become a walk magician, no one would have been surprised. However, in Key's second year, that young man did a baffling 180-degree turn. After spending time together, I feel he ain't not that bad, but asserting that he stabbed me and Lee back a completely different story. Like woman didn't he care about his rambling and was Enlai occupied chewing her food. Suddenly, she took up her hood to reveal Jun Hyan 8 face. So do want me to read a fortune to see if anything about Hansia has changed. Don't worry, even if Dio Enlai bribe me scraps of bread, I never refuse a handsome man. Jun Hyan didn't forget to remind Lihan to keep a special eye on ED incidents about to hit ED Academy in the near future. Consider this a bonus for diligently delivering bread to me every day. Hearing that, Lihan was still confused about what ED content behind that no warning was. Li Kima Di Chibin just predicted in a dream that an extremely bizarre event idea about to happen. Jun Hyan whispered mysteriously with a very serious expression. In an elegant corner of Iki room, there was a long sigh that sounded more tragic and wary than those of someone rushing through a streak of deadlines. Leaky owner of that mournful sigh was none other than Udal. 30 consecutive hours of community service was truly a torture, while Henshiha next to him indifferently wiped an egg while grunting to brush him a pea. His classmate ate in different attitude made Udal furious. He said, "What do you mean emahum? Give me a hand, quit cleaning instead of constantly cuddling and wiping that silly egg." Suddenly, from afar a loud call rang out, shouting both Udal 8 and Henshiha 8 names. He turned out to be their friend running frantically in awe of breath, announcing that he had some hot news to share immediately. Quickly recounted Lee's sensational rumor that was shaking the entire academy. He said he had just overheard rushed here to report leaked bad news that Tifini's specimen room had officially resurfaced. Udal curiously leaned in to ask if key source was accurate or just a hoax. Shrugged, asserting Eat was perfectly correct this time. Because of that, Lilin had to hurriedly run to Lee Professor 8 office to report Eat. Contrary to everyone 8 panic, Henshiha was quite indifferent to Lee's shocking bad news, because according to his memory, that specimen room NXT actually resided in like basement. Eat all started quite a shrill cry about Tren NXT appearing in Leaky's specimen room. Initially, everyone thought it was just a harmless school prank. Rumors spread like wildfire. Right here at Aiden Academy, people whispered that Eat wasn't a small creature. There were even rumors that a student had let their life because of E.T. Due to a lack of concrete evidence, Kim NXT was dismissed as nonsense, and Lilin, who dared to question Neat Professor, would surely receive humiliation in return. Suddenly, blue lights in leaky shape of chess pieces appeared in key air, catching Hansi at eye. As he turned all, Lai's story had reached climax of Volume 3, Lee Jarch hiding in his specimen room. Exploration period until he was defeated, and accompanying rewards like codes and mystery boxes. Hansi realized that NXT was real. Stealth ID me greatest strength of Lidri. If he truly wants to hide, even a professor would find it difficult to detect. Since Lai students quit special eyes can see it wasn't surprising that he used this tactic. Quan added that Lilin 8 meeting quit late professor seemed to have had a major impact, causing other students to start acting strangely and whispering about incomprehensible things. Rumors about a Droch spread everywhere. Hearing Quan 8 words, Hansia couldn't help but laugh at Lee wild guessing. He thought his story was ridiculous, but if they truly caught Iggy Mean XT and harvested its blood, ET would sell Foe a lot of money, so other students were frantically forming hunting parties. Hansi still didn't believe those words. Come on, Eat was still just a rumor, and who would believe such nonsense and do something so stupid? But things didn't go as he thought. Hansia felt annoyed by loud noise, thinking to himself that there were more fools in this academy than he had imagined. Someone stood on light platform calling loudly, "Everyone believe me, I am telling truth. If we catch Droch, we'll get extra points and might even be promoted straight to IK upper classes. Isn't it worth a try? Honestly, what men in XT in this world could 10 of us not handle?" He tried his best to persuade everyone. Hansia looked at them, quit boredom? Those fools didn't realize a Droch wasn't something easily dealt quit? By chance Solia walked past and caught their attention. Solia. Do want to give their hunting party? Such a sudden invitation made her feel a bit awkward. Hansia sighed, looking at Guy quit disdain that Derek. His intentions were all too obvious. Solia turned to look at Hansiha, who confidently thought to himself, use your head for a moment. How could Solia possibly agree? He didn't know what she had seen that made her turn back with such a determined look, as he still thought she wasn't lacking in money or points. Completely contrary to Hansi 8 thought, Solia said decisively, "Alright, I'll just..." Those words were like a bolt from Lee E.B. Lu to him. Someone tried to dissuade Derek. "Hey, stop joking. Solia looks very king. Why would someone raised in such a prestigious family need to gin a hunting party?" Solia stepped forward and affirmed, "No, I am serious. P. Lai let me gin do all." Was she crazy? Really? Hansia was astonished. According to Hansia 8 memory, there was a similar hunting party in Luck original plot. Derek and his friends had gathered a group of clueless students to go on an adventure, and that was it. But Solia wasn't part of that group at all, so how did that plotline end? A brutal and terrifying scene suddenly flashed through his mind. That hunting party never returned. Not a single person survived. One afternoon, Solia was engrossed in taking notes in classroom. Suddenly something made her pause, a hint of sadness crossing her face. Solia slowly set her pen down as Guinator's sunset bathed key scene, adding to Y's somber atmosphere. It was hard to believe that someone like Solia would have moments where she sighed, and one could wonder what was troubling her heart. He turned as she was remembering her father 8 advice. Purification Medich must come from a pure heart. She had never forgotten her father 8 teachings. A powerful, noble, and upright mage who had built his family through Medich. He often said, "Daughter, Lee key path to becoming a noble mage ID to maintain your composure in every situation and never let Lee enemy see your weakness. And pursue Medich to lie very end." Solia hadn't forgotten a single quirk her father had told her, however. Solia turned to look at Likey's sun-drenched window and thought, "I am so father, but I can do eat. Now that our family your pride and Lipe place where I was born has let its status, you and Lai way to restore be a Conan family ID for me to successfully become a mage." Oh my, this IDE first time in my life that I have had to begrudgingly CDE top spot on Leaky leaderboard to that Hensiha person. So this has been her inner burden all along. Solia knows fun well that she managed to stay at Aiden than to her day and night efforts in practicing Midichiche. Having stumbled once was more than enough. How could she possibly have Leaky confidence to face Hansiha in Leaky Feindel exam now? However, if she joins Edrach Extermination Squad to earn extra points, why chance to turn Tide ID completely feasible? Key research documents on this men XTT are still there on a key table. Solia calculates that drakes are inherently extremely cautious creatures, but their fatal weaknesses are fire and lie. Since they are nocturnal, they are certainly lurking around Lee's specimen room and key basement. Based on actual, there ID hardly anyone in this suppression team who ID competent. If Lar truly reveals itself, it would be a blessing if they done get in her way, let alone providing spot. Solia 8-face ID filled quite determination. This IDE gained a moment to reaffirm her position as a Lie Mage, as she IDE one who holds Ike greatest advantage when facing a draw cheat. She must seize this opportunity, quit her own hands. It seems no force can stop Solia at 8 iron-willed resolve right now. Amidst Lee gloomy a firm voice rings awe, sounding almost like an impossibility. Jun Hien replies to Hansiha that there I no way Solia could catch a drawch on her own. He skeptically retorts, my prophecies are quite valuable, do know. How IDK a measly piece of bread supposed to be a worthy payment. Hansiha immediately pulls a huge bag of bread and stuffs it into Jun Hien 8 hands. She happily accepts and than him profusely. Jun Hien suddenly pulls up his face veil, but ID puzzling why he would go to trouble of fortune telling foe Solia. Dante tell me do of a fallen foe her, Hansia says, and Jun Hien gets so angry his veil falls a pea. Are do crazy. Hansia hurriedly dismisses these ridiculous thought budding in her mind. Reason he tells Fortune's foe Solia ID simply because she was his favorite character back when he was grinding through Leak Academy, but none lie as a reader. Now he just wants to kahi protagonist from an untimely end. Hansia rests her chin on her hand and looks at Lai Sky warily. Solia can handle that draw on her own. Unsure what he ID so absorbed in calculating, a thought suddenly flashes through Hansiha 8 mind. If that 8 lay case then. Meanwhile in another corner, Solia ID exhaust, struggling quick calculations that are harder than swallowing rocks. But he monsters no mercy. A single swipe of its claws ID enough to make Lakey whole Tim struggle to weaky point of breathlessness. Solia 8 face turns pale when she sees a tear in Lighty shield she just erected. Luckily, she set up a barrier just in time, or else she would be done foe by now. We must retreat immediately. One of Key Tim members shouts. 2 members have already shed blood. No one expected P specimen room to be this oxy. Let 8 go back now. Peak lice top. Solia and Derek look at their heavily injured friends, their hearts aching. But retreating right now ID key also a difficult problem. Derek sees that Lee's situation ID'd extremely dire. We can't escape. They have set traps all of this specimen room. How can we get of here? Just a slight touch and we re-dead. Who would have thought they set such dense traps? But lingering here just means death. That George ID attacking as crazily as if 8 knows all of our moves. How could a draw chi be this clever all of a sudden? Everyone listen to me calmly, roaring ID getting closer and closer. Eat ID unclear what is such terrifying speed. E keeps charging at Iki members, causing Solia to fall to E ground in a panic. An end line out as Derek truly tremble. He turns his head to look and gasps. This ID truly unbelievable. In Iki thick darkness that no one can see, a hooded stranger ID silently watching them. Unless their ID someone pulling like strings behind eye scenes, this makes no sense. Derek I guess hits reality perfectly. This man ID one controlling I he men XTK beast Tamer who Spencer. He watches his prey struggling with satisfaction, just as E rep was written. Professors are indifferent to Lee's specimen room, while all P students sneak in as if 8 were an empty place. These Aiden Academy mages really rely on their talent without any brains. Not a single person at Aiden ID capable of realizing that this dry GD actually being manipulated by Lee Beast, Tamer. That monstrous beast has gone mad entirely because someone else ID pulling its strings. 15 years ago, Ike damned Aiden crushed the Lycee Mage Guild in a catastrophic Madicha war. This IDP a blood debt that must be repaid to father. He wailed tragically beside a key corpse of his parent. In midst of Lee crisis, and Solia remained somewhat lucid. Her legs trembled as she stood before Lee Drac while her comrades had all fallen. Looking around, no one else could move anymore. She was Key and Lai one left standing. Menextiate silhouette was imprinted in Solia's eyes. At first, she thought it was just a simple one-on-one fight, but how could she turn Likey tide now? No way, even knowing key odds were slim. She couldn't die here. Solia gathered her last bit of strength into her exhausted arm to attempt defying Mediich's spell. Solia pleaded hopelessly when suddenly a voice stopped her. Hey, are you trying to commit suicide Fu entertainment to act so foolishly? A figure suddenly appeared blocking Solia. She slowly opened her eyes to observe like newcomer. ID that do you? Seeing Lee familiar face clear, Solia couldn't believe her eyes. Hansia do finally arrived in time. Conserve your Mediich. All our comrades have fallen. Do you only one left capable of using Lama Deech? Be ready to cast Lama Deech immediately. Do understand, but what Solia wonders now how do manage to infiltrate this place. Hansio ignored her words, too busy scrutinizing Lee men. Likey way that Droch moves definitely being controlled by someone. No matter how well they hide beast tamers can always recognize each other 8 tricks. There ain't no choice but to ship forward, Hansia said quick confident. We have to go all awe to see how skilled that person IDP at beast taming. Hansia suddenly threw a small object towards Droch and shouted, hey, catch and eat this. Eat unclear what ate was, but he captivated Droch's attention, and Lipi gift was delivered. Lie a well-behaved puppy, Lee Drash snatched him Gimklity Plebider's maw. Beeple a sea mage was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What likey hell ID this? Why does Eat dare disobey me? And where did that gem come from? Hansia had grasped a seat. According to his memory, Eganon rule of taming was to thoroughly understand and exploit key men XT8 habits. Drake's nature ID to always snatch at fast-moving objects, however. Do shouldn't casually swallow everything others throw at do little one. How did that stun gem taste? After swallowing P. Droch began to stagger, dizzy to Lee point of not being able to stand. Now AT time to strike, Hansia signaled. Solia aim foe its heart. She immediately followed his instruction. A brilliant lie shot from Solia towards a Droch 8 chest, causing 8 to shriek in pain. On a P other side, Lee thread connecting BP LEC mage and LEEman XT was completely severed. He clutched his head and groaned. How could this happen? Eat 8 about to go berserk from Lee disrupted connection. If this continues, I'll be in serious trouble too. There ain't no other way. Even though Eat will freeze my body, I have to use Wekmadij to forcibly tame ET. Solia keenly noticed Evade condition worsening, and Hansia also detected Eat. Wait, this ID Su Ra of Lakmadi Che. So that beast tamer ID also a BLC mage. I calculated everything perfectly, yet an unexpected variable. Suddenly a notification appeared before him. NEXQ awakened. Do want to activate taming touch. Hansia was stunned. What kind of trickery ID this now? Notification sounds Fu increased affinity kept ringing endlessly in Hansia's ears, leaving him confused and having no idea what was going on. Even though Droch and Lakey's specimen room already had an owner, Hansia was still able to snatch Eat away. He never expected to have such an incredible talent for hijacking monsters that had already been imprinted. Would you lie to try your luck at temporarily taming this Droch and Lakey's specimen room? Hansia was delighted. Quit such a sweet deal. He would be a fool to refuse. Even though he had already pressed accept, Hansia was still skeptical, wondering if this trick was truly as advertised. Key moment he pressed confirm. Hansia gained seen Tran of Drach, and their gazes suddenly became strangely synchronized. Hansia approached, and regardless of how fierce and aggressive Lee Menix T looked, he casually reached out as if he were getting acquainted. Quit a puppy. Quit just a gentle, affectionate touch. Hansia spectacularly subdued. Quit its sharp talons. Lee Drach lumbered toward Hansia. Quit he vi steps as if Eat were offo a stroll. Yet, P very men in XT that had made so many people run for their lives was now obediently bowing its head, enjoying being petted by Hansia. Solia standing outside was completely. She cried ONSC, unable to believe her eyes as she saw key men in XT suddenly become as tame as a puppy. How could Hansia have tamed Eat? She sighed, admitting that even though she didn't want to believe Eat, like undeniable truth was right before her eyes. Hansia turned to look at Solia. Quit an apologetic expression. I guess I must have a secret affinity for these fierce reptiles. EC Mage, hiding deep in these shadows, gritted his teeth. How ID this possible? I spent so much effort to tame that Droch. He was so angry he almost exposed his hiding spot upon seeing Hansia tame Lee in XT as easily as eating can. Lie. Lee C Mage shouted bitterly. That Drochi belongs to me. He channeled Lakmadij, causing Wok Drach's eyes to glow red again. Hansia was startled, realizing that his taming skills hadn't reached required of V yet. Drochi slowly advanced toward Bila C Mage, making him gloat, thinking he had regained scene trend. You fool. Your master ID right here. Yet, Droch didn't listen to his commands at all. Eat snatched the Eli C Mage 8 head in its jaws, leaving both Hansia and Solia stunned for 5 seconds. Inside Droch 8 mouth, Li Guy must have been miserable, screaming incessantly about Li Keaston Chlai, while Solia shrieked in terror. Hansia, however, could only laugh through his tears, telling Droch to spit him all quickly before its mouth got dirty. After Chich defeated Senior Hu Stancer, who was exhausted from overusing his Madicha, everything was finally brought under Fiend Tran. Professor Dean Winest appeared immediately after hearing a report. He was deeply shocked to find that such BLC mages had managed to slip into Weep Academy. Then due for your timely assistance, Hansia, Professor Dean Winest said, bowing his head to XP rate his sincere gratitude. Furthermore, Lee entire team responsible for suppressing a Droch also had to face appropriate disciplinary action for their negligence. Hansia received a dozen expensive gifts from parents as a token of appreciation. It ain't true that wealthy families have a different way of showing their gratitude. Pushing those matters aside, Hansia sat down on his bed and pulled up Doc Seat Tem to double-chichi everything. I just felt a Psytranks Q I've never seen before, he said, opening Lippy's stat. Light Taming Station helps Du temporarily increase affinity and trend monsters in battle. Du can and like Hien Trun 1 at a time for 3 hours, and 8 must be 10 levels lower than Du. Reading that, he found Eat quite funny. I am a beast tamer, so why did I get this XQ instead of a vaccine? I wish I could tate Eat further quit that drawer cheat. However, this XQ also has its limits, and besides, Lucky vaccine ID currently wildly jealous seeing me be so sikalu to drotch, so I'll let it be. This adorable little thing ID visibly pouting, thinking I've found someone new. Hanshiha had to coax and flatter Yeet Fo a long time, patting its head to calm Eat down. I am not cheating on Du, so don't be jealous Fo no reason. However, this adventure brought me much more than just a new XQ. Main Quate 3 was completed by dealing Quocharchai in Likey Specimen Room, and I was rewarded Kuda Random Le Grade gift box. Hanshia was extremely excited when he saw a notification. Like unboxing I've been waiting Fo all this time has finally arrived. Hansia took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. So much pressure weighed on his shoulders because he had waited for this moment Fo so long. Yet as he approached key box, he didn't dare to harbor much hope, praying that even if Eat wasn't a grade, Eat would at least be B grade O something better. A lid popped a bayum, and a blinding lie burst from inside as if someone was shining a flashlight directly in his face. Lee Lai was as harsh as those rude drivers who keep their high beams on an EP middle of Eki night, and Hansia squinted but still couldn't clearly see the item inside. He turned ought to be a bag of high-quality A-grade subspace item, right here. Far better than expected. He was not an Enli useful in combat but also convenient for daily life. Hansia excitedly cherished his newly acquired treasure. He was absolutely thrilled, because if he were to actually go to a shop and buy this, it would definitely have cost a mouteen of gold. An additional reward for minimizing casualties checking a notes carefully. Hansia wondered what other windfall he had managed to snag this time. After thinking for a moment, he realized that in Neek original story, no one had survived to return this time, than to like timely treatment of like students, he received a bonus gift. Perhaps this was reward for clearing a super high difficulty trial. He hurriedly rummaged through his new bag. A bright red piece of paper fell all of Tate. Hansia opened paper to read, and a barrage of formulas caught his eye. It turned out to be a collection of math theories that Professor DeVort often used to torture students, which would probably give anyone who had finished Lee 12th grade instant psychological trauma. P. more he read those formulas, P. more Hansia felt a strangely familiar sensation welling up inside him. For some unknown reason, he froze in place, completely stiff like a statue. His scream startled fast asleep Basin waking Eat up. Looking at Eat, one would think Eat was a cat rather than and people claimed Eat to be. Hansia placed another sheet of paper on a key table. He couldn't believe how foolish he had been, as this teat was exactly what Dean Gennis had given him, which he had almost finished solving, though we key fine and puzzle had been a major roadblock for key past few days. Until now, he had been so absorbed in translating those characters that he forgot he and Lai needed to solve math. That crazy math professor hadn't left any teach behind, but an online forced people to calculate to find the exact numbers. To think I wasted my nights staying up fo high. School math problems, what a humiliation for a genius. After diligently calculating, he obtained each as 2 and 5 and Y's 14. But no matter how he looked at ET, room 2 and 5 was Necromancer 8 private classroom. And now Hansia was standing right in front of Lipi door. Hansia gently pushed Lidi door all but Erden stepped inside. Wig interior was pitch BLC and completely deserted. He walked straight to Wilty 14th cabinet. This was definitely Genin coordinates he had painstakingly decoded. After sneaking into E-office to Chi student roster, he had learned that Ike, owner of MBP-14, had packed up and left Ike school long ago without a trace. Yet as soon as Hansia opened Lai cabinet, a powerful, brilliant Lai burst forth. Seeing item inside, Hansia was overjoyed. Eat was truly worth all his effort searching fo Eat Fu so long. This was ED cube now rested snugly in his hand, leaving Hansia at a complete loss for words to describe his feelings. He remembered clearly that Professor DeVort had snatched Eat from leaky mages and hidden Eat. Eat was best to stash shade in his subspace bag to prevent any silly losses. Although he felt a slight pang of guilt about stealing, he told himself he had to lay low fo a few days to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. Man proposes, God disposes. While he was enjoying a beautiful sunny day at Iki Academy, a sweet voice suddenly called his name. Hansia grimaced and told her to step following him, but Junhien kept tagging along, asking why he had refused a date, to which he bluntly replied that he was no longer interested. OIDT because Du are still thinking about Solia. Hearing that name, Hansia turned around with a childish glare, wondering why she suddenly brought her into this. Junhien clasped her hands, begging for a date. Eyes sparkling like a kitten ate. Despite her persistence, Hansia held his ground, though anyone else would have fallen head and heels at first sight. Turned to Junhien and was just trying to steer him into participating in like astrology competition organized by Department of Theology. Junhien put on a serious face. I thought Du liked everything simple, Hansia replied dejectedly. Idiki that all Lee stars have to say. Junhyun began her presentation on e-competition. Actually astrology ID mostly just basic knowledge. If do win duel immediately receive 3 theology credits. I just need to take first place, Henshia calculated thought. 3 more credits meant he could avoid like he Professor Grint 8 class next semester. Besides, do know my LV. I am TEP of the numerology department, Junhyun asserted confidently, looking as if she were surrounded by a blooming garden of flowers. I'll carry Do through this. Are Do really going to turn down such a lucrative opportunity? Junhyun 8 reasoning was too sharp for him to refuse. Henshia helplessly accepted because Lee reward was too get. He shook hands quit Junhyun. She smiled brightly at Lee prospect of hanging all quit a handsome guy, while Henshia had just wanted to tell her to see top joking around and start studying. They both into intense training. He never expected Nike Day would come when he have to bury his head in dry theology, which had never been on his radar. Even though road to preparation was fun of obstacles, time zipped by like a running dog, waiting for no one. Key astrology exam day finally arrived. Henshia stretched to warm up, his body as stiff as a wooden board, perhaps from sleeping in wrong position or for some other reason. Could this be a key omen that those in theology department often whispered about? Suddenly Junhyun called us sharply, "Hey, Henshia, look." He didn't understand what had made her so panicked. After seeing me judge UV there, Henshia had 8 face paled. Leaky emotions on his face were hard to describe at that moment. Looking at that judge was like looking in a mirror, though not quite, as that guy looked much more elegant. That judge had key same appearance as him. Henshia directed his gaze toward Lee person. Indeed, at a glance, similarities were evident. Lee's judge also seemed to have noticed Henshia. He raised his head, and since he was none other than Henshia 8 older brother, Henshia unconsciously smirked quit a forced smile. Lee judge quit jet B. Lee C hair was Henshia Hyuk, and he was staring intently at Lee P, youngest brother of his family. Henshia felt even more pressure at his brother 8 appearance. If he had known why like judge was him, he would never have foolishly signed up for this bizarre competition. Henshia Hyuk was dressed impeccably in a BLC suit from head to toe, exuding a cold aura. His face gave a gloomy vibe, and his voice was both chilling and captivating at the same time. Among League judges he was most prominent. Henshia Hyuk from Lee Kima D Chi department had begun studying astrology at age 12 and soon became a renowned prophet of Laikia 8 and Empire, a genius on Leaky right path since childhood. He was also Henshia had 8 older brother. Dejectedly, Henshia rested his chin in his hand, losing all spirit to compete. Lee problem was that Henshia was Leek legitimate son of Count Tetsu, while Henshia Hyuk was an illegitimate child raised in rejection. Thus he always harbored grudges and feelings of inferiority toward his younger brother. It was understandable in Lee past. Henshia had uttered bitter words such as, "How dare someone lie do claim to be my brother." He further added how pathetic it was for someone who wasn't an official member to be for that position. Those were words from his initial villainous phase, which made a current Henshia want to find a hole to hide in of pure shame for his foolish actions. Henshia Hyuk turned to look at Henshia quit an unfriendly gaze. One had to wonder if that was Ike look of a loving brother. He began to worry. Now a great prophet who had escaped his illegitimate status, he surely wouldn't care about his younger brother. If he intentionally gave him low scores because of past, it would be a disaster. While Henshia was worried sick, Junhyun was extremely excited. Henshia thought it would be fine if in lie he were singled off, but dragging Junhyun down quit him would be truly unfair to her. Innocently unaware, Junhyun smiled radiantly and said, "Let 8 work hard together," which only added to Henshia 8 pressure as he tried to concentrate entirely on a key exam. The exam began. Everyone strictly followed Lee. Junhyun finished leisurely, while Henshia, though struggling, was trying his best to manage. Moving to another part of EP exam, Henshia remained completely clueless about content, despite Junhyun 8 thorough explanations and fun pod it. Next was weak item transportation challenge, a type of Tate that Henshia surely passed quite flying colors. 8 time to announceable scores. Henshia 8 Tim from Leaky Department of Madi Chi ID currently in Iki lead. Could there be cheating involved? Teacher quickly reassured everyone that Tate questions were compiled by experts from Lead Department of Madi Chi itself, so leaking of questions was inconceivable. What should we do now? I completely understand your skepticism about that incredibly high score sheet. However, student Junhyun was originally top student in second year theory, so that magician also benefited from Ni. I wish my teammates also knew how to carry Lee Tim instead of frantically rushing at Lee last minute before submission. So just set aside your suspicions and begin award ceremony. Henshia Wook led a long sigh. Although his face showed a hint of sadness, he still exuded handsome. Who knows what he was plotting in his mind? Key teacher stood on a podium and began to declare loudly up identity of key winner. Like him that on first prize in key astrology competition ID. ET8 Junhyun from Leaky Department of Theology and Henshia from Leaky Department of Ma DE. After countless days and nights of working tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep, both finally reached glory. Junhyun was so ecstatic that he kept shaking Henshia. I told Do we could do eat, he exclaimed. And Shia still couldn't believe eat was true, than to his own hard work carrying leaky Tim. Jun Hyun also had to admit, Do truly amazing Han Shiha. Especially your perfectly accurate ability to identify objects in key box, from their position to their shape and color genuinely astonished me. He sighed thanking his lucky stars. Astrology isn't just a superstitious fortune-telling. It also requires analyzing all coordinates of planets using rigorous mathematical formula. If Do apply logic, everything becomes much simpler. Why two of them stepped up to receive their awards? Jun Hyun turned to ask if Han Shia wanted to transfer to Ike Department of Theology. Han Shia flatly refused, saying he had struggled for a long time just to get into Ike Department of Ma Di Che. Now both would receive a trophy and a certificate of commendation, but for Han Shihao alone, there was something else. Judge Han Shi-wook wants to see Do privately. Lee teacher 8 words made Han Shia feel confused. What could his brother want quit him? Though he didn't want to, he still had to go meet his detestable older brother. Han Shihao was laid into a luxurious room. He sat silently like a puppy, waiting for Han Shi-wook. This character shouldn't have appeared in this chapter, as he was merely an insignificant supporting role in each original plot. He sipped his tea, but tasted nothing. He gave up, knowing full well that his brother would never do anything get for him. As soon as that thaw finished, Lei Sao of Lei door opening echoed. Han Shi-wook entered the key room in a luxurious BLC suit, clutching a fi in his hand. Do here. Did Do call me for something? Han Shia cautiously glanced at his brother. Han Shi-wook sat down and got straight to Wig point, saying he had some advice. Han Shia found it hard to understand. If it were sarcasm, he believed it, but advice sounded a bit of pee. Just as expected, Han Shi-wook looked down with a disdainful gaze. I don't know what tricks Do played Kut Melg to achieve this result, but don't flatter yourself into thinking Do re-skilled enough to get high scores. Han Shia sighed warily. Just as I knew ye'd. Looking at Ikiwe, two brothers faced each other. I thought they were about to burst into a brawl. How old are Do? Yet Do still enjoy showing off your superiority complex. Truly an arrogant jerk. It seems key saying 1/8 inner character shapes their appearance never wrong. Han Shiha put down his teacup and said anyway, let it just drop eat. Get straight to main point. Han Shi-wook calmly replied, why are Do in such a hurry? He'd ate nothing special. Just about this holiday. Do should return to Kastika family 8 territory and stay there. Han Shiha wondered why 8 had to be him. Han Shi-wook snarled, if it ate an order, Do must obey. If Do regrateful foe victory, then make sure Do comply. Han Shia thought to himself, does he think he 80, and lie judge? Jun Hyun and many others also gave scores. When Do redone leave, Han Shiha didn't bother to care anymore. He stood up and walked away. Truly his unpleasant way of dismissing guests. Han Shiha stood outside Lee door and sighed, not understanding what hell was going on. He wondered what was wrong with this guy. As soon as Han Si-huk disappeared from sight, Lee first semester fine exams concluded a few days later, marking beginning of Lee's summer vacation. Han Si had toyed Quiddy practical Medich textbook in his hands, but then he didn't even bother to think about it anymore to avoid stressing himself off. He was probably overloaded with knowledge from astrology exam, so from Lee's second semester onward, he would skip all of Professor Green 8 classes, a style no different from me lazily skipping school on rainy days. A voice echoed asking about Leek exam results. He turned to be Odell looking faux Han Si-ha. He replied that he did quite well and casually asked her in return. Of course she confidently asserted that her results were absolutely perfect. Seeing Han Si-ha busily packing his things, Odell curiously asked if he was packing to go back rem. Han Si-ha had 8 confirmation stunned her, given that his relationship with his family had always been like oil and water. Odell expressed her happiness for him, but deep down, Han Si-ha didn't feel thrilled at all. His facial expression was so unenthusiastic that he couldn't even look her in the eye. If it weren't for Han Si-huk advice, there was no way he would agree to spend his entire summer vacation in that suffocating Kastika territory. Well, he decided to listen to his older brother just this once, hoping it was some kind of dangerous trap. Han Si had turned to ask Odell about her summer plans in return. She inanely gave a forced smile and replied that her family didn't really care, so she would just stay behind at Lipi dormitory. Although Odell avoided eye contact when answering, Han Si-ha knew all too well that Lipi real reason must be different, especially since her background had never been mentioned in Nike original storyline and she had always been a loner. Seeing that she did not want to share, he didn't press her any further. Han Si tactfully changed subject, and they bid each other farewell, promising to meet again after a month-long break. After leaky farewell there became very pleasant quit lush green trees, and a steam train began to run, carrying the passengers to safe. Han Si-ha stood frozen to likey spot as if glued, unable to lift his heels to take another step. Damn me, who knows what on earth he saw to make him feel such an awkwardly forced smile. Lee family 8 dazzling and luxurious mansion left Han Si-ha staring blankly at his suitcase, telling himself that he was indeed a wealthy hare in training who had finally dragged himself back at Hem. He couldn't understand why he was wasting his youth studying Wakmadisichi in this godforsaken place. If it were him, He would have enjoyed a luxurious life after graduation. He stepped inside and loudly announced that he was back. Butler raised his hand to stop him with a stern attitude, asking him to wait a moment as this was a direct order from Li Count Fu Wiki young master. Turned out that his father had barred him from entering, strictly forbidding him from stepping into Wiki House without his official permission. Upon hearing Li Butler 8 message, Hansia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He truly could not prax at this absurdity. What? How dare that old man treat his son, who had been away for a year and a half lie that? At this moment, Hansia looked no different from a pathetic, down and a loser. It was late afternoon and Lee's sun had already set behind the mountains, yet Hansia was still blocked at Lee's gate, while Lee's servants began to gossip about Lee's sight of him waiting persistently. If it were me, I would have gone to find somewhere else to rest a long time ago. He really ideek stubborn. Hansi had 8 face turned red with embarrassment from hearing light gossip from Lee's servants. Suddenly, key door behind him opened. Hansia, who was thoroughly exhausted, was completely unaware, while a Nike Count was watching intently. A beam of light shone off, startling Hansia, who spun around, completely unaware of what was happening. He was stunned when a person who stepped was indeed Count Hentetsu, his biological father, who glanced at him and casually asked, "Oh, do we here?" He told him to come inside quickly, leaving Hansia his jaw dropped in XC at this perplexing attitude, unable to understand why he had suddenly changed his mind and invited him in. Stepping inside, mansion was many times more magnificent and G-Ren than anything Hansi had ever imagined. Leaky father and son sat down to have a meal together at a small dining table, but one glance was enough to tell it was of high-class quality. Count Hentetsu enjoyed his meal in an aristocratic manner as he asked about why Gimi di Chia si can buy that let 8 to trial. Looking at luxurious dishes laid all on a key table, I would have thought it was a lavish banquet rather than an ordinary meal. After witnessing his attitude, Hansia finally fully understood why he had been kicked out of house in Lipe first place. He had thought his father had changed his mind because he saw his son 8 academic progress, but he turned to why Count still firmly believed he was a troublemaker serving a sentence which made sense, as this was exactly Count Hentetsu 8's style. Hansia casually sliced his piece of beef and replied, "You are usually so quick to catch news, father, so why are you so strangely slow quit this matter?" "I know fun well do heard rumors long ago," he said, glancing sideways at Lee group of servants standing frozen in place. Looking at servants' attitudes, it was clear they had been whispering about him. A single cold look from Siha was enough to turn Lee Key footman 8 face pale. Siha turned his gaze toward Count Hentesu, who was still looking bewildered and dazed, as Lee Boy added a few more words. "As a father, aren't you curious why your son visited Daipi Ministry of Madi Che?" Sai replied mockingly in great bitterness. Hearing these taunting words, Lee Baikanabi and family grew so furious he seemed to be on fire, stuttering incoherently. "Are you trying to lecture me?" Sia had indeed struck a nerve with this stubborn old man. Seeing his father flare up, Sia slightly backed down. Oh boy, how terrifying. No wonder they call him Leaky cold-blooded count. Better septup poking like bear. I am so refo disappointing to you, but I participated in an event held by Ministry of Ma Each. Why would I go there just to exhaust myself for nothing? I just went to represent life's school fo fun. Forget that. Look at this, Sia said, tossing some papers toward Key Butler fo him to his father. Count Hentesu glanced VT content and grew even more enraged. At a time like this, do you still dare to feel tricks to deceive me? First place in taming and practical Madich, quit a third raw and grade average. ID this really your report key CO a fake. Though he said this, his hands trembled because he could not believe his eyes. I don't have time for those petty tricks. Cheating on a practical exam ID harder than reaching Pisakai, Siha replied confidently, as this was his true ability. Besides, these are online midterms, I will do even better in like finals. Count 8 whole body began to tremble. This kid had finally made something of himself. Siha was speechless at Lee's sight. ID he crying. Just because his son 8 grades improved a bit. At once cold-blooded Count was now sobby, saying, "Siha, do have finally come to your senses." A servant rushed to V to wipe his master 8 tears, but a key man wouldn't he stop sobbing emotionally. My son has truly grown up. Oh boy, this ID too much. This kind of reaction from Leapy old man left Sia speechless. He stood there dazed, not knowing how to handle this ridiculous situation. I wonder if this counts as breaking character settings. Then to that shocking event, the Count 8 attitude turned a fun 180 degrees. Leak servants who used to look down on him now bowed humbly. He no longer had to hear harsh words about being a forsaken son. Wherever Sia went, servants bowed respectfully, and there were no longer contemptuous looks as before. This time, Siha believed that Lapy old man 8C Putt would be a firm launchpad for his future. 2 days passed, and although he didn't want to admit Sia's 8 prediction was right this time. This break forced him to go SM. Father and son rarely sat leisurely in light garden drinking tea. Do want to learn anything else? Sia thought for a moment and replied, taming. Then just prepare 10 horses. Anything else? Siha hurriedly forced a smile because he didn't know what else to demand to satisfy this difficult parent. Suddenly, he remembered an essential item for the upcoming semester. I need high-quality gemstones, more refined, better. It turned out he was worried that Terra egg would soon hatch, so he had to prepare its food supply. According to books, a Terra needs to consume gemstone powder to develop currently. Li Ig ID grade a quota 100 hatching success rate, and incubation has reached 99 of 100. Sia hummed beside egg. He had adjusted Y temperature and humidity to perfection, hoping lag little one would hatch quickly. There must be a reason people categorize Terra as grade A, though weak in combat, they are excellent foe transport and once tamed, their loyalty ID beyond doubt. But they are harder to train than I thought, quite dozens of factors to consider carefully. Sia focused on reading books to find a most optimal method for taming a Terra. A newly hatched Terra needs 1 to 2 weeks to be tamed. That ate quite a long time. This period will probably feel very long, especially since before Eat ate tame, this little rascal Idik is mischievous as a devil. Eat ate truly no simple challenge. Suddenly, Lee Key egg that was sitting still on Key soft pillow began to shake violently as if Eat were about to shake Key, world to its core. Han Sia, who was busily burying his head in a pile of books, also had to give in, unable to concentrate any longer. Witnessing this bizarre sight, Han Sia was flustered and didn't he know how to handle E.T. He hadn't even touched Eat, so something must have happened. Egg didn't he bother stopping. Its movements grew increasingly, frightening Sia so much that his face turned pale, and he could lie stand there quit his mouth agape. And yet, just as Han Sia finished speaking, Egg immediately shattered into 100 pieces. Eat was unclear if Eat was an egg or a bomb. White whole room was devastated by E.T., sending furniture flying at. As white hazy smoke cleared, Han Sia stood from a distance and observed cautiously, could Eat be that I really just obtained a rotting treasure? Not letting Eat slip away quickly, Terra started wailing as soon as Eat emerged. He had to use a mod each spell immediately to hold Eat back, as Wyke instinct to run right from birth, ID hard foe monsters to break. Terra looked no different from a newborn baby. Come to think of E.T., that ain't correct since he had just hatched, its crying expression looked quite cute too. At this moment, Hansi had 8 mind was dazed before Lee Key mess in Lee room. Lie strength of a 1-hour-old Menix T was truly impressive. Even though Eat was contained by Mediicha, Eat still destroyed everything. Than to his sky-high affinity stats, he could easily tame most species of monsters in Leaky World. However, this Terra hadn't shown any reaction since he came all, so he had to change tactics. First, he needed to suppress its excitement in this unfamiliar environment. Deciding to try a hypnosis spell instead of a lullaby, Sia pointed his wand at Terra. Little one understood nothing and could only utter innocent bye-bye sounds. This move was truly effective. Terra's gaze gradually became dreamy and drowsy, wanting to sleep. He'd easily fell into a deep sleep. Hansia gently stroked its head soothingly. This was truly again in time for him to release his unique scent, to establish an emotional connection. Making it trust him was by key factor. His past hard-earned experiences were now paying P. He just wondered what Basing 8 face would look like if he caught Siha cuddling Terra. He gently and affectionately caressed Eat, and Terra seemed visibly pleased, its mouth breaking into a smile like a child. Of course, Eat couldn't he be tamed on a P first try. He had to do Eat persistently for a whole week. But he didn't he matter, since Eat was summer break, he had plenty of time to grind. Besides, this messy room was Siha 8's own domain anyway. It seemed that this rare event had given Han Siha a great deal of confidence Fu Waiki upcoming journey. In leak middle of a forest as silent as an ex-lover ignoring Diu, a sudden sharp scream rang all what? Diu managed to tame a Terra. Han Siha do no do just performed a miracle. Even seasoned beast taming masters in Lai dare to tame a maximum of 3 creatures. As Eat turned all, Eat was a conversation between Han Siha and Guan. And yet, Duri and Lai in your second year and have already tamed 2 monsters, and one of them ID of Terra, which people rumor to be impossible to tame. Han Siha quickly waved his hand. Enough quickie flattery let 8 focus. We came here to register folk courses. A sphere made of a psych trend material floated in mid-air. But Guan 8 mind still couldn't he escape Iki topic. Hey, I can keep this shocking secret to myself. Allow me to spread news will do. Han Siha could unlie offer a wry smile. He really was a mobile radio station. Well, he ate nothing serious anyway. Han Siha nodded sure whatever do want then. Guan looked excited. To be fair to both sides, Guan pushed a paper into Han Siha's 8 hand. In return, let me give do this. Han Siha spread a white paper. N8 turned out to be a schedule, plan calculated in minute detail, filled entirely quick classes from top-tier professors. It was a perfect combination. How could he compile such a flawless schedule? Han Siha was extremely pleased quiddy gift. He gave a thumbs up in praise. I will definitely make get use of Eat. At this rate, success was surely within reach. Seeing them so in sync, Eat was clear why they were such seatful friends. And Enlai now did Han Siha notice his surroundings. Even though Eat was early Moneng, Eat was already crowded as can be. It seemed that Ike Partek's side of registering folk classes here wouldn't be easy at all. At Aiden Academy e-course registration frenzy always happens in a fee lot. All students must gather at Key Medich centers at a specific time. Ak involves finding specific Madich circle registration points, demonstrating personal skills for identity, and then officially beginning. However, light trouble ID that these Madich centers are scattered everywhere. Before P start time, Hansiha received a call informing him that not every location had a stable connection. Some spots had intense mana waves while others were flickering for. Then to a tip from a senior about a high-energy location, he had like the exact coordinate. He thought to himself that this mana-rich spot was probably lie and in T Nate Cafe could a strong connection, which was why he chose to camp all there every registration season, just to be safe. After surveying P site, Hansia noticed that Kimana flow here was indeed powerful. No wonder everyone was fighting tooth and nail to secure a get spot. This semester seemed Lai Eat would go smoothly because he no longer had to face a nightmare known as Professor Green, who once forced him to take a theology exam, making him feel as relieved as if a weight had been lifted. Lee's surrounding crowd was intensely focused, watching every second. An endly 10 seconds remained before Medici center gates officially opened. Lee countdown began 3-2. That tense atmosphere made Hansia feel nervous as well. He focused his utmost to avoid missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As soon as Y clock struck 0, the new semester 8 registration interface appeared instant, and Hansia immediately executed lightning-fast formation click. Nearby students were just as intense, clicking frantically while muttering prayers for luck. Some were even unfortunate enough to encounter technical glitches. Lee basic flying course was nowhere to be found for them, and they looked just as flustered as my own pitiful self in E-Key past. Standing on sidelines listening to Lee groans, Hansia could only laugh. Well, if they were already discouraged by such a snail-8 pace, Lie race ahead would be very long indeed. Quite 6 years of experience at Lee Academy, Hansia was confident that his actions were faster and more accurate than anyone else. Someone really needed to clone him to register on behalf of everyone else. Amidst the chaotic, his hands remained agile as he carefully filtered through his choices, taking what he needed, letting go of likey bad ones, and decisively abandoning any hopeless courses. A while later, after everything was settled, Quan ran V quit a dazed look because he had accidentally chosen Laka Professor Green 8 class, then frantically asked how Hanset 8's situation was. He flashed a proud smile, showing a long list of subjects ranging from flying to advanced men XT research, making Quan widen his eyes in admiration at such an unimaginably perfect schedule. Quan was curious about his friend 8 Tep Tier's skills and asked if he had any training secrets at Atcherm, but Hansia casually brushed E-P as a trivial matter. In reality, that confidence soon faded due to his past of 6 years rooted in T-Nate cafes. One look at his speechless expression was enough to know there was nothing left to justify his actions. Although late Battlefoe courses was year V, Line Novel 8 Bizarre Plot refused to let him go. Volume 4 about leaky dormitory necromancer arrived could all sorts of trend challenges and rewards as soon as he returned to school. Hansia looked worriedly at E-Notice board regarding E-Necromancer threat at dormitory. An incident caused by a spiritual department student, lured by lock forces, who recklessly summoned a skeleton right in E schoolyard. Although this was actually supposed to happen in 2 years, his intervention had accelerated. Leaf Mage 8 face appeared, reminding Hansia of Lee tragedies in the original work, which made him feel extremely stressed about his current situation. Fortunately, he had acquired some knowledge of holy arts from his theology studies to protect himself when necessary. Additionally, help of key main characters' heroic bloodlines would soon resolve this mess, allowing him to receive his rewards peace of mind. Eden's staff, emitting a mysterious mana source and made of incredibly sturdy birch wood, was a treasure that enabled Ruthie to cast multiple types of spells simultaneously. Hansia wondered if this was a limited edition staff from decades ago, but sometimes greed can blind one and cause them to lose their guard. Reading this part, Hansia felt something was wrong. He asked himself in SC why something that shouldn't exist was suddenly appearing right there. Seeing Professor Green 8 name prominently listed Fu Basic Flying Course, Hansia just wanted to scream at Lee wide sky because of this cruel reality. He scratched his head in frustration, not understanding why his long-standing efforts to avoid him had gone down Lee drain. He truly felt like professors were being changed constantly, just like those bizarre incidents from my student days. A piercing scream tore through Y Academy 8 air. Quan patted Basin on a head comfortingly. Hey kid, looks like your master ID having another fit. Little Lee Rejane didn't he even bother to re-seat, as this happened as often as daily meals. Regardless of his mood, time continued to flow coldly, and Lai moment to depart Fu field trip finally arrived. This was an annual event for second-year students at Aiden Academy. A field trip combined upperclassmen to gain practical experience outside the Empire. Essentially, it was a group camping trip filled all sorts of trouble. Survival course began. After being crammed onto a train for several hours, a group finally disembarked in a jungle plain region. They were thrown into wacky middle of a wild and treacherous mountain forest, where we students had to find ways to band together to survive. It feels just like being on one of those online reality shows. Everyone gather in like central area for me immediately after getting a P but. The professors created this scenario hoping like sophomores would learn to bond, but in reality no one cared. Everyone was endlessly focused on completing tasks to earn massive bonus points from like seniors. A man in Shexi began to bark orders in a raspy voice. Everyone, line up straight for me right now. This was clearly XT Gifo seniors to bully their juniors. He yelled that anyone who didn't want to fail EP course should hurry up, calling them stupid brats. He introduced himself as Kazan, a third year, quite a cocky expression as if he were Leak Center of Leak Universe. He mockingly claimed second years were all losers and demanded that they hand-deliver food and warm blankets according to tradition, making everyone tremble. Odio spoke up in protest, saying they needed their meager food supplies to survive IP entire trip. If they gave eat all to Waiki seniors, they would have nothing to eat. He immediately shouted so loudly that spit flew everywhere. Shut your mouth this instant. Kazan pointed his finger directly at Odio 8-face and sneered. I had to endure Lipe's same thing back then. How dare do you talk back to a senior? This attitude deserves a beating. Hey kid, hand a V all lock food and useful items in your bag right now. Everyone looked at each other anxiously, fearing they would be his next to gate. Despite feeling resentful and unwilling, they had no choice but to obey. Why poor student had to dejectedly step forward and Hubin on his bag as Kazan requested. Seeing his junior obey so submissively, Kazan pushed murking triumphantly. Kazan stepped closer to wise student that ate right. You should have been this sensible from leak start. Hurry up if you don't want to fail or be sent packing HMM immediately. Suddenly he froze because he spotted something incredibly irritating. He turned to Hansiha had caught a key arrogant senior at eye. He growled, asking why he had been standing there as still as a statue this whole time. Are you planning to defy my orders? Do you think you can cause a stir just because you re a sophomore? Hansiha let Aura wary sigh and gave a soft yeah. Witnessing that indifference, Kazan began to lose his temper. He cut at Baster DP and demanded an explanation. But Hansiha simply replied that it was a bit trend for a senior to behave this way. Our protagonist ID truly cun in this situation. It sounds quite humorous, doesn't it? In truth, Hansiha knew fun well that this third year wasn't he necessarily a bad person. He was just trying to act powerful to hide something, but Kazan was already so angry he was gnashing his teeth. It was simply that these second years were too prominent naturally. Every protagonist has an array and leaky disparity in status made senior find them extremely irritating. Kazan didn't stop there and continued to taunt him. Did I hear that right? Why are you so stubborn? So do Hansia, Leaky name that ain't been making waves all V's academy lately. Do you disappeared for a whole year and lie to suddenly skyrocket through Ike ranks, and now do even acting all high and mighty. Kaz leaned back and laughed mockingly. Are do putting on an act? I deed because of your family. After being discarded for so long, your father finally noticed do, and now do reacting stuck up, right? Hansia nonchalantly admitted that it was true his father was treating him very well. I am afraid he won't let do lip easily fu speaking so recklessly. Those words were lie last straw, leaving my man frozen in sea. Hansia shrugged indifferently now that everything was clear to him. He recalled that before this field trip, Professor Din had specifically warned him that teamwork was prerequisite. Yet Kassanate current actions were both threatening and uncooperative, a bizarre situation that was difficult to judge. Kassan was so resentful that his whole body trembled. Knowing Professor Din would call him in a meeting again, he racked his brain for an excuse, but this time he was truly at a loss. Kassan must have completely let his mind and was no longer in Sanantren of his actions. He charged straight at Hansiha before latter could even prepare a defensive stance. Fu, an upperclassman, quit such a large physique to bully a junior was truly nothing to be proud of. Suddenly something as fast as lightning darted off from Hansiha's handbag. Eat turned ought to be boxed in. Heat rushed forward and bit Kassan hand hard because Eat knew he intended to harm Hansiha. Despite its adorable, this Regine was actually extremely fierce. What a hateful reptile. Hansiha quickly tried to stop Eat, but Leapy creature had no intention of letting Lee Man go, and even its owner couldn't calm its wrath. Baksan 8 bite made Kassanet hand bleed. Lee crowd began to panic, shouting that his hand was injured and to call like medical station immediately. Kassan couldn't swallow humiliation and pain. Seeing Hansiha cradling Bakian, he roared, "Do you better watch out, Hansiha. If this leaves a scar, I'll settle Eep's score quit deal later." Hansiha continued to stroke little Orgian nonchalantly, not caring in Leaky least. "Oh, I am so scared." Another friend stepped up gently and asked if they should pack their bags and leave right away. Let 8 gather everything and retreat to Ike tents. A sky de unusually beautiful today, but I cannot predict what lies ahead. Inside well-equipped tent, Kassan was still fuming quit resentment, swearing he would make that bastard pay. Levany was busy organizing their belongings and wondered why Kassan had to make things so difficult for Hansiha. Not in lie was he rude, but he didn't even realize his opponent was no pushover. He advised him to just let Eat go, although he was a supervisor. Managing these sophomores was a nightmare. But these words went in one ear and all IP other as Kassan was determined to retaliate. Suddenly, he paused and began to pay attention to what his friend had just said. Hey Levany, ID that bag due repacking Hansiha 8 Group 8. Levany was confused, not understanding his yet, so what are due up to? Those arrogant brats need to be taught a lesson? I can tolerate such disrespect toward a senior. Kassan snatched a Lee bag from Levany 8 hand. Kassan didn't care that he had just been bitten by Baksin. He growled that if Hansiha was so capable, he should try surviving without food and water, ignoring everyone 8 attempts to stop him. How can 5 people survive quit and lie 1 bottle of water? Are you crazy? Levany expressed his frustration quit Kasani, advising Kasan was lie playing a lute to a cow. Are you defending those arrogant brats? Even though Levany tried to see-top him, saying Eat was too cruel to leave and lie 1 bottle of water, Kasan wouldn't he listen. Kasan stared at Ee wound on his hand and asserted that Eat was a personal matter. Those bastards deserve to suffer. You bastards. Hansihai and Basin were sleeping soundly in their cocoons, while leapy others couldn't he sleep a wink because of their anxiety. Next day from this moment on, we and Lai have exactly 6 days left. If we done make heat through without incident, we in big trouble. We will succeed. If we happen to get injured or have to give up and return to base, Eat will be considered a total failure. And Enlai then did they realize quit horror that important items were missing. Hensiha and Yudel were annoyed, and looking at Quan who looked quite pitiful they asked, doesn't our group 8 bag feel lighter than usual? There 8 in lie 1 bottle of water, a rope, a flint, and an absorption stone in here. Likey food IDK all gone. Hansia was furious but helpless. To survive for 6 days quit this, they've truly gone mad. Hensiha suddenly thought about Ika's inside, maybe Eat ain't my fault. Udel looked at him quite warmest of gazes. I always have bad luck when I am Kut Diu, Eat probably isn't a coincidence. Then Udel comforted him, don't say that, Duve helped me a lot too. Nevertheless they had to lift their spirits. In any case we must keep moving forward because retreating means failure. A person beside him agreed, let 8 try our best together. That 8 right, at least we all know each other, that 8 an advantage. First, there are currently 2 paths, which direction should we choose? They quickly analyzed the situation and began their task. Hansia decisively pointed to left without any hesitation. Ernest wondered where he got such confidence from, as no one knew Eek area well. E.T. would be better to be careful, wouldn't he Eat? No, I am sure I know. Why are you so sure? Hansia replied I read books and researched this place. But in reality, all that knowledge had been instilled in him by Professor Ernest beforehand. Natally enthusiastically praised that, Ernest also felt somewhat relieved, confirming that Hansia still maintained his reputation as a walking encyclopedia. Hansia was still convinced that everything would go smoothly, lie a casual stroll. But night had already fallen. He started to feel dizzy, as he thought Loppy group was just going around in circles. His exhausted legs stumbled through white dense forest, which looked strangely familiar. Everyone worriedly asked if he was okay, while Hansiha quietly walked at Inavai Galine. That 86 trend, he thought, I heard Lee path on like left was wife's safest shortcut. Could Professor Ernest really be deceiving his own students? He couldn't understand what Iki hell was happening anymore. Harsh reality was completely different from what he had calculated. Meanwhile, back at campsite oh no we redoomed. Levany turned to question Kassan. Dio accidentally took Hansiha 8 group 8 compass stone didn't he Dio? No way. I wouldn't waste my time doing something lie that. Kassan began to panic and worry. Damn Eat must have fallen awe when I was getting food. Although this guy was unlucky, he certainly didn't want his friends to go missing in Leak Wild Forest. Levany scolded him harshly. Lai compass stone ID can essential item for survival. Than to Yeet, we can locate their position and rescue them in time. What do we do now? Kassan growled irritably. What else do want me to do? But in reality, he had no right to be angry at that moment. They were strong enough to take care of themselves anyway. Besides, how dare we go and report to Group 5, 2 that we lot like item. What a scup. There ain't no helping this Kassan. He claimed he wasn't irresponsible and would return after 3 days. Kassan hoped everything would go smoothly so we other group wouldn't be penalized, and Eat would be even better if they returned safely. But now 8 was key next night, NMP story arc had jumped to I-10's episode 9. Survival secret in a cursed campsite, quite a 7-day limit if they wanted to avoid Ike's penalty of failure. Hensia guessed that this wasn't a side quate but IP main storyline. Eat felt lie they were being forced into an unfair scenario, just lie those social struggle movies. Now his heart was burning quit worry for his comrades. Lie children collapsed from hunger after a long day of walking. Exhaustion was inevitable especially as they kept circling due to Lee illusion Madich spread across the terrain. Hansi was very suspicious. Illusion Madich couldn't just appear naturally. Professor Aiden surely wouldn't be cruel enough to torment students on a normal field trip, would he? Hansia tried to find a reasonable explanation to reassure himself, but Lee P. More he thought, like he more his mind became tangled lie not quit no escape. Rummaging through his memories, Hansia realized he had made too many enemies. He didn't know who was playing tricks when other students were leisurely partying by campfire. While his group struggled for survival, Queen suddenly cheered, look, there seems to be a cave or VE there. Oh my, have we really escaped IP illusion? Wak whole group clung to this hope, overjoyed, hoping faux shelter from like a rain and a place to be a fire faux warmth. But before Leak words could finish, an uninvited guest appeared right at their entrance. 1-8 eyes widened in horror when he saw the formidable guest 8 silhouette. Heat was a wild boar, and by Iki look in its eyes, they knew immediately 8 was not friendly at all. Their set-lived joy was quickly dashed. Why whole group was hit quit a splash of cold water. One still tried to whisper, guys, Eat seems this cave must have an owner. ferocious wild boar, several times bigger than them, stood there. Who knew what drama would unfold next? Eat seemed to be key owner of this cave and was not at all pleased quat he's trend visitors. Its huge snout snorted hot breath, and its sharp tusks made everyone tremble. I hope that pig 8 legs are strong enough, because at this rate, lock other group IDE going to up fun of scars. Hansia seemed to have sensed Lee irritation coming from that massive, rampaging wild boar V. As soon as Lee backpack was opened, little Ajin poked its head off. However, since Makapon and ID just a chubby pig, surely whole group will just stand by helplessly. Receiving ache order to Sheppies from Leaky Butt, Leaky Baby Rejun dashed forward fiercely toward Lee to gate, though Eid has barely hatched. Leak legendary blood in its veins ID still enough to take on any formidable mages. No way a supreme creature would fall at Iki hands of a piggy bank, but as soon as that thaw finished, Lee Baby Yuki Regian was sent flying into U Sis Kai Lai a poor kitten. Seeing such a chaotic scene that didn't he look like a war god at all, he guy rubbed his eyes repeatedly because he couldn't understand what on earth had just happened. Peep Lai tried to be serious, oh war god. Hansiha rushed RVE and tried to shake him awake, but like overwhelming awe from earlier had completely vanished. Now leaky little fellow lay flat on Iki ground, could a throbbing head from bitter defeat. Leaky expression on little Lee regenerate face said it all. His vacant eyes seemed to ask how a proud species like his could be knocked awe so easily by a pig. This psychological SC was far too heavy. Witnessing his pet in such a mess left the owner speechless. Quit being so dramatic and get up, you little troublemaker. Meanwhile, OU was looking at them both with an incredibly stern expression. Warrior OU unsheathed her sword and stepped onto front lines, deciding to replace Guy Baby Ajin to handle Lay ferocious pig, since Lee little one was no use. It was time for Key big sister to carry Eliki Tim. She braced herself and pushed up with one leg. Immediately after she swung her sword, aiming straight at Tate heart. A sharp sow of EP sword slicing through weak air rang out. Despite taking a direct, clean hit from that sharp sword, Leak Wild Boar 8 hide remained as solid as stone, without even a small scratch. She gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to believe that a warrior of her strength was powerless against a wild creature like this. To preserve their strength, OU quickly retreated to her teammates. She sensed something abnormal from Leak opponent and judged that ordinary weapons were useless, suspecting it had been enhanced with some special protective madich. Both one and Nathalie stared in bewilderment, asking how a creature so heavily armored could appear in this wilderness, as they themselves were extremely curious. Stuck in this dilemma, Hansia racked his brain but still couldn't he find a feasible way off. Quat Lee's situation growing more tense by minute, things were getting truly serious. He gently coaxed his little darling, asking if Bassin had regained consciousness for another round, but unfortunately, baby G8 high pride and courage had been kicked into oblivion by that wild boar. Seeing this, Leaky owner suggested that little Lee Eugen's Katip using his usual fire breath and instead deploy Ki ultimate technique they had recently practiced together. Hearing this, wee little guy immediately regained his spirits. Normally baby Yin was only accustomed to using wide-range fire breath primarily to clear minor enemies. Recently, his master had given him special training on a move that concentrates all Lich into a single point to optimize destructive power. However, even Hansia didn't expect an actual combat opportunity for this move to come so quickly. Go fo heat little Lurajon. Lee Baby Regine was extremely excited to take his new trump key for revenge, determined not to let himself be humiliated by that pig again. As his eyes widened, a brilliant surge of power suddenly flashed with immense force. Fire. Little like Regine spat a giant fireball combined quit bolts of lightning, shooting 8 straight at Likey to gate ahead. Quit just this one fatal blow. Stubborn pig was flattened instantly. If light little leak Regine had maintained leaky flame a bit longer, why whole group surely would have had a fragrant roasted pork feast right there. Seeing that the opponent was truly unconscious, whole group finally dared to cautiously approach to inspect E, offering plenty of praise. Though they had seen E a few times, they still couldn't believe a tiny infant could have such terrifying destructive power. Nathalie incessantly praised Ike supergalactic baby Rajen for regaining his peak form. Seeing his majestic presence now, so different from his pathetic state earlier, made Hansia feel happy for both of them as he watched from Laiki's side. This massive prey was more than enough to feed Waiki hold him for many days to come, but just then, everyone noticed something else trend, and there seemed to be a rich fragrance drifting nearby. Hansia 8 call echoed from behind, leaving his teammates confused and wondering what trend trick he was about to pull this time. Eat turned out tonight 8 me knew would be a masterpiece, grilled wild boar. After a whole day of walking without rest, his stomach was protesting violently and he was salivating greed. Everyone else was starving too, so they immediately joined in fun. Hansia stood towering before large wild boar. Suddenly, he had become an involuntary hunter and was now being pushed into having to dissect Eat, though his blank expression made Eat clear he had never touched a blade in his life. However, among this group, Henshia was one who had actually studied properly, so he resigned himself to pulling a knife and nervously began dissecting the animal with a very cautious look on his face. E.T. was disheartening. He never imagined that after all that proper schooling, he would end up as a butcher, but that idea how E goes E profession chooses E person, not like other way around. Once everything was done, Leaky whole group moved into a cave to lie a fire, and since they already had meat, they decided to stay there fu p night. And Shiha returned could a plate fun of meat, and quit everything else prepared. He asked if Li P group had finished starting Li fire, to which Basin had already eagerly helped by blowing on Iki flames. Light pieces of meat were sliced into uniform pieces, followed by T practiced of skewering them faux grilling. Nothing beats the pleasure of being in middle of Li wilderness and enjoying freshly grilled food right on the spot lie. This, after all grueling waiting, Li meat skewers finally turned gin brown, looking so appetizing and colorful that it seemed they were perfectly cooked. No more waiting. Let it dig in. Quan couldn't hold back any longer. One look at his haggard expression showed just how hungry he had been all day, so he opened his mouth wide and shoved a skewer of meat straight in. He took a massive bite, chewing voraciously until his cheeks puffed as if he were holding kanai. Like whole group was enjoying Lee gift from Mother Nature, and Ike meal was so delicious that Natalie was even moved to tears of happiness, making Hansia feel that his hard work was truly worthwhile. He didn't forget to share pieces quit Basin, who was lying nearby. He had to admit that having a Lai Rai Jean around was truly convenient, a professional hunter and a living lighter foe, cooking all in one. Quan cried quit joy, having thought he would have to go hungry, and Hansia felt his heart warm as he looked at his teammates, who had been struggling all day without a drop of water or a bite of food. They must have been absolutely exhausted. Night fell and the firelight became even more brilliant. He told everyone to rest while he went to patrol leak area. An E group followed his orders obediently while Hansia snuck a to Chi perimeter. As Hansia paced around checking Lee surrounded, he pondered deeply on what he should do tomorrow to ensure things went smoothly. It would probably take at least a week for Wipes Academy to receive a status report, assuming third-year seniors discovered anomaly and reported it in Iki meantime. Tim could easily encounter more illusion ma di cho bizarre beasts lie wild boar from earlier. This tangled mess gave Hansia a splitting headache. He felt he needed to do something, but Lai road ahead did not seem easy at all. Suddenly, a voice rang all behind him, startling him. How annoying. Pondering something so deep, it was Oeu, who had snuck to follow Hansia all way here simply because she couldn't sleep. Under pale misty moonlight, Hansia gave Oeu an indifferent glance. Do wanna watch stars together? Oeu asked, pointing to Lippy twinkling starry sky, and Hansia dazed up while following direction of her hand. She talked about how Madi each reflects human heart, wondering if, as an earth element mage, her soul might be closer to Mother Earth than to Life Sif Kai. At that moment, a mysterious glow seemed to emanate from around Oeu. What about Du? Why did Du choose to become a beast tamer? It sounds quite unusual, she asked. Hansia didn't know how to answer, given that in his previous life he was a veterinarian, and upon waking up, he had transmigrated into a beast tamer in a novel. A secret so difficult to explain could never be revealed, so he blurted a random reason, saying it was just a more relaxed path to take, which gave Oeu a chance to tease him about such a lazy motive. Suddenly she fell silent. Oeu just stood there, looking at him with an adorable expression as her cheeks slowly turned pink. Madi H finds its way to a person after they have been through so much. Hansia also stared blankly at Ou's lovely face. Neither of them said another quiz to like other, and Enelique saw of footsteps echoed steadily in the quiet space. It was a destiny that had been ordained long ago. So why did Oeu possess such terrifying power? Trailing and lie behind a main character. She suddenly stopped walking and whispered that she finally understood why she had become a mage. Oeu began to reminisce about Li's past, back when she was tiny, before she even knew of Madi Che, when her entire village had been completely buried by earth and stone. Everything was devastated, and Oeu and Lai stand there helplessly, unable to do anything at all. In front of Oeu was Lai, an endless void, quite nothing but scattered rocks and stones to be seen. Villagers whispered and gossiped, some saying a walk mage was hiding, others that Iki entire village was cursed. So much talk. But to me, those rumors meant nothing. My biggest concern was that innocent villagers had suddenly vanished without a trace, all on a beautiful day. You looked around helplessly, her face showing clear resignation because she could do nothing to sigh her loved ones. It was as if all pieces of light puzzle of life had fitted together perfectly. That was why Oeu had never uttered a quook about her family throughout Li's entire story. Why could someone no place to go still stay at like academy, even during a holiday, and keep practicing so diligently lie that? How could she? Hansia felt as if he was looking at Oeu through a blurry phone screen. Hansia secretly admired Oei's determination. How could such a small girl possess such extraordinary courage? After a moment of hesitation, just as Hansia was about to speak, I suddenly made a trend saw, which sounded like something groaning. Li So just now caught Hansia at attention, leaving him stunned. What? A groaning sow. Hansia looked down. Small puddles of water had suddenly appeared beneath his feet before he knew it. Locked ground around them began to shake violently, making it impossible for either of them to stand firm. This was a clear warning. Strangely, ground suddenly cracked open and floated in midair. But for a brief moment, they collapsed again, creating sounds like X-ray of continuous explosions. Hensia slumped to ground luckily. His body was not seriously harmed. Oh my god, I thought my leg was broken, Hansiha. Do you saw a glowing object on the key ground earlier too, didn't he? Do you? OU was sitting on another RPC. Yeah, that ain't right. At first I thought he looked familiar for some reason. Hansiha suddenly remember why's trend piece of paper Lihan found in 8 and 8 secret tunnel. It looks exactly like the characters written on this. Didn't he Lihan find it while hunting down Lyak mages at school A? You didn't expect things to be this serious. Then could it be? They both said in unison, and quickly spun around to look in same direction with anxious eyes. In front of them was a humanoid figure made of rocks, a crystal right in the key middle of its chest. So they're ATIDE. Red crystal lay snugly inside stone man chest. Hansia raised his hand, intending to pull it out. After Hansia took the crystal, stone man body suddenly moved. Hansia smiled awkwardly. Don't tell me it ain't about to wake up because I took whoopee crystal. You stood behind, no way. Where crystal had once been, small cracks suddenly appeared emitting sparkling light. Its entire body seemed to be trying to stand up, but neither of them seemed to have any intention of running away or reacting. Hansia couldn't believe it. Was that thing a golem or a walking wild boar? He turned to that because they were so exhausted, they had no strength left to re-AC. Hansia stood frozen like a statue. I am afraid we can fight it. What should we do now? Olyu extended her hand to Hansiha. What do you mean? Hurry here and take my hand tightly. Despite being in a dangerous situation, Hansiha was still a bit shy. Why do I have to hold your hand? You held her wand. Still done get eat. To escape, of course. Then you wrapped her arms around Hansia, and they both sat on a boulder, which immediately moved to help them escape. It was truly a classic scene of a beauty saving a hero, but in their haste, Hansiha banged his head against IP base of boulder. Gitu could no longer continue moving that way. Hansia pressed his hands against the ground. Power of that crystal indeed on another LV. Why did 8 make me hit my head on Nike base? Of all places, why there? And to think Lipe exit in a piece kai. You gently said to him. I just saved do, and do re still complaining so much. Looking at legs shaking uncontrollably above, Odell whispered to him, Hey Hansiha, I just had leaky worst premonition in the world. A brutal golem woke up from its deep sleep because we accidentally stepped on it. Now heat 8 wrecking everything in its path and no one can see Tuppy et. Besides, this cave about to collapse. It seems real run fast. As soon as they reached Likey cave entrance, one and Nathalie were still utterly bewildered. Run quickly. One was surprised, why are you two here? And where this tremor coming from? No time to explain. Get of here fast. Not inside cave, but light entire surrounding area was also shaking violently for no apparent reason. Just as Y group was preparing to slip away, Odell suddenly stopped them. Wait, let 8 calm down for a second. We can escape. Leech outside ID completely sealed a P by BP like Smadich. All of breath, one asked, so what do we do now? You said some giant thing ID hunting us down. Odell said they had no way back and their only option was to face ET, so they had to try to keep a cun head. Odell turned around and saw that ET wasn't as fast as he thought. He cast a stone pulse spell, making rocks and dirt on ground hover everywhere. Then, he controlled key pile of earth to check straight at opponent to attack IP Golem. Despite putting all his strength into he didn't even leave a scratch. Hudel looked extremely. Using such EV blows yet 8 completely unharmed, that 8 so unfair. If physical attacks are useless, we have to find another way. Suddenly a trend spark of inspiration flashed in Hansia at 8 mind. Hansia thanked her, leaving Odell completely dumbfounded since he hadn't done anything. Although idea sounded a bit absurd, it was a valuable hint. If Odell 8 attacks were useless, Fire Madich would also be garbage, as golems fortified such spells wouldn't fear heat. Nathalie, come here quickly and give me a hand. Nathalie was slightly surprised because she knew she wasn't as strong as Odell. Hansia said, Eat 8 Fi. What matters that do re excellent at water Madiche. So, just pour water on eat. This move made Odell AT jaw drop. Yeah, crazy. Earth-type monsters are usually extremely resistant to water. Hansia didn't care. I already told do. Don't worry, just trust me. Eat seemed Nathalie put all her bets on Hansia. Alright, if Eat 8 do must have a brilliant plan. Nathalie chanted a water strike spell, and water droplets immediately appeared around her. Water poured heavily from of nowhere onto Golem. Nathalie thought she had just given 8 a cun bath, not knowing if 8 had any fate sheet. Awesome. Finally Eat 8 time to act. Terra slipped of coat pocket. Even though Eat had just hatched, its flying ability was quite skillful. A sea trend lie shone in Terra at eyes, looking as if Ed had just drawn a yellow outline. Lyre suddenly got cold, forcing Odell to shield himself his hand. What this? Why ID it suddenly so freezing? She couldn't believe what she was seeing. That was key very thing. Golem was frozen solid. If we can smash ET, we'll just freeze ET to a standstill. Thus, giant could no longer move. Following that, huge cracks began to appear in leak ice layer enveloping up Golem. Shatter ET. La Golem along ice layer was shattered into 100 pieces. Lee principle was simple. Water expands in volume when frozen. No matter how stubbornly RPC ID, ET will definitely crack when subjected to sudden cold. Hansiha did not forget to praise Para, your first battle in Diuri Sokun Terra. Fortunately, this technique proved to be extremely effective. Because he had exerted too much energy, Hansiha could no longer stand firm. Seeing this, his friends panicked and shouted Hansiha's 8 name. Everyone frantically gathered around to cha on Hansiha to see if he was okay. He looked completely haggard. Because he had overused his Mediich, he felt as though he were about to meet his ancestors, to which Owu sarcastically replied that he was certainly in trouble then. Yu suddenly looked back, sensing something approaching. Wait, I hear someone 8 footsteps of V there. Eat turned out to be Kasan and Levany looking faux Waiki group. As soon as Kasan saw them, he ran V and shouted everyone, what on earth happened here? Senior Duva finally arrived. Du must have a lot do want to say right now. Don T. Du. He staggered, bracing himself, queued his hands as he tried to stand up after a long day of total exhaustion. Kazan clasped his hands and pleaded, though his attitude was unbearably insincere. I was wrong, I truly didn't foresee these consequences. It wasn't that I intended to run a quit stone, I was just anxiously running everywhere trying to find everyone. How on earth did a golem appear right next to We Aiden Academy? Hansiha 8 anger began to boil to the key point where he just wanted to punch him to his heart 8 content. Hansiha let out a weary sigh, deciding to just let Eat go and be done quitty Eat. But he had no intention of letting this bastard pee so easily. Why don't he kneel down to satisfy me? I think doing that would make me feel much more relaxed. What hell are you saying? Kazan had thought a mere apology would suffice, but Hansiha wasn't about to let him escape so easily. Hansiha didn't bother arguing quit him any further. He shot Kazan a look as sharp as a razor. What are you still standing there foe? Kneel down now. Unlike previous time when he was just annoyed because of Jun, this time Kazan was trembling so hard quit fear that his whole body collapsed. Realizing the gravity of life situation, Kazan had no choice but to promptly kneel as Hansiha ordered. Alright, I am sorry. That forced apology was ein of Kazanate cocky attitude. Academy immediately issued an emergency evacuation order, just 1 week after they had moved there. The range of Great Mediich used to suppress key golems was enormous, so much so that all these students in a key forest and Lee Academy staff saw it clearly. Fortunately, everyone evacuated in time, so Occam's Hitch was limited to property. Lee Academy announced they would soon clarify cause of monsters and golems' appearance, but frankly, Hansiha didn't believe they would tell Lee truth, especially regarding that cube. I found this, Hansiha said, showing IB cube to Lai Han. Lai Han had heard of such things before and said, Hansiha, Duva worked hard. Then Hansiha suddenly remembered that according to original plot, this third cube wasn't supposed to have appeared yet. It should have been in key hands of key mages. Those reasons were enough to explain Lee presence of illusion, the barrier surrounding hidden area, and those aggressive monsters. Lai Han invited everyone to sit down. An illusion. Did you notice any Treno unusual Medici sources while you were in Leaky Forest? Liu suddenly remembered, It ate hard to put into words, but I felt a shady magical power I've never encountered before. According to Lai Han 8 knowledge, that kind of Medici could not be cast from a great distance. If that were case, Lai Caster must have been hiding right in that forest. And Enlai then did Hansiha and Owu realize how lucky they were to have escaped their lives. Hansiha pondered, these lock mages gave him a gut feeling that they were closing in on them bit by bit. At this rate, both Cube and the lives of entire group would soon be in danger. Eid arrived just in time. Just then, someone appeared. It wasn't clear who, making Hansiha quite happy. Ed was Xitem. Cap T6 of main plot had opened Aiden Alliance. Li Mysen was to protect Cube from Leaklax Mage Argent, quit a recommended party Psi of 6. This was exactly Li kind of alliance he needed. This alliance also appeared in Leaky original plot, a group initiated by Lai Han, but that wasn't what they needed to worry about right now. Real danger lay elsewhere. Lai cubes they had worked so hard to collect would soon be targeted by an extremely formidable enemy named Argent Fen, Tem Thief. That nickname said it all. No matter how carefully Do stored them or how many cubes Do collected, for this Fan TM Thief, stealing them was as easy as reaching into his own pocket. They scored a much bigger haul than expected, especially Iki Cube they had just touched. It was the perfect moment for that guy to strike. Hansiha wanted to slip away early to fly 8 safe. That 8 enough for today 8 meeting. Do you look exhausted, so go back to your room and get some sleep. As soon as Li Han finished speaking, Hansiha returned quit a cluttered mind. Even if he followed Lappy's status window, Li most headache-inducing part was still choosing whom to entrust quit a spot in this lineup. This was a matter of life and death, no joke. Outside it was pitch BLC, and Hansia walked alone down the empty corridor. Looking at recommended 6 members, a rough calculation showed that besides Hansia, he had to recruit 5 more people to match like original storyline. Lee names Lihan and Solia were non-negotiable as they had to be present, but who would take E-Finant 2 spots? Natali was definitely genius brain for future schemes, while Gwon was indeed Lihan irreplaceable right-hand man. But for some reason, Lee first person that popped into Hansia 8 mind was Jun Hyo. In original novel, the existence of key cubes wasn't revealed until much later. If he remembered correctly, it would be about 2 years before that part. Based on his recent Seekelu Shave dungeon battles alongside Jun Hyo was indeed Waiki type of genius who went to school just for fun. She consistently held the top spot in the theology department without fail, leaving Lai professors quit nothing to do but nod in admiration. Remaining spot was Fu Seymour, even though this young man was temperamental and often drove people crazy. Yet ever since escaping that lack dungeon then to Hensiha, he had stopped trying to rebuild the Kichma Deech Club O cause trouble, becoming quite well behaved and sensible. Seymour was always you type of character quit explosive potential and most importantly at present, he definitely would not backstab our side. Hensia was still scratching his head in thou, wondering if changing like lineup from E original was a brilliant move of self-destruction. However, sticking blindly to E old 6C rep would unlie lead to an early grave in this bleak novel world, and he had to prepare thoroughly to hope for survival. If he could discover leak latent abilities of these talented kids early on and nurture them properly, perhaps key outcome would be completely reversed compared to key original plot. Let 8 settle on that, trusting his intuition was paramount. Hensia scratched his head and told himself that Wiki roster was decided, and now hate was time to run a little experiment to see how things went. Next day likey weather was beautiful, as if to lie him. Could this be E-place? Hensia muttered as he stepped into E.T. cave. Hensia had entrusted Lihan quit keeping Li cubes collected from like desolate uninhabited desert. He didn't know how free Lihan was to have set up Medici and protective barriers already Iki protagonist 8U were really made a difference. Here they are. Seeing do guys intact makes me so relieved he thou. Li cubes were still sitting peacefully right where they belonged. In exchange for these 3 cubes, he had faced a mountain of hardships and several near-death experiences in like underworld. Locke's mages and Lai needed 5 cubes to absorb mana, but as a long-time novel reader, he knew far more terrifying secrets than that. These cubes weren't merely Medici batteries, they were a massive source of power that Hensia needed, and of course, every gift came at a price. For example, in the original novel, Lihan had to sacrifice his eyes in exchange for Wii absolute power to win Li Fine in battle. Hensia, of course, had no intention of making such a sacrifice himself using those things. But trying to find another way to use them wouldn't hurt, right? Li core of this world was something everyone desired. Was there a way to connect with them without turning them into power batteries? That ain't right. From now on, Hensiha would try to tame these cubes to see what would happen. Hensiha admitted sounded crazy, but he had harbored this intention for ages. Now, he would start the most basic step of getting acquainted, trying to strike up a conversation to see if they would see. Hensiha tried to shout as loudly as possible, hoping for a response, but that weird cube remained silent and motionless, making him look like a lunatic talking to himself. Deeply disappointed, he sank to his knees, inwardly cursing this painful deception. There was no way things would ever be that easy. However, the towering ego of a master tamer strictly forbade him from giving up so easily. Searching his memory, he knew like to subduing was sparking curiosity and engaging in conversation. An introductory lesson highlighted on Ike's very first page, B basic curriculum. Hansia continued his efforts by begging Li Cube to speak. His patience had truly reached Arpley bottom. But Li's square object remained motionless and silent. Far from saying a quips, it made sense, as it looked no different from an inanimate stone. Suddenly a full lot of inspiration struck. He remembered that a pet 8 affinity usually increases significantly when named, as they seemingly love being given titles. Even though he knew this action looked incredibly comical and foolish, Waiki young man decided to take a chance quiddy object. Hey there, mister. Squarey calling it that seemed right because, looking at it from any angle, it was just a square BLPC. Exhausted and discouraged, he felt his face flush quit embarrassment at his silly behavior. Key moment Lee key words left his mouth. Perhaps pressures of life had clouded his mind, but just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden S-trend noise behind him. Unexpectedly, that silly tactic was extremely effective as IQ bait affinity sword. He wished money would automatically increment lie that every time he called faux heat. Hansi at 8 mouth hung Obanech in such amazement that his jaw nearly dropped. He couldn't believe this joke had yielded such surprising results. Lay friendship index kept skyrocketing, accompanied by a rapid succession of cheerful signaling sounds from Laki's seat. He scratched his head in confusion, unable to fathom leak mechanics of this clumsy, inanimate BPC of stone. A virtual window appeared, asking if he agreed to capture a leapy entity named Square BLPC. Hansia frantically tapped agree button repeatedly. Yeet would be foolish to pass up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this. That decisive action showed just how impatient he had become. Like status panel indicated that this entity possessed absolutely no consciousness essential. Yeet was not a normal living creature. LV1 could an energy LV key of up to 100 points, Other stats were 0, but he possessed E's superpower of teleportation. That massive energy figure left him in severe SC. According to his memory, even Gi's most formidable energy-storing beasts only reached a threshold of 70 points, yet this was a 3-digit MMB that would make even Wak mages drool, could envy. He forced a strained smile and suddenly realized that in his excitement of VYT monstrous stats, he had nearly forgotten his core Mai-san. Looking at leaky cube quit worried eyes, had he just successfully captured square BLPC suddenly flashed quit an orange light. From that moment on, Journey to Conquer Mysterious Cubes was officially launched. Light capture of this first box-shaped friend went extremely smoothly and faster than expected. But when moving to League second to Geek, difficulty skyrocketed, Ink Intimacy Index and line nudged up a meager 1.5%. Luck MB slightly crept up to 1.8%, leaving Hansi Haletan thaw quit his knees tucked to his chest. This snail 8 pace was indeed too much of a tate for his patience, but he had no other choice. Roughly speaking, he now possessed a powerful lineup of assistants. His current LV far exceeded lead limits of a normal beast tamer. So if he were to complain now, colleagues from across I continent would surely flock to gang up on him. Thinking this, he sighed warily. Well, slowly but surely things will work out. Hansia gently raised his hand. This Idika type of mysterious cube, Enlay after successfully taming it, did he realize that each cube harbors its own unique special power. Specifically, Indefinite Cube possesses Lai's ability to construct space by consuming a significant amount of money and mana. Well, key fact that ETID not merely a pure mana C pet item Idika major advantage, choosing to tame it was truly a wise decision. Hansiha cherished Lai P treasure in his hands, since he needed to carry it often to increase affinity and Neek rebel uprising was approaching. He kept it seek Elu fo fear 8 might be stolen. Basin called all from behind, making Hansia turn around. He suddenly paused, wondering why little late year G8 skin color looked so stren lately. He turned to this was a result of awakening its transformation ability. YP cute little Loki Rajan had now turned blue but seemed much less pretty, making Hansia find these basic transformation tricks quite dull. Hansia teased Basin, asking if he could in change color and not shape. Little Wygri Jean immediately turned green as a sulky response. Since outward appearance remained exactly same, this XQ was truly just faux fun and of no practical use. Merely changing from a red Li Jian to a blue one was hardly a transformation. Contrary to Hansia's 8 disappointed expression, Basin seemed extremely excited about this new ability. Right after that, Hansia suddenly changed his mind. Wait, perhaps a tiny change Lai this could be useful in some cases. Does this mean Du can also change Lai's shape of other things? Hansia looked at him, cute sparkling eyes, making little Lograjin feel unusually uneasy. If I want to carry it quit me, I can let it be seen so conspicuously Lai this Basin. He came up with a bold idea and gave Albi cube to Basin, asking if Lakey little one could help turn it into a flatter shape. Basin wasn't too sure if he could fulfill this odd request, but his face looked so funny at that moment, not looking Lai a majestic a Regine at all. After a struggle, cube changed from a square to a sphere, affinity increased by 2. Key new member was named Roddy. After that everything became chaotic again. Recruiting personnel Fu uprising was harder than imagined, especially Jung, who showed no interest. He thought she would agree immediately due to her friendly nature and get relationship quit Laiha, but she used a bad omen as an excuse and avoided Hansiha, making persuasion. Finally, after a period of internal struggle, Jun Hyo agreed to Gin the lineup. As expected, Seamer nodded instantly without any hesitation, believing this was a Gin an opportunity to reclaim his former glory. Thus Hansia successfully completed 6 episodes of Chap T9. On a fresh early Mo 9 at Leak Academy, light-changing seasons made surrounding scenery look much more radiant and fun of life. Hansiha sat relaxed on a bench on Lai P school grounds, flipping through white pages of a book. Someone suddenly appeared, startling Hansia. What are you doing here? I am just taking likey time to read some books borrowed from Leak Library, he replied, looking up at Nathalie and curiously asking about Lee Cat in her arms. Nathalie held up Lee Cat, which looked incredibly adorable. I happened to see this little one shivering and huddling in like rain on my way at Shem. It reminds me of Basin, so I couldn't bear to leave it, Nathalie said, pushing Likey Cat Seek Lu to Hansi had 8 face. He couldn't understand how they were similar when they were completely different species. Perhaps because concept of pets was not common here. Cats and monsters were all just animals. Hansia gently stroked like creature in his lap. Nathalie watched Hansiha petting like cat quit sparkling eyes. Eat seems to really lie do. Normally Eat takes a few days to get Seek Lu to me. Maybe Eat 8 because do Ria Tamer. Hansiha couldn't lie nod in response. Nathalie glanced at book on his lap and asked if she was disturbing him. Hansiha shook his head, saying it wasn't to schoolwork, just reading for leisure. Hansiha borrowed Blakey books because he thought he needed to learn more about items to tame Lee Cube more effectively. However, books on this subject were quite rare, too difficult for beginners, and Nathalie quietly sat down beside him. Do seem to lie this genre of book, Don T. Do. It looks as brain-twisting as a university textbook. I must admit Eat 8 so hard to digest that I am completely at a loss. Hansia said to his friend while scratching his head. Natally glanced to V and offered to help. How about I do? For example, look at this broom classification chart. Basically, why way do weave a broom determines its function. Long fibers are faux housework while sat ones are faux playing soccer. Hansia listened wide-eyed and Boeing-mouthed at her profound knowledge. Et made sense, as her father had taught her how to make brooms in leaky past. They must be sweet memories, and Natally 8's smile looked so adorable. Hansia became even more stunned. Did you really craft items? Everyone has their own hidden talents. A master was right next door and I had no idea. Natally kindly explained that Ike items on the first few pages weren't difficult at all, they were just basic things. This one Ike used to reinforce staves, that in V there I'd a specialized dagger, and those potions are quite expensive but worth every penny. He didn't tease up there. Hansia started to break all in a cold sweat. Well, let 8 go to likey next Pate. Although that P8 didn't even have a title, no matter how Do looked at Eat was about E cubic BLPC. Hansia thought to himself that even though Natally was wise, she'd probably be stumped by this. Surprisingly, she suddenly let out an amazed gasp. Isn't he this cubic BLPC? Natally 8 casual remark nearly gave Hansia a heart attack. Do you know about E cubic BLPC too? Hansia quickly covered his mouth. He messed up. He should have pretended to be naive. Currently, like cubic BLPC was still a mystery to we public, and slipping up could be fatal. Natally slowly turned to look at Hansia and replied concisely, I know about E. Natally wondered why he was so familiar with Eat since very few people knew about E.T. Hansia froze for a few seconds before asking back, then why do know about Eat? Natally tightly clutched E book containing Ike cubic BP data in her hands, looking deep in thou. My grandfather was E1 who created them. Natally 8 face suddenly became unusually serious. Your grandfather. Hansia almost dropped his jaw from Kisa C. His face turned pale as he struggled to believe 8. That 8 right. Now E8 your turn to answer. How do know about E cubic BLEC? Hansia hesitated, wondering whether to lay all his cards on Light table. Everyone at Light Academy rumored that Natally was a kind and friendly person. She had a small BU and occasionally helped lead protagonist a bit, but rarely got directly involved in main plot. Maybe she wouldn't use Lee cubic BLPC for anything bad, but it was better to be safe than so wry. No, now wasn't Lie time to sit there calculating Lie gains and losses so much, because he desperately needed information about T cubic BLPC. Hansia was forced to be honest for once. He couldn't let this Geenmon opportunity slip away. Hansia gathered all his courage and confessed, I know well because I am B1 holding Odd cubic BLPC right now. Natally couldn't believe her ears. Do you really possess E cubic BLPC? Natally began to recount, I once heard my grandfather confiding in me about this. He said someone had snatched it away ages ago. He warned me to keep it a total secret, which I deek why I was so cautious. But how did it eventually fall into your hands? Hansia hesitated for a moment, but he realized that hiding things at this point would be lie digging his own grave. Even if PMB of participants exceeded expectation, there was no other way. A notification popped up showing that there were enough people, but Hansia still decided, Nate, I have a proposal. I really need your knowledge. Hansia prayed silently in her heart, hoping that nothing major would happen, because at that time, Aki mages were actively hunting for that cube. As expected, Hansia did not hesitate at all and nodded immediately, accepting the invitation to Gian. And so she also generously revealed a treasure trove of secrets to him. As Natally drew the cube on an E-board, she meticulously explained that it was originally designed as an energy-providing creation. My grandfather once dreamed of being in a train P by Madi chair rather than an old-fashioned steam engine. A magical train sounds quite surreal, doesn't he? Hansia suddenly realized that science and technology in this place did not develop in any clear direction. Waki root of Aiki problem lay in thin line between what people could and could not do Kutma di Chi. And that magical train, unfortunately, belonged to key impossible things that would never succeed using Madiche alone. Natally explained to move a giant train requires a tremendous amount of Madiche, which ID almost impossible. My grandfather had to scratch his head of this difficult problem. Then, a sudden idea flashed in his head, to seek red an artifact lie an energy-generating core that could produce nearly infinite Madiche and condense ET. My Willow family has been famous for generations as talented master crafters. So, my grandfather traveled all of continent just to hunt for perfect materials for this special energy source. In he found a type of mineral that perfectly met all his requirements, shimmering noctilucent stones. Those stones contain an astonishingly concentrated amount of D, so to seep red a cube, a massive amount of noctilucent stone must be fused. During prex, they realized that depending on materials they used faux combination, resulting cube would reveal completely different powers. Hansia then curious. So ID that why every cube eventually possesses a unique ability. Natally replied in surprise, this ID a shocking secret? How did Do know about this so well? Oh, I was just guessing. Hansia quickly covered up, because there was no way he would dare reveal that he had tamed that cube. Natally continued that ain't right. Leak initial purpose wasn't to grant them power, but to keep them under scene tran, they had to set limits while forging and imbuing them unique abilities. Hansia was still bewildered, not understanding what those restrictions were. Natally answered, I am not qualified enough to work at that LVE, so as Fu Wei details, I am at a loss too. However, whenever Madich ID infused into any artifact, their ID always a price to pay. Even tiny items have their own limits, and like a user must compensate for them. For example, a normal Madich wand has certain restrictions and always requires Woolly Mage to offer something to maintain ET. Ah, so that was EAT, he understood. Lay E Life Cube, one of Ike items frequently mentioned in E main plot. E can revive live dead, an incredible power, but EAT requires user to sacrifice their own life in exchange. Incredible, they originally intended to use those cubes as energy providing items. ID'd as simple as that. Yeah, basically Natally patiently explained further to help him understand. Hansia clenched his fist. Things were no longer as they were in Lake beginning. Sometimes things go too far from their original purpose. Lane and Ben ate dynamite. He created 8 quit I desire for a safe explosive, but in he and people used EAT to ane lives of millions of souls. P-cubes shared a similar fate. They were originally created as a convenient energy source, but light bottomless greed of Liuki mages tarnished that noble purpose. Hansia felt very lucky to have gathered so much valuable information about Leaky Mysterious Cube after that conversation. They both said goodbye to Head M. If Natally hadn't accidentally started a conversation quit him today while he was sitting leisurely on a stone bench. Oh, if Junhyo hadn't accidentally found that precious book for him in a library yesterday, then he surely wouldn't have learned anything from all this information. That shows Hansiha Idik a person who highly treasures leaky experiences he has gained. He was walking leisurely down like hallway when a call pulled him back. Hansiha, I've finally found you. Well, talk of Lee Devil and he shall appear. Like one who just called him was none other than Junhyo. She was still puzzled, not knowing who Cao Cao was. Junhyo immediately noticed the tiny kitten nestled in Hansia at arms. Eat looks like a real cat, but what would a cat be doing in Leaky Academy? OID this some menin XT DUV just tamed. No, Eat ain't just an ordinary cat. Hansiha recounted how Natally had rescued this stray cat on a pouring rainy day. She asked Junhyo to take care of Eat Fu her because she was swamped with assignments. Don think that just because you are a beast tamer, you can tame any animal. But if even I can do Eat, then who can? Junhyo held her hand confidently. Can you let me hold Eat Fo a bit? You. Hansiha smirked. It took Natally a whole week to get Eat used to her. Do so noisy, yet do expect Eat to follow do. Just as he finished his sentence, Like Cat dashed straight toward Junhyo as if hypnotized. Eat curled up snugly in Junhyo 8 lap, not forgetting to glare at Hansiha with a defiant look. Seeing this, Junhyo took opportunity to laugh triumphantly. What did Do just say? Completely obedient to Do. She laughed so hard she bent a VE, making Hansiha 8 face turn as red as a ripe tomato. See top that's smirking right now. A cat looked extremely comfortable in contact. Heat really likes me. Junhyo excitedly asked if she could adopt ET if E didn't have an owner. Hansiha fell into deep thought. Perhaps letting this cat stay quit a profit would be much safer. IDE quit do Ali others. Do guys are all living quit danger every day. That ain't right. Before this, Natally was also looking for someone trustworthy to entrust this poor creature to. Junhyo showed sheer joy at being able to adopt E-Cat. This IDE wonderful. She hugged a little furball tightly and whispered, from now on, we are family, okay? Lee Cat let Awa Mio as if highly satisfied. Hansiha had to gently remind her that Natally had already named Eat. She named Ain Han. That name sounds so lovely. This little cat was truly lucky to find a new FSRM. Han, Eat so nice to meet you, Junhyo said, lifting Cat up high affectionately. Hansiha thought a waiki image of a prophet quit a cat was quite nice. By Ki Wei, what did Do want to see me for earlier? Junhyo was so engrossed quit Han that she almost forgot her main purpose. Oh right, I completely forgot. I have some important news to tell Do. Important news. Junhyo asked if he still remembered his brother whom they met at Leiki astrology competition. Of course he remembered. Who would ask such a silly question? He was his brother, after all. He was just appointed as a professor. Hansan has just finished moving into his new office at Lee Academy. He also works as an investigator for Aiden. Oh, his looks are truly dazzling. Hansiha didn't he do know? Investigator Hansai-hun just took on a professor role at Kimdeech Research Institute. He teaches while still carrying all his duties at Leaky Ministry of Madiche, as if he never gets tired. Hansia was surprised by Adele. Duo know a lot of details, Don T do of course. That ain't because Odell works as an assistant to Waiki investigator to both earn a scholarship and make ends meet. Hansia felt dizzy hearing this. ID your life really that difficult? Hansiha suddenly felt something was a bit of wait a minute. Why didn't he all tell Do about investigator Hansiha 8 job earlier? I thought Do already knew all about Eat. Besides, do I have to report every little detail to Do? But thinking about ET, what Odell said wasn't wrong either. Hansiha felt he had gone a bit too far, reflecting on Eat. They had no obligation to report everything to him. But why did his heart ache lie this? Eat must be because Do re so in love, right? Hansiha quickly changed the subject. Never mind. Why did he suddenly become an investigator anyway? Although Odell was hard to read, he didn't take offense. This investigator has been pursuing a challenging case for a long time. He wants to take advantage of his teaching position to settle it once and for all. Hansi Wood skillfully kept a case a secret from Adele, considering it beyond the scope of an academy student, but given the length of key investigation, this must be a major trouble, isn't it? Hansia was extremely surprised to suddenly hear STEM notification. It was truly beyond imagination. So this ID aside key catablum case lacking evidence, helping Hansi Wood expose Ike truth behind Lee case ID indeed an integrate teenside quate. Massive crates filled the entire room. A thick stack of documents full of unresolved information. Hansi Wood sighed warily. Piling work exhausted him. He ID holding crucial clues about Lie catablum case that lacks evidence. More than a decade has passed, and a mysterious village has been forgotten for unknown reasons. He has been tracking this case for a very long time, and his anxiety has not yet faded. League title of League greatest prophet of Eid and Empire ID associated quote him. Prophecy ID meant to see ET future, but he believes this Madich can do much more than that, altering P flow of time. Using his prophecy Madich, he can gather YP puzzle pieces of future cases and skillfully resolve them right in the present. Than to this unique method, he IDK renowned everywhere as a genius prophet, standing in a position trusted and recognized by both Lee Ministry of Medichinki Empire. After being appointed as an investigator, he used this ability to easily solve cases, revealing gradually unfolding mysteries of Aiden. As for this case, Lee reason ET ID considered to lack evidence ID that Iki Ministry of Madich deliberately covered it up for some purpose. Usually people do not want to oppose lack of power of a ministry, so no one dares to touch this case, and for some reason it remains unsolved. But he could not turn a blind eye to this case, because since childhood he had seen an omen. Image of a sparkling orb of lie appeared clearly in Hans Shi'ad eyes. A future related to Y case, where I saw them. Leak images of Hans Shi and Prince Hans Tesu appeared in prophecy orb. Now, having been invited to teach at Leak Eden Academy, this ID an excellent opportunity for Hans Shi'at to secretly investigate Lee case, evading Ministry 8 screen. Hans Shi'at made up his mind. He must find a lappy truth about what happened in Catablum 10 years ago. However, Hans Shi'at felt a sense of anxiety creeping into his heart after starting to investigate light truth of this case. Would he survive? Hans Shi'at pondered in a corner. A side quate. According to Hans Shi'at 8 memory, main quests usually revolved around Academy at storyline. Most quests involving luck mages, along with their accompanying rewards and challenges. Yet a side quate related to Catablum suddenly appeared. That IDB very village Odell had mentioned when they were in Iki Cave. Odell hated Bach mages after a key Catablum case 10 years ago. After Hansi had 8 life was taken, she plunged into key path of a lock mage at Lee Academy. So that means they want you to find all why Hansi was killed by Iki protagonist. This matter ID truly troublesome, but he was also a bit curious. Besides, sharing information quickly would surely be beneficial, but let 8 wait a moment. Reading carefully again, he saw a note to Spit Hansiha. Why was he still being pursued by that man even at school? Their last encounter was exhausting enough. A classmate exclaimed Hansia. Investigator Hansia ID actively searching deep. He wants due at Lake office immediately. Hansia sighed warily. Can I just have 1 second of peace? Hansia got straight to Lee main point. Both of them would attend upcoming royal banquet together. Declaring 8 so suddenly left Hansia unable to prexy information. What was that? Peaklai explained a bit more clearly, Hansia said. Hansi had handed a via dossier, saying it was just part of a special investigation. Glancing through, it turned out to be Catabam case. Anyway, do don't need to know what key details, just read this information while do re here. I am already a public figure, so if I hover around Lee P banquet questioning people about a case from a decade ago, I'll surely be suspected immediately. Hansi and Lee found his narcissism amusing. That ID precisely why I need do to represent me a talented young student noticed by magical community, yet still just a knave kid. Hansia thought this was perfect cov. As his younger brother, he would be a great assistant. Hansia cringed at adults who mix work quit family lie that. Hansia told himself might actually be get either way. He couldn't avoid this side quate. But will Leak banquet consist unlie of dancing and festivities? Hansia firmly stated that since this ID bike Emperor 8 Ben, he shouldn't draw unnecessary attention. Hansia gave numerous instructions about not causing trouble, especially his habit of grabbing people 8 collars when angry. Hansia wondered what on earth he thought of him. Now, he began to reminisce a bit about himself, but it seemed he completely deserved that reputation. And then, key moment for banquet to start arrived. Like royal banquet hall remained like he sang, quite brilliant lamps illuminating entire area. A few aristocrats gathered in small groups, gossiping about everything under Wee's sun. Banquet officially opened, and Hansia along Kudins had dressed formally strode inside. Hansia felt this was truly's trend, as if he had just been transported into a magical fantasy world. An aristocratic banquet was indeed a gathering place of luxury and nobility. Hansia marveled at everything before him, from life fountains to Chi-Chi-Si-Lot waterfalls. It was no joke. As an emperor-hosted party, its scale was overwhelming. Regardless, experiencing these social interactions was necessary to understand them better. Hansia stood silently with arms crossed in the middle of the hall. Originally a person who online buried his head in libraries, in his past life, he was used to YP smell of hospitals and long days of studying while skipping meals. Yet someone still recognized him. "You are OP student Hansia, right?" It was Professor Brooks who had called him. "Well, since I've come this far, I should enjoy myself a bit to make it worthwhile." Professor Brooks approached with a wide smile. "One can see anything here? It ain't hard for a normal student to get in here. What are you here for?" Hansia bowed and replied that he was accompanying investigator Hansiat as an assistant to broaden his horizons and split work. Brooks asked in surprise, "What investigation sounds that serious?" "Cottoblum case, sir. I wonder if you have heard any rumors about E.T. Brooks thought for a long time and then shook his head, saying he was sorry but he knew nothing at all. Hansia observed quietly. If Leakman had known anything, he would have asked a long time ago, but from like he looks of E.T., he was completely clueless, and yet, "Are you see clue to Inspector Hansi Wood?" Hansia was slightly surprised by this awkward question. It felt trend to suddenly be asked about his private life. "Well, I am not really sure," Hansia replied. He didn't know how CLU they were, but he always admired and looked up to him as a role more when, "I see." Brooks hesitated for a moment and then cautiously shared, "Because I see that Hansi had a rare talent. I am warning you prophets often have luck sides, it ain't best not to trust them too much." This warning was so unexpected that Hansi didn't know how to respond politely. Seeing Hansi ate silence, Brooks continued, "Well, these are just ramblings of an old man. Just let go. Then do folk advice, Professor. I will take heed to heart." Brooks said his goodbyes and turned to walk away. "I hope do have a wonderful time at party." Brooks left Hansi with many questions, wondering why he had even mentioned Ike name Hansi Wood, but still. If even Professor Brooks, who was famous for his erudition and extensive network, was clueless about case, then who should he seek clues from? A figure with a very striking appearance appeared. At a glance, it was obvious this person belonged to noble upper class, yet her demeanor held no hint of malice at all. While Hansia was lulled in a mess of chaotic thoughts, someone suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Startled, he turned around to find a lady. It must be quite boring to stand alone at such a luxurious party like this. Why a young man all by himself with such an anxious expression? An extremely attractive middle-aged woman spoke up. Seeing her, Hansia was secretly delighted. He had finally found her. Though he couldn't see her face clearly, she was certainly a person of high standing and decent character. The woman was observing him from head to toe. "Do Hansia aren't do?" she asked, pointing directly at him, which made his jaw drop in surprise. "How did you?" Hansia face showed total bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. How could she know his name? Seeing that her guess was correct, woman flashed a mysterious smile. They both moved to a private corner to talk. "Do Hantasudate son, right?"
Yeah.
"Do probably don't remember my face, do you?" "I really don't remember." Hansia speculated that if she knew his face and his father ate name Hantasu, then his suspicion about her high status was correct. "Are you a friend of my father?" Perhaps the woman said, crossing her arms. "Do we grown so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Are you here quit your older brother?" He was startled, as most people wouldn't know Hansi Wood was his brother, but this woman clearly had an exceptional information network. After all, it wasn't trend for old acquaintances who had known each other since childhood. Hansi had admitted deep, "I am quit my brother. I am assisting as an investigator to find clues." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "Isn't it a waste to work so hard in the middle of such a fun party? What case are you investigating?" "I am looking for clues about a Catablum case." Upon hearing that name, woman froze for a moment. Suddenly, the atmosphere between Leaky Two became unusual, no longer as natural as it had been at first. Hansia clearly sensed change and asked directly, Do you know anything about that case?" Lee woman took a step forward and replied, "How in T18 that do you are EQ one to bring this up when no one else knows anything?" Hansia sensed something ominous. "Oh, this ID. That ain't right. Perhaps do Don possess a insightful eyes of Hansi Wood Junhyo. But everyone has a bit of sharp intuition that ain't what do you want to say, right?" Her gaze and tone made him believe she knew everything. "Does it have anything to do quit me?" She tilted her head with a laugh and said, "I really don't know either." Hansi had refused to give up. Lie tell me. If do know, don't hide it anymore." Suddenly wee woman ate void drop. "Hantesud 8 son, may I ask you a question? Between 1,000 well-educated civilians and a student who hasn't even managed to hold a diploma yet, if forced to choose one, who would Lakey Empire prioritize?" Hansia stood dazed, unable to understand why she would present such a bizarre scenario. She shrugged provocatively, "Fi then, let 8 change question. Assuming your life was traded for we lives of those 1,000 people, what would the Empire decide?" "They would certainly choose those 1,000 people, obviously," she continued, then questioned him back on why he thought that way. "Do you think an inexperienced person who just entered Wyke Academy cannot compare to a crowd, whether they are farmers or swordsmen? Wouldn't he saving thousands of lives be most accurate move?" Without answering directly, she just mocked him, asking if he thought his value was equal to those 1,000 people, then told him he was still far too naive. Although Hansia was displeased quit being judged by a stranger, he still endured it and straightforwardly questioned how she viewed herself. Me and 1,000 people. Obviously this idea an incredibly simple problem. She exuded such a new roar of arrogance that even if Du brought tens of thousands of people as sacrifices, Leaky Empire would still choose her. Hensiha smirked at that conceit and she said, "Hey, son of Hantetsu, let me give Du some sincere advice. Those 1,000 levs are nothing. Du better drop like idea of following that case if Du want a bright future," she said, leaving Hansiha dazed, wondering how I case was related to those people. Memories from Lai Case Phi suddenly rushed back into Hansiha's mind. That ain't right, Kiketablam tragedy was still unresolved, quote roughly 1,000 victims. He didn't expect her to know aid in such detail. She added that he wasn't high enough in status to be prioritized of those commoners. Their lives were just pawns, and if sacrificing them would suppress Ox mages, Key Empire would do instantly. Only now did Hansia understand why Adele was so afraid of Lee aristocrats. They viewed human lives as mere trash, no better than ants. Perhaps because of Lee freedom at Leak Academy, he had forgotten this brutal reality of class division. She kept talking endlessly, telling him not to be foolish and follow weak investigation Lie his incompetent brother, suggesting he just focus on his studies to finish his life as Hantetsu 8's son. Hansia could no longer restrain himself. Her arrogance was truly unbearable. Hansia at 8 sharp retort stunned the woman. She asked him what he had just said, considering his ideology to be disgusting one. "I don't dare claim I am worth more than 1,000 lives, but where do get like right to be so self-important as to decide key value of human life lie that?" Hansia truly wondered about this woman 8 life. Suddenly a soldier appeared behind them, startling both. "So Du are here, sire." My soldier rushed to Vik reproachfully. How could Du just leave because Du were tired of he noble's chatter? "Do know I've been searching everywhere frantically." "Your Majesty, Pi, calm down. I was just having an NTP rate 10 conversation," while Hansiha was now breaking into a cold sweat, wondering what on earth was happening before his eyes. Eat turned out to be Iki Emperor. Woman slowly took a her hood, and Eat was revealed to be Hentetsu. "Heat seems he has raised quite an NTP rate teen son." Hansiha stood frozen, unable to believe the Lee person he had just clashed quit was Leaky Emperor. He was still an especie and speechless. Could Eek one who held my power of life and death Vyk entire empire, Key one above tens of thousands, really be this person? Cold sweat poured down his forehead as Hansiha replayed likey reckless words he had uttered just seconds ago. Did he dare assert that his life was worth more than thousands of others? Eat was indeed a blow to his own ideology. What kind of trouble had he gotten into quit by Key Emperor? Yet strangely he remained eerily calm. "Let me ask Du once more," Emperor said slowly. "Between tens of thousands of commoners and me alone, who do you think ID more worthy of being saved?" This time Hansiha was truly caught in a dilemma. P party was still lively, but this group had moved to a much quieter and more peaceful area. Lee, supreme monarch of Lee Empire, leisurely settled himself on a comfortable exfa. Unlike Lee's strained expressions on the faces of Hansi and his brother, while older brother Hansi remained oblivious, completely unaware of what trouble his precious younger brother had just stirred up. Hansiha uttered a swift and quick "Yeet, sir," smiled benevolently, but every quaxi she spoke was as sharp as a knife. "I am wondering whether to cut pa P your hand o chop P your leg. Do have any brilliant ideas?" And remained unfazed. Emperor carefully observed his every gesture. Despite being gravely threatened, P young man looked straight ahead, not bowing his head at all. After a few words, I suddenly found myself curious about and family 8 second son. I had never met anyone quit such a stren demeanor. Deep down Hansiha was screaming, "Oh no, I am doomed. P lie spare me." He stiffened quit fear, thinking, "Oh my, this feeling ID exactly how I feel." He cried silently in his heart, "In my previous life, I worked myself to death from exhaustion. In this life, I am going to meet my ancestors early because of a death sentence. This record ID truly something to be proud of. How can I escape? Oh, should I just kneel down and beg?" Inc. Original Seoul Academy novel. Emperor Lianga was initially just a faint supporting character, but Lee Key's description of her Ura was so impressive that it was hard to forget. An invincible emperor, one who was willing to sacrifice thousands of lives just to achieve her personal goals. In Skias, there was Enlai one Quipsi to define her tyrant, a madwoman ready to dispatch anyone who displeased her, and he had just perfectly angered exactly a person he should have avoided. Hansiat had no choice but to break his suffocating atmosphere. "Your Majesty, I know making this request ID presumptuous, but my younger brother ID still too foolish. I don't know what disrespectful offense my brother committed, but I beg you, peakly be lenient and give him a chance." Hansia was dumbfounded. "What ID this? One who disdained me all day ID now openly protecting me." Knowing fun well that just one wrong quooks could cost him his head, his older brother 8 act of stepping up to take responsibility deeply moved Hansia. Yet Emperor Langen face remained icy. "A chance. Foo this brat. Very well, I'll give him one. Remember to send him PP very gently, no pain, quick and decisive." This scorching plot twist was surely something Hansiat had been looking forward to for a very long time. Hensia was furious. I take back all those feelings. This guy ID crazy, isn't he? Suddenly Iki Emperor burst into hearty laughter. Huh? No, I will not in your life, at least not now. Do re very in T-rate teen do scoundrel. I've changed my mind. Someone bring me hourglass. Emperor snapped her fingers, ordering Ligard standing nearby. She placed eat item on Iki table. I will give do exactly 3 minutes. Convince me why do deserve to keep living. Truly, she lived up to her reputation as a tyrant. Young Master Enteju was profusely sweating at this moment, unsure how to proceed. Hansia reached up to touch his neck to Chach. Luckily, his head was still on his shoulders. At least Foiki next 3 minutes, he'd ate still mine ha. Even though he laughed, Hansiha ate heart was raging quite a fierce storm, damn neat. Suddenly going on and on about my life in front of His Majesty, saying I deserve death penalty for treason due to some crazy things. How can I convince anyone in this ironic situation? Time was still flying by. Enlai 2 minutes remained. Hansia racked his brain, tearing at his hair, but still couldn't he come up with any viable ideas. He looked straight ahead, his eyes filled with extreme bewilderment. Luxi team appeared aside quite involving the unsolved Catablum case, tasking Hansia uncovering leaked truth behind it. What on earth? This isn't a joke. I heat skincare. Wait, thinking back for a moment, this status window always appeared whenever his life was in danger, guiding him on what to do. So, could this be a hint this time as well? He needed to say something, anything at all. Li reason I should be allowed to Li ID key that I am an irreplaceable talent of Aiden. Linya thought otherwise, aren't there countless talents in the Empire? ID your wisdom really far beyond theirs. There are surely people who are much smarter. Hansi at 8 face turned pale as he scolded we cruel emperor. Pili let me explain. There are unlie 2 minutes left, so don't be so quick to judge. Both Waiki Impress and Hensia were stunned when they heard him scolding her. He really ID a madman. Hensia racked his brains. What should he do now? Quad onlie 2 minutes left before he was beyond saving. How could he think clearly? He had to say what was necessary before losing his life during those few words. Could Her Majesty. Hensia frowned. What about an unsolved Catablum case? Hensia reasoned that if this situation was truly part of a side quate, then bringing up the unsolved Catablum case to EP Impress was the correct answer. He continued, those villagers were indeed cursed by a Wak mage. Hensiha recalled Odell saying her village was buried after being mistaken for having ties to Wak Madij, and since Impress disregarded human life, connecting these two clues. Hensiha said decisive, those villagers were buried alive by your Majesty 8 order, weren't they? That single sentence caused Tyrant Empress 8 composure to waver slightly. Hensia turned to look. What was this? He guessed that this was an assumption even Hansiat could not have imagined. Investigation records and lies stated they had no choice but to bury cursed people alive, but despite Hensia's 8-long investigation, there were enlie rumors of villagers being cursed, quite no concrete evidence. If results remained vague no matter how hard Hensiat tried to investigate, it was reasonable for Hensiha to question the premise of Lee case itself. Therefore, he guessed that no villagers had been cursed at all. Confident in his deduction, Hensiha added, Your Majesty must have ordered Lubby village to be buried for a specific purpose, right? Sacrificing Wak weak foe that goal would not be an issue for your Majesty. Linya seemed amused by this speculation. Du remembered my words furthermore. Let me ask Du one question, why do Du think that? Hensiha replied if your Majesty had acted directly, there would be records in leak imperial documents. No matter how secret it was, Du must have used a powerful Sikao and trustworthy pawn. That ain't right, those would be high-ranking nobles who have served Du for many years. And among them Del one who achieved greatest feats and gained IP Impress at absolute trust. Hensiha hoped he was wrong, but it was entirely possible. Since it painful to say it myself, I will ask a question instead. One who commanded Lee's secret operation to bury the entire village. Was it our father, Count Hentesu, wasn't he? Looking at Empress Linya at expression, it seemed this was Ike truth. She looked in another direction without answering immediately. How did Du know? Iden Lai asked based on a hunch. Du seem amused that Hentesu ate son ID asking about the Catablum incident, Don Tdu. This ID exactly why they say that as one gets older, being talkative like brings trouble. Hensia guessed it must be an important secret hidden within the faculty of Medici, and he could tell that even ID document contents had been forged. No matter how small a rural village was, leaky burial of the entire population could not have gone unnoticed by those nearby. Now Hensiha understood why Quayside Quate had led him here. Because IP mastermind behind the incident was Empress Linya. Looking at tyrant before him, quad unlie 5 minutes left, he said, in like 5 minutes I've known your Majesty, I have discovered all of this. Do you still believe there ID anyone more talented than me in this empire? However, no one was brave enough to force Emperor into a corner, so they let it be. Hensiha took a gamble and made an offer. Could you grant me just 5 minutes? I believe I can uncover many in T-rate tin things. Aren't you curious? Sure enough, he was skillfully leading Lin Hao into his psychological trap. Lin Na pondered for a moment, her expression suddenly revealing a hard-to-conceal interest. Yet for some reason, Lin Na suddenly burst into laughter, as if she considered those words to be a cheap comedy routine. Lin Na laughed so hard her whole body shook. Du really are bold and blunt to a ridiculous degree. I lie this trait. I'll let Du Li Fo now as a reward for your courage in speaking so frankly to me. Take this. Hansia was bewildered, not understanding what kind of gift Lin Na had just bestowed upon P brothers. Lin now assigned Hansia a heavy responsibility to solve a case that remained shrouded in mystery. Especially due documents in this envelope contain exclusive information that no one else knows. Do Don T need to report back to me, just handle it as do see fit. Do understand I'm an investigator. Hensihook bowed respectfully. I understand your majesty. Lena added a careful instruction if possible, ensure that in Lidu are privy to Li contents inside understood. Line turned to look at Hansia, son of Hentetsu, Khalik box, inside IDP a fountain pen. Seeing Hansia standing there as still as a statue, Line teased, shouldn't your first reaction be gratitude? This idea gift from Li Qi Emperor. Hansia was utterly confused. He had never had Li chance to meet Li Pi Emperor before, so Hansia bowed deeply. Li a machine. Then do your majesty. Hentetsu had truly raised his son to lie an unbelievably set life. So what do you think of this gift, this fountain pen? I'd eat another difficult riddle. Hansia wondered to himself. Suspecting that Ike Emperor had a perverted hobby of watching him solve puzzles, Hansia reluctantly, it certainly isn't he meant for taking notes in class. Could it be some kind of mystical artifact? Since it was a gift from my P Emperor, it had to be something rare, especially since this case involved Lekmadich. I'd this a ton to capture Lok mages. Hansia expressed his reasoning to Lena, and she simply laughed. That ain't exactly right. Seeing Du so excited, I am sure Du'll use it soon. Keep it safe. Outside it was starting to get waff, and palace lights were gradually becoming shimmering and magical. Early P next Monen, both parties left palace to return to Count Hentetsu 8 private residence. Hansiho went to see his father, Count Hentetsu, and relayed Lin Nan 8 message, Emperor gave me many compliments. But what on earth happened? She isn't type to praise anyone easily. Well, Count 8's suspicion was entirely well-founded. Hensi explained tremulous, I only went to Ike banquet to assist my brother quit key investigation. But I accidentally failed to recognize Emperor and spoke without restraint. Looking at Count 8 expression, it seemed he was wondering why his son 8 head was still on his shoulders. He was stunned for a long time, unable to believe his youngest son would dare to do something so outrageous. Count Hentetsu showed clear signs of anxiety, remaining silent and deep in thou for a long time. And yet your head IDP still attached to your neck. See, wasn't my guess correct? Hansiha rubbed his head. I don't know how I escaped either. By leakway what ID that investigation about? Hansia told Hentetsu about how they were tracing like unfinished Catablum case. I see. ID that stubborn fellow still clinging to the Catablum case. When mentioning his eldest son, Hentetsu 8 tone was incredibly cold. But it seemed he still held a secret concern for him. His hand gripped his cane so tightly that knee veins bulged. If Du had a private audience Kut Ki Emperor, Du must have gathered some information by now. At this point I understand, we can keep hiding it forever. Thousands of innocent people have had their lives taken by Ki Emperor 8 order. Consequently no details were recorded in files, and case remains an unsolved stalemate. Lying matter didn't in there? Hantisu pondered carefully in what he was about to say. There was still another important piece of puzzle at this moment. Hentetsu stood in Nai room with a stack of files in his hand. An Enlai do and I know about this. Hentetsu hesitated, wondering if he should reveal these secrets His Majesty had entrusted to him. She said that in this stack of documents was something he needed to see quit his own eyes, a news clipping about Li old case. These were top secret files from that era, something Enlai His Majesty was permitted to keep records from RVE 10 years ago that no one knew about. It was truly shocking. Hansi Wood realized at first glance that these descriptions were completely contrary to investigation files he had previously held. A walk wizard had infiltrated Catablum village. These individuals were extremely skilled at hiding among common folk, making it incredibly difficult to track them down. Entire unit commanded by Ackerman was wiped or upon entry. Another army under Kastika was dispatched, resulting in hundreds of lives being lost. It seemed that individual intended to use entire village as a sacrifice to cast forbidden Medici if not stopped soon. She would be even more catastrophic, everything needed to end immediately. Hansi Wood jolted upright upon reading these chilling details. He Empire had made a cruel decision, choosing to sacrifice the entire village rather than risk a majority. Hansi Wood shuddered at such cold brutality. Now he understood, because they couldn't cope quit key powerful wizard hiding in Leaky village, they cruelly decided to erase thousands of lives. Hansi Wood had once thought that knowing key whole truth would be EPN of everything, but why was everything so complicated now? Hansi Wood felt a surge of disgust within him. This negative emotion was truly unbearable. Hansi Wood told himself to calm down. He needed to use a cun head to continue digging into these files, even though verifying Waiki truth in a village that had been raised was unthinkable. Wait a minute, looking closely again. E-files clearly stated that there were still 2 survivors after that horrific tragedy. Hansi Wood couldn't he understand how they were still alive after Lee's entire village was destroyed. His hands trembled violently when he saw a child 8 picture. There was no mistaking Eat. Layperson in Lee P picture was Liu as a child. Hansi Wood recognized her immediately. Wasn't he that Liu? Lee, talented office assistant and outstanding student of the Earth Medici Academy. Hansi Wood now understood. Lee girl must have revealed her magical abilities then. But this made things even more complicated, as Liu had let her entire family and had no SMM to return to. If she knew that Hantisu and Lee Emperor were indirectly responsible for her painful past, would Liu remain silent when she had power to raise everything for revenge? This absolutely could not happen. Now he understood why this case had to be buried. Hansi Wood gathered Luki documents and told himself he must find second survivor and eliminate all traces. Hansi Wood 8 face changed color as he turned each subsequent Petavicky document. Hansi Wood was so shocked that he dropped Lee's stack of files onto Lee's floor. Who ID this person? Hansi Hai and his father were still talking. He recounted that when Ike siege order was issued, he himself originally didn't want to get involved. That person was a formidable luck wizard, and many were capable of handling him, but a prophet appeared and spoke a quips that completely changed his mind. A survivor from that village will sow death for his son. After hearing that prophecy, he couldn't trust anyone but himself call Eat blindness of a father ate love. Yet, when confronted he saw Eat was just a pitiful, lut child could no one to rely on. Everything gradually concluded. Hanasu 8 face clearly showed boundless. A child had survived there, and tears streamed down those young cheeks. Key moment Hensiha touched his sword. Hentesu had a premonition that this child was Lai fated one who would take his son 8 life as Pai prophecy, foretold, so he embraced Lee boy while trembling quit fear, risking everything to erase D child 8 memories despite knowing 8 was an illegal act. From then on, he devised a perfect plan to monitor Key Boy 8 every move. Lee fact that he count personally adopted Lee child left Hensiha stunned, as if he had just been slapped in Lai T face. Everything began to come to lie when he discovered Lai boy was named Hen Shihut, Lee's second survivor in a fun and filled crude old photographs. He raised Laki boy as his own, despite Nike reality that Hen Shihut had already encountered bitter truth early on. Hensia summoned to be courage to ask his father about his regrets, and Count Ntesi responded nonchalantly without wavering. He told Sia not to misunderstand, as he felt no guilt for slaughtering villagers. After all, he was a Sikielo henchman of Life Tyrant. He and Lai regretted not rooting them all completely, allowing Lee's survivors to threaten his son, which left Hensiha frozen in SC upon hearing Eat. Count Hentesu considered that failure Lai greatest stain of his life, infuriating Hensia, who could not understand how a person could be so cruel. Hentesu turned to look at his son, firmly stating that even if Siha hated him, he still had to do ET. For Eat was not necessarily E's best decision, but rather Lee's terrible choice in a dire situation. While pacing Okurum, he confessed that he was no prophet who could foresee every event. He walked toward Key Cabinet and carefully took a well-preserved treasure. Without hesitation, he thrust Eat into Hensiha 80 hands and told him to keep Eat. Heat was Lee Sesam sword, a weapon possessing a mystical Belai hue. A weapon that had plunged Katabam into darkness 10 years ago, me terror of every nation. Hensiha refused in confusion because he did not know how to use a sword, but his father still forced him to accept Eat. His father insisted that he would need Eat sooner or later, leaving Hensiha quit a heart full of doubt and fear. Hentesu gave his son instructions quit an extremely cautious expression. Hensiha suddenly became hesitant and wavering. Perhaps he already held truth from Lee Emperor 8 documents, but if Iki old Count continued to ignore Ed, things might not have been so bad. Unfortunately, image of Odell 8 innocent smile kept lingering in his mind. Hensiha agonized whether or not to reveal this harsh truth. He thought of Odell, Lee girl who constantly strove at Aiden Academy to become stronger. All suffering stemmed from Lee Katabam disaster, a pain-filled quote unending hatred. He could not bear to tell her that her family had been buried alive, so he could clench his fists and wait for right moment. Hensiha thought Heat through carefully and realized he had one choice left. He had to continue lying, but he wondered if he would be brave enough as the bond between them grew beyond his Sinan trend. As dawn broke, Ike's Sky Vid Academy became unusually clear. In his private room, Hensiha took a Sesam sword to look at Edie, deciding to carry this haunting weapon quote him. Someone advised him to hang his sword up high whenever Eat wasn't in use to avoid dust, lest precious blade lose its hoorah. So even though Leapy's sword was no longer as powerful as Eat once was after all these years, Hensiha still kept it carefully in wardrobe. Even so, Eat was still more than capable of leveling dormitory if its owner truly wanted to cause trouble. But then again, this was a weapon that had once sent thousands of souls to their deep Jiki Rai. What on earth point of meticulously cleaning a bloodstained sword lie that? Lee blade itself had been soaked in fresh blood for a long time. Lee door suddenly opened and he looked back. Oh hey Hensiha, he did 81 here, long time no see. On was delighted to see Hensiha. Everyone was shocked by Iki news that he had been swept away to a sea trend land. Did your father find due yet? Hensiha hurriedly slammed wardrobe shut. Yeet ate not lie that, haha. Oh, almost forgot what I de this paper. On thrust a neatly folded slip of paper into Hansiha 8 hand. Odell asked me to give this to Du. Hansia immediately opened letter upon hearing that. Yeet simply said that she missed Baksin and wanted to bring little guy E or a VE to Iki dormitory to PHV. Hansia thought to himself, so she ate using Baksin as a convenient excuse now, huh? She must have missed this pet a lot while I was away. Baksin sat nearby, looking at its owner ate innocent smile. Its eyes looked as if they had already seen through all worldly matters. Although Yeet couldn't speak, Yeet could guess that Hansiha was about to go meet Odell. Hansia forced a smile and felt a bit awkward. Who was that person anyway? Was she a Lee Ray Juano something? Not quite. Was Yeet really Alpho Basin? That evening, in front of Key dormitory entrance, Hansia brought Lee creature exactly as Odell had requested. As soon as she saw Baksin, Odell rushed V to hug Key small Legidine joyfully. Hansiha stood frozen because he didn't expect her to enli care about Rajuan. Ivy handed him V to Du. I am heading back. Wait, Odell stopped Hansia with a mysterious look. I have a suspicion that something bad about to happen. Despite being a girl, she didn't hesitate to take leak initiative. If Du refree, walk quit me fo a bit. I heard leak square near Iki dorm ID having a cherry blossom festival. Hansiha was bewildered. He never expected this world to have such a romantic form of entertainment. Yet he was real. They have everything here. He was amazed by scene covered in cherry blossoms. It was truly beautiful. Come to think of ET, when had Basin been abandoned? And yet she kept saying she missed him. In poetic setting petals drifting in the wind, she said she was too busy training to go last year, so she had to make heat this year. Do lie this kind of sightseeing. Why wouldn't he? Odell puffed her cheeks shyly, making Hansia burst a laughing. He thought she was going to break branches or pick leaves. Girls don't imitate Odell because she ID female lead, and we are not. Actually, this look suited Odell quite well and looked cute, truly. Once do fall into EP trap of love, there ain't no denying E. Hansia suddenly stopped, his expression changing mysteriously. Wait a minute, cute. He was dazed and couldn't think anymore. It seemed like Cupid 8 arrow had already pierced right through his heart. Hansiha wondered if he was crazy. Oh, if something was wrong, quit his head. He slapped his face repeatedly to wake up. Odell found Eat's Tren and asked, what on earth are Du doing? By Iki way, what I told Du on Iki road earlier ID true. Whoever catches a falling petal will have their wish fulfilled. Eat 8 very effective. Haha, then I must try Eat. Odell excitedly ran forward to catch a drifting petal. Hansiha looked at Ki cute girl 8 back ahead of him. He didn't know how to keep a composed face anymore. If a girl let her homeland to enemies, let her entire family, and then heard that someone had buried an entire village alive to eradicate a wax wizard and that person was her friend, 8 father, the esteemed hero Hentetsu, she would certainly feel pain to YP depths of her soul. Odell would surely crumble. That strong exterior was just a a fragile soul. Our male lead has truly fallen head VE heels in love. Hansia thought to himself, if Odell ever found all about secret from years ago, instead of going to punish culprit, that foolish girl might instead blame herself for being too naive to recognize enemy. Life-friendly facade that Hansiha built for survival now felt like a chain binding both of them. If he were just some random stranger, Odell could have easily sent Ike culprit to their grave and washed her hands of Eat. Unfortunately, this step of friendship had already sailed too far. While Hansia was busy daydreaming, Odell cheered quite excited, calling him and Viku to see lovely cherry blossom petals she had just caught. Key dim streetlights further highlighted her pure, Monaine du lie innocence as she gently cradled Iki tiny petal in her palm. Deep appreciation. Hansiha wondered what she would wish secretly hoping she would wish that weak incident 10 years ago had never happened. Coincidentally, Odell clenched her hands and made that exact wish, wishing tragedy from years ago had never occurred. And in lie then would he not have to lie in such a depressing and deadened state now. She tiptoed closer and asked if he didn't want to try his luck, even though she knew full well that everything in life was already destined. At this moment, Hansia no longer had courage to look into her eyes. He could hang his head and sigh warily. The young man remained silent the whole time, a clear look of exhaustion on his face along with extreme anxiety about Ike days ahead. Space suddenly fell so silent that Ike rustling of wind could be clearly heard, carrying cherry blossom petals away to wander world. After thinking for a moment, Hansiha took initiative and called Odell. Odell blushed shyly and turned to look, convinced in her mind that this guy was about to confess his feelings to her. He wanted to confess a small secret. Oh, how this romantic setting knew how to fate lie. 1-8 heart. Shifting to Blee next day, Hansia was sitting dazed in Lee classroom, resting his chin on his hand and staring blankly into empty space. He directed his gaze a Lee window. A distant look filled utter confusion and extreme anxiety. In his mind, yesterday romantic evening in Lee cherry blossom garden replayed. Seeing him hesitate to speak, she had stepped closer and asked very seriously what important matter it was. Faced odolate curiosity at Lee time, Hansiha couldn't lie stutter and hesitate, unable to utter a single quips. His eyes darted away from time to time, lacking lipe courage to face her even though he desperately wanted to ask her a question. If someone turned your whole life upside down, would do generously forgive them and keep them by your side. But then Sija tapped his own head. How could he possibly ask such a ridiculous question? Desperate for an escape, Sija couldn't laugh at his embarrassment, put his hands on his hips, and asked Ixie face if she would lie to go see Lee Blossoms quit him again next year. Hearing this, all eagerly nodded in agreement immediately. She smiled warmly, her cheeks blushing shyly as she reminded Seizure that next year two of them must definitely go watch Key Flowers together, again. Witnessing her radiant smile, Siege's heart clenched, knowing he could not utter a single quirk about Lee cruel truth, left unlighting gnaw on endless regret. Sitting dazed in the corner of Lai classroom, Siege tormented himself, realizing this was the price that a son of Hantake Su Lai him was forced to pay. However, even if like feelings between him and Odell were to vanish into thin air, he still had an ultimate mission to complete. To survive in this dog-eat-dog world, he had to stick closely to incomplete main storyline. Allies Leilai Hanner Del Solia and Leipi entire death squad were doing their best to fight Lee like he mages, formidable villains destined by fate. If someone who knew future CP Ready Bly him stepped up to be EP Commander-in-Chief, Tim 8 chances of survival would certainly skyrocket. Xai absent-mindedly spun a pen in his hand. Key Tip held CP to be pristine white paper, yet he could not bring himself to write a single quiff. His mind kept racing. Key most crucial thing right now was that according to Keith M. Lay, the Phi Mage faction was about to launch an attack on the prestigious Aiden Academy. Although his presence had slightly derailed the natural flow of events, what was bound to happen would eventually arrive. Like events in this volume weren't supposed to happen for another 2 years. Lucky mages dedicating all their forces to Sesfu E-Cube proved that they had caught wind of Ike's terrifying power. Hidden inside E's situation was extremely alarming, and defeating them was nothing sad of waiting for a miracle. Looking at his young teammates Lai Han Ardell and Solia, his heart tightened. Coot worry, for these kids to protect a D-Cube, they would probably have to pray for miracles to happen every single second. According to the original storyline, Lee protagonists had to sacrifice their very lives to guard that treasure. Solia had fallen forever. Ardell was covered in wounds, while Lihan was plunged into Wiki abyss of despair. She has scribbled a diagram of those protecting Wiki Cube on a piece of paper and told himself he had to tap this tragedy. Fortunately, he had devoured this novel before Lee first part ended. He held key to changing this tragic ending because Lipi core objective of He of Key Mages once they gathered all Key Cubes was to activate Meech amplification machine to drain all the energy from B Cube, aiming to completely wipe a Lee White Mages and pave Leaky Way Fo Y era of Lakma D Chait dominance. Thinking of this, Shiha picked up his pen with a confident smile. He resolved to find why heart of that Madich machine to SC top this conspiracy. He had to destroy it immediately. Shiha pressed his pen tip so hard against paper that it left a thick, inky V question mark. Like afternoon sun shone through a window of key silent classroom as Shia sat there contemplating. To secret such a complex energy-draining machine, Kleek mages had to hide themselves for an entire decade, and according to Wii original work, like creator had let their life due to exhaustion, making guy chances of them replicating Aid in a sat time extremely low. Just find Eid and smash sheet. It sounded easy, but Shia felt so exhausted. He let out a long sigh and tried to pull himself together, scanning his surroundings and beginning to reconsider his plan. Like most difficult problem now was how to explain everything to those kids so they would understand. Shiha clasped his hands tightly, finding Aid incredibly hard to bring up. Closing his eyes, he tried to imagine himself excitedly running RVW to tell everyone that a Machine 8 heart was plotting to drain all their Madich power. They would surely look at him like a madman, and thought of being considered crazy made him shudder. If he was lucky, he would be seen as delusional, but if he was unlucky, he could easily be classified as a spy for Wakam mages. Looking at a pile of characters on ED paper, Shia covered his mouth in utter confusion. He couldn't give up if he happened to find Lee location of that heart and ate them right to ET. These kids would surely be smart enough to understand key situation. Springing up from his chair, he resolved in his mind that instead of wasting his breath on mere explanations, letting them see eight quit their own eyes would be far more convincing. Translating Thao into act, Shiha stood up and walked toward Lee Maple on Lee Wall. He needed to start by narrowing down potential locations of Key Machine 8 heart. Gazing thoughtfully at Mape, he recalled that original work mentioned its location, but it was as vague as looking for a needle in a haystack. However, there was at least one reliable clue. Lee Key Machine 8 heart was currently hidden deep within headquarters of Leak Mages. Shiha stared at Lee AP and planned a surprise attack on their base, Locky region known as EZ Zone. He lowered his head and smirked mockingly. Just do wait. Our side will take Wyke initiative to strike first and teach you bastards a lesson. In a gloomy BUE and hidden deep in Leaky Forest beneath a cliff in Leaky Goozy Zone, 5 He mages were gathered around a table. One of them growled about how their forces had been severely depleted because everyone sent to retrieve Key Cube had died. Another looked utterly disgruntled. He slammed Likey table and grumbled that if they had to hide within Key Empire, They would have launched a fun-scale attack to raise everything to E ground long ago, but currently that was impossible. One standing nearby quite folded arms questioned reason for their failure, and Lai disgruntled one answer without hesitation that despite many variables, most concerning person was that brat Shiha, who was currently a thorn in their side. He was guarding P-Cube much more carefully than expected, and how could a mere student possess such detailed information to go all in shielding IQ-Cube like that? When one proposed to eliminate him immediately, another stopped him, urging him to remain calm, because if they killed Shiha, they would still likely be relentlessly hunted down by Castiga family. He smirked and continued, moreover, Shiha ID craftier than he looks. It might even be that he ID hiding Lai Cube 8 true location from his own teammates. Someone spoke up to interrupt. At this rate, no one on ET continent will be able to find E-Cube anymore, even though we previously had plenty of time. But now there ain't no more chance. Since Abaddon has awakened, we must be extremely cautious and collect all E-Cubes as soon as possible. At that moment, a female chantress gently raised her hand to her lips and spoke softly. After a brief pause, she suggested, why not ask Sias to gin us? A man standing opposite her turned and asked, do you mean Siha 8 older brother? Do you mean him Sias? The man nodded in confirmation and replied, I know he 8 strong, but he ID still like son of Hantasu, from Lee bloodline that wiped a Lee Song mage LDN. Will he really cooperate Kudas? A calm voice chimed in, why not just get rid of them all to XWE trouble? Hearing this, another person protested indignantly, just because you're unsatisfied, do you want to kivu them all? Or do some kind of animal? Female chantress walked slowly and said, Loka Baden has promised us that he will seep red a world where those people will never dare to look down on us again. Turning her back to walk away, female chantress continued, shouldn't we respond to that will by pursuing noble ideals for why future? Mages behind her repeated in unison, weak ideals we should pursue. Female chantress took a her hood, flashed a radiant smile and replied gently, that ain't exactly right. The female chantress quit striking pink hair was named Sepia. She cheerfully continued that ideal ID our great revolution. Sepia looked a lee window where bright sunlight filled room and said, there ain't no need to strain ourselves by staining our hands quit leak blood of allies o enemies. Spreading her arms to embrace Lai, she resolutely announced, I have made up my mind. Sunlight shone directly on Sepia's face, making her look even more radiant as she declared resolutely, I will capture Shiha alive and convince Sias to gin our side. Sepia continued to explain about Sias to her comrades. From what she knew, he was Iki son of Count Hantasu and also a painful thorn in Laiki clan 8 side. Nevertheless, thanks to his superior Madich power and rare prophetic abilities, he has become a treasure favored by Iki ministry of Madich. Haven't you ever wondered why an illegitimate child possesses such terrifying power? A mage spoke up, Lady Sepia could it be? Another person smirked and replied, every great power comes quit a high price. Once nightmare begins, Sias will surely stand on Iki opposing front lines. Sepia recalled meeting Sias in their youth, when she had reached awe to weaky young boy. Thinking back, she said, oh Sias, I planted Lee's seeds of that power within Dew long ago. Remembering how he looked at her leaky days, she reached awe. Sepia thought to herself, that power will surely lead him to brink of destruction. Sepia reached out toward Moonlight and asserted firmly, whether he wants to or not, sooner or later, he will surrender to us. She clenched her fist, leaned back, and broke into a smug smile. Scene shifts to Natally 8 workshop, where students are gathering, at Aiden Academy Loch Modich area, abbreviated as Vinifi District. Headquarters of Loch Mages. Simone, who was there, spoke up, why did Shiha bring us here? Natally, standing nearby, blushed as she looked at Seymour and hesitantly replied, "Avi there." Seeing this, Seymour froze for a moment, not knowing how to react. Lee narration explains that this ID find a battlefield, which has been mentioned several times in Lee Key original work as a villainous hideout, even though like exact coordinates of Lang GC have never been revealed. Shia stroked his chin thoughtfully. Its location was in Lee vaguely described as being on Leek outskirts of Iki Aiden Empire in a cursed land. In other words, despite having read the novel, he himself had no idea where Biangshi area was. A plan formed in Shihud 8 mind, so, lie best way ID to stick closely to Wag original plot, step by step. After hearing Shihud 8 proposal, everyone asked in unison, are we going to attack one GC district? Seymour dripping quit sweat asked loudly so suddenly. OU was also incredibly shocked by Shihud's intention. She clenched her fists and exclaimed, what ID this? Natally was also confused. Quite a hesitant look in clenched fists in disagreement, she said, wait, that ain't not a place you can just walk into. Seeing like reaction of Key 3, Shia scratched his head quit a wry smile as everything went as expected. He further explained, considering our previous encounters quite cool mages, I think taking IP initiative could a surprise attack ID better than sitting around waiting to be ambushed. Thinking about Lee Cube, he continued, besides, we have this item in our hands now, a confrontation ID bound to happen sooner or later. Junhyo, standing near, listened to Shio's analysis and nodded seriously in response. Even so, a frontal attack. After a brief hesitation, Hyo clenched her hands and cried, aw, Diuri so kun. Oh, you didn't he expect her to say that and gasped in surprise. Huh. Hyo continued, that ain't so brave. OU stepped forward and tightened his grip around Junhyo-8 neck from behind irritably. Loosen your hand, it hurts too much. She cried all, unable to help but clench her fists while being restrained by OU. Lie that. What ain't going on, OU? Shiha observed both of them, then pointed rolled up paper in his hand at them and said, Sai teepee right now. Shiha placed E-mape on E-table, spread it all, and then turned to say, remember Natalie 8 question earlier, whether we could casually sneak into that NGC area. Actually, that was a loaded question because E80 lair of a Wafi witch, not exactly a place anyone can just walk into. Seymour held a BLAC-covered book in his hand and spoke up. In fact, ordinary people can't even set foot there. I've taken my liberty of bringing secret documents from Limakhima Deech World, an introductory book specializing in some. He flipped through white pages for information and continued, according to records to enter, one needs a specific source of lock energy, something that in Lai exists in Blycema Deech. Olued eyes widened in curiosity upon hearing that Waki energy. Seeing her curiosity, Seymour explains that Eat a power that in live Afi wizards have the ability to sense and feed on Tren, they call Eat Magi. Shia cut in after hearing that, so I think we have to find a way to deal quit this Miga first. Seymour was still intently flipping through a book, narrowing his eyes quit an excited smile. I wonder if learning Wak Madichi will help. I am quite confident. Upon hearing Seymour 8 words, Soliad 8 face turned pale. Seymour and Oeo standing nearby ground their teeth. She hissed a warning, if Du Don T want to meet your ancestors early, shut your mouth. Seeing how tense it was, Seymour froze and whispered, so re. Immediately after, Seymour excitedly held a book up high and continued to be blunt, even if Du Aaron T a mage, simply carrying a Magi container ID enough to sense eat foe a brief moment. Shiha was bowing his head and thou hearing that, he nodded in agreement. I think we should prioritize searching foe that first. Solia was also looking at Lee Mipe when she suddenly gasped softly, that place ID. On a glimape, Solia pointed to an area and continued, key old Akanung mine ID key located in north of Kastika territory. People also call Pikivayan mine. Heat said that an abundant amount of Magi flows through Waiki mine, so one can temporarily keen trend this energy through Hupik Squayan stones there. Limgi current their ID very strong, documents record that ordinary people feel chills of fear just by approaching it, so this place ID considered cursed land. Xiha looked up and asked Solia, first of all Solia, hasn't Pixian mine been destroyed foe a long time? Do have any news about it? Solia replied, I am not exactly sure, but if eat 80 Arcanon area, I probably know hate quite well. Seymour standing opposite heard this and said, Fight, although we'll have to investigate Arcanon territory thoroughly, at least we on T have to learn that cursed Wakma Di. Solia agreed, do rewrite, this story ID long, so eat 8 best to go meet in person. Xiha then opened his Xitem, looked at live screen and stammered, in that case, like suitable time would be. After a pause, Xia suddenly called awe, making Solia jump and turn toward him. Hey, Solia! Xia asked her, quote a mischievous grin, are Du ready to skip class? Li P scene shifts to Solia and Xia sitting in a horse-drawn carriage leaving school, she exclaimed in SEC. Solia 8 face was gloomy and anxious to EB point that she squeezed her hands tight and said to Xia, hey, this ID my first time skipping class. Xia sitting next to her, sighed to comfort her, what skip? Eat 8 just a dance practice session. Solia looked up, let out a sigh and grumbled, what kind of student goes to class and then sneaks away afterward? Xia felt a bit awkward and thought to himself, I knew yet she really IDPME1 student, but does she really need to be that scared of skipping class? Skipping once isn't Lean of Leaky World. I've even missed a whole semester without any problems, Xia continued to reassure. Don't worry, no one will take attendance in large lecture hall. Besides, that ain't how we were able to catch a carriage right away. Solia still tense quit clenched fists, that doesn't make me feel any better at all. Xia. Carriage wheels kept rolling steadily on a road, bringing them both toward their destination. Before long, carriage stopped at Ikanunku territory. Looking at Lee familiar village before her, Solia cheered happily. We've arrived. Xia walked beside her, quietly observing life around. Solia looked at the village, quit sparkling eyes, placed her hand veek her heart, and said to Xia, this IDP where I lived as a child. Looking back after all these years feels so heartwarming. Seeing Solia so happy, Shika smiled slightly and thought, even though her family went bankrupt to Like's point of losing their ancestral land, and Akranen was once by master of this vast territory, she really looks brighter upon returning to her old M. Shiha put one hand on his hip, then turned to ask, where I deep your father? At his question she pointed and replied, Avit there, just a bit further up. Shia looked at Likey's small house on Likey Hill, pointing at it as if he couldn't believe his eyes, and exclaimed, Solely at 8 father ID living in a wretched shack on a rocky Ma Tien. Lee's scene before Shia was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought to himself, even Kuta bankruptcy, this ID too much. ETAT's trend having to huddle in a small corner of like land that your family once owned, isn't ET. Solia gave an awkward laugh at his reaction, then replied to Siha, this ID key really's trend, I am surprised myself. Ever since I set foot in Lee Academy, I haven't had any reason to go back, so I and Lai recently found my father ID staying here. Sia standing beside her. Couldn't Lai remain silent, not knowing what else to say. E2 walked together towards Soliate Father 8 residence. Along Waigway she explained, usually, my father isn't here, but ever since he started cooperating with Kastyaka territory, he temporarily moved back here. E2 walked leisurely along Key Path, bathed in Li Ginin Lai of Li late afternoon. Hearing Solia 18 fates, Sia thought to himself, E8 understandable. Being stripped of his territory must have been a heavy blow to Lai Li pride of Count Lai him. While walking, Solia suddenly saw something. She happily suggested Sihus top and take a look. This Idig market right near Key Village Gate. Like Argon Region 8 land Idig inherently barren, so people primarily rely on trade to survive. Upon hearing this, Sia curiously asked, if trade ID so developed, there must be an industrial zone here too, right? Solia nodded in confirmation and replied that this place ID also famous for manufacturing. For example, do you certainly have a keen eye Siha? Solia listed a few prominent names for Siha. Wallow family, where Natali comes from, also opened a Medich artifact manufacturing workshop. What a small world. It sounds like a joke. Lai too continued forward. Soliet's expression suddenly became unnatural as she mumbled, they were still active around here, aren't they? Why is this happening? She gazed intently at E.T. empty street in front of her with a confused look. I distinctly remember Lee workshop being in this direction. Without another quiz, Solia immediately dashed straight ahead. Seeing this, Siha hurriedly chased after her, calling, oh hey Solia, why are you suddenly running a pea like that? Solia kept rushing forward without stop. She then paused, panting, and stammered, this ID really baffling. Siha quickly caught up to her and anxiously asked, what ate wrong? Solia looked at him with a puzzled expression, her face strained, and replied, he teat lie this. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Key Silent Street and continued, there used to be a pharmacy here. Siha heard this and said, why isn't there any sign of eat now? Do must be mistaken. It ain't been so long after all. Solia immediately dismissed Sia's idea. How could that be? All those shops, one after another, have suddenly vanished completely. This used to be Lee's busiest market in Lee Akanantara territory. Hearing this, Siha glanced around but saw no one. He wondered, the biggest market, but why are our peace streets so deserted and desolate? As E2 stood bewildered, Siha suddenly noticed a passerby. He pointed and said, Solia, instead of guessing, why don't we try asking that person? She heard this and turned to look. Solia immediately ran up and hastily asked, excuse me, may I ask do something? Log woman, holding a basket of items, turned back and replied, what would you lie to ask, dear? Solia, with an urgent expression, spoke up, I wanted to ask about Lee Pharmacy District, where EP Merchants Guild headquarters and all the herbal shops used to be. Lee woman listened, then asked back, Lee Pharmacy District. No one has used that term in ages. It seems you haven't been back to this region in a long time, have you? Solia, bewildered, asked, what do mean, ma'am? Like woman pointed towards houses and explained, Lee key merchants and shop owners who used to trade here, they all complained that they couldn't continue to survive in this worthless land. So they all packed up and left. Hearing this, both Siha and Solia were stunned into silence. What? They all left? Solia tried to compose herself and asked passerby, do you said they all left? What kind of incident happened? Lee woman sighed and replied, of course, ET8 because of this new count. He has tormented Lie P merchants so much that they couldn't possibly survive. Lee woman 8 voice fun of indignation continued, he imposed unreasonable fees just for people to be able to sell their goods. If any shop refused to pay tribute, he would destroy it so no one could do business there anymore. Hearing Likey 2 words count, Solia gasped and see. Wait, if ET80 current count, then... Her face changed as if struck by lightning, and her eyes clearly showed extreme despair. Lee deep-seated reason why Iki Ackerman family let their inherent power unveil their land was none other than war. It was a prolonged and enduring war between Iki Empire and Wicked Lock mages. Other major families like also suffered severe, but Likey Ackerman family 8 situation was far more disastrous because a famine struck at Likey same time. At that very terrible moment, Baron Wei, Lee's second son of Count Brad, appeared like a savior. Under white guise of investing in like declining Ackerman land, Baron Wei gradually took a veek and seized complete scene trend of Luppy region. Because Lee flames of war and rampant famine left them no choice but to seek financial aid. Therefore Count Ackerman seized that lucrative opportunity without a moment hesitation. By Lee time they realized Paland was fully under Wike influence of Wei, who had ultimately seized all economic and military power there. He played dirty by stabbing Count Ackerman in the key back with a fatal blow. That Wog's story of Solaire. Scene change, Solaire and Siha are standing on a hillside. She gently hugs her arms and confides with a sorrowful expression that she had Enlai recently heard this story from a manager in Dintinobi Fun Details. Solaire reached up to brush aside a lock of hair, her gaze distant as she continued, I was too young back then, so I thought my family went bankrupt because of business losses. But turns out he had planned long ago, taking advantage of my father 8 desperation to seize Lakey military and then take this entire land. Sia stood there, pursing his lips in silent sympathy for her plight. Solaire continued, not to mention that merchant confirmed Eid as well. After stealing the title of count, he drove all leaky old staff and imposed heavy taxes just to line his own pockets. Solaire trembled, quote rage, and clenched her fists. I can believe someone lie that became lie gloke. He tate unbearable. Standing behind her, Sia quietly bowed his head, understanding lie pain felt by both her and her father. Perhaps he had to suppress key pain of sacrificing his family just because he wanted to protect his people. Sia looked up at her and spoke. Ever since Du gave me a brief overview of this land, I felt something was wrong. Hands on his hips, he analyzed Itfu Solaire. Quite such a vast territory. Your father should have received a massive sum of money, but in reality, there ain't no trace of it. Solaire glanced at him and replied, exactly. My father isn't a type of person to sell land for money. So I was convinced that prolonged war must have forced him into that situation. Recalling her childhood memories, she continued, my heart ached every time I saw my father desperately struggling to hold on to that land. I didn't know what to say, I just felt furious for my father. I was too young then to help quote anything except watch him from a distance. Remembering those sad memories, Solaire's tears fell uncontrollably as she sobbed and confided in Sia. Oh Sia, what should I do? My heart burning quote rage, and I want revenge at any cost. Thinking of Lee miserable people, she said quote a voice fun of determination. I want to reclaim this place. I can bear to see ill people I grew up quite living in such hardship. Once bustling commercial district of Akronen was now nothing but desolate ruins. All that remained was a barren wasteland. Solaire trembled quote anger at her own helplessness. I couldn't do anything, she cried, turning her back to Sia. Seeing her lie that, Sia reached his hand to comfort her, Solaire. But his arm froze at her next words. I have to suppress these emotions. She covered her face, stifling her sobs, and confessed, I am just a third-year student at Like Academy. I have no right to speak up about a land that has been seized by someone else. Solaire wiped away her remaining tears and forced a smile. Sorry, Sia. We came here for vanguard my san, yet I keep rambling about my private matters. Solaire turned back to face Sia, trying to smile despite her tearful eyes. Anyway, let it go ask my father about Ike mine. Before she could finish, Sia interrupted. You can hold back your emotions later. Sia looked directly at Solaire and asked, Do you want me to lend a hand in this revenge? Solaire heard this and looked at him in dazed confusion, blurting out, huh. Scene change at a mansion. A man was sitting at his desk. Opposite him, a white-haired young man stood respectfully as if he had just reported something. Austin bowed respectfully to man. Master sitting at Lee's desk finally spoke, Solaire Akronen. He gritted his teeth, clutching his head a look of disgust, and then forced himself to ask what trick that girl was playing here. One who spoke was none other than Light P. Count. When Austin heard his master question, he immediately reported that Light Child was going around asking about events from 7 years ago. Upon hearing this, he Count threw his pen down on Iki table, his face turning red with anger, muttering that these brats were truly troublesome. Count crumpled the papers on his desk into a bin and grumbled irritably, asking why they had to dig up secrets that had been buried for so long. Seeing this, Austin probed his intentions, asking if he needed to take action to clean things up. Why Count tightly gripped that crumpled paper and roared in anger, Do you idiot, just leave her be. What would come of messing with an academy student? Like Count frowned and thou, telling himself that he had, after all, taken that land by any means necessary. He believed he held a legitimate contract and had nothing to fear. Even if that girl came crying and demanding Lee land back, wouldn't he change anything? Solia Akanen was a name he had vaguely heard somewhere. Now that girl was making waves throughout Lyke Empire. Rumor had ate her talent, made many want to compete to sponsor her, yet she chose to return to her old land. Why would such an intelligent girl forego a bright future to headfirst into this place? Thinking nonsense was use, Count brushed aside his thoughts, picked up his pen, and continued working. He then waved his hand, ordering Austin to just scare her a few times and kick her off. Austin respectfully obeyed and withdrew. However, exactly 1 hour later, suddenly heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the mansion, like desperate cries of Lee guards shaking Lee very space outside Lee Count 8's study. Sitting in his room, hearing Lee chaotic noise, he shot up, slammed key table, and roared, asking who dared to be so brazen here. Leak appearance of a stranger made him freeze in stunned silence. Person casually dragged one of his subordinates, who was lying face down, into EP room. Outside door, another man peeked and cooed an expression of extreme fear as he saw Lee stranger raise a mud D chawand. This person walked straight to Y Count 8 desk and greeted him with a provocative smile. He turned to be Siha. He looked like a madman at Lee P moment. Placing a hand on his chest, he boldly declared he had come to meet E Count personally. Seeing insolent student standing before him, Light Count trembled and pointed a finger at Siha. His mouth hung a bee speechless, while Siha looked at his pathetic state with contempt. She idike a genius who defeated monsters with just a staff, yet he sent soldiers with spears and swords to deal with her. He truly underestimated his opponent, or was he simply too foolish? Perhaps both. Lee Count, still unable to regain his composure, loudly rebuked Sia for his disrespectful attitude on someone else ate land. While shouting, he suddenly froze as if he had seen something unbelievable. Seeing Solia hiding behind Sia, he mockingly said, "So this was your plan all along? Didn't he dare face me alone? So Du brought a kid. How cowardly." Solia could Enlai remain silent and endure. Sia, seeing his friend being looked down upon, retorted, "Weak cowardly one here not Solia, but your poor business acumen count. Don Do agree." Hearing this, Solia worriedly called his name softly. Sia dropped his subordinate on floor, put his hands on his hips, and lectured him, "I am just a normal student, but walking around your land, I've already seen countless violations. So today I am here to correct Dio." Being publicly humiliated by Siha in front of his subordinates, Lycount Eightface turned scarlet rage. He yelled, "Just an academy student daring to be insolent, causing trouble on someone else eight land, and acting all high and mighty. Du must be some noble eight son o grandson, right? But this ID not a place faux brats to come and fee lie." Siha was unfazed by threat. He calmly replied, "Do you'll soon know my lineage. Now, let eight not waste time. I just want to see that contract." Hearing student 8 imperious demand, Lycount was stunned and asked back, "What did Du just say?" Sia slowly walked up to Lee's desk and said, "Lee contract Du used to seize Lee Keenan land. I've come to see eat quit my own eyes." Siha stood directly in front of Count, looked him straight in Lee Ki eye, and asked quicks by quis, "Was that truly a legal transaction? Oh, just a sham." At this moment, one of Count 8 henchmen rushed in, his face swollen from Siha 8 blows, and stammered, "Count, watch out." Guaidit subordinate, the one eye was squinted, still tried to saw defiant, Do know how insolent you are. Gui, this fresh-faced youth truly knows nothing of world." Seeing this, Gui merely sneered and waved his hand at his subordinate, "That ain't enough, put your weapons down." Guy Eightface was now fun of self-satisfaction. He looked at Si Hakwit eyes of a cunning fox and urged, "Are you ready? Quickly hand VET contract to me." After pushing Lai contract to Xiha, Gui stood quit his arms crossed, observing Kuda's self-assured air. Kaiha sat on EP chair, slowly reviewing each, thinking to himself that anyone who would stab others and lie key back when they were in such difficulty was truly a vile and despicable person. Meanwhile, Xolia still sat opposite, quietly waiting. After reading leaked words on e-paper, Xiha couldn't help but narrow his eyes and thou. Legally acquiring land was not wrong, but this contract, no matter how carefully drafted, still seemed fun of injustice. It was truly difficult to find any loophole to exploit. Xia placed dice paper back on a key table and spoke, "I have thoroughly reviewed Lai content, however." He subtly offered a knowing smile, then turned to Gay and said, "I still remember that imperial law clearly states that all coerced agreements have no legal validity." Hearing this, Gui gnashed his teeth and roared in anger, "Coerced." Standing beside him, also covered her mouth in bewilderment and whispered to Xiha, "ID, there really such a stren law, young master." Seeing Saliati, Xiha leaned Sikalu and whispered, "If I had known, I would have registered Fu Law School back then." Hearing this, Xoliat 8 face changed color as she asked, "Are you crazy? Why are you taking such a risk?" Meanwhile, we calmly count. "What evidence ID there does this contract was signed under duress?" Wait, this count referring to Xihide 8 father dares to be so insolent as to use his own child to cause trouble. Xolia, hearing him insult her father, lie that, glared at him warningly, "Duly better be careful, quit your words." Hearing this, Wei exploded in rage. He pointed straight at her face and bellowed, "Who ID one speaking carelessly here? This land IDT mine, and I have Lai P right to do whatever I want." He barraged Xolia quid insults until he was spitting. "If you were just an outsider daring to make baseless accusations, then get all of my sight. I was kind enough to stew Waiki contract, but even a child knows that kindness has its limits." Immediately, Wei roared an order to his subordinates, "Austin, drag that brat all of here right now." Seeing old man at extreme arrogance, Xihei immediately pulled a pen bestowed by Key Emperor. He uncapped a key pen as if preparing to write something. Wei caught a glimpse of Lai pen in Xia 8 hand and immediately froze. In his mind, he suddenly exclaimed, "What ID that?" Looking closely at the exquisite patterns on fountain pen 8 body, Wei was stunned to realize, wait a minute, this item isn't just expensive, Waiki emblem engraved on it a real big problem. When he looked closely at Li Qian of Li Qi pen, Li Old Count clearly saw an image of royal emblem shimmering there. Memories flooded back, reminding him that this symbol had once appeared on flags in the imperial capital. Li Qi Old Man wondered how a mere student could possess an item bearing such a noble maxi. Everyone knew Qi Emperor was very strict about bestowing such items, so almost only members of IP imperial family could own them. A young man openly carrying a royal pen in broad daylight, this reality late to and lie one deduction, could this boy be his highness? Xia still calmly held Waka pen in his hand. He glanced at Wei and casually said, "That ain't enough stalling. Yeet 8 time." Just at that cry TC moment, one of Giet's subordinates rushed in breathlessly to report, "My low count, T8 a big problem. Knights from Li Kastika territory have arrived right at Li Gate." Gui couldn't believe his ears and pressed, "Kastika territory." Subordinate nodded to confirm, "There are many of them. They even threatened that if Lipi gates aren't opened, They will flatten this place quit force. Knowing that C8 father had personally dispatched troops, Gui was bewildered and wondered, what in Lee world ID going on? Why would Light Castica territory bring an army here at this time? Key old man 8 mind raced. Marquis Hantakai notoriously brutal quit his territorial expansion campaigns, but I've never heard of him launching an unprovoked war. Yet now he 8 bringing his army right to my doorstep. He glanced RVE and saw Xiha still calmly twirling Y pen in his hand could a look of amusement. In Gui 8 mind, there was now unlie one certainty, Axide 8 father must have brought his troops to protect Lee Prince. Gui was so scared his eyes became vacant. He trembled and muttered, could he really be planning to start a war? Seeing Cold Man 8 distraught appearance, Xiha subtly smiled and added, I assure you he ID. Xiha 8 answer hit Gui Lai a bolt of lightning, causing him to panic and shriek, what? Xiha calmly picked up Lai contract and told him, I already reported to them that I was kidnapped. Hearing such an absurd claim, Gui angrily questioned kidnap. Du said Du were kidnapped. Xiha still looked smug as he replied, that ain't right. Hearing this, Gui was utterly bewildered. This IDE info me, fu crime of kidnapping a prince. I had no idea Du were royalty, your highness. If your highness would be so kind as to forgive me. Xiha, hearing P old man call him prince, wondered to himself, Prince, your highness. Seeing this, Sia seized teak opportunity. He looked at Gay, quit sharp eyes and replied, we one do need to beg fo forgiveness from ID, not me, but leak person all there. Guy asked in a daze, unclear who person Shia mentioned was. Just then, a figure stepped through Y room 8 door quit a dignified air. He guest who had just appeared offered a very polite greeting, noting that it had been a long time since he last saw his acquaintances. Leet newcomer was no stranger but Soliot 8 father, Count Achernon. He stood quit his hands on his hips, looking directly at Dway and sneering. 7 years have passed since Du turned your back and seized this precious land from me, Count Dway. Coming face to face quit Soliot 8 father, Dway felt a bit uneasy but still forced a loud, defiant laugh. C-Tup quit that pathetic appearance of a former count. Even if Du cause a scene now, contract unti just disappear. Count Achernon merely replied in XT live voy. Du are not wrong at all. Soliot 8 father stared intently at Dway and declared firmly, but whether B contract remains OID lot, what meaning does it have? If I announce that I will use force to reclaim this land, perhaps Du should reconsider your current position. Hearing those stern words, Dway suddenly recalled Diaby past when Soliot 8 father had knelt at his feet. He cursed inwardly, damn neat. He ate using leaky exact same lines I used to mock him 7 years ago. Back then Dway had stood before Soliot father quit contract arrogantly saying, if I use force to make Du hand, and beat this land, what will Du do? Soliot 8 father looked coldly at Dway. E-circle has tightened. Du V held a position beyond your reach fu 7 years, now he'd 8 time to pack up and leave. Despite like warning, Dway stubbornly shouted back, beyond my status. I am one who made this territory more prosperous than ever. Witnessing that stubbornness, Count Achernon flew into a rage and shouted, how shameless. He immediately listed Dway's 8 crimes since he seized Wyke Place. More than half the population had fled, finances were more depleted than during wartime, and leak markets were desolate and ruined. If Du had a shred of conscience left, Du would surely feel humiliated. Under Y relentless questioning, Dway stood rooted to Wee spot lie a stone statue, unable to utter a single quipsy in his defense. Dway trudged forward, his voice still raised as he shouted, don't talk nonsense. Losing Contren in his humiliation, Dway furiously drew a knife and screamed, I built this land quit my own hands. Do you think I'll let go so easily? Driven to Lee brink, he recklessly grabbed Solia as a hostage and held a knife to her throat. Caught a P guard, Solia couldn't Tiriaki in time, causing Lipe group to scream her name in panic. Dway tightened his grip on Solia, pressing IP knife against her neck as he threatened, if anyone takes another step, I'll finish this girl the P. Seeing him in such a fury, neither Shiha nor Soliot 8 father dared to make a move or say anything further to provoke him. Thinking he had regained scene Tren, Dway said with a triumphant look, finally, do know how to be afraid. Do you better stand still and behave. Before he could finish his sentence, Solia softly uttered a single quote set. A dazzling lot of life from Soliot power suddenly enveloped the entire room. Instantly Dway was mercilessly blasted away by Soliot brilliant Ginanura. He slammed hard into E wall, creating a cracked indentation before falling to Lee floor, his entire body paralyzed and unable to move. Witnessing this, Shia laughed mockingly. Did you really think those cheap threats would work? She isn't some weak 10-year-old child. She gave a top-tier 3rd Rod NG student of Lee Medich department. Watching Solia approach, Quitterwand held poised, Dway stammered, where did a brat like Du get such terrifying power? Solia slowly walked up to Dway, who could enlie glare at her quit absolute resentment. As Dway clutched his stomach in pain, Solia looked at his pathetic state and said calmly, he'd ain't no wonder I Count always looked down on me. I always just bowed my head, endured it and obeyed silently, but Shiha has made me realize that endless endurance ID never like best solution. Solia looked at him with eyes full of resentment and demanded loudly, return this land at once, Do have no right to rule ET. Shia stood behind her, holding a contract with a satisfied expression. Shia stepped in front of Dway, held to a contract and said clearly, so right to interrupt, but I've already prepared a document to void he old one. Want to take a look? Hearing Solia call Shihate name, Dwayne 8 mouth subconsciously muttered. Shiha held B contract seek alluded Dwayne 8 face and continued, how about a deal where do return all like land and property, then disappear from this place? Hearing this, Dwayne 8 face turned beet red as he screamed, what? In your dreams, do little brat. Seeing him remain stubborn, Shia suddenly remembered something and said, oh right. Shiha brought leak pen to his cheek and cooed a bright face, said to Dwayne, what did we just mention? All contracts signed under duress are invalid, right? So, what should we do now? Get eat. Behind Shiha a fierce fire suddenly flared up. He raised an eyebrow staring at Dwayne and ordered, hey, smile foamy. Face Kutsuedi irresistible in the guy reluctantly signed decoct, seeing I customer co-op. Shiha smiled subtly and exclaimed, your signature IDP as beautiful as your smile, truly EP of an artist. Sitting on a kick fa, Gwei meticulously signed while muttering as if reciting an incantation. Opposite him, Sia calmly watched, his eyes seeming to say, go ahead and complain, I'll still wait. Gwei looked at Ike contract he had just signed, his heart boiling quit hatred, tears welling up. He cursed silently, damn neat. If he hadn't used Li Qi Prince as a shield then. As soon as he saw P's signature was complete, Siha smiled brightly and said, now, I invite Du to leave this land. Like royal carriage I ready to escort Du SM? Gwei immediately stood up and walked away, while Solid 8 father, quit tear-filled eyes, bid him farewell quit an emotional gaze. Just then, a voice suddenly rang all, making Solid 8 father jump and turn around. Earl Akron. Siha stood right in front of him, a radiant smile on his face and solemnly declared, congratulations Earl. Du have officially become rightful owner of this land once again. Hearing Sia say that, Solid 8 father looked as if he had let his soul. He was dazed for a moment, still unable to believe he had actually reclaimed his territory. Earl Akron bowed his head, his lips tightly pressed. He thought to himself, the land that was stolen from me 7 years ago has finally been recovered. He tormented himself quit endless thoughts, believing that if he were his old self, he would probably never have dared to make such a bold decision so easily. P scene shifted. Solid 8 father was sitting in his room when seated 8 voice suddenly echoed from Lee Roddy Gem. Earl Akron, this ID Siha. Surprised by magical communication, he still calmly asked, why are you looking foamy so suddenly? Through Roddy Siu had then instructed Solid 8 father, I've heard Sola explain Lee's situation. Use my kidnapping as an excuse to reclaim Light territory, quit castigate reinforcements. Do it immediately. Earl Akron was stunned, not believing his ears, and stammered Sia. He propped both hands on table and then said to Sia, hey, Sia, this offer ID quite unexpected. Hearing him say that, Sia calmly replied, unexpected. I don't think so. Sola told me that you have been secretly accumulating both financial and human resources to reclaim this land. Isn't he now, Ginal and moment? Sia continued. Do you have both reason and key power in your hands, so why hesitate to act? Solid 8 father heard this and was a little hesitant, unsure how to respond. Through wide gem, Siha then gave him a meaningful smile and said, to deal kuda coward, why don't we respond kuda cowardly approach ourselves? An enli then can be called fair, Dante do you think? Returning to reality after a moment of recollection, Solid 8 father gently placed a hand on his chest and sighed deeply. He thought to himself, just thinking about gives me chills, but in Nike and everything played exactly as Sia had predicted. Sola, seeing her father lie this, simply glanced at him without a quicks. Earl Akron continued to ponder, indeed, such decisiveness has never been a characteristic of our family. Ending his train of thought, he looked up at his daughter and asked directly, hey Sola, what exactly ID your relationship quit that young Sia? Caught at guard by her father 8 question, Sola looked at him with an incredulous expression then seriously replied, he ain't just a classmate. Seeing his daughter 8 reaction, he burst a laughing teasing, young people nowadays are so shy aren't they? There ain't nothing to hide. At this moment, a thought came to Earl Akron 8 mind, in key past, Lok old Earl Hentezu and I, longtime friends, had planned a marriage between our children, but when territory was in danger, the engagement dissolved like a soap bubble. Telling 1/8 father to mobilize troops for the benefit of another family, how many people would dare to do such a thing? That ain't not a decision one can make on a momentary impulse. Thinking this, Earl Akron placed a hand on his chin and smiled subtly. He looked at Sola smiling brightly and said, my daughter ID no ordinary person, she ain't not easily underestimated. Seeing her father speak in such an enigmatic way, Sola immediately asked, what are you talking about, Dad? Earl Akron didn't he answer, just smiled and then said, I am saying you re too wonderful foe anyone to let go of. I accept Sola. Hearing her father say that, Sola replied bewilderedly, oh my goodness, what on earth are you talking about now? A moment later, Sia stood in front, quit Sola a few steps behind him. Sia thought to himself initially, I just skipped school to find Peak Sealy and Stone. Who would have thought that would end up quit me helping Key entire Akron family lie this? Sihai and Sola were now standing right in front of Earl Akron 8 desk. Sihad 8 mind was still racing, but anyway everything ended well. Having someone who provides complete information on my side, what could be better than that? Earl Ackerman then stood up from his chair, propped his hands on lobby desk, and said, "The official procedures for returning Gilan will be handled later. I almost forgot to than Dio." He bowed his head to Siha, speaking to him with a sincere and grateful tone. "Than Dio Siha. Than to do, I have fulfilled my lifelong wish." Seeing Solidate father do that in front of him, Sia was a little surprised and extended his hand, saying, "I just thought heat was something I needed to do." Solidate father, seeing Suate's humility, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, so talented and polite too." Earl Ackerman then looked at Siha with a satisfied expression and continued, "Oh, that ain't right. I heard do have a request. Go ahead and tell me. If eat ain't something I can do, I will fulfill everything fo do." Seeing Father Sola scrutinizing him with a sharp gaze, Siha felt a bit uneasy and wondered if E-Man had discovered something. He then turned to Aganon and tentatively spoke. "I've heard rumors of Antapik Cy and mine in we region emitting an evil aura. Do know where etide?" Hearing Siadate question, Father Sola rested his chin on his hand and thoughtfully replied that he had indeed heard of Ed, but Eat was very dangerous, asking why he wanted to find Eat. Questioned by Aganon, Siadate heart skipped a beat because he couldn't tell Eat truth, so he scratched his head and made up an excuse that he needed materials Fu Master Hansiadate crafting class, silently apologizing to the poor man Fu using him as a shield. Hearing Eat was Fo his studies, Aganon seemed, while rummaging through a desk drawer, he said that if Eat was just Fu educational purposes, he should feel free, as he was Li Lok of this land in New Eat Lai Leaky back of his hand. Father Sola spread a map and circled a location, saying Eat had been a long time so he wasn't entirely sure, but Eat was likely there. Seeing him provide such kind guidance, Sia was secretly surprised that everything was going so smoothly. Having identified their Geet, Siha and Sola looked at each other excitedly. He remarked that he thought Yeet would take all day to find Eat, but Eat was unexpectedly quick, so they decided to bring Lipey whole group back tomorrow mape. Scene shifts to next day. Siha and Sola stood tall before a cave entrance in Lucky Acronym territory, waiting for their teammates. As soon as they saw Jun Hyo leading basing toward them, both showed their delight. Jun Hyo waved and called aloudly, "Siha, we V here." Upon seeing its master, Basin immediately leaped from Jun Hyo 8 arms to ground. He dashed toward Siha at breakneck speed, fast as a gust of wind. Thinking 8 missed him dearly, Siha opened his arms wide to catch heat and asked, "What 8 gotten do so worked up, little guy? Did do really miss your master this much?" To his surprise, Basing did a sudden 180-degree turn and delivered a heavy blow to Siha 8 face, making him cry ow in pain. Panicked, he yelled, "What key hell? We just met and do already giving me such a violent welcome." Jun Hyo stood nearby, her arms crossed, smirking and saying Eat was a lesson foe neglecting his pet foe too long. Basing hadn't cooled Bapi yet and continued to growl as if in fierce protest. Seeing Jun Hyo take its side so blatantly, Sia raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Since when did you two get so siklao that do reacting in such harmony?" Finally, Basing settled down and let him hold Eat. As Lee group moved toward Lee cave entrance, Jun Hyo pointed inside and said she had asked Dak locals, and they confirmed this was Lee key entrance to Lee Peak Si Lee and mine. Not wanting to waste another second, we 3 of them ventured deep into Wiki cavern together. Stepping inside, air became damp. Lee group gasped in unison and unimaginably vast, and Jun Hyo began to lead Glukiwe Quit a detection device to scout ahead. Si and Sola followed closely behind. He remarked that this place must have been abandoned ages ago, and as Fuwai evil energy, an Enlia lock mage could detect Eat, when suddenly Jun Hyo came to a halt, startling them both. Seeing her suddenly freeze, Sia curiously asked if Lee detector had picked up any trend signals. Jun Hyo and Lee replied in a cold tone, "Nothing at all. Heat at East Tren." She gripped E2 detection rods tightly in her hands and added that EP equipment wasn't reacting at all. Hearing this, E2 behind her gasped in utter surprise. Jun Hyo hesitated for a moment before confessing to Sihai and Sola that ET felt as if there wasn't a single piece of Kupi Kaiblin hidden in this godforsaken place. P scene transitions to Aiden Academy late at night, where P students were all sound asleep in their quiet rooms. In one room, a girl lay curled up on her bed. Moonlight streamed through Lee window, illuminating her sweat-drenched face as she trembled from a nightmare. In her dream, she was constantly running and calling for her mother and father. Suddenly, a voice replied, "Ed, we rewrite here." Ed, who was still just a little girl then, heard Light call and asked in confusion where they were since she couldn't see anyone. Then, Lee's sight before her left her stunned and speechless. She looked down at her feet. Skeletal remains rose from ground one after another, repeatedly saying, "Everyone ID here, quit du." Ed jolted awake, terror still lingering in her eyes. Her breath was heavy, as if she had just run a maratar in Ingi. Staring into void, Ed still couldn't calm down and thought to herself, "Another nightmare about, I wonder how many days have passed in this haunting cycle." She gave a bitter smirk and mused to herself, "IDP everyone appearing in my dreams just to remind me that I shouldn't be sleeping peacefully alone." Ed sank deep into thought, blaming herself for blindly rushing forward while her eyes were completely clouded by hatred. People keep spreading rumors that do get whatever do wish for, Yet why my life still so dismal? She looks extremely sweating profusely as if in a bath, placing her hand on her forehead while muttering in distress. It turns out she Idiki still hopelessly surrounded by guilt. In another scene at Lee staff dormitory of Aiden Academy, light figure of a man was staggering, walking unevenly along hallway. That was Sia, who dragged himself along while covering his mouth, coughing violently as if he were about to cough up his lungs. No longer able to stand steadily, Syed had to cling tightly to a nearby wall and drag himself along Kudhivi steps. Syed had to see Topep to gasp for breath to ease his fatigue, his haggard face clenching his teeth in pain, silently wondering why he was tormented like this every night. Having not been harmed by anyone nor suffering from an incurable illness, Syed held his chest and let out a frustrated sigh, biting his lip as he wondered what true cause of persistent pain the past few days was. When he looked up, the sight that appeared before him immediately made him freeze for a few seconds. Leaky entire space in front of him was suddenly dyed a bright red, and he silently thought that this hallway looked exactly as if it were submerged in blood. Each bright red drop seeped and trickled down the key wall. At his limit, Siat cried in pain. He tried to calm his mind by telling himself that this was an illusion, and perhaps this illusion was an omen of things to come. His eyes now clearly showed fatigue along quack-gray circles. He let a heavy sigh and questioned what disaster was about to strike. Leedy scene changed in a room could a warm fireplace. A pot of stren purple liquid was boiling on Iki's stove when a voice suddenly spoke out, confirming they had cleared the entire area exactly as agreed. It turned out to be Siha, who had just painstakingly lugged back a large chest full of Bililfi crystals. He placed a chest neatly in front of Lipi group and declared firmly that everything here was authentic BIC crystal. As Gi whole group gathered, Wen and Nathalie looked at Lee Treasure in astonishment while Seymour, standing nearby with arms crossed, skeptically asked how he could have dug them up when that cave wasn't supposed to have any hidden BIC crystals. At that question, Sia placed his hand lightly on Iki table and gazed thoughtfully at a pile of gemstones. He hesitated for a moment before saying that everything began after that incident. Memories flooded back to when Siha Solia and Junhyo were searching in Light Desolate Cave. Realizing there was no signal at all, Junhyo turned suspiciously and said that gems couldn't walk, so why was a remote mine where no one dared venture so empty? Saya, finding logic so, stroked his chin and muttered, "Could he be that someone beat us to eat?" Hearing that hypothesis, Junhyo appeared quite impatient and pressed Fu Group 8 next move. Seeing his teammates' confusion, Saya spoke up to reassure them, telling them not to worry too much. Fu 7 long years, there was someone who always craved to seek their fortune there. Do remember who that was? He asked, glancing suggestively to Waisai. Saya turned to call Solia 8 name to inquire. Hearing Eat, she was startled, so flustered she didn't know how to respond properly. He recalled EP moment they blocked Wee 8 path and told Li P group that Li Ki failed Baron Wei o Old Man Wei. Fu Convenience, who was about to flee key borders of Akanon, had finally been captured and, hearing this part, Solia interrupted briefly to help him continually story for everyone. Li whole group had reasoned Kudim to find clues about Li Gemstone smuggling ring. When he saw Saiha standing tall before him, Old Man Wei trembled, clasping his hands and begging desperately to reveal everything to be spared. Hearing about his total compliance, Seymour clicked his tongue and teased that such a method sounded more like coercion than gentle persuasion. Returning to when they forced Wei to confess everything, Saiha grumbled a reminder about Li Pen and told him not to call him Your Highness anymore, because it was annoying, since he wasn't royalty. Hearing this, Wei was bewildered and asked what Lai Ki Pen Kuti royal crest was then. Saiha looked visibly guilty then. He didn't dare look directly at him, his eyes darting back and forth as he covered Eat up by saying Eat was just a random gift from Ki Emperor. Hearing that nonchalant answer, Wei was so furious he couldn't believe his ears. His face turned red as he screamed V and CV, asking if he had misheard. Old Man Wei was enraged. His furious scream scared Lee Birds away, as he called Sihao a fraud. Thinking back on 8 made Solia feel a bit guilty. She softly crossed her arms and thought to herself that although many incidents had occurred, generally speaking that guy wasn't bluffing. For years, P-Land of Ackerman was masterless, till a mysterious tycoon suddenly, spending fortunes to collect sea star stones around the ancient old Rise Mount. Despite feeling a spine-chilling evil aura, people of Ackerman, driven by desperation, closed their eyes and forged ahead, tirelessly hollowing that cursed mind to sell for a living. After hearing P-thrilling story from Lidu Shiha and Sulia, Seymour pointed his finger toward a giant wooden crate full of sea star stones sitting prominently next to Leak ruins. Without waiting for Seymour to voice all his questions, Shiha, who write him lie a book, smiled and explained that this was a batch of stones hastily gathered before being traded to that mysterious Siglai H. Nathalie excitedly rushed up to Shia, clenching her fists in extreme excitement and urging her to use these stones to BU a detector immediately. Seeing her friend 8 hyperactive behavior, Shiha waved her hand to signal her to calm down and said to wait, as there was still a more important matter to handle. Seeing him being vague, Lee group couldn't hide their curiosity and asked in unison what was going on. Quite a distorted face at Li Thao of Li Ma teen of homework weighing on his shoulders. Xia sighed dejectedly and announced that they were about to enter midterm exams. As soon as they heard Li's shocking news, everyone in Li's room turned pale and lamented except Fo Natalie, who seemed extremely excited by Yi's challenge. Another member helplessly put their hands on their hips and groaned that there was truly no escaping like ordeal of exams. At that moment, Xia could and cry inwardly, lamenting that a student ate life id truly a sigh of suffering. Group then gradually dispersed, promising to discuss further after passing gate of death. Some nodded repeatedly, others hummed in agreement, but Enli Ou remained silent, head bowed, without uttering a single quote since the beginning. Seeing Ou preparing to leave, Xia perceptively glanced at Vrek and immediately sensed something highly unusual about his friend. Without hesitation, he strode V to BLPC her path and asked if she had been sick or in trouble lately. Meeting Xia so Ou confusedly avoided his gaze and let out a bewildered stammer. She decisively turned her back on Xia and coldly said it was nothing major, so he shouldn't worry and should focus on studying, witnessing her suspicious and incomprehensive. Xia could and stand frozen in place, watching her go in bewilderment. Breaking into a cold sweat for fear of Xia uncovering her secret, she stammered a goodbye and hurried away. Seeing her flustered and awkward attitude, he didn't bother to press further and simply nodded gently in agreement. Watching Oluate receding back, Xia just stood there in silence without saying a qui. Seeing her clumsy attempt to hide something, Xia frowned slightly and muttered in suspicion. Once out of his sight, Ou hurried down the corridor. Tormented by her deception of Xia, she truly didn't want her friend to see her still imprisoned by ghosts of Li past, let alone look so pathetic and weak. It was already Yakuf when Ou was on her way back to her room. Someone had carelessly left the balcony window wide open, letting night wind gust inside and making curtains flutter loudly. Using her fingers to smooth like hair disheveled by wind, she glanced suspiciously at window, wondering where breeze came from since, according to IP rules, all hallway window had to be bolted tight at night. Suddenly a figure shrouded in a cloak appeared on a windowsill, causing Ou to startle and defensively shout, demanding to know who it was. Seeing Ubli's cloak, Ou silently deduced that this was definitely a walk mage. Turned out to be Sepia. She suddenly appeared in, quick as a falot, drew a glowing red Medici circle in midair, while reassuring her that she had no intention of causing her harm. In reality, Sepia had secretly cast a silencing spell on Ou, rendering her completely speechless and able to emit hopeless whimpers. Seeing her opponent ate fierce resistance, Sepia put a finger to her lips, shushing her and telling her to be sensible and stay quiet as she and Enli wanted to chate Foe a bit. Facing evil Archmage, Ou was frozen stiff and could look up helplessly, screaming inwardly as she realized she had completely let Ken Tren of both her body and her voice. Sepia then pointed a finger at her with a sinister smile, telling her she didn't need to be so worked up because she and Lai wanted to reveal a shocking secret regarding her Catablum heritage. Hearing enemy name her beloved homeland, Ou's eyes widened in horror as she tried to ask, but her throat remained tight and wordless. She wondered how on earth a secret kept so strictly known to no one but Shahaza to avoid being scrutinized as a survivor of a dead land had been uncovered by her so easily. Sepia shrugged provocatively, asking if she hungered to know weak identity of Li T mastermind who had slaughtered her entire village years ago. As soon as she felt spell lifted, Ou screamed, demanding to know who on earth she was to know so much about her homeland. If she was culprit behind it all herself. Sepia smirked and cut her pee, denying it wasn't me, but if do lie, I am willing to stew this earth-shattering truth. By this point Ou had completely let herself fiend Tren. She clutched her chest, which was having rage, and glared at Leekwok Mage, roaring that she had wasted 10 long years just hunting an invisible gut to reclaim a blood debt. Facing that fury, Sepia remained as if nothing were happening, and whispered that whether she believed it or not, this was a poison she had to swallow, because Lepi fire of hatred in her heart had never cooled. An entire clan mass, completely wiped a due must make them pay faux blood quit blood, no matter what. Sepia pointed a threatening finger directly at Ou, eyes wide as she soughed a bitter curse, revealing that cruel mastermind behind that tragedy was Castiga family family of her Sikalo friend Shiha. Upon hearing those words, Adele suddenly went completely numb, her eyes blank and lifeless, as she turned to press Sepia on what IP hell they were talking about. Just as dawn broke, Sia was sitting in a carriage traveling somewhere, looking all Luki window and trying to guess what on earth was going on. Recalling Adele's puzzling attitude the other day, he sadly wondered if their unpleasant parting was the reason why he still couldn't get ETP his mind. After all, he had tried to strike up a conversation with Adele during P exam. Yet, it was as if she was deliberately avoiding him. Right after Li exam ended, light carriage from Castiga arrived to pick them up, leaving them not even a minute to talk properly. Sitting in Li carriage, Sia rested his chin on his hand, his head in a muddle, completely unable to understand what was going on anymore. Lysine shifts to evening when Siha finally arrived back at his family mansion. He walked straight into his father's office, clasped his hands behind his back, and asked directly if there was something serious that made his father call for him so urgently. Without saying a kus, Taesu simply pushed an envelope toward him and told him to eat. Siha opened envelope and gasped in surprise, while Count Taesu calmly explained that this was an invitation to a social gathering aimed at strengthening the bond between Castiga and Ackerman families. He stood up, looked at his son, and told him that he needed to prepare for his role as Ye heir, which startled Siha, who asked why it was so sudden. Count explained that since they had just reclaimed their territory, holding a celebratory party was unfitting. Siha looked at his father sitting there, wondering to himself if that was really all, while Taesu leaned his hands on Lee's desk, deep in some calculations. He thought to himself that instead of letting that girl from Catablum linger around, perhaps it was time for his son to seek a more suitable relationship. Lippy scene shifts to a girl with a ponytail excitedly boasting to her friend that Siha 8 and Solaire 8 families are about to host a joint party. Her friend smiles and replies that she already knows, adding that even her father was invited, not to mention Iki rumor that Iki 2 of them almost got engaged. Overhearing this by chance, Hio froze and let out a startled cry. She rushed in front of her friend and yelled, asking who allowed such an absurd thing to happen, which startled her friend into stepping back and saying, "Do almost made my heart jump out of my chest." Upon hearing her friend say that marriage ID decided by Iki Count, Hio clenched her fists and angrily asked what about her feelings, and endly to be hit quit a cold dose of reality when her friend replied that her feelings had absolutely nothing to do could he. Another person chimed in, saying they had asked Solia and apparently, ET was just a thing of leaky past, but Iki truth would unlie be clear when they attend by party next month. Meanwhile, Adele stood nearby, taking it all in quite a heavy heart. Adele sadly lowered her head, her mind spinning quit on 2 names, Siha and Solia. Placing her hand on her heart, she bit her lip and told herself that she knew it all along, wondering if she was just going to let things keep going like this. Adele was truly at a loss, not knowing how she would cope if Siha 8 family really intended to arrange that marriage. Biting her lip hard, she resolved that she could no longer just stand on EP sidelines and had to get Iki bottom of whether what that mage said was true. Putting her thoughts into action, Adele hurriedly ran to look for Siha, hoping in her heart that Iki mage was just a malicious person trying to drive them apart, and that Siha was completely innocent. At the same time, she also resolved to ask Siha straight out whether Wiki rumor about his engagement to Solia was true or false. Running up to Aki door of Lighty room, she pushed it about forcefully and asked aloud if Siha was inside. Finding room completely, she stopped in her tracks and scolded herself for barging in so hastily. While she was debating whether to wait for him to return, a streak of purple light flashed by, causing her to turn her head to look. Adele's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at a bizarre aura, wondering what it could be. She walked toward by cabinet from which a purple aura emanated, her mind filled with suspicion as she wondered why this cabinet seemed so suspicious and yet so familiar. To resist her curiosity, Oyu reached on through key cabinet and streams of eerie purple smoke immediately poured out. Oyu froze upon seeing what was inside quit her own eyes, wondering in utter SC what on earth was going on. Staring intently at his sword, her mind was in such a mess that she couldn't pull herself away, though her brain had completely forgotten. Her body reacted naturally to unique magical power, a painful memory that, though faint, was still deeply etched in her subconscious. Oyu reassured herself that it was impossible, though her lips denied it. Deep down she knew all too well that even if time eroded everything, this feeling remained completely intact. Like tragic scene of that day replayed in her mind, a living hell filled with heartbreaking screams, a nightmare that kept clinging to her throughout her long dreams. She firmly convinced herself that this was indeed Peace Sword that had leveled her homeland of Catabrum. Losing all her strength, Oyu collapsed to leave floor and sobbed. Scene change, Siha slowly walked back to Wee Academy when he was already pitch waff, sighing wearily as he walked down the hallway. Arriving at his room door, he rubbed his head and massaged his lower back in exhaustion. He had to grind through homework, plan a party, and now got caught up in this mess. Key moonlight shining directly on his face woke Siha up, and he felt that something was terribly wrong. Seeing why door of room still ajar, Siha wondered when he had left, since it was clearly not yet time to return. Before he could even compose himself, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against his neck. Siha froze at this sudden turn of events. Siha frowned and glanced inside the room. A trembling hand was tightly gripping YP sword his father had once given him. Meeting the hateful gaze of a person standing opposite him, he called all Oyu name. Seeing Oyu pointing Lee's sword at him, Siha realized why painful truth from her grief-stricken face as she held that blade. Oyu lowered her sword and weakly whispered, asking why. She buried her head and sobbed in despair. Why did it have to be him? If any person standing here were anyone else. Recalling her acquaintances at life, she sobbed that if it had been anyone else, she would have been able to take up arms and fight. She would have been more than capable of seeking revenge if it were Solaire Owol Hylihan, but ironically, that person was him. Looking at Oyu, Siha could only frown and tightly purse his lips, He did not want her to suffer any more, which was why he had always tried to avoid her. Now it was too late. He should have cut ties sooner. If this was how it had to end, he would rather have been her enemy. Lie an insignificant action. He should have followed by key path of being eliminated by key main characters. At least then, he wouldn't have had to witness that look of despair in her eyes. Oi's entire body trembled violently. She looked at Siha with lifeless eyes, then forced a smile, asking him to say that he knew absolutely nothing about it. Hearing Oi's plea, Siha could Enlai look down in sorrow. He whispered an apology, and at that moment, space suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Time passed and the day of E-party finally arrived. The outdoor campus was magnificently great. Siha stood there in a neat white suit. A familiar voice rang awe, causing him to turn his head. Celia appeared in a lovely dress, with her hair neatly tied up in a bun. She curtsied slightly and asked if he had arrived early. Hearing Celia's question, Siha cheerfully replied that he was one of key organizers after all. Siha complimented her on looking beautiful today. Hearing this, Celia shyly covered her cheeks and mumbled her than. Because Ivy Party was held during holiday season, most of Lei families could get relations quit Kastika and Akronund attended in fun force. A few friends from Lei Academy also joined fun. Guan and Natalie were excited to attend, while Hell said he came in Lai to stir up trouble and make life more in TP rate 10. Of course OU would never sour up. Siha, hands in pockets, looked around and tossed, saying, how could she possibly come? Recalling that night after learning why key truth that OU had taken his sword, she turned her back and walked away without looking back once. Since then, they had not met. Little Sin climbed onto his head and chirped a few times. Siha crossed his arms smiling and said, "You were probably trying to demand attention, aren't you?" He turned his face away, sighing warily. He thought to himself, would any sane person want to party quat the very people who just destroyed their homeland? A nobleman approached Sia's father, Count Intesu, and praised how surprisingly quickly Akron family had become Siklo quit their own. "Id this perhaps a setup?" he asked. Hearing this, Count laughed heartily and replied that everything was purely coincidental. Someone looked at Siha and Solia and said that they were so well suited, they should become in-laws soon to seal a key deal. Upon hearing this, both of them froze, wondering, what in Lakey world ID this nonsense? Annoyed, Siha turned and muttered, what kind of garbage did that madman just utter? Little Sin chirped loudly again. Hearing key commotion on a key main platform, Siha and Solia both turned their heads to look back simultaneously. Siha 8 family butler walked towards group of guards, extending his hand and asking, what ID happening? Guards rushed in frantically, reporting that an intruder had attacked. Everyone was stunned, asking. Key guard stammered, unable to form words. Without waiting faux guard to finish his sentence, a lock mage appeared with a sly smile. He mocked the guards outside, calling them a truly useless lot. They suddenly swarmed in amidst a dense fog. PC Kai above Loipi party turned a deep red, teeming Quatok mages flying around. Siha was stunned, wondering why these people were here, but then he reassured himself that he had to focus on dealing Quat P immediate reality. Looking at Soliad 8 father and P others, he began to assess mentally. Count Hantesu along with other blood counts in Akanon, were all experienced warriors. Quat 2 generals who had defeated dozens of lock mages, there was no need to fear. However, there were too many civilians here, so danger could strike at any moment. Do even know where this IDP, daring to trespass and cause chaos? Without a Kusio Kiij mage cast Medich towards Key Man, causing surrounding crowd to shriek in terror. Lee Medich still lingered on his fingertips. He mage laughed eerily. We've finally found E-Cube thief. He pointed at Siha and Solia, declaring that Lady Sepia did not allow killing, but to be quick and clean, they would simply finish them a P. He then promised to send everyone else to their deaths so they would have company. Upon hearing this, Siha 8 blood rushed to his head. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Light Mage, eyes blazing murderous intent. Battle erupted immediately, flames spreading throughout the entire party space. Mages coordinated smoothly. Simultaneously, casting a blazing red mud each circle aimed directly at Siha. A crimson surge of power rushed forward. Siha quickly conjured a Madiich shield to be Elpasik opponent 8 attack. Siha shouted loudly, calling names of Little Sin and Terra. Hearing his Master 8 call, Little Sin 8 eyes glowed brightly excitement. Siha gave his pets a decisive command, wipe them all. Hearing this, Little Sin immediately soared high up. It opened its mouth and breathed all a massive stream of fire, incinerating lock mages in front. Terra, not to be outdone by its friend, flapped its wings, flew up, and let an excited cry. Lee Regine Terra, carrying a bone-chilling wind, circled Lai group of lock mages, turning everything below into freshing pops. Roaring majestically, young girl unleashed a volley of sharp ice spikes, impaling mages. One unlucky fellow, struck by a sharp shard of ice, screamed in agony from piercing cold. Witnessing this, Xia couldn't help but praise his teammate. Panning, he scanned live surroundings and thought to himself, what on earth has driven these lunatics mad? Losing their cubic trier was indeed infuriating, but charging straight into a high society banquet in Castiga, filled with nobles and powerful Count Antheus, was truly reckless. Lake-renowned Count was an expert in eradicating darkness, yet these fools were openly provoking a fight in broad daylight, right in the enemy 8 stronghold. And to bring such a large army quit them, what devilish scheme were they plotting? On Aki other side, Solia wasn't about to stand idly by. She unleashed a blinding spell at two Wok enemies and shouted a powerful thunderclap incantation. After clearing Iki two obstacles in front of her, Solia surveyed battlefield and noticed something unusual. She mused, Tren, why do they keep appearing Lai mushrooms after rain endless? Or are they using a trick? Understanding Lai's situation, Solia turned and called Oxyhet name, telling him it wasn't about their overwhelming numbers. A key young man who had also been observing nodded in agreement, admitting he had noticed it too. Looking at Li's Som of Lock mages hovering Lai a beat Li cloud in Li's sky, Zia pointed and explained that they weren't that numerous. In reality, they were using a forbidden clone technique repeatedly, a formidable type of Madi. Gripping his Medici staff, Xia gritted his teeth, anxiously looking around and thought, this ID bad. If this drags on, our side will be exhausted first. The problem was that countless civilians hadn't managed to evacuate yet. He watched them trembling behind overturned banquet tables and worried, if Li fight continues, they will be E1s caught in Ni crossfire. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, familiar Xitem notification suddenly appeared before X, leaving him to gasp in astonishment. Xitem announced that he had successfully unlocked and upgraded his capture XQ by taming both Bacillus atrasis and Terra. Simultaneously, he received a B-Renew privilege called Taming Zone. This XQ allowed him to capture beasts within a designated range Fu Sat period. Without hesitation, Xiha immediately pressed the accept button and urged Xitem to activate 8 quickly. Xitem immediately initiated Lai new ability. Xiha placed both palms on He ground, creating a radiant Ging Madich circle, and silently prayed foe reinforcements to appear and exit them in time. At this moment in Lai taming zone, a pair of colossal eyes appeared, gazing down from above, causing Lai pack of wolves leisurely resting on light grassland to lift their heads in bewilderment. Immediately, Ki entire pack of 4-legged beasts sprang to their feet and began to move. After successfully taming Light elite wolf pack, Zia summoned them to by battlefield and ordered his puppies to quickly protect innocent. He guided dive civilians to evacuate according to Li Wolf's directions. Sea brave wolves quickly found Li hiding places of everyone to escort them away from Li debris. Xia continued by assigning Basin and Terra to lead Shipasi, clearing a path to rescue like civilians. Hearing their Master 8 command, both nodded in understanding. Xia frowned as he reassessed the situation. Although chaos had been temporarily controlled, their forces were still outnumbered. Human stamina was limited and would surely be depleted much faster than those mindless puppets. Siha calculated in his mind that they needed to quickly capture E1 controlling E original being the original body self. Sweat dripped down his cheeks as he tried to observe his surroundings carefully, telling himself that Ike Leader must be hiding somewhere nearby, pulling key strings of these clones. Acting on his thaw, Siha jumped onto a chair and loudly provoked them. If those useless trash are so capable, step all here and talk to me directly. Quet one hand cupped to his mouth and the other clenched in defiance. He took a breath and added sarcastically, OIDT eat that do re too weak and can an Enli rely on numbers to bully key few. Hearing those extremely offensive, Akmages suddenly fell silent, unable to utter a quips. One of them sneered dismissively and said, indeed, your reputation precedes. Do truly are an arrogant brat. Shia forced a smile onto his face, which was fun of suspicion, while Ihik Mage nonchalantly reassured him that he had no intention of wiping out the whole group. Shiha quickly located his Tagad and felt a secret sense of relief, while Akia Mage kept babbling on about a glorious future Lokabadan had envisioned, as if sacrificing a few lives were just a trivial matter. Kipiki Mage reached out toward Shiha quid an enticing offer. If he would just obediently follow her to find I-Cube, Lai others would be spared. Hearing this solicitation, Shia curled his lip in a sarcastic smile and replied, that sounds tempting, but don't hold your breath. He bluntly refused, clenching his wand tightly before launching an attack, quit a sharp warning that he had no interest in being anyone ate prisoner. Shiha lunged to attack but missed his Tagate. He was shocked to realize he had struck empty air, as it was merely an illusory clone. He stood rooted to Walkie's spot, while countless copies of Liwak Mage looked down at him from light air quit triumphant gazes. In an instant, key clones descended to Li ground, surrounding Shia without leaving a single gap. A Wak Mage lunged from behind to pin Shiha's 8 body, while other hands closed in, leaving him stiff as if cast in concrete. Shia gritted his teeth and cursed silently, thinking, these bastards are clinging to me like flies to honey. Just as he struggled, wondering how much longer he could endure while sinking into illusion, he suddenly heard someone call or his name Shia. It was Count Tetsu, screaming in desperation to rouse his son, constantly urging him to hold on at all costs. Shia had completely let connection quit reality. His mind was blank from blood loss, making it a luxury for him to think at all. He sluggishly wondered what he was expecting and why he was hoping for rescue, while like image of his father amidst enemy ranks began to blur. Just when things seemed hopeless, massive explosion from above echoed throughout Li's space. Driven by a survival instinct, Shia instinctively looked up. Appearing before his eyes was YT silhouette of a sete-haired girl in a dress standing in front of him. Without even bothering to turn around, the girl merely called indifferently, hey. Looking at that back, Shia suddenly realized why he had fought so hard to push himself until this very moment. It was Adele. She had appeared, her sword in hand, and whispered that she had been thinking a lot ever since receiving Likey distress signal from B-Strike Tim. Shiha was still dreamily thinking about a person he had always longed to see again, even in key most cry-to-see moments. Adele reminisced about Lee's many ups and downs they had shared and whispered, "Listen, Shiha, do haven't he just saved me once? Du gave me a reason to keep living and showed me that this world still has kind things worthy of being cherished, rather than hatred." For that very reason, Adele turned to look at him with teary eyes and said, choking back sobs, "Now he'd ain't my turn to protect Du, feel free to rest easy." Adele tightened her grip on the IP sword hilt and unleashed her Madiich, knowing deep down that this sword was Leaky Bridge foe her will. Weapon in her hand seemed to resonate and understand her heart, which was fun of emotional scars. She scanned crowd of hovering lock mages, eager to find real body among key forest of clones, and Lai from her sword began to radiate intensely, directed straight at like enemy. Adele gripped sword tightly both hands and told herself, "As long as I follow this lie and sweep through, everyone standing in my way will be forced to submit." At that exact moment, Lai from sword exposed original body, who was clutching Lee's square box. When Likey Mage 8 gaze met Adele 80, he flinched in alarm, "So I've finally been exposed." Without hesitating for even a second, Adele sprang up and leaped high to gain momentum. She faced Lee's Mage head on and growled, "Got to you now." Despite being discovered, Mage didn't flinch. He raised cube in his hand and activated a terrifying source of energy. Adele quickly shielded her face from blinding Lai erupting fiercely, thinking to herself, "What on earth I dig this? Mana ID so strong 8 makes space itself tremble." Lee Mage smirked defiantly as Mana swirled around Iki item, saying, "Impressive. But did you really think I would come alone without any preparation?" Adele immediately recognized. She muttered to herself, "Lee emotion cube a ton used to amplify walk desires hidden deep within a human soul." He narrowed his malicious eyes, looked straight at Adele and said, "Eat 8 time. White tattered justice do cling to ID about to shatter." Cube floated in mid-air, emitting waves of murky mana. Adele could Enli scream and shield her eyes from Lee horrific lie, while Ikiman smirked provokingly, seeing how long she would last. Adele 8 mind began to be thoroughly invaded by flow of evil Madiche. Her eyes became as lifeless as Sia 8 before. A question began to fecate in her heart. Why should I bother protecting those people? They disregard others' lives and ignore past atrocities. Do I really have to protect them? Seeing flicker of doubt in her eyes, Leaky Mage looked overly trembling. Adele recalled last night. While she was still huddled in her room, that detestable mage from years ago suddenly reappeared. Then Sepia appeared. She removed her hood and looked at Odell. "Quit pity, how pathetic. Do probably can't even face naked truth." Odell retorted sharply, "Then give me a get reason why Du've crawled here." Sepia didn't look angry, and Unli smiled calmly. "How can Du ever improve if Du are always so sat-tempered?" She reached out toward Odell and whispered, "I came here today to grant Du an opportunity for revenge." She poked at Odell 8 emotional wounds to stir up hatred. "8 revolting, isn't it? Those who once buried an entire village alive are still living prosperously as if nothing happened. As if one forgot a small animal they once killed. Elite nobility treats Catablum case as a trivial matter not worth their concern." Hearing that, Odell shouted in fury that not every noble was so terrible. Seppi immediately landed another painful blow. "So what if what do you say I deed true? Then why did Siha intentionally hide it even while knowing everything?" Odell fell silent and liable to stammer in despair that, well. Seeing her speechless, Sepia laughed gleefully and continued, "I told Du, I am here to give Du a Lipi chance to carry all your revenge." She revealed that tomorrow, one of her dim-witted subordinates would single-handedly attack the Castiga House 8 party. Normally I skip him as ET8 too dangerous, but this time many great families will be present. Sepia 8 eyes gleamed an enchanting lie as she gave Adele a suggestive smile. "If Eat 8 a personal grudge, feel free to settle Eat. I'll overlook Eat fo Du this once, as I am on lie here to bring Du some top secret information. Anyway, our ultimate to get IDPCA, not that man." Hearing this, Adele stood up unsteadily and asked, "What did Du mean?" Sepia turned to walk away, adjusted her hood, and said mockingly, "If Du want, I'll let Du destroy House Castiga yourself. Just blame McMage, ain't a perfect excuse, right?" Adele reached up frantically and called, "I'll wait." Before vanishing, Sepia didn't forget to leave a message. "E-choice ID yours, Adele. Honestly, I find Du quite pitiful too. I hope we don't have to face each other on EP battlefield in the future." Quit those words, Sepia disappeared, leaving Adele standing alone in peace silence. Back in reality, Adele 8 mind was still in turmoil. "Since that night, I haven't been able to sleep, thinking about 8 constantly. Anxiety torments my mind." Adele looked up directly at Key Mage before her and declared, "I want Count and Tessu to lose everything and be buried. Just lie those innocent people. He who buried them alive deserves a similarly cruel end." She slowly stood up straight, gripped her sword hilt, and growled, "Neither he nor his son will escape." Quit murderous intent, she added, "I want them to taste Lee bone deep pain I endured. I want them to pay dearly for their past sins. For a decade nurturing idea of revenge, I clung to Eat Lie my and Lie lifeline to survive. Luffy Wizard smiled smugly at Adele and thought to himself that Iki Cube was operating as planned, how wise he was to have eat ready. Then, he turned and ordered her to stand up and immediately purge her enemy's Kudai's sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Adele replied to him quite cold words, but at that moment, her mind was filled an enlai quit lingering image of Siha. Her determined gaze fixed on Wizard, she seemed to regain Sintren of her reason and decisively refused. If I were to truly take Count Hentezu at life now, her two hands gripped sword hilt fiercely. Ou glared at Leek Wizard fun of indignation, declaring that she would never be able to turn back again. Wizard widened his eyes and see, then shrieked in panic that couldn't be, the power of Cube ought to be absolutely perfect. Ou gritted her teeth, charged at him quote all her might, and thought to herself, what a bunch of fools. No matter how great her hatred foe Hentesu was, she still decided to swing her sword and stab through Lippy Wizard. Having defeated her opponent, Ou retrieved Cube and thought to herself that she still wished to see Sia. As soon as she had Leek item in her hand, Ou swiftly turned and jumped to Lee ground. Off Wizard still lay there, mumbling to himself that everything was truly absurd. Yu landed safely, one hand holding Cube, each other gripping he blood-stained sword tightly, as she turned her head to look behind her. Just as she was about to leave, Sayat Father unexpectedly stepped forward and called her name urgently. Ou walked past Sia 8 Father without bothering to reply a single quix. She approached him and gently called Sia 8 name. Sitting down beside him, she pressed Cube against his chest and confessed, I am still very angry quit Dio. So, Deal have to pay double for this debt later, Ou said, her tears flowing incessant. She asked Sia if he understood, and he merely bit his lip tightly to suppress his emotions. Sia extended both hands to hold Cube together quote Ou. Their foreheads rested against each other intimately, and Sia nodded as a firm promise to her. 3 days later, Ou was present at C-Date office on the Academy campus. Tesu was also there. E2 sat on opposite sofas, and he began to remind her that since they were still in IP semester, she should then Lee head nurse for her dedicated care after recent battle. Olio, still covered in bandages, sat opposite Tessa. She looked up at him and replied, Diu should also be grateful that I didn't send Diu on your way then. Count Tessu raised a hand to rub his temple and sarcastically remarked that she was one who should than him foe, not eliminating her. Hearing this, Ou snapped back, asking what he had just said. Tessu opened his eyes and looked at her with a sharp, cold gaze, asking her to calm down and listen carefully. Fu he had truly wanted to give you her initially. He began to recount Lipi's story from Uller VE 10 years ago when he received EP Emperor AT command to go to Katabram region. There a prophet had foretold that Liki's sole survivor from that land would take life of his son Siha. He clasped his hands together, looked at her, and seriously said that whether she thought this was an excuse or not didn't matter, but to prevent Lai tragedy, he was forced to completely eliminate Lai 2 people who had escaped death from Katabram. Ou was stunned into silence for a long time before arguing back, what if that prophecy was wrong? But Count Tessu flatly denied it, affirming that they were not ordinary fortune tellers. They were people endowed with divine power, chosen by stars to listen to fate therefore. Their prophecies were almost never wrong. So he implored her not to betray his son. After a brief conversation Count Tixu, silently stepped outside. She stood frozen there for a long time as if turning to stone before finally leaving. Strolling aimlessly down a hallway, La was distraught, thinking about Li Dam prophecy she had never once considered in her life. Hold on a minute, he said there were 2 survivors, which means, who could Leaky other person be? Meanwhile ensued 8 resting quarters. He lay curled up on Iki bed, his face pale with pain, his hands tensed, gripping his legs tightly. Siot was trapped in a terrifying nightmare, where he had to run for his life, while behind him, a voice kept urging him to just keep running, not to look back, and to find ends of leaky earth where no one could reach. In his chaotic memory, he saw a little girl covered in blood reaching out to him, sobbing and pleading. P. Lai tried to survive. P. Scene changed and Siot saw Tixu again, his back to him, coldly uttering, Justly Lai Du Re already dead. I have given Du more than enough. Get o of this family and disappear from my sight forever. Seat knelt prostrate on floor, his mind completely blank, unable to understand why. Eerie voices once again besieged Sudate mind, constantly echoing, pleading quit him to avenge them. This pain ID unbearable. I done wanna die. Tate so unfair. Siot screamed as he tried to escape those spirits, wondering why he was Lai one left alive in Key world. After late nightmare, Siot woke up Kuta start and sat up on bed, gasping faux breath as if he had just run faux miles. Siot placed his hand on EP mattress and was horrified to see sea streaks lay tree roots spreading. He muttered a plea for them to see Tapi. Sitting dazed on bed, he wondered why Key villager's resentment and his father-ate coldness still haunted him even here. He stepped onto Leapy floor, his mind still in turmoil. Suddenly a heart-wrenching pain struck, and Siot clutched his chest, breathing with difficulty. He gritted his teeth and endured. What kind of monstrous feeling ID draining my Madi each lie this? My heart feels like Eat about to shatter. In Seed 8 palm, a purple Medici orb was glowing brightly. He asserted quite certainty that this was Li Medici that had been haunting him since those hallucinations first appeared. Seed staggered leaning against a key wall and walked towards E window. He clearly felt Aka energy enveloping him uncontrollably. Seed stared intently at a leaky window and let aura long drawn a sigh through blurred pain. He told himself that if anyone saw him in this state, they would surely send him to Y Royal Palace immediately. Wak's power was still surging and enveloping his sweaty body. Seat bowed his head low, telling himself that he couldn't let this continue here. Dragging his Eva steps, Siet mumbled weakly that he at least had to escape this academy campus first. He leaned his hands against IP wall, panting heavily, and mumbled a desperate plea. Yet, unable to resist Lee's surge of Lockmadi Che that was devouring him, Siet collapsed onto Lee's floor. Trying to crawl forward, Seat desperately realized that Eat was too late and he couldn't hold on any longer. That Waki power seemed to have completely swallowed the entire room. Next day, students were gathered chatting. One spoke up to ask Siha if he had heard E-Key news that a Vaki mage had broken into E investigation room. Last night, Si was dumbfounded, saying no way. Quen then added that evidence of Wakmadich and necromancy had clearly appeared. Hearing this, Siha became very worried. He wondered if E investigation room being on campus lie that was alright, and pondered anxiously about how Suit was now. Xi Quen and another friend headed towards investigation room. As soon as they arrived, Quen quickly exclaimed, "Look at that crowd gathering on VE there." Seeing this, Xiha spoke up with a hint of annoyance. What an incredibly noisy scene. Looking at magical pillars he had created himself, Xia thought to himself that Eat was fortunate they were reinforced Kut Mana, otherwise they would have collapsed long ago witnessing the devastation. Quan could only laugh and say, Ziha must be feeling very guilty right now, after all, they are family. Just then, Siad opened Likey door and stepped off from inside. Lai crowd began to buzz upon seeing him appear. Look, Eat ate our professor. He really showed up right when we mentioned him. Professor, do alright? A student asked anxiously. What happened last night, sir? Hearing this, Siat replied to his student, a stranger broke into this place last night. Upon hearing, everyone began to whisper, so Eat really was true. Xiha looked at his brother Eight haggard face and wondered to himself, he looked so exhausted. Was his opponent really that formidable? Watching his brother Eight receding figure, Xiha pursed his lips and thought he had assumed Die Professor could easily defeat Lack Mage, but Leak opponent turned out to be stronger than expected. Holding a stack of documents, Siat spoke as he walked and Seat what exactly happened. After Professor Siat left, everyone watched him go and began to whisper, Professor looks truly exhausted. Eat must be from light battle, quit Layak Mage. A student chimed in, even the professor had a hard time. Hearing those words, Siat glanced back, his lips pressed tightly together. Scene change, we are now in a classroom at Lee Academy. Someone spoke up, doesn't this mean Academy ID no longer safe? A silver-haired man raised his hand and said, this incident ID truly serious. That was Professor Higo, an expert in magical energy science. Professor Higo was presenting his views on the matter. A Wak mage managed to sneak all luck way into Wa first floor of Like Academy. We need to conduct a thorough investigation to bring everything to lie. Headmaster Ernest Vong leaned his hands on the lake table, listening to Professor Higo 8 presentation while reflecting. Many were shocked to learn that Professor Devort Grunoy was a Wak mage now. The entire faculty was on high alert, which was perfectly understandable. After reflecting for a moment, Headmaster spoke. I heard that Professor Han has already begun the investigation. He ID'd a talented prophet and a powerful mage, famous in the Kimadich department for always solving every case within a month. If anyone can clear this up, he tate definitely him. Syed sat in a corner, picking up a stack of documents. Hearing Headmaster 8 words, he could Enlai purse his lips in silence. A young professor, having heard Headmaster, raised his hand and said, pardon me for interrupting, but doesn't anyone find it unusual? The intrusion happened right outside laboratory, yet somehow Professor Han was unharmed. Hearing this, other professors turned and smiled at Siat, speaking up in his defense. Didn't people say he fled? Quad his ex kill all v. He must have used exceptionally brilliant defensive midi. White young professor who had just spoken heard leak others and replied, ID that's so. Professor Green, sitting in a corner and gazing around, thought to himself, I heard many professors admire him now, but I didn't expect he to be to this extent. Professor Grint carefully weighed key situation and thou again, what that professor said also makes sense. Professor Grint recalled when he went to inspect the scene, through his magical lens, he had surveyed everything. He thought to himself, from last night 8 scene, I sensed 2 distinct flows of mana. There were 2 lingering mana signatures, but Professor Hanate was incredibly overwhelming. Eat wasn't defensive Madich, nor was Eat Lima Madich. Professor Siat, what are you hiding? Scene change in front of a large magnificent mansion. In front of a room door. Syed opened leaky door and walked in, his face etched with exhaustion. Seeing that person in B room was his father, he stammered, father. E.T. Dew. Count Takes was sitting on leakik si fa. Seeing Siad enter, he said Duve arrived. Seeing him, Siad asked with a hint of agitation, father, what are you doing here? Count Takesu looked up at him with a cold gaze and said, "Aren't you do one who knows best, Siut?" His voice held a commanding tone as he spoke to his son, "Leave the Empire immediately." Tak asked slowly, "Siut, do know why I came to find Dio?" Siut hesitated. "ID there's something else that has made Du dissatisfied, father." He shook his head. "No." Takesu let Oahev sigh and said, "Resign from your position as a professor at Lee Academy. That IDEY I came here." Siut froze upon hearing this, his mind replaying the day he first stepped into Castica Manor, filled quite longing for his adoptive father ate genuine affection. His throat choked as he realized all his efforts had been in vain. Adding to his despair were Tixiat harsh, dismissive shouts, haunting him with keywords, "Get out of here and never see your face to me again." He stammered in indignation. "Even without the family title, I am still recognized by magical community. I and Lai wanted to lay peacefully as Du wished, but why are Du now unreasonably forcing me to give up everything?" Tixu frowned unpleasantly, his voice chilling as he called his name. He rose leisurely and ordered Siat to submit his resignation immediately, stating it wasn't for his sake we family but because of what Siat had done, leaving Siat bewildered, not understanding his mistake. Seeing his adopted son ate's stubbornness, Tixo narrowed his eyes in anger, suppressing his frustration as he brought up Black Sec Mage 8 attack on the Academy. Tixu stared into Siat 8 eyes to confirm, "I know hate was due," causing Siat to flinch. He stammered denials, but Tix cut him saying Professor Green was a cunning, capable old man who had sensed something unusual about him. He reiterated Green 8's suspicious action, warning that no matter how skillfully he concealed it, one more small slip-up would expose everything. "He will surely drag Du into the lie, but Du is still lucky because I discovered it before he did." Siat stood silently for a few moments, then looked down at Iki floor in panic and stammered, asking what his father intended to do quit him. Tixu mused for a moment before growling that Iki Empire had just issued a strict decree. Any Iki mage found in a noble 8 household would result in Iki execution of 3 generations without mercy. He looked directly into Siat 8 eyes and coldly declared, "To protect this family, I will personally report Du, and this IDEE last time we will ever meet." Siat 8 eyes widened in astonishment. He curled his lips into a bitter, tut-tat smile. He laughed bitterly, unable to believe his fate was so tragic. Covering his face with his hands, he wondered why he possessed this monstrous power, leading him to endure such pain and injustice. Siat began to lose scene Tran, while Tixu approached, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Then Du should leave EP Empire immediately." Siat glanced at hand gripping his shoulder, his heart filled with doubt. "I raised Du for 10 years, that ain't not a sat time. Even though I never considered Du my own son, I admit Du were once a part of this family, even if I wasn't a get father." He released his grip and walked past Siat, whispering to himself that he did not want to become a villain who had to end his son 8 life quit his own hands. Tixa walked calmly, leaving a message, "If Du understand my feelings, pack your bags and leave immediately." While Siat remained frozen in place, Tixu coldly threw back, "From now on, pretend we never existed in each other 8 lives." Next day in Leaky bustling main hall of the academy, crowds began to gather in small groups, gossiping about sensation. They were all murmuring about Professor Siat 8's sudden disappearance, faces filled with confusion because he had been teaching normally day before. Now, quit online 1 class left in semester, he had left due to an emergency. Audi, having just heard news, rushed to find Siha, anxiously asking what was happening, but Enlai received a vigorous shake of head. Audi pressed on, asking if he had a return date. Siha simply replied she didn't know, as she had also tried to contact him. He averted his gaze, feeling as though his teacher had been sent on a secret mission far away. Siha gave a wry smile, thinking to herself that he certainly knew how to be dramatic. She had noticed some unsettling signs from him before. AX ray of questions arose in Siha 8 mind. How could a walk mage infiltrate Li P school so easily? Besides robust security perimeter, the entire academy was filled with Li mages. If he were truly a walks mage, entering here would be Li walking into a trap. So unless an outsider had infiltrated, Li's most suspicious person was Siat. He recalled a previous scene of devastation. Strangely, key damaged area was the investigation, Nabi student quarters, as if Li perpetrator had targeted Empire A Tupseer directly. Siat pieced together anomalies. An Enli a madman would do that, leaving in 2 possibilities. Siat knew how to use Ekmadi Ichi, he couldn't Tren his own power and was deliberately hiding everything. Recalling Siat 8 disheveled and gloomy appearance from the other day, he thought to himself that such exhaustion wasn't simply from fatigue, but perhaps from a guilty conscience after straying into Wakimadi Ichi. Looking Ali window, he silently prayed for Lai Manet's safety, even though he had no idea where he had vanished to. Tesk overthinking in Lai hurts the brain. He decided to brush aside those troubles as time flew by and finally break arrived. While chatting animatedly with his roommate about key new regulations, anyone involved in Mokima Diich would see their entire family eliminated. A brutal directive from Leaky Emperor sweeping everywhere. To put it bluntly, it was blatant tyranny, and yet, He smirked in agreement that E1 ruling from above was too autocratic. His friend teased, I find it seek Tren your pretty head hasn't left your shoulders yet, to which he grinned and replied, I almost kicked by bucket for real no joke, leaving Yeepy other guy and lie able to mutter that he was a screwball. Days passed peacefully. He had burned through his vacation time quit cross-continental gossip, and his happiness ID fleeting, like holiday eventually came to an end. Key dawn of Lee Key first day back at school was already high in light sky, yet Lee young man was still busy traveling through warm dreams on his soft mattress. A harsh ray of sunlight shining through white door crevice jolted him awake. He listlessly opened his eyes and looked around. He stretched and yawned long. It was a rare get-night-8 sleep after a long stretch of insomnia, but his intuition whispered that something was wrong. Why did he feel so refreshed lying in a dormitory bed? There was in Lie one possibility. Lie clock. Looking at Lee clock, he jumped in startle. 8:48 he was late for class. His sudden panic scream startled his roommate awake, who snapped, What are you doing screaming Lie that? He asked dazed deadly, Did you oversleep too? We re about to be late for class. To which the other guy sounding thunderstruck asked back, What? Unlike minutes later both of them disheveled, were running faux dear life to class, hoping hadn't he started yet. Arriving at EP scene, he could help but be bewildered to see that hallway was suddenly crowded and unusually bustling today. While gasping for air and trying to squeeze inside, he wondered what could be happening that made everyone skip class to watch. Key bulletin board caught his eye. Quit keywords, Professor C at ID, an illegitimate child of Icastica family and a walk mage. Everyone turned their gaze toward him. Hey Shia, do know about this, right? Say something. He replied irritably, What am I supposed to say now? Unable to take it anymore, he finally spoke up to clear things up. Let me clarify food you all, listen up. He pointed at B. Notice first line correct, Professor C at truly ID illegitimate child of Icastica house, causing light crowd to murmur and spacey. At Leapy next line he hesitated slightly. Second line lock mage, Fo that, go ask him yourself. He looked around luck crowd and asked loudly, So, does anyone want to go find Professor C it to settle this foo git? He pointed to someone, Do you want to go? When they waved E to P he added, I know his TAM address, if do you want to ask, I else do R&T do curious. He coldly waved them away signaling otherwise disperse, Eat it almost time fo class. As the crowd dispersed, he thought to himself, who on earth had nothing better to do than write in peep this thing here. Throughout that whole day, wherever he went, he was stared at, leaving him nothing to do but sigh in frustration. He tried to ignore 8 but still grumbled, Everywhere I go, I hear people whispering Eat 8 incredibly annoying. He stretched tiredly, at least working part-time in Professor N's date lab this term was less stressful. Suddenly, a voice called from behind Shiha. He was Betty waving Vlal. Do you look so exhausted? Are you okay? He turned to look at Lee Sr., Sister Betty. I am so glad do Riki and Lie person who isn't prying into my business. Betty smiled gently. I don't really care much about those rumors. They were all just idle people who don't know anything and make things up. Shiha breathed a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly lucky to be working with Senior Betty. Even though she was a bit shy, so getting CLU to her would take a lot of time. Betty pointed to a mountain of documents. She told him not to let those trivial matters bother him and to focus on his research, because Professor made them clear this pile by Ian of today. She at 8 face fell upon hearing that. Betty lowered her head looking hesitant, then looked at Shihai and hesitantly called his name. She turned away to avoid his gaze, then asked if she could ask him for a small favor. Shia asked suspiciously what it was, secretly worrying that she wasn't interested in Professor Seudate case but though, don't tell me ate that again. Betty hesitated, not daring to speak. She stood there for a long time pondering, before stammering about when they were studying together in LIP same course. Betty took a deep breath to gather courage, then revealed, Do know anyone named Natalie? If so, Lie introduce her to me. Shiha froze for a few seconds upon hearing that. He looked at her with a puzzled expression and blurted out, Huh. Shiha remembered and exclaimed, I do know her, but why are you asking so suddenly? Betty hesitantly explained that her graduation thesis specialized. Her face flushed crimson as she said that, because everyone knows Natalie at Family ID renowned faux crafting artifacts, so I am hoping they can pit my research. Betty looked at Shiha urgently, asking if he could help make Leapy connection, as she was very shy about meeting strangers. Shiha smiled brightly and agreed immediately, thinking that Natalie surely wouldn't refuse to help. He secretly sighed relief, a burden lifted. He had thought she had some kind of scheme, but he turned as she was just a fine-year student diligently working on her thesis. Betty expressed her gratitude, then explained she was researching a type of artifact capable of storing external MAD. Although many criticized this theory as unrealistic, she still wanted to try analyzing it from an academic perspective. Shia found the topic quite intriguing himself. Betty, hearing that, excitedly asked, Really? Can I see your thesis later? Shia gave an awkward laugh and said, I am sure I'll be able to understand it. Some time passed. Siha blamed himself because he ultimately couldn't keep his promise to Senior Betty. Lee bloody scene and Lee gloomy atmosphere enveloping Adin Academy made Betty 8 death an enormous CC. It was completely different from Professor Sia's attack awoke rumors about lock mages. This time Ike's severity far exceeded all previous predictions. Siha was still haunted by Ike's image of Betty collapsing on Lakey floor, a student poisoned right on campus, and Nibes school couldn't even track down the culprit, let alone apprehend a suspect. Atmosphere at school was thick tension. Parents were furious, demanding to withdraw their children, and among them was someone very familiar. At this point, Sia picked up a letter sent from Tessu. In the letter, Tessu wrote that lock mages seem to be becoming increasingly rampant. If you feel unsafe, just say Equus, and I will come pick you up to Castica territory. Siha continued reading part that said, I will send a trusted person quit a carriage to pick you up. He furrowed his brows, silently thinking then do but then stopped. Siha tossed a letter aside and incinerated quit Madij. Leaving Adden Academy now would truly be a foolish act. Siha observed Lee world situation and wondered if Castica territory was still safe. Answer was that soon there would be no safe place left in this empire, so all members of resistance group, he said in a low voice, to gather at underground base. That night 7 people gathered in the key dim room. Lihan rubbed his chin and spoke up, saying, if they dared to poison someone right at Lee Academy, it proves that leaky mages are strong enough to reveal themselves. I understand why everyone wants to flee, but running away has never been a wise approach. Siha nodded, agreeing Lihan that if they just ignored they wouldn't know who Okai's next victim would be. Remembering Betty, Siha sighed and said that to prevent the tragedy from recurring, we must confront lock mages ourselves. He said in a determined, strained voice that they must hunt down League ones who killed Senior Betty and make them pay for their crime. Quan crossed his arms or his chest, his face fun of contemplation. According to Lee information I've gathered, she didn't have any enemies to begin quote. He analyzed that scene had traces of Loch Madich, so if she wasn't Lee Q type to make enemies, there must be some mysterious reason. Odell rested his chin thoughtfully, then added, perhaps someone was forced to eliminate her. I am not entirely sure, because she ate a Medici user, not a warrior. How could she encounter a Waki mage when she and Lai stays in the key lab? Sia listened intently to every quip, and a lot of insight crossed his mind. He was Ike research. He suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, Don T, tell me. Sia looked at Odell and asked if she had accidentally stumbled upon any forbidden topic. Odell immediately nodded in agreement. Forbidden research sounds pretty secret. Lihan turned to him urgently, Sia, you interned her at Professor Ernest 8 lab, right? Have you heard about her graduation thesis topic yet? Sia rummaged through his memories of what Betty had once told him. She seemed to have mentioned an ancient artifact capable of storing magical power from its surroundings. Natalie turned pale upon hearing words ancient artifact. Just hearing it gave her a sense of danger. Sia quickly replied, really that serious? He calmed down and made a plan. Natalie, we need to go to Iki lab to Chichwalki documents right away. Everyone else stays here. Natalie agreed immediately. We need to hurry before Ollie's school cleans up every single trace. Both rushed to a laboratory, and as soon as they arrived, they began their inspection. E2 focused their eyes on a pile of papers on a table and finally found IP draft thesis that Betty intended to send to him. They discovered a design drawing of an ancient artifact she was experimenting with. Natalie stammered that this was an extremely dangerous topic. She picked up Lee drawing to examine it. This artifact idea necklace capable of absorbing and storing magical power. Sia vaguely asked again, what does that mean? Natalie nodded, lowering her voice. That ADE. This necklace ID exactly like initial concept of E-cubes, although its efficiency ID lower. What if Lee Ek mages are stuck because we've confiscated too many cubes? Sia flipped through pages. Betty 8 diary recorded that she had successfully crafted this ancient artifact. Sia lowered his voice to avoid being overheard, but that necklace isn't here, nor was it found at P scene. That means someone took it. Sia tidied up Lee papers and instructed Natalie to inform Lake Resistance Group. Natalie asked worriedly, what about Sa? Sia quickly turned to leave. I am going to see Professor Green, although my heart I'd eat fun of worry because he doesn't easily trust anyone. Sia reassured himself as he climbed stairs. After all, Professor possessed keen insight in his inherent shrewdness. Entering OP room, he confidently handed die stack of papers to Professor Green and said 8 was an important clue. Professor nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Professor looked at Siha and quietly thanked him. Siha left room, silently praying that everything would go smoothly, but just as he thought his cooperation quickly Professor would lead to finding Wapi culprit. An unbelievable turn of events occurred, sending Lipe case in a different direction. In hallway, crowd was whispering that students from necromancy department were behind Betty 8 poisoning. It was spine-chilling to hear. A necromancy student who just walked by was stared at by everyone. That feeling truly sent shivers down 1-8 spine. Entitlement virtually isolated those involved. From Lehati theology students to the bookworms in natural sciences department, everyone started avoiding the necromancy department after incident. In a necromancy department 8 class, furious table pounding echo. BG Fee, a 5th-year student, angrily shouted that they could not endure this humiliation any longer. Keyhole group chimed in, saying everyone knew Ewok history of BLC mages who originated from the necromancy department, and this empire had purged them long ago. Li crowd unanimously agreed that they had had enough of this discrimination. We cannot swallow this indignation for another second. Re absolutely right. BGE clenched his teeth fun of resentment, thinking this damn school. Oh, should I just eat to get rid of this burden? Whispers of concern arose. Uncle, what are you planning to say? BG repeated his intention. I said, use Vok Ma. Anyway, a few of us know how to operate ET. Everyone was dumbfounded. Are you serious? Planning to go walk Madich wrote. G dismissed it. Hey, what we possess ID already seek allowed to walk Madich. Befriending some lock wizards isn't an impossible task either. Contrary to initial supportive attitude, the atmosphere grew somber when BG added, if Waiki rumor about Sister Betty being murdered by a lock sorcerer ID true, then leaky culprit ID hiding right here in school. Who knows, they might be willing to cooperate quit our side. He suddenly looked up and let Ois Tren, horse laugh. Why didn't I think of this plan earlier? Beefy G8 eyes blazed quit malice, and he shouted loudly, hey everyone gather around. I've just come up quote an extremely daring plan. Why next day in the key office of Emperor Lina, he was calmly turning pages of documents to review them. Suddenly a dry clack sound echoed, and the massive door of Nali room swung a nut. A figure was leisurely walking in. This was followed by he saw of leather shoes tapping rhythmically on a luxurious, intricately carpeted wooden. Tisu stepped to key center of groom, placing one hand his left chest respectfully. Did your majesty summon me? Emperor Lina lowered Ki-Fi, and Hai Long spoke. So Du finally showed up. He gestured quit his hand. Pili, both of you, make yourselves comfortable. Besides, Tesu Maxwell was also present, and he wondered, why has your majesty summoned me in key count at this hour? Once both were seated, Emperor Leinha began count. Your beloved son ID still studying at Lee Academy, correct? Tessa nodded slightly. At your majesty. Lee Emperor glanced at Maxwell, who was cowering under pressure. My son ID also attending classes there. Saying that, he rested his elbows on Likey table and said, Kuda Grol, do you know very well that Academy ID praised as Iki foremost educational institution in Iki Empire? I believe that, but Du must have also heard terrible rumors that have been circulating recently. Emperor Lai Naha fixed his gaze on Tesu. Quit Kiek's rai of incidents that have occurred. Neither Du nor I can rest assured leaving our children in that hellish place any longer. Tesu replied cautiously. He thought to himself, I hope he doesn't intend to take his anger all on me. Tesu looked at Emperor Lai Nadate expression and thought, he must be panicking. If a student ID killed in the key safest place in the key empire, who can guarantee that ET next victim unan be crown prince? Emperor continued that 8y. He paused for a moment and declared in a stern tone, my son Marcel will withdraw from school starting today. Marcel was stunned. What? Emperor Lena calmly replied, this idea solution to protect Dio. Stay away from there until things calm down. He added, Du might not need to return to school until graduation. I will arrange for an excellent tutor to teach Dio in Li Ki Palace, so Do Dante have to worry about anything. Marcel intended to protest because this was too sudden, but Li Emperor immediately interrupted Marcel. He narrowed his eyes at Li Boy meaningfully. This I deep in order. Marcel swallowed hard. Seeing his son fall silent, Emperor Lina turned to like other person Tesu. Tesu showed clear nervousness as he was questioned. From raid on Iki investigation room to Li students being poisoned, like Academy has been a mess lately. What did you think Idiki reason? Tesu immediately replied, there must be a rod inside working undercover. Emperor Lina chuckled. I think so too. But in Belly very next instant his tone deepened. Do know that Siut was on P list of suspects for what investigation room attack. He was quick to resign and disappeared before everything came to lie. His slow speech made Sis sweat profusely. It ate hard not to suspect if this idea a coincidence or a well-calculated plan, however. Emperor Lina propped his chin, his eyes fun of cunning. Could it be that Do are we key one hiding him? Li Emperor looked at Tesu and asked softly, let me be direct. Do know where Siut ID hiding? Tesu replied concisely. He tried to maintain a calm expression, though his fingertips were digging into Li fabric of his pants. I cut a P contact quit that man 5 years ago, and your majesty, that child was never my son. Tesu thought to himself, every quixieter now must be carefully considered. He paused for a moment. If Li Emperor suspects see it, Li entire Castica clan will be dragged through Li mud. Lie thing I can do right now ID key. Thinking this, Tesu placed his hand on his chest, showing his loyalty. If I knew where that person was, I would have eliminated him myself long ago. Your majesty knows my nature well, even though I am trying to calm myself down to maintain my composure. Tetsu silently prayed Fu Boy 8 peace wherever he might be. As a founding high noble, he looked directly into Emperor Lineate eyes, declaring his absolute loyalty as leader of Lacastica clan. Emperor Linea stood up from his throne and bluntly declared that it was time to make everything clear. Lipi Emperor solemnly affirmed his intention to completely wipe the exorcism department. Tetsu at usual composure suddenly vanished into thin air. He hurriedly spoke up, warning of waves of fierce opposition that were about to crash in. Emperor Linea interrupted him immediately, saying it was N-line natural since they considered that place their 8M. Why Emperor revealed his cunning nature as he told Ike Count that he understood his method well enough, If a hiding mouse cannot be caught. Waiki image of Sky High Fire flashed through his mind. If that were Woki case, then just burning down the entire Bien would suffice. Emperor Linny stepped forward and placed a hand on Tetsu's shoulder threateningly, telling him to eliminate them forcefully if they resisted. Tetsu whispered back, asking if he intended to deal quit all Lee students as well. Emperor Linny remained silent, quit a cryptic smirk, making Tetsu shudder before this emperor. Facing man before him, Tetsu began to feel fearful at Githao of crimes far exceeding what had happened at Katabram. It seemed he wanted to repeat past. That very night, amidst die silence of the academy, a figure was fleeing in a state of panic. He panted heavily while trying to run as fast as possible, feeling that everything was completely turned upside down and those people must have gone mad. That person was none other than Fabian Zen Edwin, who kept muttering that it was all an irreversible mistake. Upon reaching room door, Fabian pounded on it and shouted Fo Siha to Oban up and help him. Still groggy quit sleep, Siha walked to Ubi and Oli door and asked Fabian in a daze why he was there so early in Li Ki, Monen. Quit tearful eyes, Fabian pleaded Quit Siha to let him take temporary refuge in lock room Fu just a while. Siha remained frozen, not yet understanding what was happening as he looked at the pathetic state of live person before him. After being allowed inside by Siha, Fabian poured all grievances weighing heavily on his heart. Siha sighed as he looked at Li Man kneeling on ground, saying that needing a temporary shelter for as long as a week was a bit excessive. Siha turned away in annoyance, intending to drive him away, when Fabian screamed in panic that he hadn't heard key fun story yet. Turning pale, Fabian said that each people from Li P Exorcism Department were about to cause a massive incident and that he had just escaped, their plot targeting I Imperial family. His voice trembling, he said that they couldn't rely on His Majesty Lai Marcel. Hearing this, Siha was stunned, wondering if this was a plot point from Li original story where Betty hadn't died yet, and whether this event was actually real. A flood of memories rushed back to him. This was Y Exorcism Department riot from Volume 8 of original work. Siha froze as he realized that although Y Exorcism Department students often caused trouble, they were always overwhelmed by leaky Orthodox Medici Department. That was until they revolted and almost took a V. Allen Academy, causing countless casualties before Key Emperor at Elite Mage Squad could intervene. Siha jumped out of bed and asked Fu Li location. Fabian hurriedly replied that everyone was gathering in Li's second-floor meeting room. Siha put his hand to his chin, contemplating this mess. Leaky fact that they were setting up barriers in Li's second-floor meeting room proved that leak episode was about to begin. He racked his brain and guessed Li leader was Bi Chi. If he remembered correctly, he wasn't originally evil until he was possessed by Oxma Deech and Lukhan Tron. Quit those thoughts, Siha put on his coat and prepared to go meet them, despite Fabian 8 panicked attempts to stop him, thinking he had completely let his mind. Siha glared at him and snapped, "Do coward, I didn't ask you to follow me. Just sit there and wait for me to return." Before he could finish his words, weak room shook violently. He looked around, his face pale with disbelief that this was actually happening. Orenlai hallway fire was raging, and he had no idea what that terrifying saw was. Panicked students fled room shouting everyone, disperse to somewhere else right now. Siha stepped outside and looked at thick smoke in SC. I remember this scene vividly. This IDT. His nerves were as tight as violin strings. Episode 8, Necromancy Department. This ID definitely key opening scene of Episode 8. A moment later, professors gathered. Li's situation was growing worse by second after each's rise of explosions. They hurriedly tried to cope. This Ma Deech ID too advanced, definitely not a student 8 doing. Could they have colluded Quit mages to infiltrate school? A group of people ran a V in a panic to report, "Professors, we have locked down buildings A and B, absolutely forbidding students from going out. Do need to hold an emergency meeting to find a solution." After deliberating, professors grew even more worried. When asked if the Necromancy Department could break this Medici array, that professor replied that this was one of I most catastrophic explosive magics. He continued, "This ID an evil Medici that cannot be dispelled. He truly cannot be undone." His voice turned to despair. That ain't right, how could ordinary Medici counter it? Like crowd buzzed, discussing what to do. Nen Lai Wei was. Leak eyes of the Necromancy Department professor would quit tears of fear. Their ID no other way but to rush in Q1 maintaining that Medici Academy ID currently covered by a barrier, aiming to be able to see any further attacks from leak outside. Siha kept his eyes glued to the electronic board. Necromancy Department riot. He sighed warily, these question marks are annoying me to death. He looked around. E.T. had been a long time since he had seen such a useless episode. Siha focused on barrier. Professors put it up to prevent explosions, but in reality, it ain't more lie locking us inside. He didn't even bother to step into Y key room. Food was scarce, the cafeteria storage downstairs was almost empty, and some kids sneaked to saying they were going to look faux food. Quan suddenly appeared, "Hey Siha, have you heard that Crick went missing?" Siha frowned. "Crick, what happened now?" Quan sighed in frustration. He insisted on going to buy stuff and got dragged away by Aki Collar by UP Necromancy Department crowd. Siha clicked his tongue. I knew he would bring trouble upon himself sooner or later. Quan crossed his arms thoughtfully. Teachers keep telling us to stay put, but I don't think things are looking get at all. This monen I overheard that P Necromancy Department Group ID also planning to. He whispered, fearing others might hear. If their demands aren't met, they will take her vhe all of Buline B, not just Buline X. Siha wondered, I wonder if EP Theology Department ID okay? Since Buline X also houses their girls' dormitory. Quan sneered, Theology Department professors are furious right now. Everything ID a mess. Siha suddenly worried about Hio. She wasn't the reckless type to jump headfirst into danger, but a X-ray of worst-case scenarios flooded his mind. Could she be caught in EP explosion, or would they blow up He dormitory? Quan interrupted his thoughts, asking blank, why are you worried about Hio? She ain't not someone easily bullied. He shrugged, she ain't probably E1 giving them a beating instead. Siha immediately refuted, Hio ID so pure. Quan shook his head, his face shivering quote fear. If she gets angry, she'll jab do quote ie corner of a library book and she'll hit do even from a distance. Siha raised his voice in disbelief. She has never done that to me. Quan widened his eyes, really. Not even once. He held his head. So she ain't tough quit me but acts weak in front of Dio. This ID crazy. Suddenly a knock sounded at Lee door. Siha turned to look. Who IDET now? He slowly approached, highly alert, before finally daring to Ubuk room door. That familiar face appeared, and Siha thought to himself that Crick was up to his tricks again after EP previous commotion, hadn't he just been caught? Siha asked coldly, you do want me to hide in your place for another week? State your purpose quickly and get all of my sight. Sweating profusely, Crick stammered for a while before finally speaking, actually, key truth ID. After a moment of hesitation, Crick finally dared to speak. P Prince ID eager to find Dio, so he sent me to fetch Dio. Siha still indifferently replied, ID that so. Crick ate jaw dropped at that attitude. ID that all. It ain't such an urgent matter, yet do remain completely unbothered. If he Prince ID calling, do should hurry up and go. Quote veins bulging on his forehead, Siha snap. I done care about royalty, O princes. If he wants to meet, he can come find me himself. Crick still tried to argue, adding that he wanted to talk in private. Siha looked at his face and sneered inwardly. This kid, does he think I done see right through his plot to lure me out? Siha narrowed his eyes, watching Crick beat around bush, his mind completely unswayed. Finally, Siha let Aura sigh and asked, so, where exactly IDET? Crick looked utterly astonished. What? Why was 8 so easy? Siha nonchalantly replied, do invited me. So I am going. Why are you surprised? Crick stammered, no eat 8 just. Smirking, he caught him red-handed. Do you re-surprised because I saw through your scheme and asked directly fu location, aren't do? Siha thought to himself, there must be another reason why they want to drag me all, not just some petty mischief. Siha also made his own calculations, although eat would take some effort. According to EP original Sega rep, Lee Spirit Summoning Department faction would certainly end in utter humiliation. He tried to st his memory. A Wasi wizard in La Academy had aided in teaching BP Lyceum DE shaky Spirit Summoning Department, which was how those poor students managed to seize Bia and Xe. Memories of Lee events came rushing back. That Akmedici was a double-edged sword that drained I host N and Enlai lasted for a sate time. If they let Iken Tren, consequences would be disaster. At this thou Siha was secretly glad. If they could negotiate an top eat before everything fell apart, that would be wonderful, wouldn't he? Crossing his arms, Siha questioned him. Crick confess? They forced Du to bring me there, didn't they? Looking at how Du stammered when caught, he'd obvious Du've already dirtied your hands. Seeing him flustered, Siha immediately asked, ID that Spirit Summoning Department crowd still willing to listen. Crick had to admit defeat, they aren't listen to anyone anymore. Siha frowned, and Du aren't listening to me either, Du idiot. I asked if they are still sane enough to talk. Crick replied foolishly, well, they are still human, after all. Siha sighed helplessly. By that logic, Du are definitely not human. How can anyone be so stupid? Crick got angry. What? Why sudden personal attack? Siha patted Crick hard on B's shoulder and shouted, alright enough, lead walk away. Woon intended to follow him all of worry, but Siha stopped him. I am going alone? Don't follow me. Woon asked in an anxious voice, are Du really gonna be okay? Siha nodded reassuringly. If I don't return in time, remembered inform B professor. Still all along Akiway, Siha was constantly worried about Hio. He mocked himself as he walked. That troublesome instinct of mind to exe people in a crisis IDP acting up again. He smiled bitterly when he saw Hio standing there as well. Usually, this intuition was always right. Hio cheered excited. Without waiting to be asked, Hio confessed, a reason I got stuck here was because I was locked in P dormitory while busy deciphering Lee P stars. She talked incessantly and guess what? Lee stars told me I wouldn't die even if I got captured. Joey and I were starving to death, so I believed in that prophecy and stepped outside. Hio looked at Siha proudly, and now I've run into Du. See, my prophecies are always accurate. Even BVG froze, he was always lie that anyway. Siha could unlie Laffy Tape, well, as long as Du re safe. BV cleared his throat to regain his serious composure. It seems Crick has brought like right person. He approached Shiha and inquired about Lycastica family gate origins, while Shiha merely glanced coldly at Li Bg, thinking that if he couldn't avoid eat, he might as well enjoy eat. Passing by, Shiha nodded lightly as he was looking faux burgers and pigs, then calmly asked directly what Ebg's real purpose was in summoning him. Li Bg unhesitatingly replied that because Shiha came from a prestigious noble lineage closely connected to royal family, he wanted Shiha to serve as a bridge to meet Prince O even Li P Emperor. Shiha scoffed sarcastically at this seemingly important request. Ebgp shrugged and replied that their goal had always been to clarify Betty poisoning incident from years ago. He further emphasized a demand for exoneration of he necromancy depart, called for equal treatment quad other departments, and requested lifting of ban on Lakma each. Shiha didn't rush to refute but calculated inwardly that Iki cunning emperor would never concede, especially regarding lifting of Lakma each ban, as it would lie emboldened in necromancy department. Li Bg threatened that if there was no compromise, they would use Shiha as a sacrifice to pressure Lycastica family. Shiha immediately interrupted on exposed that they had already spread scent of blood throughout Bulinx quid horrifying Medici circles. Li Bg was stunned for a moment. Shiha frankly replied that perhaps sorcerer who taught him those circles had intentionally hidden their terrifying downside. He calmly explained that this Medici would gradually consume Caster, making them lose their humanity and tear into each other like savage beasts. Shiha pulled a piece of paper and asked softly if Bg knew why real reason he voluntarily stepped into this place. Without waiting for a response, Shiha quickly cut in, saying he held IP formula to counteract a type of Medici they were using, and he came here to bestow hate upon them. Ebg face turned ashen upon hearing Shiha threat. Shiha pressured him to immediately dismantle each circle if he didn't want to face unforeseen consequences. Shiha growled, pointing directly behind it, implying that if they didn't comply, they would be buried in this very place. Shiha looked directly into Bg's eyes and inwardly mused that Li cause of this recent catastrophic casualties wasn't solely due to necromancy department students' harm. He choked up a hint of fear, understanding that they themselves were being consumed by monstrous Medici circles they had created. Seeing Bg remain silent, Shiha added that even if he had tried to intervene at that time, the outcome would have been self-destruction. Li Bg cautiously took paper and asked about Shiha's scheme. Shiha calmly replied that Bg knew very well that his words were not mere threats. Shiha lowered his voice and analyzed that a necromancy department students were merely being used as pawns, a shield for an attack on Eden Empire, and would then be ruthlessly abandoned. He gestured Li Bg to ready paper, stating that he had already obtained a considerable amount of secret information. Seeing Li's hesitation clearly on Li Bg's face, Shiha persuaded him that Emperor's side would soon offer a compromise. Even though Li Bg might not want this choice was still wiser because Shiha knew he cared about his students. G exclaimed in SC, recalling Emperor's intent. Shiha nodded in confirmation but quit prerequisite condition of dismantling in each circle, as no one wanted to negotiate quit someone holding students hostage. Just as Bg was hesitating, a figure approached and whispered a mysterious proposal. G suddenly smirked provocatively, as if very curious about Li P next development in this game. Keek Steve I saw of shoes hitting wooden floor approach simultaneously quitty Bg, making Shiha wonder if everything was truly as he had warned. Bg stared at Shiha back and scoffed, showing extreme disappointment quit new. Shiha sensed Li Pg's sudden change in attitude and was also shocked, turning around to verify. Upon seeing Tessu standing there, he cursed inwardly, as Y's situation had become more chaotic than ever at this sensitive moment. Tessu placed his hand on his sword hilt and sternly warned Libi students not to provoke him at that moment. Li reason Tessu was furious was that on his way here, he had personally witnessed necromancy department students torturing a first-year theology student to use as a hostage. Tessu couldn't help but be aghast as he recalled IP scene of Lipi students indulging in their new Wak's power, wreaking havoc while a victim beside them was slowly dying. A surge of disgust and anger welled up inside him. Tessu questioned whether children had become this depraved just because professors were briefly absent, finding it hard to believe that humans could be so cruel. He gripped Walpy hilt of Li blood-stained sword in his hand, wondering why, in midst of this abyss of sin, he had to label himself an evildoer even more horrific than they were. Tessu's gaze shifted from horror to cold indifference. He had once taken countless lives in name of justice, and this choice was no different though he came here on Emperor 8 orders. Disgust kept rising in his throat. Confronting Tessu became even more resolute. He understood clearly that his role was not to kex young students but to uproot Liby's seeds of future Lock mages. He slowly advanced toward them, then declared that Light children had gone far beyond Likey limits of a gum. Bg was momentarily stunned. He backed away to maintain a safe distance when he saw Tessu approaching. Afterward, Bg signaled the person behind him to retreat, sarcastically remarking that Leek Imperial side had been delayed until now on Lie because they couldn't handle a trivial prank, but Tessu cut his sentence set. Deary mistaken, Tessu calmly. Do you really think he Empire would tolerate your rampage? Ignoring a few minor pests or letting necromancers run wild for 3 days was merely an administrative procedure. His voice was solemn and authoritative, stating that they had to carefully consider everything from Likey safety of theological students and Ike punishment Fuik necromancers to Yi survival of P entire academy during that brief grace period. Tisu suddenly thrust his hand forward, signaling I children to stop all their actions immediately. He rushed toward BG like a storm, but it was already too late. BG broke into a cold smirk, remaining completely unfazed even when faced with Tesu's surprise attack. Just as Tesu closed in, BG triggered a horrific explosion right at leaky spot where he stood. Struck by B shockwave of I explosion, Tesu was thrown back but quickly braced his hands against he ground to maintain his balance. The smoke and dust from the explosion gradually cleared, revealing Kiselite of someone with an unusually massive physique. It was BG after his mutation. His clothes were in tatters, veins bulged all over his face, and his eyes were bloodshot with murderous intent. As Xia ran to Hio-8's side, he cried all in panic, "What on earth ID that?" However, he also managed to recognize that them NXT standing before them was indeed BG. Leaky room was now enveloped in leak hues of evil energy radiating from BG-8 body. Shiha looked around at those eerie colors when a loud shout startled him. "Look here, Shiha!" It was Tesu. He was desperately screaming for him to run away at once. Shiha did not obey, instead staring fixedly at B. It was unmistakably a phenomenon of berserk rage that bastard BG dared to activate a taboo state leaky moment his life was threatened. He felt waves of Madicha power pouring on more densely than before. The air was thick with ki energy, and every strike directed at Tesu was filled with curses. For a moment Shia hesitated, not knowing what to do between a crazed, rampaging being and a group of necromancy students. Should he leave Tesu behind while Ike-man was screaming for him not to delay any longer? He sprang to his feet and drew his sword from its scabbard, telling him not to worry about him but to lead left other students to safety. Shai did not respond immediately, only looking at Tesu with a tense gaze before nodding in agreement. Afterward Shai grabbed Hio-8 hand and dashed outside, urging Hio to run as fast as possible. After running headlong for a while, two of them arrived and identified Li's location as dormitory. Shia turned to Hio and instructed her to stay there because Professor 8's shield had been established, so Yeet would be safe. Adele 8 room was nearby, so she should stay with her foe now, while he would stay with Guan on Li's second floor if anything happened, find him immediately and furthermore. His eyes showed a hint of sadness. Shai told himself that they weren't Tsiklu at all, so why was Tesu troubling his mind so much? Then he decided to head back to Li and X, thinking Yeet would be better to be there. Hio shook her head firmly then held his hand to SC tap him. Shia don't go, everything will be alright. Shia laughed and asked if she was faux real. Hio nodded firmly. Li Count will definitely be safe and so. She looked fixedly into Shia's eyes with determination. I am not joking, making him start to analyze that gaze. It was the excessive consolation o worry faux Count. He exclaimed in surprise as he realized 8 was RPC solid assertion. Hio nodded in confirmation. It was a premonition of I Count 8 safety, but going there would be in vain, so stay here instead of witnessing that horror firsthand. A few hours later, he barrier around He soul retrieval faculty BU began to crack. Although in Li 3 hours had passed since Tesu was deployed by Iki Emperor, he had quickly eliminated key mages and leveled the entire complex. When P barrier collapsed, Shiha and his friends stepped all of Li Pass. We finally got to see Li seen firsthand. Several students who had just escaped turned pale at Li's sight of ruins drenched in blood, except for a few bystanders. Almost all students of Ike soul retrieval faculty had perished. Dio clutched Al-Ki hem of her skirt while her heart was full of questions. Do know, I still haven't cleared this up. Shia asked back what was wrong, and Dio rubbed her chin. Back in B room, Du said the incident was staged by E-Soul retrieval students themselves, but Leak ones pulling like strings to orchestrate Li's suicide formation were Wak mages. She exclaimed in astonishment, so why would they do that? It sounds illogical, isn't this their own loss? In Ike long run, having their soul retrieval minions in their own lives means losing a powerful ton, doesn't it? Shiha was also startled by that deduction. Do rewrite. Adele has a point. Abaddon might be loc of chaos and cruelty, but as he mastermind, he ain't clever enough not to make such suicidal moves. He tried to Tifo answers in this mess. He would never do anything that caused such heavy losses. Clearly something ID not right. After a few minutes of contemplation, Shiha's eyes suddenly widened as he realized the truth of Ike matter, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Shiha hurriedly turned to tell Lihan, those cubes we just hid, when was Ike last time do you check them? Lihan was startled, since riot and soul retrieval broke out. I haven't left dormitory so I haven't known anything. Shiha gritted his teeth in extreme tension. Besides Lihan itv how? We also hid them in many other places to prevent theft. Shia realized painful truth in his sea. Could it be that one? Damn it. At least same time, all cubes in Lihan 8v house suddenly vanished completely. It seems we've fallen into a trap. After a moment of self-blame, Xia shouted, I remember now. Li Ritual and Riot were staged tricks. Leak next scene was Cry T2 where Lihan had all his cubes stolen by Yuki mages and had to struggle to find a way to take them back. Saihed 8 face turned pale as a sheet, and he hurriedly looked around in despair. Et can TB. He dashed a P-Lion arrow, quit a sliver of hope. What if they used Y-Riot to distract us and then stole Iki cubes? Xiha ran desperately to Lihan 8 via Hao, all of breath as he hurriedly flung Ubi Figu wooden door. P-safe was now empty, just as he had predicted. Cubes had completely evaporated. Xiha frantically contacted others to avoid losing everything. We split up storage locations for B cube. Lihan reported through Madi check Xiha. I've checked other locations as Dew said, but those places were cleaned all by them too. Xiha stated his speculation. They must have caught Li scent of weak magical energy from Iki cubes to be able to track them all way here. Xiha pondered while we were distracted by riot. They seized this opening. Lihan asked further, so what about Li other cubes? Xiha muttered in regret. Witty motion be a key perception be a PC. Yet I forgot Li most important one. He told Lihan first, we must notify whole Tim. Both Seymour and Natali need to know this truth. Lihan replied briefly I understand. Xia gritted his teeth bitterly. Finding Li cubes right now I'd impossible. They should be at Leaky heart of Leaky machine, but I am still not sure of Leaky exact location. Sai had 8 nerves were on edge. Facing the finite bit Abaddon in his current helpless state was no different from throwing his life away. Sai had 8 inner anxiety surged once again as he thought about Baxen still being in its developmental XTG. He stood still in B shadows, trying to gather his composure to find a strategy to deal with a dire situation. A spark of inspiration flashed in Xiad 8 brain, causing his eyes to widen. Right? How could he have forgotten about this? Xiha secretly thought that if he couldn't find Iki cube, there was still another option. He told Lihan to imagine how frustrated Li person who snatched hard un item would be if it were stolen back, but Lihan just asked blankly what nonsense he was talking about. Xiha didn't bother to answer and silently calculated that tamed monsters appear when summoned. Even Baxen had been called forth from Yi Forest of Souls. Why image of Baxen suddenly appeared in his mind while he was in Neoni Easy, Void Lie room. Xiha was a bit hesitant about this hypothesis, because if 8 were true, everything would change completely. A flicker of intense hope ignited in Xi had 8 eyes, for if he could utilize Tamer 8 summoning ability, perhaps he could turn like tide even without retrieving Li emotion cube. He pursed his lips decisively, confident that cube he had previously tamed could definitely be summoned back into his hands. Just a few minutes later, Xiha returned to his room and proceeded to summon a carefully hidden cube. Xiha spread his hand awed as Adele the object and asked, unbelievable, isn't it? She gasped in astonishment and asked back if an inanimate object could really respond to a summoning command. Sia smiled triumphantly at her skeptical expression. He calmly rotated the cube in his hand, feeling relieved to sense its familiar Madi. He had thought Yate was let Fu get. Thinking of this, Kaya involuntarily curled his lip into a cold, calculating smile. Xiha laughed triumphantly when he thought of Ike thief becoming so enraged they might vomit blood. Now that Iki precious item they had gone to such lengths to steal was back could its rightful owner. After a moment of self-satisfaction, Xiha also felt a sense of relief, even if it was just his own subjective feeling. His eyes stared intently at Leaky Cube Kudahivai heart. So many student lives had been lost just because of this thing. She could not erase Ki bloody scene there, where selfishness had caused a horrific tragedy. It seemed that witnessing reality was always much crueler than just reading about it in books. He looked up at Adele, Lihan, and Hio, confessing that fact that Cube could be tamed was actually just a coincidence. Shia slowly explained, although it wasn't a living creature, it still contained Medich, so he decided to try his luck. He looked affectionately at Lee object in his hand, asserting that once anything bound, Tamer has right to summon it, and no one should even think about taking it from him. She gripped Cube tightly as if he would rather die than let go, because if Abaddon discovered that Iki plan to operate Lee P Machine 8 heart was ruined due to a missing piece, they would surely go insane. She stood up gently and told everyone to keep this secret for Wogi time being, and Lihan nodded in agreement. Looking away window, she knew Kalaki mages would surely return Foki remaining parts, so why priority now was not to rush into battle, but to find their base. A few days passed at Ki Magnificent Palace, and a guard 8 voice echoed, announcing that Tetsu requested an audience with His Majesty. Emperor Linnea looked up, a look of surprise appearing on his face when he heard Tetsu 8 name, bowed respectfully, and expressed that he had something important to report, even if it was sudden. Emperor Linnea placed his documents on a table and asked coldly what was so concerning. Tetsu bowed his head and quietly withdrew a carefully sealed envelope from inside his coat. He placed a letter on a key table, prompting Emperor Linnea to ask in confusion what this was. Tetsu replied coldly, "This ID my resignation, Your Majesty." Emperor Linnea looked at Lee's stack of papers on Lee's desk. He wasn't so old that he had to retire early lie this. Tetsu placed his hand v his heart. Age IDE not a key issue. I wish to step down because I feel I have too many shortcomings. I hope Du will be generous enough to grant my request. Recognizing his subordinate, Linnea mused for a moment, there must be some reason for him to do this. Tetsu explained hesitantly, I no longer have enough confidence in my own abilities. Lee, brutal scenes of that night keep haunting my mind. I fear I am not strong enough to fully carry out your orders. Linny frowned in confusion, rested his hands on a key table and asked, IDE, because IP matter wasn't he handled properly? Oh, did I overlook something myself? Before Tetsu could explain, Linny stated firmly, whatever reason, I will ensure duly a prosperous life, quit no regrets. Think ye your V carefully, but more importantly, there ID this matter. He calmly continued, I have summoned someone, just meet them and see. Tetsu was surprised. Who IDT? Why so sudden? Why door behind him swung a beam, and Shia walked in quit an equally bewildered expression. Shia approached Kut Fabian. Father, why are you here? Tetsu called RNSCC eat 8 Shai. Emperor Linnea smiled. I heard that Lipi student Shai has saved my son Fabian 8 life during Lupi recent riot, so I wanted to meet both of you to ask a few questions. He turned to look at Fabian and asked, I am sure you've learned many things from this, haven't you? Fabian turned pale and replied, Yacht sir. Quat Li same smile but a voice as cold as ice. Li Ki Emperor said, let 8 get straight to the key point. He gently explained the purpose of meeting. I want to discuss how to handle this riot because royal family cannot ignore ET. Therefore I must make a decision regarding like ceremony and Li students present. Shai spoke up timidly. Rumors are spreading in the academy about abolition of ceremony. Linny immediately interrupted, abolishing 80 not that simple. He frowned, his face showing a clear look of malice. Heat must be rooted all completely. How dare they run wild on my territory? We must take this opportunity to eradicate seeds. Linny rasped, I intend to banish both Y ritual and all its members from Lepi Empire. Tetsu was startled. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Lepi Emperor did not let him finish. However, I hope that from now on, no one mentions this again. He paused for a moment and smiled. It would be troublesome if people rumored that Iki Emperor was covering a few students just because they have royal blood. Shai immediately understood his intention. He turned to look at Li person next to him, unable to believe it. Like same time, Emperor Linny 8 gaze shifted to Fabian. Under Fabian 8 shocked gaze, Linny nonchalantly clicked. I plan to execute you to set an example for world. Fabian turned pale and fell to his knees, pleading, I cannot lie anywhere else but Adele. P. Lee, father, have mercy and let me stay. Linnea replied coldly, then I should ask a person who saved your life. Then he turned toward Shaihan and asked, Shaiha, do oppose my decree? Shai gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what a cruel and terrifying man. Anger flared up within Shia, knowing full well that an innocent child was being treated by him as a disposable pawn. He felt a bitter lump in his throat. Like Kotablum incident and this riot were no different. He shuddered before a key man opposite him. So many people had died because of his schemes, but could Lee blame Lai solely Quiddy students? Trying to regain his composure, Shia replied with a faint smile, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Linny froze in SC. Sai, without a hint of hesitation, bluntly exposed truth. Etate a miracle this empire hasn't collapsed yet. Linny purple rage screamed, are you truly insane? Sia pointed directly at Fabian 8 face and roared, real madness lies in this corrupt empire. Just because he ate not of direct royal blood, do treat him lie worthless trash Don Tidu. Sia watched Fabian 8 solitary back and added, do call that ultimate loyalty to a country. An empire operating under such filthy laws should have disappeared long ago. Tesu rushed to stop him. Sia, that ain't enough. Sia had 8 veins bulged on his forehead. What I said isn't wrong, father. Inditi allaki naked truth. He questioned assertively, your majesty. Do yourself fully understand that? Linnea narrowed his eyes, quit an annoyed expression. I that so. He let out a long, loud laugh, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. A snot-nosed brat dares to lecture me, one who holds the key power of life and death in this empire. Unendly then did Sia snap back to reality. Damn it, why did I suddenly get like urge to fail night defending justice? Cold sweat poured down him. He thou in a panic. Did I just go too far? But everything I said was true. Sia glanced at Linnea fearfully. I hold cubes that key mages covet, and I am Castiga 8 hair. Surely they go so far as to behead me just for a slip of tai tongue, right? Linnea stood up, propping himself his hands. Never in my life have I heard such insolent words. Tisu quickly bowed. I apologize, your majesty. Linnea replied coldly, that I your son. Therefore, I leave his life for you to decide. His voice was fun of menace. How do you think I should deal quit him? Sia looked at his father anxiously, silently praying for his protection. Tesu answered, words he just uttered are truly unforgivable. Lee crime of treason deserves immediate execution. Sia exclaimed in, what the hell are you saying, father? As if understanding his son, Tesu continued, however, because he young and knave, in my own flesh and blood, I beg your majesty fo clemency fo him. Sia sighed in relief. That my father. Tesu placed a hand on his shoulder. To Sia 8 bewilderment he said, be silent my child. Sia froze for a few seconds. What? Linnea immediately raised his voice. Did you all hear that clearly? He gestured to Lee guards. Drag him away. Sia, still reeling from Lee Kisisi, his mind spinning, cried, wait a minute. Although he obediently allowed himself to be dragged away, his heart was screaming, "Oh father, father." See, 8 subsequent days were a long, arduous chain of days in E dungeon. His glamorous academy life had now transformed into a miserable prison existence. OU was walking along P corridor when she heard whispers. Rumors spread lie while Siha had been imprisoned in Die Royal Dungeon faux crime of disrespecting E Keen. They whispered, but loudly enough for her to hear. So E date really treason. OU was stunned. Treason. She rushed to Y person who had just spoken. What did do just say? ID that true. Other person immediately replied that ate right. I heard he ate locked in Lock Royal Dungeon. OU sighed helplessly. He really Ideek rash speaks without thinking, and has a hat temper. But treason. He ate gone too far. Seeing her silent eek other person stroked his chin. I don't know either. We might as well go see, but that 80 lie royal prison. Getting in there isn't easy. OU immediately darted, leaving frantic calls behind her. OU. Hey OU, where are you going? Her friend shouted loudly, we still have class this afternoon. OU ignored eat. She told herself I must find Siha. She ran at fun speed could iron determination. He saved me so many times, I can just stand by. She stopped in front of a horse carriage. Excuse me, I've lied to hire a carriage right now. P. Coachman asked, alright, but where are you planning to go? OU looked at Lee 2 meager coins in E palm of her hand. I left all my assets in Lee P. Otherworld. She clenched her fist with determination, even though she had once sworn never to face that person again. OU tried to calm herself, but she couldn't abandon Siha. She bowed respectfully. Lee sir, take me to Castiga Manor. At Castigadate Mansion, OU met Tesu and recounted everything, to which he simply exclaimed, so that 80 how EDID. Tesu, who was working, looked up at OU. Are you here to ask this old man Fo a favor? OU hesitated Fo a long time before replying, yep, I must see Sia at all costs. She looked directly at Tesu with determination. If Diu Don T intervene to protect him, I will do hate myself. Tesu sighed heavily. I had no intention of bringing a commoner into this family as a daughter-in-law. Hearing this, OU snapped back, I didn't come here to fetch ye Lee GM. Tesu retorted irritably, what do actually need from me? He tapped his fingers on Nike table. Do know very well that if Lee Ki Boy Ideek arrested by royal decree I cannot intervene. OU lowered her head and clenched her fists. Then P. Lie, just let me see him. Even fo 5 minutes or less would be fi. OU 8 eyes began to well up coot tears. P. Lie have mercy and help me this one time, Countess. Tesu sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, everyone will assume my boy Ideek gone forget. Should I tell Lee girl weak truth? But then an idea struck him. No, Edate better if she sees Fo herself. Tesu then said, I will seduce Gui. He looked at OU and stated firmly, I will arrange Fo Diu to see El Ki Boy. OU rejoiced really. He nodded slightly and continued, but a warning, if Lie servants, top Diu, I can help. Dante cause trouble. OU smiled brightly and replied cheerfully, I understand perfectly. After hours of arrangements Fo OU to visit Siha, Tesu finally had his wish fulfilled and so, OU walked between 2 escorting guards. It was late at night when she finally reached Like Imperial Palace. She traveled by carriage and then walked a long distance, finally being escorted into D dungeon. After walking Fo a long time, OU saw a blinding lie at Lee Inavi E tunnel, unlike anything she had imagined E interior to be. Contrary to the darkness outside, room was filled with warm candlelight and sparkling gemstone. Sia was leaning back relaxedly on a pillow. He looked surprised. OU, how did you up all Lee way here? OU stood frozen, stammering. How can Du be in such a relaxed state? Seeing that Sia was not suffering, OU shouted, Du dared to defy the Emperor and yet Du are imprisoned. Lie this. Is he that completely paradox? ID that allowed. Siha replied calmly, of course not. I am being imprisoned. OU was angered by Sia's unbelievably naive expression, and her jaw dropped, leaving her speechless. OU clutched her head and cried, awe, what kind of karma have I brought upon myself? Sia was startled by E-piercing scream. He wondered what was wrong with her. Oh, if she had gone mad from shame. OU wrung her hands in frustration. Why do I have to endure all this suffering? Sia remained silent, waiting for her to calm down. After a while he spoke and explained, I am not just sitting here doing nothing. Emperor Linear had me stay here to find a way to weaken Leaky Cube. Sia told OU everything, including how he used Fabianet execution to provoke them. I cooperated quit to sue an old acquaintance. Quit just a glance. OU asked curiously, why do need to weaken Lee Cube? Sia quickly replied, oh, I forgot to tell Du about this. Sia explained slowly, natally was E first to alter game D chi flow of L Cube lowering its threshold. We are trying to adjust E bit by bit to minimize harm to Y key mages. He cleared his throat and continued, saying that E key cube Abaddon had just snatched was in a weakened state, causing OU to turn pale. Quit worry. Shia nodded slightly and added that he had reported matter directly to Like Emperor. Recalling Linear jubilant expression, he told himself that he was probably En Lai one who possessed both AI technology and this precious cube. Shiha sighed and went on to say that Iki Emperor wanted to lock him in a safe place for easy repairs, while Oyu thought that Gi Imperial Prison was indeed Gi's most secluded place on earth. Rubbing her chin, she realized that indeed, no one would dare approach a traitor, making it an excellent stronghold. Oyu suddenly froze as if she had discovered something absurd and stood dazed for several seconds. Oyu leaned CLU to Shiha's ear and whispered that he was an ambitious madman. Shiha could unlie helplessly admit that he felt like same way. He chuckled and pointedly asked if Oyu was worried about him, wondering how she had managed to find her way there so quickly. Flushed with embarrassment, Oyu stammered a denial and told him not to be so delusional, as she didn't care about him at all. Shiha smiled triumphantly as if he had read her lie a book, so Oyu hastily made excuses, saying she was just passing by. Shiha feigned a nod of admiration, questioning what kind of casual walk leads someone deep into the heart of Ki Imperial Palace lie that. Oyu lunged at Shiha and grabbed his collar, telling him to stop driving her crazy. Shiha raised his hands in surrender, saying he was just teasing. At that same moment, in a pitch BLC cave deep within IP Forest, there wasn't even a single ray of light. Meanwhile, in a secret base beneath the old Rise Mountains, likey flickering light of an oil lamp revealed the figure of someone feeling secretly lucky that this place was still safe. Main figure was none other than Siet. He told himself that constantly changing hiding spots was a wise move, especially since meek hounds from Lee Kingdom of Aiden had found no clues about him. Perhaps he needed to rely on that person and stay here a bit longer. A call rang making him startle and look back. Siet. Sepia entered with a smile and asked how he was doing today. Siet merely gave a cold glance and replied that he was always fine. Sepia curled her lips into a smirk and remarked that Phi was hardly qui fo eat. When they first met, he couldn't even seen Tren, that chaotic source of power. She then nodded, noting that his outbursts had been less frequent lately. Seat felt inwardly, as he had once thought his life was a VE, but then to why dedicated mage 8 care, he was where he was today, and he looked at Li Gi woman before him and nodded in agreement. In Siet's eyes, her smile gradually became distorted. He wondered if this kindness came with a heavy price, especially since this woman carried such an excessively evil magical rod. Sepia suddenly asked about Ki's sibling he had mentioned, wondering what kind of person that child was. Siet was stunned for several seconds by this sudden question, which left him in a state of utter astonishment. However, Siet quickly regained his composure and tried to train his facial expression. He replied in a harsh voice, asking if that child was truly necessary for Speech Mage's plot. Sepia looked bewildered, but Siet immediately cut her with a counter question. Oh, did she just want him dead? Faced with barrage of irritable questions, Sepia appeared flustered and said she didn't mean it that way, she was just curious about his younger brother. Siet fell silent for a long time before calmly replying that he used to be a rude, arrogant, and self-important boy, but then at some point, he had completely changed. Involuntarily, a key image of Shiha appeared in his mind, a younger brother who now knew how to behave intelligently, kindly, and with deep concern for his subordinates. Why key more he thought about him, lie more Siet felt trapped. Key bizarre prophecy that he would kill each child quit his own hands had haunted him for years, and though its truth remained uncertain, E.T. was what drove him to leave his homeland and abandon his honor to flee from this life. Xiet felt a surge of resentment. There was no way he could accept the fate of being a hired digger forever. All of breath he pleaded quote Sepia, P. Don't let that bizarre curse shackle my life any longer. Placing his hand on his chest, Xiet gave a knowing smile. Don't even think about using me to send that poor child to their grave. A few days later, dungeon doors finally opened, and Xiha was officially released to breathe fresh air outside. He collapsed onto Lee's desk in exhaustion, his head about to explode from Lee's messy paperwork. It had been 3 days since he left a dungeon and locked himself in Lai Key Lab, and he was about to completely run out of energy. Fortunately, this body ID in Lai 16 years old. If it were my real age, I would have probably been hospitalized on an AV drip long ago. He jumped up with a sad look. There was no time to allow himself to break down and rest right now. Thinking about Lee's current situation, Xi's heart skipped a beat. Abaddon had begun to his face, and according to Lee's original plot, Lee's Great War at end of Part 1 was already near. Pushing himself up, Xiha muttered about key plans to prepare for a key upcoming life or death battle. He approached T-Cube. After days of racking his brain in prison, he had reduced its input mana to 1/8, but this was only a temporary solution, and what needed to be done was to secure Lee P-Cube and neutralize ET. Next, Xiha picked up Lee blueprint covered in specifications in Lee Cube detector. Xiha smiled bitterly and crumpled key paper, realizing he was completely clueless about how to make a G-piece in this world. If he could, he would have probably become a great scientist instead of a veterinarian. His eyes lit up as he thought of handheld mana cannon. If equipped to IP knights who couldn't use Mediche, it would be wonderful, but unfortunately, cost was too steep, so he had to give up on key idea. For the next few minutes, Xiha kept tirelessly trying one way after another to find a way out. He startled when he saw a red streak fall onto key table. What on earth was this? Was his nose bleeding? Pinching his nose while holding his wand, Xia felt a looming sense of unease that had kept him from sleeping a wink for the past few days. After casting a spell to stop Li bleeding, he continued to stay up all night to prepare for worst-case scenarios. Sai anxiously wiped he blood, wondering where this baseless sense of dread came from. Was it because he had kept IP sensing cube by his side for too long? While he was lulled in speculation, he suddenly heard a loud pounding on Li door along with a frantic voice shouting from outside. "Idik lokik Siha there. Pili como immediately, their ID an extremely urgent matter." Xiha hurriedly ran to Li door and grumbled, "Who on earth ID making such a fuss?" The scarred man quickly spoke, "I am Bun, a royal knight. Ardiok Xiha of Kastiska." Xiha replied in surprise, "That ate me," but before he could say anything more, Bun cut him a pea. "Prince needs do urgently? Follow me to I royal palace immediately." Xiha cautiously examined Ike man in front of him. He did not look like someone who was lying. He got into I carriage following Bun. Why would like royal palace summon him at this hour? Carriage quickly entered the royal palace gates. What could be so urgent that it couldn't wait until Monen? Following Bun inside, Xi instinctively shuddered at the eerie silence hanging in the entire palace, despite it being night. Leading Lai Kiwei to a room, Bun pushed Li door open, leaving Xia completely frozen in seat. The scene inside was horrifying. Quit Marcel holding I heavily injured Emperor Lini. What on earth was going on here? Sai at 8 mind spun instantly and attack right inside a heavily guarded royal palace. How did things in up lie this? Xiha was let in Thao lie a statue, when rapid footsteps from behind abruptly pulled him back to harsh reality. Like person who had just burst and suddenly froze as if icebound, stuttering and unable to utter a single kus. She collapsed, her eyes blurred with tears, struggling to believe this horrific event was real. Xia immediately recognized her as Princess Rubia. Xia recalled his encounters with Rubia at extravagant parties. This was why first time he had stood this seek all you to her. Lini 8 voice was a faint broken whisper, lie a thin thread, begging him to see him. Marcel cried and whimpered. His Majesty said I had to call Diu, because Deal definitely figure eat out unanti do. Seeing Prince Marcel in tears, Xa suddenly remembered Fabian 8 word. Although this was their first meeting, he could never have imagined such a tragic scene. He quickly approached Marcel, calmly reassured him, and asked him to recount Lakey's entire incident. Marcel 8 body trembled violently. He struggled to articulate each quick about Li attack on his Majesty by those people, and Xia told himself that he was probably too panicked. Xia looked at Ike pool of blood spreading on Nai floor. Although Li bleeding had stopped, he had clearly let too much vitality. Seeing his own palm stained red with blood, a premonition of ill omen suddenly welled up within him. Just then Bean approached, his face urgent as he asked to explain everything. Confusion was evident on Bean 8's face. He explained that Aki assassins had acted by poisoning Li Knight's rations. He tried to recall that painful memory, stating that not everyone had eaten, which was why peace situation occurred. When Eat Knights fell into uncontrollable chaos, Li Palace was attacked in a full lot. Bien bowed his head in apology for allowing Wyke assassins to gate his Majesty. Xia was stunned, wondering, this ID completely different from Li original story I knew. He strained to st his memory, that ain't right, Linny was supposed to die in like he wore. Xia gritted his teeth, disregarding current timing. He pulled out 2 vials of medicine and urgently requested hot water and clean cloths for treatment. He laid Linnea down on Ike floor and began to treat him, cursing inwardly overly ironic situation. Linny 8 faint breath made his insides burn. He had no idea when things had begun to deviate from their original course. It took him a while to collect himself and ponder. This timing truly matched. This was precisely when Iki traders received money from the sorcerer to act. Standing by Linny 8 bed, Sia looked at Marcel and Rubia, his mind still constantly pondering poisoning of the Emperor. Sa shook his head in exasperation. This plan was too early, clumsy, and fun of blind recklessness. A tense expression was etched on Zihad 8 face. Foe Abaddon. This was truly a life-o-death gamble, as he preferred a slow-paced approach rather than such an abrupt one. He suddenly widened his eyes as a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that they were desperate and impoverished because they lacked key cubes? And Ziha clenched his fist. If that were true, then this was a consequence of light changes he had created, and his heart felt Lai was hanging by a thread. Xiha gritted his teeth. Even though Linnea might be a tyrant, he was still a talented kin, and his demise would overturn Battlefield 8's situation. At this moment Linnea slowly opened his eyes. Rubia rushed to his side, joyfully calling awe to his Majesty because he had awakened. Linny gasped for breath. He was probably still too weak to speak. Xia approached him, thinking to himself, I once believed Aiden 8's future was truly bleak under this tyrant 8 rule. Xiha sighed helplessly, and now did he understand how much darker Empire 8 future would be without him. Li Prince was only 18, yet Li high-ranking officials were already deeply corrupt, accepting bribes to the fullest extent. He became even more extremely tense when he realized my current situation was already too critical on a dead end. War was looming ahead. Shiha caught Linny 8 gaze looking at him and realized that those eyes held no anger, and only a heavy sorrow. Shiha suddenly felt pity indeed. Everyone has their own fears, Linny whispered Shiha since our first meeting. No matter how arrogant Du never once told a lie. Linnea panting tried her best to speak, seeing that side of Du. I truly believe Du are someone I can absolutely trust, therefore. Linny looked affectionately at Maxwell and Ruby and instructed, Peakley get care of my children. Shiha did not say a quipsy in response. He now understood why Key Emperor had instructed Prince Maxwell to summon him here. Quite just a few words from Linnea, Shiha immediately understood that if He Palace was no longer safe, then Ki Enlai Absolute Sanctuary at this time could be Key territory of Kastika, a nearly impregnable fortress belonging to Wyke loyal vassal who was always devoted to Wyke royal family and possessed one of Wyke strongest army. He sighed deeply again, knowing immediately that his intention was for him to hide heirs to throne, who were facing extreme danger. Shia nodded slightly, lie and trust them to me. Linnea added, my life ID coming to an end. Done to waste time quit nonsensical chatter in these fine moments. He struggled to give them his fey and tall instructions. It best to leave here quickly before this place becomes even more dangerous. And so, on a quiet late night, under wee faint moonlight, carriages quietly set, heading straight towards Kastika. Tessu in his nightgown holding a candle stepped outside muttering, I wonder which distinguished guest would knock on Ike Manor door in likey dead of night lie this. Marcel and Rubia were huddled in front of him. He then realized, so Du brought them here. Marcel quickly spoke up, His Majesty ordered us to seek refuge, so we intend to stay here for a while. Peak lie prepare rooms fu us. Shiha looked at them quite pity. Key Emperor had passed away, and now Lee Prince would succeed him obviously. Tessu had no reason to refuse. Completely contrary to his expectation, Tessu coldly uttered a single kus. Marcel was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? So do mean we have to return to Leek Imperial Palace? Tessu nodded in confirmation. Marcel embraced Rubia who was trembling. Ain't not safe at all. All Imperial guards have sacrificed themselves. And do you want me to take my sister back to that place? Tessu stepped closer, placed late candle on a table, and replied a single kus yat. To Marcel's utter astonishment, Tessu knelt on one knee, but I will accompany you. Tessu calmly explained to Marcel that His Majesty told them to flee because he valued likey lives of Prince and Princess, but from a strategic perspective, that was an extremely wrong move. Marcel quietly listened to his every quip, because leaving Key Palace right now ID'd exactly what Key traders desire. We need to display unwavering spirit of Ig royal family, even in Li P midst of Li direst calamity. Tessu confidently looked straight into Marcel's eyes. They need to remember clearly who Ig true rulers of this empire are. Your Highness, Li be ready. We will return to Ike Imperial Palace soon. And so, 1 week later, on Ike magnificent Manhwa, Siud and Sepia stood side by side. Sepia calmly stroked her long smooth hair. Even in this remote village where not even birds bother to perch, rumors of Ike Emperor death and Kastika citing Quat royal family have spread everywhere. Perhaps this ID just an inevitable development. Siut, standing beside her, simply replied cold, World ID in turmoil. He thought to himself, in this whirlwind of events, I wonder where I will be swept away. Sepia noticed Siud's unusual demeanor and then carefully observed him for a long time. Finally Sepia decisively called his name. Sepia offered a trend smile, then slowly informed Siut, Abaddon will definitely ignite a war. They will definitely find a way to trap Siha, as he ID an extremely dangerous guy, who would be foolish enough to pass up such a delicious to gate 8. Siut said nothing and just listened in silence. I frankly admitted to him that I once approached him for Key same purpose, but at least I wanted him to have Lai Key right to decide his own future. Sepia asked a question fun of hidden meaning about his upcoming plans, and Siut sat in sorrowful silence for a long time, unable to utter a quoops. I am truly at a dead end. After that conversation Siut retreated to his walk room and buried himself in his books in an eerily quiet atmosphere. His eyes were glued to whitey pages, but his mind kept drifting back to Lee Heavy conversation they had just had. It was impossible to concentrate. Siut kept ruminating on sincere advice from Sepia, who told him to run away as far as he could while he still had key chance. Siut firmly closed eye book quit a look of determination. I have made up my mind. If fate has destined me to drift along this current, then so be it. He gripped Lie book tightly. I will never turn my back on Lyfic Mage faction, and instead, I must do something different. Siut let his thoughts wander into void. I will try my best within my capabilities, at least so that I have any regrets later. Meanwhile at Imperial Palace, ever since Emperor passed away, Waiki atmosphere of mourning has lingered foe who knows how many days and nights. Amidst turmoil the hasty coronation took place, and Crown Prince Marcel was forced to immediately shoulder responsibility of ruling a country. Palace has changed drastically. Tessu has become a solid pillar of Sepit Fo Marcel, but this journey ID not pave coot roses, as we treacherous high officials are still lurking somewhere. Lee reason Tessu could perform such miracles was due to his calmness and the key sharp judgment of a seasoned count. He quickly appointed loyal people to key positions. Then, he quietly rounded up a key officials who had colluded evil lock mages. Tessu diligently appeared at the palace every day, although B place was still chaotic, then to be CP to V Kastika and Argon families, Other nobles dared not turn their backs on me royal family again. Siha was also drawn into this terrifying cycle of change, and soon, he became busier than ever. Outside Iki Palace, his situation was no better. Wei Academy was forced to sequel due to Wei's unprecedented crisis, and Marcel, who was devastated by his father's death, relied even more on Sia, Lin Enli person by his side to very end. Sia smiled bitterly at reinforcements that Marcel expected were no strangers, and just as that person entered, Sia exclaimed with excitement, "It was Lion Han." E.T. was none other than Li warriors of Eden Crusade that Siha had once recommended. He asked if Lion Han had eaten, and he replied that he had just returned from checking on me rebels in Iki province. Seeing his exhausted appeal, Siha could Enlai smile ruefully. Talented people always have it hard. Siha could Enlai sigh in frustration, but what could he do? He couldn't just leave Iki country for an 18-year-old boy to handle alone. On Eat Lion Han took each opportunity to report key situation. Ok rebel army had been dealt quite smoothly. Marcel was no better. He buried himself in so much paperwork that he even had a nosebleed, making Sia smile painfully of pity. However, Sua realized a harsh reality. No matter how hard he tried, war could not be prevented. It was not because Marcel was incompetent, but because this was a plot ordained Ivan. A weakening of royal authority allowed Dace mages to infiltrate every province. Sia realized the situation was extremely dire. No matter how harshly they suppressed it, casualties were inevitable. But at least we can delay EP outbreak of war until Iki imperial forces are ready to face any scenario. Lianhan walking ahead, didn't he forget to look back and remind him, Siha, don't overwork yourself. There ain't a trip to Mao Tintan Pass tomorrow, so get some sleep early. Sia nodded in response. Do you take care of your health too, Lianhan? Lianhan waved goodbye and strode away. Sia stood there in quiet contemplation. I have no energy left for tomorrow 8 trip. Wait, I forgot something. He suddenly realized that he had left his luggage at Leek Academy dormitory during past few days of rushing, including his sword he had left it behind, which bothered him incessantly. After EP next trip to B Pass, she would surely return it to its owner. Thinking ID doing, and Sia decided he could not delay any longer. Even though Academy was temporarily closed, he still had a way to sneak in to retrieve his belongings quickly. As soon as he stepped into White Hall, he was stunned by terrifying silence. Lee Place was even quieter than during the previous magical riots. He hurriedly snuck into his room to check. Luckily, his sword and all his belongings were still there. I have to take them immediately, Xia thought, quickly gathering his things before rushing out. There was still a pile of things to do ahead. Someone was loitering right at Academy 8 entrance, making Xia freeze, his eyes wide as he stared to see who was standing there. He was stunned to recognize a personate figure, sensing a familiar yet equally terrifying murderous array emanating from. Xia immediately recognized other person. Don't tell me ate him. Xia. He quickly rushed in front of him. Are you crazy? How dare you openly break in here while Dewey being intensely hunted? Xia calmly replied, what ain't there to worry about? Xia yelled back, of course it ain't extremely important. Xia frowned helplessly. Xia ate in different attitude. He growled, let it go somewhere else to talk properly. After finding a secluded spot, Xia spoke first. Alright, what this urgent matter do need to talk about. He silently watched Xia, who was Laden Thou inwardly speculating, I wonder how he ain't been living in hiding all this time. But it ain't highly likely he ain't been corrupted by Wakmadi Yi Che. To dare to follow him alone to this desolate place without backup ID truly reckless. Xia held his breath, waiting. I still want to believe he ain't not Li Qi type of person who would fly dirty tricks on me. At this moment Siat finally spoke, pick up your staff. He coldly added, we'll duel. Xia was stunned. Why so sudden? He gave a bitter laugh inwardly. I take back my get thoughts just now. Seeing Xia still standing still, Xiod added, there ain't one last thing I need to teach Dio. Xia asked in confusion. Dio just a former professor who was just kicked out. Why are you suddenly lecturing me? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiat delivered a painful kick to his side. Xia yelled all in extreme pain. He clutched his stomach wincing. What IP hell I did this? Xia coldly said. I think I've given Dio enough time to pick up your staff. Xiat glanced at him, his voice deepening. Xia, I am serious. Use all your strength and fight me. Xia panicked, cursing inwardly. What EP hell I did going on? However, to Xia's own life, Xia was forced to comply and began to firmly grasp Li's staff in his hand. Both immediately charged at each other without holding back. Xiat continuously pressured him while Xia, still clutching his stomach, feebly tried to defend himself. Xia's eyes were now chillingly cold, as if a fierce flame was burning in his pupils. Xia immediately noticed abnormality. This wasn't a training session at all, but a true death match. A loud explosion echoed as 2 streams of Medich collided powerfully. If I get hit by this, I'll definitely be a goner. Xia tried to retreat, panting heavily as he said, at least tell me why do reacting lie this. What ain't quit disappearing foe so long and then coming back just to start punching and kicking. Xiad ignored his question and just said coldly, Xia, do are still too weak. He questioned sarcastically, someone quit incredible potential light. held back by an ordinary person like me, a mere prophet. ID that eat. Sai was rendered speechless. He was astonished to see bright ma each engulfing Shiat, we energy at an explosively v. Do really want to kill you me? Xia continued to provoke Xeha, this I deep your last chance. Xeha closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth. Damn neat, I can fall here. Xiat suddenly spoke, remember this move. Xia, startled, opened his eyes. What did Du just say? As Xiat rushed forward, he growled, as your professor. No, as an older brother. He swiftly grabbed Xia neck. This IDEE last lesson I want to pass on to Du. Xiat tightened his grip despite Xi had 8 screams. Never's a weakness, oh let your guard down. I have a habit of striking quote my left hand, so if do you want to fight me, aim directly for that arm. Pixayat lack-rimmed eyes were darting around constantly. I am very strong in prolonged fights, lie longer ye drags on, key more disadvantage do will be. If do want to pressure me, unleash all your techniques from the very beginning. In a moment seagull you to death, LB rule fo survival ID to give your all from very first second. Even though his lungs were protesting violently, Xia still forced his eyes ubinach to stare at him. What key hell was going on? His intuition told him something was wrong. Why was he suddenly pouring his heart awe to him? Xia forced himself to stay calm. Now was not light time for his brain to freeze. He slowly picked up Li's sword. If he didn't act quickly, Li Man would torment him again. Seizing like moment his opponent let his guard down, Xia swung his sword, launching a lightning-fast counterattack. Li ground beneath their feet suddenly roared violently following a trajectory of Ki's sword, sending gravel flying in all directions like a tempest and forcing enemy to let go and retreat to Xi his life. In blink of an eye, debris and rocks completely enveloped, forming a towering stone mountain rising into sky. While Xia was still intently watching, stone mountain began to shake, and a long crack ripped Oba right down middle. Finally, a deafening explosion erupted from within Li Rock, its terrifying power shattering entire mountain into dust. Xia still stood tall amidst the ruins, while Lockman whispered meaningfully, "Du were completely overwhelmed by me from start to finish." He stared intently at Xia, who had not yet recovered his senses, but Du managed to restrain me for a moment, so let 8 call this round your win. Leaning Seekal to Xia, he said, try to remember this, if one day Du are forced to send me on my way, Donna hesitate like Du did today. Still keeping a safe distance, Xahad and Lai replied in a low voice, when that fateful day knocks. He paused for a beat, letting a cold smile and growled, Du will meet a bitter death. A few days later, magnificent royal palace, Lai's sun still shone brightly on Ike rooftop, completely indifferent chaotic state of E-world outside. Xia sat quit his knees hugged to his chest in leaky empty room, while Baxen was curled up fast asleep in his arms lie a chubby ben of fluff. He sat there in a daze for a long time. Li Clash quit Zute from a few days ago kept lingering in his mind, refusing to go away. Fragments of memory kept repeating lie a broken tape. That day, a misty chaos of he Emperor ate death, Xiut had suddenly appeared lie agat. Xia would never forget Xiut lonely figure after that overwhelming battle. He had and Li uttered a few cryptic words before quietly vanishing into YP mist. He would have hardly believed his own eyes if not faux key devastating marks left on Li P ground. Li's silence was so profound that Li encounter felt like a dream. Stren emotions surged in Xihad chest. He didn't want to admit this moment of weakness, but for some reason, Lei Wei Xiut walked away was deeply haunting. Xihad haggard face haunted him distant and unreachable, yet filled with a heartbreaking melancholy. Meanwhile in Nok royal meeting room, Wyke air of peace was officially air v. Marcel sat among key officials, under we former tyrant. People had been outraged, but now, sounds of grieving reports filled the room. Your Majesty, a horrific riot has just broken all in Mygrove region. Count Bago has been killed. Rumor has he was completely torn apart by an angry mob. Marcel 8 mood was spiraling down. Lack royal authority was now like a flickering candle in a key wind, and just watching these people squabble their personal interests was enough to make him furious. Leak officials babbled on endlessly about Leak mages marching on capital, making Marcel 8 head feel like it was about to explode, asking if they should just hand a V by Kipago territory to them to maintain peace. Key more he heard them clamoring, Key more annoyed Marcel became. They argued, we know what they are planning. Quasidi a bad an idea about to unleash a curse, so they want us to offer land to appease them. Isn't human life a top priority? Let 8 just give in to like sick mages to avoid trouble. He was disgusted by the hypocrisy of officials. All they craved were their perks and privileges, without a single shred of loyalty to P Empire. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Marcel spoke up in fierce opposition. Keep ego territory ID a vital strategic asset against Abaddon, not some bargaining chip. His decisive words silenced the entire room. If giving in was all he took, they wouldn't have waged war like this. Lee officials stared daggers at Marcel, but your Majesty, do have no pity for people who are dying. Marcel let a cold snort, rubbed his temples, and closed his eyes, not bothering to reply to another quicks of their hypocrisy. After a moment, he looked at crowd coot sharp eyes, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Oh, this group has said enough nonsense already. Seeing Marcel lose his temper, Lee crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. Your Majesty, could there be something wrong? Quote our ears. Marcel secretly fem. Their eyes were darting around shiftily while they Enlai knew how to cling to Waikiki Mage's faux favors instead of thinking of a plan to escape IP Empire. So Marcel growled, "Do you bastards, what else can you do besides fighting?" Marcel crumpled e-paper in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted, "Do you lot, negotiating Kutabaden by offering up others' land? If Diuri so bold, bring your own land to bargain, quote him yourself." An old noble stammered, asking if Eat was his own territory. Marcel stood up abruptly and pointed directly at his face. "What, Eat ID? So what, any objections?" Latchman retorted annoyedly that he was joking too much. Marcel replied coldly, "I am not playing around. Listen well so do understand." He leaned both hands on a table determinedly. "From now on, anyone who talks nonsense, I will hand both that person and their land VE to Abaddon." Meeting adjourned. Everyone in Luke room was stunned. No one dared believe there would come a day when Marcel would be that firm. Me officials and nobles murmured among themselves as they left, while Marcel sighed soft, "Perhaps I was a bit too set-tempered." A twinge of regret crept in. Eat ate probably because I've been seeking all you to see how lately that I've picked up his defiant way of speaking. He tried to calm his mind, but upon reflection, light judgment of IE man his mother had trusted until her fiant moments was truly never wrong. Marcel looked pensively out window, never expecting war to arrive as quickly as a blink of an eye. That night, sea was also tossing and turning restlessly amidst vortex of Iki times and a harsh fate. He recalled his comrades in arms, leaky brothers who had gone through life and death together, all of us. Scenarios ranging from glorious to tragic flickered through his head, making Sia feel uneasy. Heat really true that? Sia hesitated, leaving Ike's sentence unfinished as he sat alone in Lee's study, quietly watching pale moonlight. Sia's 8 eyes held a trace of sadness, filled with many worries yet still showing glimpses of a strong will. All like recent upheavals combined quite chaotic situation other made Sia wonder if he could stand firm. Time flew by and 3 years later, at a military concentration camp, like soldiers in heavy armor were sitting and chatting. Who would have thought there be a day when royal descendants like us would have to wander like this? Lukat laughed heartily and asked about like assignments. "I was assigned to a Kanan territory," Sam replied gloomily. "I am so jealous, switch quit me." Lusat curiously asked which place Sam wanted to switch quit, and Sam gritted his teeth in resentment as he replied. He gave a long sigh and said Eat was Kastika territory. Upon hearing this, Lukat exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Light cheerful atmosphere suddenly turned into panic as Sam went, "I don't know either. I heard there was a shortage of volunteers, so they had to draw lots." Enenly then did Zik speak up and ask, "Why is everyone so terrified? Isn't Kastika a very prestigious family?" He added cheerfully that while Tessu was indeed scary, Eat probably wasn't he that bad. Luxot clicked his tongue. "Oh Zik, do Veen unlai been up from like he South Fo a year, so do don't know anything, Tessu isn't he main problem here." Lusat 8 voy trembled quit fear. Rumor has it that if do make even one small mistake after returning to Kastika, de'll be taken away to be food Fo why monsters. I heard they really use humans as snacks. Zik cried all in panic. What did do just say? They were whispering to one another as if afraid of revealing a secret. Most importantly, Kastika possesses someone quite terrifying. A legendary figure from L'academy, a beast-taming genius who once subdued even a red like Rargon that Idik none other than Shiha. At EB climax a sudden voice rang off from behind, interrupting them. Eat turned a wee main topic was still Shiha. Rubia excitedly clung to tent door. "Let me Jin too. I've been waiting phone news about that person." Luxot looked at Light Child in bewilderment. Where did this kid come from? Zik scratched his head and mentioned rumors of a child wandering around Fu several days. Lukat suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he should give Likey kid a get scare so they would steep coming here. He leaned down and warned sternly, "Hey kid, that person isn't T someone do should mess quit. Be careful o do I'll be taken to be a like Ray G and 8 dinner." Contrary to expected fear, Ruby at 8 eyes lit up. "That sounds in T-rate 10. I am actually looking forward to being taken away." Under confused gazes of a crowd, a cheerful Rubia continued, "I was planning to visit Shiha today anyway." She held her blushing cheek shyly. "It ain't been so long since we met, so I am a bit nervous." Lusad and Zik could unlie look at each other quit forced smiles, wondering who this kid was. A few minutes later, at Shiha 8 tent nearby, Wen was slowly approaching entrance. Inside sat sighing heavily. "I can believe why deal registration list as empty as a deserted temple." Seeing Huan pull aside a curtain and enter, Shiha grumbled. They clearly said there would be long lines of people waiting to be assigned to IP Gito evil factions. He pointed his finger at the registration paper and grumbled, "So what ID this mess all about?" Huan could lie give a subtle smirk. "Ain't it all your fault, dear Shiha." He approached Kuta grin. "People flocked here to win favor quit royals, but who was it that drove them away fo being incompetent?" Shia scowled and brushed EP. "That ate and passed, why bring it up?" Huan looked at him helplessly. "Didn't he do threaten people that they would be fed to Grier AGN?" Shiha immediately fired back, I did not. Do you know perfectly well how gentle my pet IDP? Huan added, from what I saw, your pet looked quite eager at time. Shiha pouted, don't slander my dear pet. At that same moment, a low roar sounded outside the entrance. Speak of Ibi devil. Eat must be here. Li giant beast trudged inside with a pitiful, sorrowful expression. Huan shook his head in wariness. Eat gets a bit bigger every time we meet. Shiha gave in too. Eat can clearly shrink, yet how did leak creature that once fit in my hand become as large as a door? He stroked beast 8 head and asked, finished scouting. ID anything happening there? He gave a soft cry and pointed its tail. Shiha turned to look in that direction. Oh, ID there's something trend stuck to your tail. Upon seeing sight clearly, Shiha 8 face turned pale and he was left speechless. What on earth ID this? Rubia was clinging tightly to ILB Rajan and 8 tail and wouldn't he let go. Shiha let Oa heave a breath. Princess Rubia, what are you doing? Despite Rubia 8 bright smile and sparkling eyes, Shiha 8 expression grew dark. He tried to smile, though his heart was full of frustration. So Rubia shrieked in surprise. Shiha grabbed a girl by her shirt, lifted her up, and grumbled, how many times have I told you? Black's battlefield ID no place for Dio to come in fracily. Rubia continued to grin at him, leaving Shiha quit nothing to do but cleach his tongue. Do you really haven't grown up at all? Rubia didn't mind at all. She clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Shiha. Rubia cheered excited, amazed that even though 3 years had passed, he was still as dashing as ever. Shiha turned toward Wen, who belonged to the Hioa department. Wen nodded in confirmation, thinking to himself that he was annoyed by how casually Shiha conversed with me princess. At the same time, near Bill of Lai Castica territory, OU was dripping sweat during a training session. She leaped in front of Li surrounding soldiers and swung her sword powerfully forward in an arc. The giant boulder in front of OU shattered instantly, and Lai ground shook violently, causing Lai earth beneath her feet to crack. A soldier beside her stared in amazement. Just one move, he ground had been shaken, making rumors about that land of death even more terrifying. He looked at OU with an admiring gaze. Her reputation was truly well deserved, and her strength was undeniable. OU handed a sword back to Li's soldier and gave instructions for clean up. He soldier saluted solemnly and thanked her for her hard work that day. OU gave a faint smile, telling herself that while her comrades were facing up against stock mages on key front lines, she was just hanging around bullying ordinary soldiers who didn't know how to use chi. P soldier watched her quick concern, but OU waved her hand to say she was fine and quietly walked into her tent. OU slipped into her tent, her heart heavy as if weighed down by a stone, without a shred of joy. She sat warming her hands by Li fire, thinking to herself that her Medich was truly lethal against these low-ranking soldiers. OU looked at her scratched fingers, just a flick of her hand, they would be buried, saving needful useless bloodshed. She reminisced about Lucky Battlefield. Her power had become so overwhelming that each enemy would hurriedly wave white flags of surrender key moment they saw her. OU let out a sarcastic smirk. People hailed her as a great hero, a genius mage favored by Emperor, an iron shield of Edith and Empire. She gritted her teeth to suppress her rage, but in truth, those words of praise sounded incredibly grating to her ears. OU clenched her fists, calculating that 193 days had passed since she last saw Shiha face to face. She couldn't hide her dissatisfaction when thinking about how Shiha had resigned immediately after putting Prince Marcel on key throne, as if he had been waiting for that exact moment. Lake arrogant image of Shiha appeared like a man who had now become a ruler of the entire Castica territory. More OU thou about eat. P more irritated she became because all decision-making power in Castica was in his hands. She let all a frustrated cry. OU pulled all a Todai bear and began punching Eat repeatedly. She was resentful that she had to run around doing trivial chores in E-Key borderlands while others lived in leisure. Wally veins on her forehead bulged as OU gritted her teeth and swore that this was all Shiha 8 doing. While punching Batai bear she shouted, that bastard. I was clearly E-pioneer who volunteered to come here EP moment EP war started. Recalling her first day here, OU felt bitter because she hadn't even been allowed to set foot inside Shiha 8 tent. When she asked Libby military, she received in lie headshakes, and then she was thrown into various hellish training sessions until her bones nearly broke. OU felt so rifo herself that she burst into tears, her throat tightening so much that she couldn't speak. She quickly wiped away her tears and sobbed that she never wanted to endure any of this, having protested many times and personally sought him off a confrontation. OU slumped into her chair in dejection, wondering why she had been ignored for half a year. If he hated her, why couldn't he just say eat to her face and get ETVE quat? OU let a long sigh. Although everyone advised her to move to a better region, she simply couldn't bring herself to leave. She still harbored a faint hope. If she left right now, Shiha might never have to see her again for the rest of his life. After a few heavy breaths to regain her composure, OU sat up from where she lay. Alright, she had decided everything. She clasped her hands tightly together with determination. She would personally go meet him, and next time, no matter who stood at Li P gate, she would check Usi ahead even if she had to turn Li P entire camp upside down. She would break in by any means, though writing a warning letter beforehand seemed like a wiser move. A few days later, Natalie went to see Sia, wondering what was going on. Sia was holding a letter and looking at Eat intently. As Eat turned off, Eat was a letter from Oli Yu. Seeing him standing still like a statue, Natalie wondered if he was going to ubi at Et, and Sia hesitated before nodding slightly. He pursed his lips in confusion, for after all these troubles were his fault. He didn't want to face Oli Yu at this time. He had personally pushed her onto IE most brutal battlefields and then forced himself to keep his distance to prevent her from encountering like mages, all of which were his own calculations. Sia was hiding too many terrible secrets in his heart, from Sia to Baden, and Naki each to Kitablum incident and countless other mysteries of this world. Ol U8's silhouette flickered in his mind, despite his efforts to hide everything until now. If he met her directly, he would surely no longer be able to conceal ET. And reflecting on, Sia realized he had always avoided OU, overworking her to exhaustion so she would have no time for random thoughts. To her, he probably seemed like nothing but a jerk. Seeing that he still hadn't moved, Natalie spoke up awkwardly, saying she had read OU8 letter dozens of times and asking if he intended to be not ET. Sia shook his head and set like letter aside, suggesting Natalie discuss work first since she said 8 was important, which ID why he had gone to such lengths to escape from Princess Rubia to come here, and wondering why she had called him alone today without rest of Ike Tim, as he noted that 2 years had passed since this nonsensical war broke off. He began to reassess his situation in rear. They had thought Emperor Linnea 8 absence would be a fatal blow, but Marcel 8 rule had been surprisingly stable, and the empire remained strong. At the same time, Sia saw through why cruel nature of reality. Naked truth was that Abaddon did not care in Ikey's slightest how many of his soldiers died or where Ikey war was headed. His unending goal was to find EP cube to insert into his completed mechanical heart. Thinking this, Sia clicked his tongue in frustration and helplessness. Abaddon's audacity and cruelty had truly far exceeded their expectation. This rendered all efforts to preserve Lee Cube's futile, and during Ikey ambush, they had Lot E Sun Moon Cube to him. Everyone present understood that this war would never end as long as Abaddon remained alive. Returning to be present, Sia looked directly at Natalie. Since then, he and her had been doing their best to est foe Abaddon 8 hideout, and she cautiously said that their goal was to find Iki core of Leaky NGC area, Iki true headquarters of Leaky C. Mages proposing that they track the location of E-cube in reverse. Natalie slowly and carefully analyzed her reasoning, stating that each circuit of I-cube contained Medici power at an extremely high density, and a mere touch would be enough to amplify that power manifold. Finally, she decided to Machi XP rate her bold thought as Sia. Abaddon would take ED-cube after adjusting light circuits to maximize its Medici power. If NGC were deep underground, emitted power would be very weak, but Amadi each master would still be able to sense EAT. Natalie looked at Sia hesitantly, stating that while that was her plan, Lee's Sun Moon Cube had already been stolen by Abaddon in Leaky recent battle, and Sia immediately understood her. Natalie, don't tell me. Without hesitation, Natalie gave a firm nod. She had pre-configured Light Cube 8 circuits to boost its Medici power while simultaneously attaching a tracking spell to EAT. Sia added that since Hio was woke 1 in combat that day, Lee tracking spell must have been Hio 8 work, which startled Natalie as she noted he had told her to keep that secret. Sia then asked why, since it was such an excellent plan, she had to be so cautious. Natalie thought for a moment and replied that EP plan still had a fatal flaw. Key position detected by tracking spell was currently too vague and incomplete, so they could not just check a in blindly and would need a specialized scout mage to go ahead first. Hearing this, Sia realized something. Though he didn't say eat aloud, he immediately thought of someone. A familiar figure appeared in Sia 8 mind, someone specialized in sensing and tracking Medici underground, a mage capable of detecting smallest traces of Medici, and like most perfect person for this magical reconnaissance. Leaky and Enli person who came to Sia 8 mind at this moment, Leak one who perfectly met all the criteria, was OU. The image of OU having to face Abaddon directly appeared, and if 8 were her, someone who hated Abaddon more than anyone because he had started this unjust war. Sia was firm in his assumption that she would definitely insist on participating no matter what. A bad premonition welled up inside him. Everyone knew what would happen if OU ventured into 1GC area alone. Sia knit his brows tightly as fear surged within him. She would never be able to return alive. Sia fell into a bewildered silence, his mind tangled quit endless calculation. Trying to avoid lying, he ended up walking into a trap of his own making. Now that he couldn't back off, he had to keep avoiding Adela, yet now he had to push her into danger to spy on Iki Abaddon base. As soon as he thought of that, he voiced his strong opposition. This could not happen. Standing opposite him, also hesitantly agreed because she did not want Adela to get hurt. That ain't why we attached a tracking charm to Y artifact and tricked enemy into taking ET, though we've never revealed this to anyone. I still oppose this plan. Without hesitation, she frankly expressed her view that since Adela was involved, She had lie right to know everything. Natally ate sudden teen fates and left Sia frozen. He remembered Locke original Lee Han, who had fought in despair and let everything, ultimately paying quit his own life. As novel 8 male protagonist, when 8 came to letting go, he never hesitated. Perhaps it was then to that courage that Lee Han escaped death and continued to confront Abaddon, but he was someone who didn't know how to let go. It was time to admit that stubbornness. Calming down a bit, he asserted that he didn't want to lose Adela. She was sharp, so she would surely realize soon that she was a key link in Lee Key plan, but he didn't want her to know just yet. Siha turned away to avoid her gaze and pleaded, P. Lee, don't tell her about this just yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately headed back toward a military camp. The moment he stepped into wheat tent, Siha's 8 fears came true as Adela was already waiting there. Trying to maintain a calm expression, he told her he didn't permit her to come in, but Adela unflinchingly replied that she was there on official business, regardless of his permission. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked back in astonishment, official business. She argued that Lee's workload was too heavy, so he should transfer her back here immediately, as she was sick and tired of that remote countryside. Seeing her displeased expression, Siha helplessly tried to gauge if Adela was truly sulking. Without beating around Lee Bush, Adela bluntly admitted that she was. She went on to say that she didn't need any special treatment. She and Lai wanted him to respect her and stay by her side instead of acting thoughtlessly as he had been doing to her for so long. Live resentment Adela had pent up for so long finally burst, and tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. In key face of Siha 8's silence, she repeated her request to be transferred back here. Hearing this, his mind raced. If he refused again, it would online make things more suspicious, and he couldn't keep this up forever. After weighing key pros and cons for a moment, Sia softly mentioned Princess Rubia Ike's southwestern camp and asked Adela if she had ever met her in the palace. Startled, she asked back why Princess was there. He tried to use excuse that she was very fond of him and his father to cover up his inner exhaustion. Without giving Adela a chance to ask further, Siha urged her to go greet her superior immediately if she wanted to work here. Without a moment's hesitation, she was overjoyed and quickly ran straight outside to do as he said. Her rapid footsteps pattered against the ground as she hurriedly left. Even though she had achieved her goal, Adela still felt that something was not quite right. It was so tren. Looking up at Lee be clear be blue sky under wee bright gleaming sunshine, she thought to herself that meeting Siha, as she had hoped, did not bring her any peace of mind. Back in Ike's tent, Sia still sat there an expressionless face. He truly was that annoying Siha. Filled with suspicion, Adela wondered if he was hiding something else from her again. Time flew by until late at night, when a carriage rolling along the road suddenly came to a halt. Lee B. Ren new tire tracks were still clearly imprinted on Lee Key brown earth. Sia warily stepped down from Lee carriage, dusted his BLC scarf, and sighed with relief that they had finally arrived. He was engrossed in thinking about Soliet's request for reinforcements, telling himself it was a get opportunity to clear his head, but before he could compose himself, he heard his name being called loudly. Solia hurried a beaming face, thanking him for coming, which prompted Sia to immediately interrupt her by reminding her they were classmates. This was unlike second time Solia had officially asked Fu his help since Y War. Lee previous time was when Lee enemy forces poured into Akron territory like a flood. On second thought, this was actually Lee's second time she had asked Fu help. Walking a bit further, he scanned his surroundings and was astonished to realize how peaceful everything was, completely contrary to what he had imagined. Sia asked in confusion what like problem was that required his presence, wondering if there was some sinister plot. Quite that he jokingly pointed himself pretending confidence, and teased that his work was just an excuse, and she had really called him because she missed him, right? Soliet 8's skin crawled upon hearing that. She looked at him with disgust and asked if he was sure he didn't mean it that way. She sighed helplessly at extreme narcissism, while he remained smug, believing he had Mike right to be so confident, which infuriated Soliet into interrupting him and calling him a terrible person. Without wasting any more time, she quickly pointed ahead and asked if he saw wee nodding soldiers. A guard was standing there, but he was clearly not alert. Folk the entire week, there had been no disturbances in this area, not just here, but Lipi entire Akron territory and surrounding regions were as silent as a tomb. Solia added that everywhere was quiet, even Lee Sword's territory, which surprised Sia, as that place had never known a moment of peace since EP War. She replied gravely that this unusual tranquility was a sign of impending danger lurking in Key War Zone. Solia then asked about Lee's situation in Castiga, making Sia worriedly wonder why Abaddon would suddenly stop fighting, and if there was a conspiracy behind it. This silence was clearly a prelude to a G-Ren plan. Perhaps he was preoccupied with E-Cube, and she nodded in agreement with that speculation. Currently we have confirmed the existence of 5 cube, of which Abaddon has already secured Lee cube of loose soul and E cube of emotions. As Foe radiant square cubes, I have handled both of them successfully. An only last cube remains, Lee cube of life, its miraculous ability to resurrect dead. He'd 8 highly probable that Abaddon has obtained 8, because according to original story, he originally possessed all a cube. Thinking of that, Sia became suspicious again. Was someone secretly hiding some Iki cubes? After all, they were connected to him, so he just take them. He jokingly asked Soli if Abaddon must be furious right now, wanting to capture and tear him apart. She replied sarcastically, ardently, realizing that now. Her eyes were filled with worry as she warned that Siha was E1 in EP most danger. If Abaddon was temporarily retreating to reorganize his troop, it was possible he was secretly gathering forces to launch a surprise attack on Castiga. Sia gave a strained smile to ease high tension and suggested they should start preparing immediately. He planned to send a request for reinforcements to Wike Royal Palace and enlist Ig help of Hantetsu. At this point his voice faltered with embarrassment, confessing that perhaps this time, he himself would have to be Iki one to send a Li-Ki request faux aid. Solia burst into hearty laughter and assured him that she would definitely always be by his side. Like same time, in the gloomy land of darkness. In a Wak cave, two figures were discussing their plan. Initially they intended to attack Arcanan territory, but now, quat E cube of Ki Sol and a total of 3 cubes in their possession, things had changed. The white-haired man gave order, we will launch a direct attack on Castiga. Sepia, standing hidden behind him, thought to herself, Count Tetsu ID truly a thorn in Sir Abaddonate side, a fatal weakness that awakens an inferiority complex difficult to overcome. Without those monstrous cubes, Abaddon would never catch up to him. Although a plan was already laid out, he still had some slight misgivings, then suddenly turned around and asked, to raise Castiga, I need someone familiar with terrain. So, Sepia, what did you think? She maintained her composure, quietly gathering information from every. He clapped his hands loudly and asked Fo his name directly, Hansayat. Turning to Sia, the young man remained as innocent as a fairy, completely unaware of key impending danger that his hiding spot had been revealed. Fo 2 years in hiding, although I didn't accomplish anything major, I kept a seagull UI on Sepia and didn't waste my days. I still secretly supported those who were once family in my own way. My main job ID to meticulously record every single move of that witch. She ID confident in her supreme sorceress abilities, so she doesn't bother to hide her movements, at least not from an outsider like me. Then to this, I could easily compile data in V-time, then piece everything together in my head to draw sharp conclusions. In Suit 80 hand, a detailed map was visible, revealing the diagram of Ki Empire 8 treacherous Mauteen region in the underground structure deep beneath earth. Here ETID. He mumbled to himself about Lee Prison 8 location, but before he could even collect himself, a cold voice echoed right beside his ear. ET8 right here, isn't he? Then to Sepia 8 guidance, Abaddon successfully found his way to very lair where we rats were hiding. He stood towering, looking at Siat with a sinister smile and an oorah, as terrifying as if he had stepped out of a horror movie. After a few seconds of assessing Lippy's situation, he finally spoke Duar. Suit raised an eyebrow, questioning Abaddon. ID that do. Turning to Waiki camp, Adela stood in the middle-eye courtyard, stretching refreshingly. It ain't true that living in Iki City ID is still better than this godforsaken place. She declared bluntly, I swear I will never set foot in this remote countryside again. As soon as she finished speaking, Adela's attention was drawn by Lee Saw of wings flapping above. She looked up and wondered, Stren, what ate that sow? A mighty eagle had appeared out of nowhere, its talons gripping a sealed scroll tightly. An eagle. E.T. looks just like Lee messenger birds from when I was in school. Before she could finish her thou, E-bird released its grip, causing Live scroll to fall straight down. Lee's Tren object landed right on Adela 8 head, making her shriek in pain. Adela rubbed her head, grumbling, if do want to send a letter, be gentle. And why am I receiving things all here anyway? He ate utterly ridiculous. Let 8 see who sent this. When she carefully examined Diki name on the E letter, her eyes widened in surprise. Investigator Hansiat, one who vanished without a trace after being expelled from Lee Academy. Why ID he sending me a letter now? Without further hesitation, Adela opened a. He must have a reason for sending a. Anyway. Inside was neat handwriting. To my dear assistant, time IDPC, so I can spare a moment for pleasantries. Be ready for an attack. She looked confused, wondering to herself, an attack? What kind? Lee letter also said that a enclosed item would be very useful, and finally, like closing words stated, never trust. This left Adela utterly bewildered. Don T trust him. What could that possibly mean? She continued to pull another sheet of paper tucked inside E envelope. Could this be what he intended to convey? As soon as she opened it, Adela froze once again. This idea hand-drawn mapy of a complex structure that could easily make someone get lot. Although a few places were still blank and incomplete, the guy entrance was clearly marked. What worried her most was like eerie inscription at plea bottom of leaky mape. How did that person get a blueprint of Liwaki sorcerer's base? A feeling of unease suddenly surged within her. She clutched the scroll, not understanding how it had fallen into her hands. At least now wasn't time, but... Inside Leaky House, Siha and Natali were chatting Quotio when suddenly a piercing scream echoed, startling entire group. All eyes turned to Adela, fun of questions. She asked back in surprise, Hansia, are you really here? Weren't Tidu about to have an audience with Emperor Marcel? He replied that he had just arrived and, more importantly, asked what was going on. She then held a like item in her hand and asked him to take a look. When they saw what Adela was holding, everyone eight eyes widened in astonishment. ID this a mapie of likey lands. Unbelievable. Where did do get such a detailed map? Faced with this question, she didn't know how to answer tactfully. Could she really reveal that she had received from Han Siha a T, who was already suspected of being an accomplice to Eek sorcerers? After some deliberation, Adela spoke up. I just got back from a Mycen and snuck into YP prison area to investigate on my own. This MEP ID result of what I extracted from Lee mouths of enemy soldiers while operating independently. She added anxiously, do see these empty spaces? I heard you two are struggling to pinpoint E coordinates of E prison area. I plan to use tracing Medici to fill in those gaps. Are you two willing to share information? Quote me. As soon as she finished speaking, Natalie quickly replied, all right. She continued, I'll explain everything to do in detail. As soon as they heard that, Waki air in Ike room seemed to freeze, becoming unusually stifling and hard to breathe. Before long then to Natalie aid analysis, everyone understood. If what do you say ID true, my detection Medici will help us trace Wake's whereabouts of Ike cube. No, I must go in person. Adela angrily yelled, why did you hide this vital matter from me? Siha interrupted, I was Gi one who instructed them not to say a quipsi to Dio. He continued, because this matter I deep extremely life-threatening. But she wouldn't listen. Don take me fo a fool. I am perfectly capable of understanding. Quit this method, we can ambush their base first. Sia firmly replied, this isn't something Do should get involved in. Adela argued back, but this ID my specialty. Do hit 8 because Do knew that all along, didn't he? Do hence Siha. If we have a chance to seize a E cube and send Abaddon to his death, we must see Yeet through to EKN. We can keep fighting meaningless battles like this. He stammered, unable to respond. When she cut him, P. Hansia, have Do counted how many lives have been let because of these sorcerers? Do know how many children have been orphaned? Do yourself once said that attacking Lee prison area first would increase our chances of victory. If 8 means ending Lie war, then refusing because Do worried about me ID what 8 truly absurd. Adela continued, if Do were in my shoes, Do would act exactly same. He thought to himself, she must hate sorcerers to an extreme degree. Perhaps that hatred had been deeply ingrained in her mind throughout her years at Wise Academy and her upbringing. Everything seemed inevitable. Evening original storyline. Whenever she encountered Abaddon, she would lose Teen Tran, so I never thought of stopping her. I can take away Adela 8 conviction, nor can I force her to stay. But this path ID too perilous. My NLI option ID to venture into that 100% mortality rate myself. Thinking this, Siha sighed and made a decision. I understand. If Do determined to go, then let 8 prepare together. Even if we exert ourselves to exhaustion, we must bring that mortality rate down to 99%. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Inside E tent, Adela handed a paper to Siha and said that it was leak infiltration plan that Natalie and she had stayed up all night to complete, prioritizing absolute safety to increase success rate. He took it and praised her. Well done. He continued, more importantly, Adela. I've also been thoroughly studying IP you gave me these past few days. Siha didn't hesitate to expose while I. Didn't draw this map yourself? I gave hate to Do, didn't I, Adela? She flinched and asked, how did Do know? He replied that handwriting was identical, so his ability to lie was as pathetic as a clown 8. Siha pointed to Mape and explained that if Hansi Wood were truly a key author, there would be a highly suspicious point. He was such a perfectionist that he would even measure leaky spacing of 3 flower pots in leaky hallway, yet this part was left unfinished. In Lee letter, he said Leaky Mape was not finished, but thinking back, Leaky letter was as abrupt as if someone had snatched Leak pen away while he was writing, and Ake handwriting was sloppy and illegible. Siha reasoned that if Lia Mape wasn't finished, he could have just delayed sending I letter by a day instead of writing 8 in such a rush. Adela nodded, agreeing that deduction sounded reasonable. He worried about what Hansi it could be going through while writing those lines. What kind of terrible disaster had he encountered after all? He laughed coldly, saying, I waited forever for you to wake up. Do sleep lie do re in a coma. Siha felt aching all air v and wondered if he had just beaten him up before dragging him to this private space. He looked down at his hands and then at his feet. It seemed he was still free to move. But this guy didn't he have such kindness? Siha suddenly realized everything he turned to that leaky, terrifying nightmares at Key Academy all this time were caused by his interference. Even Lie terrible Locke's power flowing through my veins was his handiwork. He braced himself and replied Quits labored breaths. Abaddon made no effort to hide it, admitting Deary smart. Meeting someone quit such high magical talent like do in Catabram ID truly my get fortune. He asked how it felt to realize that both your life and your power were in my hands, and Sued immediately cut him AP. He asked suspiciously and bluntly, do mean do want to seen tren me? Abaddon patted Sued on each shoulder and smiled, saying exact, if I hold reins, there are plenty of in TP rate 10 things to do. I could make do Nilo destroy yourself right here, but there ain't an even more fun gem. As a wise prophet, Why don't he do try to guess what ADID key? Hearing those words, he couldn't lie lower his head in helplessness. I have no idea. Seeing this, he laughed even more smugly. How truly pathetic, fu brain of your younger brother Hansiha. That 8 is easy as pie, just bring me Hansiha 8 head, and I will let Du and Sepia run away far and wide. Whether Dio want to lie as hermits on a Mautino return to take revenge on Leaky family, I diki up to Dio. After making these provocative demands, Abaddon waited patiently. I promise I won't interfere any further. Isn't this a great deal? He looked up at him with a look of disdain. Du are lying and have no intention of keeping your cook at all. He laughed loudly. Can Du really see future Quitmadiich? No wonder people always say never to lie in front of a fortune teller. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand lunged forward at lightning speed. See it used all his might to tighten his grip on Abaddon's throat, catching him a P-guard. Just as Du said, I have foreseen Lee future. That child will destroy Du and then Kivu me too, that IDEEN of this war. He still dismissed Inqua contempt nonsense. Dio know better than anyone that not every quis Du spew becomes reality. Abaddon then tapped his finger on Suit 8 head, making him jolt. In Lee P blink of an eye, his head spun as if his life force had been drained. What Ike hell was this feeling? Seatlak Keat and Trenon collapsed to Lee ground, his eyes glazing in V and becoming expressionless. In his last moment of clarity, he still tried to resist. No, if I lose consciousness, Eat will be dangerous. Even so, he could do nothing but let his hands hang limp in midair before fading away. This ID truly unacceptable. Sometime later at windy and dusty Castiga barracks, Zik checked stack of reports. Reinforcements have pretty much fully assembled. Hearing this, Siha looked around and asked, are Du serious? That ate much faster than I expected. Could it be because Princess Rubia lent a hand? For a moment, he felt a bit bewildered, but do we really need this many people? On a key opposite side, an entire army was marching in terrifying numbers, and in Lee far distance, it seemed Lee crowd was still growing. Desperate screams echoed, we redoomed. We've been ambushed. Sia stood slack-jawed thinking to himself, what leak hell ID this? Even though we planned carefully, everything ID happening too suddenly. Damn Eat, what are they? White enemy rushed in like a raging torrent. Who said war ID just a numbers game? No matter how much military force we mobilize, it ain't incredibly hard to match this army of lock mages who care nothing for their own lives. Even more terrifying was the incredible speed of those soldiers. One of them charged forward and dispatched an opponent in an instant. In bleepy blink of an eye, Castiga turned into a living slaughter. It had been 2 years since war broke all, and I thought I had become desensitized to bloody sights, yet I had never seen a scene so horrifying. Siat 8 face was pale panic. Why did they deploy such a terrifying force? If Lee power gap ID this massive, no matter how much we prepare, tate in vain. What can I do to turn this around? Noticing that he was starting to lose scene, Tran Adela quickly shouted, hey, snap-o of eat Shiha. She rushed straight toward him, grabbing his collar tightly, which snapped his mind back to reality. Adela tried to reassure him, focus. If we let this place fall, Castig ID finished. Du our luck leader after all, so Du must keep a cun head. Those words seemed to revitalize she. Adela was absolutely right. Now was not lie time to sit around trembling. She explained, I've observed closely. Lee enemy gate rear formation looks quite stren, arranged as if they are shielding an extremely important figure. Shiha quickly asked, shielding an important figure. Danti tell me. After considering Eat Fo a moment, he blurted, oh, Abaddon himself has taken Lee field. Adela continued, Eat ID highly likely, and if he'd aid him, one and lie way of this mess IDT. If this theory was correct, he had a bold idea to push them back, a direct attack on Leak 1 they were protecting. Carve a bloody path through enemy lines, as they still had a trump CBC. If they could do that, the tide of battle would surely turn completely. Even though they had an idea, execution remained a difficult problem. Quite such a massive power gap, how could they break through? Basin interrupted their eye deep and lie one way. Having no other choice, Shiha held him and ordered Basin use that move. He continued reverse XQ that channels all of light Tamer 8 Medich into like a magical beast, causing its energy to explode to an unimaginable V. Due to its extremely dangerous side effects, Eat had never been used since he acquired Eat. I understand. Basin in this life and death battle, their ID key unlie one thing to remember. Shiha emphasized, aim directly at Abaddon. We just need to take that old man down. Them then displayed a notification, reverse Q activate. Transferring 50 of Lee Caster 8 mana to Basin. He closed his eyes, his face contorting as he struggled to endure. Even though his mana was depleted and he had to absorb external energy, sacrificing half of his powerful Basin sounded crazy, but Key and Lai one who could maximize Iki efficiency of that ma. Now was Basin red gen. Witnessing this, Basin looked visibly worried and asked, hey Shiha, are you sure? Shiha smirked in response. This IDP in order. Do as I say. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek and fell straight onto Basin 8 nose. Basin hesitated no longer. He accepted, all right. Key moment he spoke, his giant wings slowly spread a beak. Li's shadow cast on ground grew larger along Quidid, and a majestic, powerful roar echoed. After transforming back to its original form, he gently landed right next to Siha. Adela exclaimed in surprise that Basin had grown incredibly fast, to which he calmly replied that it was a Li Regine after all. Taking advantage of the moment enemy was still dazed, Basin immediately flapped its wings, soared straight up, and flew far away. Li crowd looked up in wonder at that massive shadow, shouting in unison, "Look everyone." Looking closer, they were shocked to realize it was Basin. Wait, if EDID a red Li Regine, does that mean 8 belongs to Hen Siha? Sia opened his mouth and breathed off sparks as a warm greeting. Kilo-ranking soldiers were incinerated amid pathetic cries for mercy as Basin wiped a Li enemy formation with a fiery breath. Sia was not idle either. He waved his wand, leaving enemies injured or frozen in sheer terror. Like enemy forces were wiped all in an instant. Great, E-Path ID now clear. He spoke while looking back at Leaky approaching figure. It was time to bring their strategic Trump CPC on a key field. Li person who appeared was none other than Tessu. Cast a freezing gaze straight at Abaddon without Li's slightest hesitation. "Greetings, father." Drained of mana, Sia gasped for breath, his head spinning from Li's side effects of Li backlash. He was truly depleted. What worried him most was Iki's sudden appearance of key villain. "I cannot believe Abaddon personally came here. But we still have our Trump TC, notorious Bloodroll Archmage Tessu, who solemnly called all key name of cup opponent he had not seen in a long time." He smirked and replied, "It has indeed been a long time. Counting from Likey day I was kicked all of Likey Empire, hasn't it?" Tessu 8 face darkened as he said, "Than to Y power of E cube, do have grown much stronger. Had I known this, I would have eliminated a future threat Li Do years ago. Seeing Do trample a B land I protect, did Do come here to finish me a P?" Abaddon smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I have no interest in your life or your land." Just as he was about to ask further, Abaddon cut him P immediately saying, "I need a specific person." All this time, Abaddon 8 eyes had remained fixed on C-Head 8 position. He casually demanded, "Hand V your son." His words left Tessu shocked, exclaiming, "How does this bastard know my son 8 identity?" He wondered if he had brought his fun force here just to capture Sia, to which Abaddon sneered, "So Blood Earl also has a fatal weakness in his children, huh? Would I D your choice, then?" Without needing to think long, Tessu gritted his teeth and replied, "Just state the purpose of your threat directly." A mana sphere gradually took shape in his hand as a challenge, warning him not to expect to take his son easily. Energy from Li's sphere erupted violently, casting a blinding lie across the entire area. Then, Tessu swung his hand and launched a direct attack at Abaddon. A world-shaking explosion created a towering pillar of smoke that terrified everyone. Having prepared himself, he was unharmed by the strike. "Tessu, do have grown far too weak. Your spirit ID no longer what he used to be." Abaddon glanced at Ruin's quit disdain, truly disappointed. Meaningless provocations, Tetsu swung his sword and charged, "Stop your nonsense and taste these infinite arrows." As soon as command was given, tens of thousands of arrows from formation simultaneously tore through air, heading straight for Abaddon. Without bothering to dodge, he stood his ground and sneered, "What kind of crude Madi Chai D this? Lie a child 8 gem." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a green energy bee glocking attack. "This thing ID truly trash before me." Tetsu stared in 6E at Li Piscine. "What ID that green square BLPC?" Li dazzling Li made him squint. "If I can extract Li surging mana from within, there might still be a chance to survive." Abaddon Ra suddenly turned violent. He growled, "Today, I will reclaim debt from years past and finish due count." Suddenly long winding tree roots unexpectedly sprouted profusely. They swiftly coiled tightly around their targets and dragged them away in a fillet. Tetsu wondered in alarm why tree roots were growing so abnormally. "I must cut them immediately." But he quickly realized his powerlessness. Damn neat physical attacks are completely useless against these roots. Clutching the hilt of his sword, he thought to himself, "There ain't no other way." Tetsu plunged his sword into Li ground, forming a Medici circle. "I must erect a barrier to purify these damn toxins. Before, I would never have chosen to risk my life by expending all my mana like this. But because my son Siha, ID currently weak, I have no other choice. This ID an unlie way to protect Li boy and everyone else. Just a little more effort, and it will be fi." Grotesque voice echoed again, seeing Do struggle so hard. "I truly feel uneasy, Hintetsu. Why exert yourself drawing a Medici circle just to protect one behind you, when he ID no longer your son?" Hearing those words, he flinched and spun around. What in Gi world ID this? Behind him, it was empty. Sia had vanished without him knowing when. From leaky hand of that fallen warrior 8 corpse, a ghostly red string suddenly appeared. Tetsu sprang up in a panic, his eyes darting around in ST. Where on earth has Siha gone? Looking through fading barrier, he froze when he saw Li boy nestled in Abaddon 8 arms. "I forgot to tell you that my illusion Ma Deech has reached a transcendent LV. What a pity you've wasted all your mana." He declared triumphantly, "I'll be taking this child, if do don't mind. This victory ID definitely mine." Tetsu at face was now ashen. as if no blood flowed through his body. His body collapsed, and a large section of protective barrier was torn ubi and ut. A moment after brutal battle ended, hurried footsteps were heard approaching from outside. Lihan burst in, panting and pulling back curtain. ID everyone inside safe. When replied from inside Lihan, Du arrived really fast. Lihan immediately asked anxiously. I flew here as soon as I heard Lipi news. What on earth happened? He recounted anxiously. Hensia has been taken by Abaddon. Lihan cried in horror. What? When continued choked up, his father tried to stop him, but everything happened too quickly. Leaky old woman sensed an ill omen at Leaky last minute and risked her life by charging straight toward Abaddon. Natali was about to say something more, but in key and Hen also vanished along with Siha. After hearing P-Fun's story, Lihan wondered if Hen had mobilized an entire battalion to Castiga just to capture Siha. It must be because of Ike Cube. They knew very well that Siha had formed a contract quit remaining 2 cubes. When replied given the current situation, your reasoning ID quite sharp. If Li take 8 IDP cube Siha holds, there ain't a high probability Hen ID keeping him in Li dungeon area. Amidst I buzzing room, Hio could not hide her fear of whether not Siha would be willing to give up that item. On a verge of tears she asserted, Li person I know will hold on to Eat tightly, no matter how much Abaddon tortures him, he will never surrender Eat. After a moment of vulnerability, she regained her resolve. Let 8 go see him. Even though Li ID incomplete, let 8 move forward. I don't know if my prophetic intuition will be useful, but Eat 8 better than nothing. Lihan stopped her. Calm down Junhyo. I don't lie this, we don't know what traps are in there. Do you intend to rush and quit and lie that tattered may p? T-date far too reckless. Suddenly someone interrupted. In that case let me go. Everyone turned to look in SBC. It was Adela. She stood there with a determined gaze. I will be Iki one to clear path, but I need backup in case something goes wrong. All of you stay seagull behind me and move step by step. Adele if anything changes, I'll let Du know. Don T try to follow me. Lihan quickly tried to soothe her. Adela calm down. He explained I understand you re anxious to Xihan Shiha, but we can't act quite a hat head right now. Abaddon on TQ Shia yet because keeping him as a hostage IDP more beneficial to him. He added, we still have time. Adela her eyes rimmed red asked, do claim he hasn't done anything yet. Then do dare bet your life on that promise. Are you sure that Madman Abaddon and behave erratically? Lihan stammered Adela. Her lips were bitten so tight they bled, and tears streamed down her face. Regardless of whether Du or anyone else tries to see top me, I must go. Adela held firmly to her position. She had to rescue Hin Shiha at all costs. At the same time, in a vefi vei how, Shia lay motionless due to mana exhaustion. A sat while later, he gradually regained consciousness, his eyes narrowing as he looked around dim surroundings. He was astonished, not understanding what had just happened. Where exactly ID'd this place? Shia wondered to himself so, data v how. Just as he thought this, he clutched his head, which felt Yate was being struck by a hammer. Why am I lying here lie this? Surprisingly, several fragmented memories began to rush back into his mind. That ain't right, I was captured by Abaddon. That bastard could have finished me Papi then and there, but he chose to take me alive. He must be desperate to find Lai remaining cube. However, to lock an intruder in a V-how without even bothering to tie them up securely IDT because this place, ID so fortified that escape ID impossible. She has struggled to find an escape route, but Like's sealed room made him lose his sense of direction. Perhaps I am right in E-key middle of E-key mage's base, in leak restricted area. His VXN blurred as he thought, I spent years looking for this place, yet I ended up here in such an unexpected way. ID this abasement, my head ID spinning. Everyone must have been in a panic when I disappeared. As for why others, I don't know whether they read dead or alive. I am safe for now because I still have utility, but on that battlefield, anything could happen. While many might have gotten lot in absurd thoughts, Saya reassured himself, come on, stop thinking nonsense, like he top priority now ID to survive and escape from here. Suddenly, a faint moan startled him and made him see top. That sound was unmistakable. He immediately called loudly, Boxin are Du okay? Axie had gently picked Eat up and held Eat in his arms. Could Eat be that Du were also dragged here quit me, just because of my ridiculous command to capture Abaddon at all costs? He blamed Eat quit a heavy heart Boxin Du fool. Du should have run away immediately. That person ID not someone Du can fight against. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately tore a piece of fabric from his sleeve. Damn Eat. He then wrapped Eat around Boxin, who was still unconscious. Li wound ID key much deeper than I thought. Xia used his depleted mana to try and staunch its wound. There must be some way to use my DH to heal ET. However, immediately after that, Liam DH vanished without a trace. He was so stunned he couldn't believe Eat, thinking to himself, Mdh, Eat stopped midway. Why? Could 8 be that mana ID being sealed in this S-trend space? Before Xia could understand what was happening, Vaccinate eyes suddenly flew Ubanj. Despite its body fun of injuries, Eat still softly lunged forward to shield him like a true warrior. From outside Iki door was being pushed Ebe. He asked worriedly Baksin what ate wrong. A voice rang all, what an rate teen sight. Abaddon entered clapping his hands smiling and praising. A blood-soaked men XT and its tamer embracing Eat as if Eat were a treasure. Truly a sight worth beholding. Before Exia could re-key, Baksin lunged straight at Abaddon to restrain him. Seeing that his face turned pale, and he called aloudly Boss Sin. But Eat was too late, there was no more time. In his eyes his pupils flashed a cold bloodthirsty color. This truly Idika variant rate teen men XT. Without hesitation, he swung his leg and delivered a devastating kick to Baksin. Its body was sent flying and crashed hard onto Y ground. He cursed under his breath. I didn't expect Eat to be so stubborn, still not giving up. Abaddon added I spared dew before because dew are a rare species, but Eat seems killing dew from Li P start would have been much better. At the exact moment he intended to deliver Li finishing blow, a voice suddenly stopped him. Dew. Saiha glared at him angrily and cursed, Dew bastard. He grabbed Abaddon Eight's collar and growled, what are Dew doing? Seeing Siha lose Sin and Trun Lai that, he became even more pleased. A mere insect Lai Dew dares to act so presumptuously. Having said that, he swung his arm back, forming an extremely powerful punch. In just an instant, he was sent flying miserably, without being able to resist even a little bit. Lying on Li's shattered ground, Saya lay motionless, covered in various injuries. Abaddon thought contemptuously that damn creature and its master too. Truly those who rush headlong into death without knowing their place. Abaddon gritted his teeth, fun of resentment. Perhaps Dew were raised too well, hair of Lai Castiga family. Outside more Archmages entered. He said coldly, Dew have seriously misunderstood key situation. He curled his lip into a sneer, looked at Siha, and mumbled, this one. Seeing Siha barely breathing, he ordered, tie him up Fo Me. Outside Adela 8 squad began to deploy their action plan. Lihan followed closely, quit an anxious look. Adela do look exhausted. Dew haven't slept Fo 2 nights, are Dew sure Dew can hold up? She replied that she didn't know Han Siha 8 fate so she couldn't sleep. However, journey on horseback Vikati past few days had indeed been very arduous. Looking up, Li group had reached their destination according to the map, finally arriving at Uthrae's Mound. Li entrance to Clock region. Adela looked around and spoke, this ID spot, through detection Madi, I feel a trace of Han Siha nearby. Hio noticed a small but trend detail. This was a desolate path rarely visited, impossible to find without a map, yet that stone had clearly been moved. Lihan continued, then that must be entrance. Let me use Medi Chichu Minich eat food to you. After a moment Li obstacle was cleared, and Adela nimbly stepped forward, let me lead Bloke way. Her next words made entire Tim freeze, I know everyone thinks this plan ID crazy but, regardless Adela gave a grateful smile, Than Dufo standing by my side, everyone just maintain your S-pit positions behind me. Deeper they went, denser Pierre became, he ate so awfully, once we finish these stairs, things will look brighter. After trudging Fo a while, Adela finally saw a flickering torch. We just went from Likey first basement down to Likey second, a bit of lie really helps. She told herself that Leaky area was not yet aware of any intruders, she needed to conceal her presence to rescue Hensia safely. Suddenly several figures appeared blocking way. Adela quickly hid behind a wall and listened to like sow of footsteps. One of them spoke, I heard Lee Castica hair was captured. Another replied, do mean that Hensia guy. Eavesdropping on this valuable information, Adela rejoiced inwardly that it seems he ate being held in ET 5th basement. They continued to gossip really. That pampered young master ID locked up here. He must be begging piteously right now. Adela thought to herself that rumors about Hansia had already spread throughout Lakey area. Even Lee Small Fry were talking excitedly. Ikey Mage kept hurling insults. They all surely torture him brutally. If he ate really from a Key Castica family, they all hate him immensely. He might have been beaten until he ate barely breathing. Adela ate blood boiled as she heard eat, but she tried to remain patient those bastards. But at least Eat ate lucky he ate alive. She carefully observed Live's situation, and she hadn't found an opening to strike yet. Without overthinking, Adela made a quick decision. Eat ate simple. I'll just send them all to Key Afterlife to settle things quietly. She whispered, be quiet. Although Like Saw was very faint, Lee Key Mages still managed to hear Eat and asked each other, did you guys hear anything? While they were still staring at each other in confusion, Adela swung her sword and lunged off from behind. I didn't hear a thing. Before words were even finished, their eyes widened in absolute terror. Eat was already too late. An explosion rang off, followed by thick dust and flying debris. After wide groans of mages, Lie's space fell silent again as if nothing had happened. Adela brushed the dust and calculated done. If they re-hidden this well, no one will ever hear us scream. Lee path was clear. She would head straight down and wait Fo E group above to catch up. Despite not knowing what dangers awaited ahead, she pressed on resolutely 5th basement. I am coming to send you guys to meet your ancestors. Back at Lee entrance, like rest of Ikey group was still standing there waiting for a response. Sensing an ill omen, Lihan spoke up, I hear noises below. Let it go. Hio quickly stopped him. Wait, lie hand, don't rush. She lowered her head and said, I can't sense anything anymore. He asked curiously, sense what? She explained that the mdcha flux from Hansiha and Patson was still palpable before Adela entered, but now hate had suddenly vanished completely. She urged them urgently, something ain't wrong. We must immediately tell Adela that proceeding IDK extremely dangerous and she needs to retreat at once. Kwon responded, I'll send a signal through Waiki Medici channel right away. Through Medici transmission, Adela received. Although she couldn't sense them, she had already set foot on E's second basement LV. He was astonished. What, that fast? Everyone unanimously tried to dissuade her. I understand that turning back now ID frustrating, but a sudden disappearance of Medici flux indicates something sinister below Adela, Peely's top. Hearing this, Adela mused, I understand, but withdrawing now would be too late. She explained, those Akmages whispered to me that Hansiha ID on a P5th floor. She added, if I were to give up because of a few vague worries, I wouldn't have come all this way. Kwon asked in confusion, what did you say, Adela? Wait a minute. Before he could finish his sentence, Adela disconnected. I'll go ahead and wait fo do all. Kwon cried in panic, Adela. In Likey basement she continued to press on tirelessly, yet now he'd ate just a matter of getting there. Adela told herself there ain't no turning back now. After walking a set distance further, a completely unfamiliar space, this was Guy's deep underground area. The deeper she went, the more she felt something was up. Such a spacious area was unusually quiet, and not a single guard was in sight. Just as she thought that, Adela encountered a large door exuding a demonic aura. I've reached the 5th floor without being stopped, but from now on, I need to be more careful. A door. There was no time for hesitation. She wanted to see Siha immediately, so she pushed lobby door Hobi and rushed into St. Hansiha must be somewhere around here. But Adela had no idea that she had been exposed. Peely, just be alive. From above, Abaddon stood looking down with a smile of pure delight. After observing Fo a while, he finally spoke, I've been waiting Fo Diu. Diu arrived sooner than I expected. A sudden voice startled her. Well, what was that? There was no mistaking it. Quit that raw. Adela immediately recognized. This dense Medici, E.T. at Abaddon. He stroked his chin while scrutinizing her. Your reputation as the Academy 8 genius truly precedes Du. I am quite surprised Du arrived sooner than anticipated. She questioned herself, what ate quit that casual attitude. Don T tell me he intentionally let me through. He never intended to stop me, why? Seeing her silence, Abaddon laughed aloud. Looking at your face, I know exactly what Du rethinking. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed to Wipey side. Look a V there. As soon as she saw up he seen before her quit her own eyes, Adela froze in place, her eyes wide open. Through leapy glass she finally saw Siha, his body bound tightly in a sealed room. He was one imprisoned inside. His face was covered in bruises. Siha. Without a moment's hesitation, Adela threw herself forward with all her might. She frantically pounded on the barrier repeatedly, but it remained completely unaffected. Sitting inside, Siha also heard loud pounding, but he couldn't believe it was real. What? That's so. What ain't wrong quote my mind. How could anyone possibly come all the way down here? He thought doubtfully, why ID eat so noisy there? Suddenly Abaddon stepped forward. I am having an NTP rate teen appointment, so I am a bit late. He pushed Siha 8 head down and said, what did you think of my new magical torture chamber? He tried to resist screaming. Seeing this, Abaddon laughed and cut him a pee. It seems Do still have enough strength to cause trouble, Don T do. But let me give Do a warning first. Abaddon reached all his hand to point and explain that while it ain't hard to see all from here, everything inside ID crystal clear from plek outside it 80 perfect setup for a visiting guest to watch Blacetto, Dury putting on. After speaking he asked, Don't see any tigers around. Sia replied, who cares about guests at a time like this? And lie then did he finally come clean. Exactly Adela has been searching everywhere food. Hearing this Sia flinched, his face turning pale. He turned a lie noise he heard wasn't an illusion. After a moment of silence, Sia smirked. Hey, I am enough on my own. Why drag Adela into this? Do you really think using that trick will make me hand NVI cube immediately? He curled his lip in challenge. Do truly delusional. A cube ID already linked. Weak remaining 2 pieces will never fall into your hands unless I give weak whoops. Hey, Dante think Do can threaten me by using Adela as a shield. No matter what tricks Do fi, Ion and T utter a single quiz. Want me to take a guess? Abaddon Do retrapped in this mess now, because Du'll never lay a finger on my cube as long as Du lie. Upon hearing those words, Abaddon didn't get angry. Instead, he burst into fits of hysterical laughter as if he had gone mad. He leaned in Sikelu and asked, Do keep rambling on. It ain't exhausting to listen to. ID that what do call a provocation. Siha interrupted, how can someone caught in a trap talk so big? He shot back, I am in a trap. A sinister glint flashed in Abaddon 8 eyes. I have something to ask. Why are Du so certain that I am going to threaten Du? It turned out he intended to use Adela as a hostage to pressure him. After all, what could be simpler than just snatching like girl? He gave a harsh laugh. What? Abaddon continued to eat a pity really. Sooner or later, that girl will have to reveal where E-Cube ID hidden. Because she would never stand by and watch Du suffer. She loves Du ED point of blindness. 8 truly pathetic. Sia thought to himself, I thought distracting him would keep Adela safe, but I completely forgot that Abaddon IDE World 8 biggest bastard. To force his hand, Abaddon began to torture him, his screams of pain echoing throughout Lee's sealed room. Adela's heart was racing with anxiety, sweat pouring upon her as she incessantly called Sia 8 name. Using his overwhelming, he unleashed like most brutal torture techniques. She rushed her feet in a panic, and then lied to see Sia collapse, his body looking as if 8 were about to crumble right before her eyes. She screamed, Sia, wake up. Adela shouted, just wait a little longer, I am coming. But no matter how much she cried, her voice could not reach his ears. Feeling helpless, she wondered, I've struggled all the way here, IDT possible that I can do anything, blocked by this damn barrier. No, I can believe I am this powerless. Abaddon didn't stop for a moment, standing there quietly watching. A fate where those who check a sea and are limuths to a flame, regardless of what others might call eat. Adela growled enhancement. Clenching her fists with determination, she vowed, I will never abandon Du. Once the enhancement was complete, Adela shot forward like an arrow. She channeled all her strength and slammed into Lee barrier, desperate to shatter Eid and rescue Siha. Lai saw violent collisions rango incessantly. Yet despite her bruised and battered limbs, Lai results were bleak. Eid ain't no use. If this continues, my bones will shatter. Anenlai then did Abaddon walk a V and scoff. That barrier will never break from such paltry force. However, your spirit ID truly commendable. I shall grant Du my praise. She gasped as Abaddon continued to press on her pain. I still find Du incredibly foolish for rejecting such an attractive offer right from Leek's start. He eagerly proposed a way for Adela to see Sia, disclose a hiding place of E-Cube, and I promised to grant Du both away A highly human offer, wouldn't he Do say? Her eyes darkened with suspicion. I diki kusi of someone lie Du worth even a single cent of trust. Abaddon smirked cunningly. If Du are still hesitating, let me lend Du a hand. Quit those words, he snapped his fingers with powerful force. Like white image faded away and he sneered, look closely, if Du keep hesitating, see what a heavy price Siha will have to pay. Siha was slumped to V. Although his eyes were tightly closed, he could still vaguely feel a gentle touch on his face. A warm spread. Could this cruel magical torture finally be coming to an end? Voice calling a hand Sia echoed in his ears. He jolted awake from his stupor, catching a glimpse of a familiar figure, and this voice sounded incredibly dear to him. Realizing it was Adela, Sia gasped in disbelief. ID heat really do. She leaned in and whispered, and Siha, Du can move now? Everyone ID waiting for us all there. If we stand together, we can turn key tables on Abaddon just lie we always do. Adela sobbed, tears streaming down her face, so lie, just give him Lee B-Cube, okay? Saying this, her hands slowly let their firm resolve. Sia hung his head, his mind churning lie a storm. Then he suddenly cried, we can do that. He looked up at her determination, Don to listen to that bastard. No matter what we choose, he own spare my life anyway. This ID in order, Du must run. Adela naturally ignored his words and smiled bitterly. Why are Du being so selfish? I don't care about any cube. I am already in utter despair. From her bosom, Adela pulled a glowing Ginwan and cube, choking back tears. Abaddon will surely strike even if he gets this, but I can unlie hope he will see Du mercy. I am so I don't care if this world survives or perishes. To me, Du are ol' P most precious cube. Sia sat there helplessly. I gave 8 to her just in case. Adela held the object toward Abaddon. This ID what do you desire? Unenly I know where ye p other one ID. Release Sia, and then I will tell Du. Watching him take Lee treasure, she pressed him further now, keep your promise. As soon as she finished speaking, he went back on his quicks instantly. What a pity. One IDP not enough. Adela was stunned. What? Abaddon sneered, I need both. Du are hiding one, aren't Du? Trying to Fifi Lee Jim coot me. She retorted, what nonsense are Du talking? I am handing this right Vive to Dio. Before Adela could he unleashed a magical attack straight at Siha. This IDB fine not a lesson for your stubbornness. Already physically exhausted, he now had to endure an excruciating, heart-wrenching pain once again. Sia screamed in agony to no avail, but Abaddon still would not let up. Handy Vike other one, quickly. Witnessing that horrific scene, Adela screamed in sheer panic, and Siha. After painful beat, Siha still gritted his teeth and remained silent. Suddenly, he felt that life was just so unfair. I am not a noble hero, Lily Han. I only wanted this trashy novel world not to fall apart. After struggling so hard to survive up to this point, must I still lose my life? No, even if it ain't just of sheer resentment, I refuse to accept this. Just as he thought of that, C8 body suddenly radiated a brilliant glow of energy. That ain't right, there ain't no way I let my life end in such a ridiculous way. There must still be monsters and a bunch of vaccines underground. What if I try using a wide-range taming XQ? He ain't unclear if this plan will succeed, But Du decided to go all law, boldly declaring to all Kimenix T brothers, I am your Tamer, your emperor. P pack of wild wolves outside immediately caught his signal, this IDP savior god their true master. Lai army of disciples being subdued grows larger by day Lai a surging tide so P Lai, come to our rescue quickly. In EP next moment, ceiling suddenly shook violently, water dripped and spread unevenly throughout every nook and cranny. Through Li narrow gaps, thousands of headlights from blazing eyes stared down. Abaddon shouted, why did Lai's ceiling suddenly act up like this? Before he could even grasp Li's situation, crazed wolves charged forward Lai arrows. On the other side Adela, caught her mouth agape, wondered, this ID truly absurd, where did 1,000 kobolds come from, emerging from Li ground? They swarmed Abaddon rendering him immobile. He roared frantically, what kind of freaks are you? Seizing gun opportunity, she quickly ran to Sia laughing heartily. Sia, what ate your head made of to be subduing monsters in such a cry TC moment? Panting he replied just waking up leaky sleepy heads around here easy as pie believe eat. She helped him up and urged him to run, enough chit-chat, let 8 hurry and excite our lives first. I'll do. Suddenly remembering something he slammed on brakes and said wait Adela, where did my little basin go? But before he could look for him, Basin appeared then to Lee recent summoning. He breathed a sigh of relief, then goodness he ate awake. I was afraid this taming spell would accidentally release that troublesome Abaddon. She exclaimed joyfully Basin, I am glad do safe. I feel a bit embarrassed to ask right away, but that stubborn barrier, we couldn't budge do have a way to blow it away. This trivial task was nothing fo young Ki Jian. A slight puff of flame from him would instantly vaporize that sturdy door. Seeing that two of them cheered wonderful, we exit ID right before us. Let 8 run this way. Taking each wary step he muttered, at least we bought a get amount of time. Now we just need to climb straight up. Lucky same time, countless Madicha rays suddenly lit up, dyeing Lake Path a deep red. He suddenly stopped glancing around. Then he wondered, wait a minute, where did these unfinished Madicha circles come from? His friend guessed probably teammates roughly drew them when they were exploring down here. These destructive formations they must have cleared off path by breaking out barrier first. 8 so thoughtful, warms my heart. He smiled wryly, truly trend to feel touched on a battlefield this chaotic. She muttered measuring remaining energy. Seems they are nearby. Did we just pass each other without knowing? He concluded if our allies are lurking somewhere nearby, quickly signal them and call them V. She asked blankly why suddenly contact them. We'll run into each other when we go upstairs anyway. He explained softly as I was climbing IP stairs, I've been thinking 8 through. Abaddon ID currently being held back. Even if 8 and LIFO a few fleeting moments, this idea once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy key soul of that monstrous machine. As Du said Adela, too many people have been removed from this earth because of this meaningless war. We have to go all in to so, let A turn back to ID 5th basement LVE. Foop's sake of Ike innocent lives lot, I must collie this decisive hand. Seeing him intend to recklessly turn back, she cried all in alarm, are Du crazy? Don T do know we almost died just now. He replied nonchalantly I know. My body still aches all, V. She was even more speechless, knowing that, and Diori still heading back into that cauldron. But he didn't rush to explain, just gave her a warm smile, and a moment later whispered Du'll understand. If we want to clean up this mess, Li En Lai Wei ID to smash Light Machine 8 brain. According to original story, even mighty youth wouldn't stand a chance against Abaddon in a direct confrontation. Preparing yourself thoroughly and then wanting to fight him head on ID Lai offering yourself up faux sacrifice. Therefore to turn tide, there 8 in Lai 1 move left. After weighing pros and cons, Du decided to act before villain gathers all Akimadij cubes, destroying IP machine ID Lai key to ultimate victory. If this ID key last chance, then why not settle decisively? Through wide-linked channel, Shiha recounted a P plan to everyone. Quan exclaimed in surprise, wait, we just struggled to break through wide lower floor to get here, and now Du retelling us to go back down. Lai Heng continued, I understand what Du mean but, he inquired ID Hen Shiha okay now. Adela replied, what, I am doing my best using medicine to revive Hen Shiha 8 body. Seymour sighed, I should have realized this myself. Shiha said helplessly, Seymour, she gave this to Du, eat 8 Lai last bottle. From Licky other side, Salaya spoke up are Du 2 really planning to go down to Li 5th basement? We've already made it to Iki Sri Fei, so what do we do now? He took Lucky last sip of IT potion and replied as fo that. Shiha continued, keep going up according to Leaky plan, I want Jun Hyo to go down Kudadela and me. The statement surprised Adela, who asked in confusion why Jun Hyo. He explained she at Penin Lai one who can access Kimana veins and neutralize E-cube, like Rester get at Medich combat, so they will follow Aki other tactic. She replied not sounding surprised, okay, I expected as much. Seymour asked in amazement another prophecy. Hyo replied no this time he'd 8 intuition. Quite that attitude and felt Lai he was about to explode honestly, how could anyone be so relaxed right now? Suddenly a voice called ah hey Hen Shia. Du turned around and replied, yeah, I am here. Go ahead, Lai Han. Lai Han 8 Voy was fun of sincerity and seriousness, then Du Fo deciding to see top Abaddon at all costs. He smiled encouragingly, get luck to Dio. Ziha didn't respond immediately but silently listened. Let 8 see each other again while we re still alive, he replied, yeah, Dio too. Heading back down, everything was still eerily quiet. Adela said, before Junhyo catches up, ET 8 best we find low location of leaky machine 8 heart. Ziha agreed, yeah, but what should we do? Kier feels different than usual, even though this isn't T where Abaddon ID key. She paused and then continued, indeed, I also feel a chill down my spine. Why ID that? Not far away, a figure was slowly approaching. Hen Ziha, Avi, there ate someone. Looking closely once more, both were surprised and exclaimed, eat 8, Inspector Hen Ziha. Ziha wondered to himself, why ID he here? Something isn't he right? He observed everything and remarked, his appearance ID very neat from head to toe. His gaze ID perfect. He smiled and struck up a conversation. We meet here again. Do you thought of yourself? ET8 definitely Heng Ziad I remember, but what ID this uncomfortable feeling? Xi continued thinking back, and T8 always been this way. Do you Rian and Lai get it scurrying away Lai a little mouse? Kimorxa listened. Li P more bewildered he became even Li T voice sounded trend but he didn't tease top. Do you always return as if to school a P? Xide asked why. Even though we make P same mistakes, everything I deek overlooked just because of E name Castigo. ET8 a shame that tolerance isn't Tifo a wretch lie me. Adela interrupted in confusion. Why are Du suddenly saying that? Du were on our side, Du even gave me E-Mape. Suddenly, Xixia rushed to be able to see her path eat was indeed Hansiha and he warned her quietly, Adela, see top right there. Staring straight ahead he said, hey, I think we shouldn't be foolish enough to go near there. Taken aback she asked, what do Du mean? Xiha explained that ID not a key Heng Si we used to know. I done know what happened, but, given this desperate situation, it seems the ID being manipulated by Abaddon. Adela quickly asked in return, Xiu didn't care about those theories at all. His hand slid deep into his collar. If Duva backed down in fear, it a real shame. Et has been NV 10 years after all. Right after that, he drew his wand and launched a surprise attack. I have been waiting anxiously for this day. Sensing an ill omen, Adela dead eyes widened in horror. She quickly shoved Sihar aside and shouted, Hen Ziha, duck down right now. After that horrific collision, he was still dazed and couldn't understand what was happening, wondering, would I D this terrifying power? Even though I drank key potion earlier, my mana hasn't fully recovered, just standing ID difficult, let alone facing Hensiat, an opponent that would be hard to manage even when I am at my peak. Meanwhile Basin charged, launching a blazing fireball straight at Basin. He sneered with utter contempt, Du Re about to die anyway, yet Du Re still trying to protect your master. Li two destructive attacks clash, creating an explosion that shook entire space. Basin refused to be outdone and continuously launched counterattack. Eventually both were blown backward. It sat flat on Li ground grumbling, this fire green IDP indeed a nuisance. Quite no other choice, he had to finish this battle quickly. He scrambled to his feet as waves of Madiichi erupted around him. I will just unleash all of my demonic energy. Area quickly filled quit demonic energy. Ingsiha began to feel suffocated. Adela asked anxiously, Hensi are you okay? He ate just releasing demonic energy, but quit your unrecovered body. Inhaling eat ID enough to give you do. Damn neat. Dropping to his knees he shouted, calm down. I will erect a barrier right now great as your shield. Standing nearby Basin covered his nose in discomfort. It seemed Basin could no longer maintain his leech regen breath because leaky demonic energy was too dense. Adela was using an earthen wall to be up a see demonic energy, but quit energy leaking through white cracks. It was hard to hold off so long. Hurry up. If he unleashes such terrifying demonic energy right from Lee start, we be able to do anything. Xihad 8 mind was spinning like a top. He desperately tried to find a way to resolve this dire situation. Damn me, what should I do now? How do I deal quit this mess? Suddenly an idea flashed, and his eyes lit up. At that very moment, remember this movement. Suddenly I remembered our unexpected meeting from 2 years ago. Don't get distracted and leave yourself a beat. I usually prefer to strike quit my left hand. If do fight me, aim for my left hand. I am highly resilient in prolonged battles. I longer yet goes, why more disadvantaged do you'll be. So if do want to gain dock upper hand, do must go all off from leapy start. If do rebetting your life, do must give eat everything from life very beginning. Thinking back he had said those words before. Back then I thought eat was nonsense, but eat turned to not to be. Brushing aside all random thoughts, Xia held out his hand and said, Adela, lend me your sword. She asked hesitantly, what are Du planning to do in this situation? Phi, right now, I can and lie put my faith in Du. Because Hangziat was originally a prophet, he had calculated everything foe today and advised me beforehand, so that I could defeat his self that ID currently being, manipulated by Abaddon allowing me to continue my journey. No matter how great of a teacher Du are, I don't need this kind of lesson. Xia spoke up, Basin has in lie one last chance. If Medich doesn't work, then use physical Sikalo combat, exploiting Hengzida attack patterns and fatal weakness. His eyes flashed a spark of hope. ETID his left hand. Basin understood message instant. He ordered attack him. In bleaky blink of an eye, Rajin charged forward terrifying speed, leaving Sia completely. A fatal bite sank straight into his left arm, and crimson blood began to flow profusely. He backed away in a state of panic, wondering what on earth he had done to deserve this. Seizing that opportunity, Sia also rushed forward like a whirlwind at that moment. He muttered bitterly, "Why must we keep tormenting each other just because of this foster-sibling title?" Blade swung up decisively, aimed straight at Siodate's chest, forcing a violent clash between two sides. Adela hid in a blind corner, straining her eyes through thick dust to Tifo C had 8 figure. She rushed her V frantically to ask Hansia are do okay. He simply replied curtly that he was fine. Glancing at Sio gasping on ground, Adela stammered, "Investigator Hansia he ain't not dead yet." Her face turned pale fear. "What should we do now? This guy has released so much demonic energy that his body ideek about to crumble." Adela worried that something bad would happen if he woke up, and Siha understood that all too well. If Hansiat woke up now, he would immediately attack them again. His hands began to move. If they wanted to finish him Wapi, this was a Ginmon opportunity, and yet, before he could finish his sentence, a demonic energy erupted again, suffocating him. ID this really demonic energy. Why so sudden? Unbeknownst to them, Siut had already sat up. "You are truly hopelessly foolish, Hansi." He glared and snapped, "How many times have I told you not to hesitate?" Hearing that, Siha exclaimed in Sefsi. He could feel through instinct those melancholic eyes and that soulless voice. Hansiat had truly returned. He hurried forward to confirm. "Hansiat, right? Do reawake." He wheezed in broken breaths. "Don be careless. This battle ID far from V." Siut added, "Even I Don T know if I can hold on to any shred of sanity, and once I lose Cian Tren, that guy will become even stronger. So Hansiha don't hesitate lie before, he more do waver. He more this body will strengthen to he point where do one T be able to withstand ET." He gave a faint, cynical smile. "And at that point, DL surely be meeting your end." After saying that, Siut urged, "So, there ain't still time fo due to finish Miga P right now." Siha gripped his sword hilt and laughed. "As a professor, are you really encouraging your student to butcher do lie this?" He maintained a stern face and insisted Hansia do eat quickly. He interrupted sarcastically, "Do you think I'll stab you just because do wanna die?" He grew more furious as he spoke. "If do were seeking death, go find some deserted place and handle it yourself." As Arya fell into silence, Siat sighed and admitted, "I've tried every possible way but nothing worked. I have tried to seek death 1,000 times, ever since Abaddon implanted demonic energy into me. Even dying on my own terms has been a luxury. Don't know I rather choose death than turn into a cold-blooded men XT." Sia remained rooted to Lee's spot, his mind in a state of turmoil. Damn me, demonic energy I'd eat becoming denser again. Seat leaned down as if to pick up a wand. "We weren't even related by blood to begin quit." Suddenly, he changed his mind and grabbed hand holding P sword. "And yet, do you still hesitate for my sake until this very last second?" Sia 8 face showed utter panic as he cried, "Oh, what lipey hell are you doing?" "Wait a minute." But in Lee P blink of an eye, that sharp toy was already deeply embedded in my older brother Hansiat. His whole body staggered and then fell backward as if his brakes had failed. What met his eyes now was Lee's sorrowful gaze of his younger brother, Hansiat. "And only through pain can my mind become clear. He chains manipulating me from Lee Devil Abaddon foe so long, I can clearly feel them shattering quote each weak breath. Through my blurry VXN, I vaguely see Adela beside Basin. She ate about to cry, and Zaha ate little red as Jinan IDP staring at me quit extreme confusion. As foe his younger brother Xia, he ate just standing there, staring at me intently. His lips curved into a slight relieved smile. "So eat 8 unnen lie when I am on a key verge of death that my mind becomes sharp. House Tren. So they recrying foamy, how touching. I thought no one would shed a tear when I passed away." Fortune tellers often look at elephants but can tell their own fortunes. However, I accidentally foresaw my ending long ago. Perhaps this unfortunate destiny was already decided back then. An extremely incompetent father and a half-brother quit the same father monopolized all the affection. And then there was me, one poor soul cast aside to what periphery of their happy world. My life in this world IDT filled quid lie hatred and regret, so I've been drifting aimlessly, lie duckweed on flowing water but yet, cutting back to reality, a sudden beam of light flashed, shining directly onto Adela's bewildered face. What ID that? Before she could even stutter in confusion, Hansi had reached and stopped her. "Move away from him, Adela." A key malevolent energy deep self-immolating along Quda's body. Even though his face was pale and devoid of blood, and still managed to grin widely through his hat tears. At Lee of this wandering life, if in lie one person could survive, then he would willingly protect Castiga. At that moment, I thought I had found a real-life ideal. His voice trembled. So that was his faith all along? ET would be better foe me to lie on than foe someone lie do, who ID manipulated. A person whose fate forces them to slaughter loved ones under a bad innate command. I am both talented and possess excellent comrades by my side. Sai-Han weakly raised his hand, muttering his last words, my dearest brother. Ivy opened Li Wei Fo Diu. Just head straight forward and also, do must Li, no matter what. Scene quickly evaporated into void, leaving NLEP echoing voice in my ear, do must lie on at any cost. Sitting dejectedly in a corner, Sai-Han stared intently at his sword still standing upright. He clutched his chest which ached, and wondered, brother Han Siut, why are you so foolish? Even at Li brink of death, do you still lie to 5 Li hero? Seeing this, Adela softly called his name, but Han brushed her p. I am totally fine, don't need to worry. He added, most important thing now Adela, we should make a quick escape. He was brandishing Ike Void Rubik 8 cube, still in its packaging. Take this. ETT item Du gave to that Abaddon earlier. Sai-Han reminded her, Du were smart to give him trapped in locked cube, but no more foolish pranks next time. Adela nodded vigorously in agreement. He further explained, this brick will see your life in danger. Although Du haven't gotten used to using 8 yet, she wondered if he didn't want ET. He replied that he had a spare. Adela was stunned when she saw what Han Si-Han pulled off, like sensory cube, a weapon that grants terrifying power in exchange for stripping away all 5 of user 8 senses. As if sensing his inner thoughts, she stammered, Han Si-Han, don't tell me. Do you mean? I see. There ain't no way we're gonna trade those away, right? Sai-Han stared at E-Cube and gave a faint smile. If we don't use ET, how else are we gonna crush Li enemy? Utterly shocked by his insane plan, Adela tried her best to see-top him. Han Si-Han, see-top right now, have deal out your mind. She tried to reason Shiha in every way possible, reminding him that he himself had once sworn a solemn oath never to touch that cursed cube. But Li Ki pain of losing XCI had made him give up on everything. He replied nonchalantly, I might go blind or deaf or worse lose both. Shia thought to himself, I know exactly what Adela ID worried about, because I've seen it all in Li Ki main storyline. Original work says that Li Han paid Kut his eyes after using this cube. When I first saw ET, I mocked his stupidity. Little did I know I lie be following in his footsteps. Just as he thought that, his entire body was instantly enveloped in a brilliant, dazzling gin. Lai Lei made it impossible for Adela to see anything. She had to raise her hand to co-v her face, calling Ohan Shia 8 name in despair. He stood as still as a statue, telling himself to put Li Cube away quickly while he could still hear Adela 8 voice clearly. Li faint smell of earth rose up, but what was this trend feeling of nothingness that was overcoming me? As Lai faded, she rushed her Veeb and bombarded him with questions. And Shiha are do okay? I am fi, he replied. He just feels lay my body ID drifting in an endless void. Li Ki face C of Li Cube caused Shiha to lose his sense of direction and gravity. I am floating. I didn't even realize Adela was holding my hand. So that 80 how eat IDE. From that lack of sensation, he bitterly realized that his sense of touch had vanished along Quid ID Cube. Adela screamed in panic. What? Shiha reassured her. Don't worry too much. My remaining senses are becoming noticeably sharp. My field of VXN has expanded and my hearing ID sharper than ever. This ID a huge advantage when facing Abaddon. Adela let a change he plan. He ordered her to take Li Cube and Li Ki vaccine to YE3 Phi. She grabbed him and asked, both me and the Ki vaccine. Shiha explained, I've calculated it carefully. To destroy E-Machine 8 Heart, we need E maximum magical power from E-Vaccine. He will definitely track that mod each to find your location. That ain't exactly key scenario I want. Once do take E-Vaccine upstairs, Abaddon will be lured or immediately. His sharp reasoning left Adela unable to argue. As long as Du can hold off Fo an hour quit Li Han and EP others, Eat will be fi. Waiting for him to finish, she spoke in a bitter tone, Do always want to shoulder everything on your own, Donti do. Quit no other choice, she prepared to leave. But now was not a gi time fo sizo hesitation. I know I have to act, and Shiha. Adela looked him straight in lay eyes and reminded him, remember, Du must come back in one piece. Basin, standing nearby, couldn't he hide his Shia? He looked at Dyke 2 of them and urged, go quickly, Basin. Do our elite Trump PC. Go up there and prove the P strength of E protagonist. Like he same time, in like he 5th basement of Locky area, he arrived just in time. Seeing that Shiha was safe and sow, she joyfully cried Ah Han Si-Han. Unable to contain her emotions, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Siha gave a reassuring smile. Noting that Jun Hyo had arrived quite early, she choked back tears, saying it was a miracle he was still breathing, as she had been forcing herself to act tough so whack others wouldn't lose morale. Hyo sobbed while scolding him, saying she thought he was a goner and telling him never to recklessly disappear like that again because 8 nearly gave her a heart attack. She kept grumbling, asking if he had any idea how worried she had been. Seeing Hyo 8 face made Sia feel so guilty that he finally apologized, admitting he was wrong. Suddenly, she stopped dead and looked down to ask about Lee bloodstains. He claimed they weren't his, but she immediately shot back that his own blood was soaked all them. Hio looked at him suspiciously, unremarked that he didn't seem to feel any pain, asking if he had secretly used that forbidden power. Siha let out a wary sigh, realizing that nothing could escape Lee's sharp eyes of crafty Junhyo. Joy was frolicking around his feet. He asked her to take care of Ivetat Cat Fohim and then curiously inquired why she had brought Eat along. She replied nonchalantly that she wasn't quite sure herself, but Cat possessed leaky ability to heal wounds. Sia thought to himself in amazement, wondering if cats were doctors nowadays. Hio added that he simply hadn't noticed, but his wounds were already healing very rapidly. Suddenly remembering something, he explained that he had let Basin and Adela retreat. She waved Ida P, saying they should just wait for everyone to return safely before deciding anything, and that they needed to focus on running now. Her eyes burned with intensity as she stared straight ahead, noting that according to what she had scouted, standing tall there was a massive, bolted steel door at the very heart of each area, where EP core of each machine was kept. Meanwhile, just outside the old Rizmaton Pass, following an explosion that shook late ground, footsteps gradually drew. One might have expected someone driven by honor and loyalty. Abaddon curled his lip in a contemptuous smirk, realizing Eat wasn't that kind of person after all. Just look at likey way these people are sending their own comrades to their deaths. Adela stood frozen, thinking that just as Hansia had predicted, Abaddon had followed Basin Aitmana's signature straight up here. Lihan questioned him, asking if he was looking for Hansiha, noting that he wouldn't find him on Isastri Fei. He replied nonchalantly, Hansiha must have guessed that all would be used as bait for me. As soon as we seal shattered, I sensed Hansiha choosing to log all. Someone as capable as him wouldn't die so easily, so I assumed he headed straight for Wasifai. At that thou Abaddon ate face darkened with anger. He truly was a pathetic sort. He added humans are truly ridiculous, wasting their lives for such hollow sentiments as friendship and family. Do you know fun well that do re nothing but cheap bait, capable of stalling me foe and lie a brief moment. Abaddon sneered, Don T do regret throwing your lives away lie that. Your kind ID truly impossible to understand. Before he could continue his tirade, Solia cut him a piece saying, of course do wouldn't he understand. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately channeled her Medich, summoning a blazing fire purification. Everyone was neatly enveloped within a protective shield. Do will never understand. Fu those are emotions that someone like Du could never hope to grasp in a lifetime. Abaddon drew his sword and gave a thin smile, replying naturally. He unleashed a terrifying slash, declaring, those trivial emotions mean absolutely nothing to me. Lihan shouted a warning, Solia hold him tight, to which she replied understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword with great power to retaliate key purifying ranks Q. Despite facing a direct attack from Lihan, Abaddon calmly jumped up and skillfully dodged. Solia gasped, thinking he truly IDK Amenan XT to be able to repel Lima DH, which counters darkness. Just as expected, this opponent ID'd too tough to handle. It turned out they had all meticulously planned beforehand. Right behind him, Basin unexpectedly spewed a scorching stream of fire. Key moment, Abaddon let his guard down. Lihan immediately seized Liganon opportunity and shouted, attack now. He swung his gleaming blade straight down from La Sky. Seeing that, he smirked disdainfully. Brats are truly pathetic. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm, slashing a few times and sending Lihan flying far away as if flicking an ant. Your techniques are too mediocre. Key soldiers witnessing that scene couldn't help but panic. If this continues, those behind us will be in great trouble. Amidst a Abaddonate barrage of attack, one unlucky soldier took Yi fun blow and was sent flying far away before he even understood what was happening. All eyes were filled with terror. He Enlai saw Lihan rushing UV, calling aloudly, while one in SC looked down at his own hand and wondered, why IDP my hand lie this? As soon as he finished thinking, he collapsed to the ground, quite his arms severed, blood gushing everywhere. One peak Lee, wake up. Lihan anxiously pressed his hand to his chest to Cha-Chi. One, can do you still hear me? Just a blink later, his face had turned pale with fear. Lihan cursed inwardly, ET80. Lie demonic energy has struck his vital point. His breathing IDK too weak, he probably unt last much longer. He blamed himself, it ain't all my fault. If an Enli I had used a barrier to protect him, one wouldn't he be in this state. If this continues, he will soon. Suddenly, a hand reached out and placed on 1-8's shoulder, radiating a healing light. He startled and turned around to see Adela. She interrupted Lihan. Why are you still standing there, Lihan idiot? Lihan awkwardly explained, but Adela 1ID. She immediately interrupted. I understand that this amount of recovery ID nowhere near enough in this Crytek's hell situation. However, Adela resolutely refused to give up. Even if chance IDP as thin as a thread, I will never surrender. In her mind, she had 8 words echoed, oh right, if Eat were Hanshia, he would start this way. Adela poured all her strength into healing one to Iki Varien. She absolutely refused to give up. Witnessing that scene, Lihan paused, deeply moved. He nodded profusely that 8 right. If Eat were him, he would definitely do that. He would definitely never abandon his teammate One. Lying on a cold ground, One was unconscious, his face contorted in pain. Lee One, wake up Fomi. Key same time, in Lee T 5th basement LV key of Key realm. Shia was still unaware of Lee's situation above, slowly groping his way. This must be an underground cave. Lee machine must be somewhere around here. I am starting to sense a weak but murderous surge of Ma Di each. Hio, who was behind him, replied, I don't see anything. He then startled, remembered, and clarified, oh, I am so my sensitivity-based senses make me much more acute than ordinary people. She wondered how to get that machine all. Eat was deep down there, and Abaddon surely knew how to start Eat. Shiha replied, Junhyo, we don't have enough time for a meticulous dismantling, so she suggested, how about we just break Eat down immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Hio threw an incredibly powerful punch that made her freeze, and the whole group fell silent in surprise. Alright, I'll use some of each, huh? Quit just one punch, ground shattered. She smiled and asked, You said there wasn't enough time, didn't he? Do? Wrapping Ma Di power around your fist and punching ID fastest way. I am not a mage, but I can still do this faux self-defense, and Ti. Shia secretly thou, I think I understand why Gun used to be so afraid of Jun Hio. He muttered to himself, why ID Pete so fragile? Suddenly discovering something, Hio immediately shouted, I see you. Right, a lake hole just created. A machine appeared, 2 cubes placed on tap. This was IP core of the key machine. Shia worried, telling herself that Abaddon would be stuck above ground for a maximum of 1 hour. The others were blocking his way, but if they were unlucky, he could arrive sooner. We must quickly analyze E-machine based on knowledge from Meek original work. Look, there are 5 cube slots concentrated in Leaky middle. She added that Iki Sun and Moon blocks along E-motion BLPC were already there just as predicted. Shiha exclaimed, 2 more blocks are linked to me. Wait a minute. He bent down and examined Eat carefully, then wondered why NLI 2 blocks were installed. This ID ridiculous. There are 2 things I am looking for, and 1 IDP missing. Fact that he hit 8 means he never intended to cooperate from P start. I thought what he said back then was just a distraction, but who knew hate was true? Thinking this, he stood up and told Junhyo, Lee Life Soul BLPC ID missing. She startled, asked in return, ID Abaddon possibly hiding it. Shiha replied that she had just finished talking to him, so that possibility was very low. If that BLPC ID missing, can machine even operate? Hio replied, no, E can. Looking at Imadichi's circuit, Du can tell Edie can still run even though Eat 8 incomplete. She continued once vague, this Kitim cannot be stopped, but I am not too worried because Abaddon wants a complete X-Seat Tem, so he surely wouldn't be foolish enough to turn 8 on early. Hio asked skeptically, would Abaddon really do that? Are Du sure? Then she pointed to Light's side and said, if all 5 blocks are installed, why power generated would be much more terrifying. Abaddon wants to use that amplified Medich power to take a Vili entire continent, but what if he activates a faulty machine? Leech massive Medich power source inside would desynchronize and cause a massive explosion. Its aftershocks would be strong enough to blow away Ultra Small Teen range and Keyview everyone nearby. Surely if Abaddon knew that consequence, he would never start Li P machine while the Key Soul BLPC was missing. So, getting back to key main issue according to Diu, how should we neutralize E-machine 8 core? After a period of serious thought, Hio presented 2 feasible solutions. Li first way ID to disconnect each BLPC and then remove them. Like second way ID to directly interfere quit Imadicha circuit to completely incapacitate Li machine. Shiha asked troubled like second way ID harder isn't it? She replied, yet and Eat would also take a lot more time. After calculating he decided to implement key first option. First let 8 remove each BLPC, then we'll figure all Li rest. Saying understood, let 8 do Eat. However when they actually started working, they realized everything was harder than they had imagined. Her hand had barely touched 8 before stopping sat. This isn't easy at all, hence Shiha. Do also know very well that we don't have much time left. Hio instructed time ID coming when Abaddon appears. She smiled and continued, Do must absolutely keep him occupied. Shiha stared at her foe a long time as if wishing to freeze time, then said resolutely, I will hold all until my last breath. Recalling some old memories, Shiha called Ogwan 8 name. Lively man turned around Kuta questioning and searching look. Standing there quit folded arms he spoke up, Do re not even an official member, so why do always work so passionately? Even now Diuri still diligently researching Wakmadish. Kwon smirked and replied, What ain't wrong quit that? He explained that he was merely curious. Shiha continued, Do don't have any grudge against cock mages like others do, yet do risking your life for this kind of thing. Kwon asked back then and Shiha, Why did you ask me to gather information and give me this SE pit role? Shia froze for 5 seconds and stammered, well, teat lie this. Trying to avoid his gaze, Shia thought to himself, how could I dare admit that Eat 8 because he was Lai Hen 8C Ulu Alai in Iki original story? Seeing that flustered expression, Guan couldn't help but chuckle. I know I am not as talented or smart as Adela, Lai Hen o Solia. To put it bluntly, I am worse than an average student, and I always feel I am lagging behind. But even so, if I can help everyone quit my own strength, I am willing to do eat. Because when I am quit do guys, I feel like I can achieve great things. Especially when standing by your side Hanshia. Whether eat 8 ending a key war or taking down Lee mages for some reason, I feel like we will win as easily as child AT fly. Quit that, Gwon turned to walk away. That ATY I agreed to your proposal. Shiha asked curiously, don't he do have any regrets? Gwon replied, regret, I guess he depends. Suddenly everything blurred and I sounds faded away. Ah, what was eat that I managed to say to Shiha back then? Snapping back to reality, eat was already pitch black. Gwon was propped up against Ike trunk of an old tree. Lihan shook him, calling all repeatedly, Gwon, do you re-awake? No, Don, force yourself, do you re-going to be okay? He asked quit great difficulty, what about Lee P others? Adela standing near, they are holding P Abaddon. Do were brought to by rear because Do re in Cry Tai Kai condition. Kink other group can't to hold a much longer, so we must retreat immediately. Hearing this, Gwon felt a portion of his worries melt away. Watching her retreating figure he whispered, I don't regret anything. Startled, Adela looked back in surprise. What are Do muttering about? Gwon continued, pass this on to Shiha. Gwon smiled. Tell him these words. He raised his hand, Lee blood on 8 now dried and crusted. Gathering like last of his fading strength, Gwon bared his heart, meeting Diu, and walking Kut Du E very end of this journey. Drawing his very last breath, he said, I will never regret eat. In the very next second, Abaddon 8 sword lunged forward like a feech lot of lightning. A massive gash appeared in light tree trunk, and light tree was sliced cleanly into 2. Mocking their pain he sneered, oh, how rude of me. I've been waiting so long that my neck ID sore. As he spoke, he stepped toward Adela. Now that I am done quit Wikey small fry. Abaddon stared straight into her face. What kind of a seer are Do going to put on to entertain me? Adela slumped on the ground, her entire body frozen by Abaddon 8 overwhelming aura, rendering her unable to move. Aye. Lee P. More he watched her tremble. P. More delighted he became, a sick smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, from right behind him, a glare fun of sheer malice stared daggers at his back. Abaddon started suddenly, then quickly spun around. Block 1 who had just lunged was Lee Han, but he still managed to BLPC stealthy attack. He secretly marveled, how did this guy dodge my demonic energy? And quit such a thick murderous hurrah too. I thought Hansiha was an unlike worthy opponent in Leaky Academy. I didn't realize I carelessly overlooked someone. As he thought this, Abaddon tightened his grip on his sword hilt and growled, no matter. Quit just one move, he flung Lee Han far away. Small fry will always be small fry. He took fun force of Lai P blow, unable to fight back. His body slammed hard against base of an ancient tree. He then slid to Lai P ground, completely devoid of strength. Lai Han quickly covered his mouth as strong, metallic taste of blood welled up, his head spinning as if he were riding a carousel. Yet he had no intention of giving up. Seeing this, Abaddon sneered, still determined to recklessly fight for your life. He didn't rush to answer, merely plunged his sword into Lee ground. Ki Gem isn't yet? Lee Han worried inwardly. He still hadn't received any feedback from Junhyo and Hangzia. I have to hold on here at all costs, otherwise, everything will fall apart once more. Abaddon stepped closer to his face and smirked. Let me ask you this, do you truly think you can win this battle? He warned coldly, just take a look around. Your comrades are all falling, riddled quote fatal wound. Even base sin could do nothing against me. This ID in result of your foolish choices. Abaddon emphasized, aren't those sacrifices utterly useless and cheap? Lihan helplessly wondered, what am I supposed to do now? He had already turned to leave, but if you stubbornly insist on blocking my path, a dangerous smile curved his lips. Lee key price deal pay will be your very own life? Abaddon 8 figure grew increasingly faint in Lee distance. He urged himself, I have to see top him. Even if I have to crawl, I must follow him. But his body felt frozen, and a tearing pain suddenly struck him, making him wonder, what IP hell ID going on? Lihan threw his head back and screamed in pain. 2 streams of bloody tears began to well from his eye sockets. In Li P basement, as soon as Abaddon appeared, he sneered, I thought you were doing something Ren by sacrificing your comrades. Lee cruel words made Shiha flinch and look up. Before him he flashed a gruesome smile and added, turns a were just a bunch of sneaky rats scurrying in Lee Kiwafi. Abaddon mocked, those who died Fodu are truly pathetic. That pitch BLEC power that incinerates all things ID no longer human, Tata demon. Therefore Abaddon was gradually being consumed by his emotions. Key more he used his power, while more he led his humanity, leaving Enli mad hatred. No one could maintain their normal form after borrowing power from Lee Cube, so Shiha understood that this was Leaky Genendan opportunity to send him on his way. This ID truly a confrontation between 2 genuine monsters. Quit demon Abaddon. In key basement, deafening clashes and explosions erupted. Quit smoke and dust obscuring Levi's end. Faced Kuta barrage of Abaddon 8 treacherous attacks, Shia had to brace himself and fight back as quickly as possible. Whitey air pressure was so terrifyingly suffocating that both were draining IE Cube 8 potential to fight. He cried in pain as his throat was squeezed by Ki Demon 8 hand, lifting him into Li air. I can feel it. Shia had nothing left to deny when directly confronting this Abaddon. Libet smirked and told me I was still far inferior to him. Du were strong to still be able to move under my demonic energy. Du must have used Sense Cube. Abaddon roared madly that since I had obtained that cube, Etate had to be linked to Dio. Shia thought to himself in panic, I didn't expect him to discover 8 so quickly. This ID truly damned. He stared intently. I kept wondering how E-Cube ended up in E Forbidden Zone. So Du used a method to tame ET, not a bad idea. Now all I need to do IDP send Du away, and eat 8 done. Just as predicted Henshiha, Du are leak key to collecting all G-Cubes into my hands. Joy suddenly stepped off from directly behind Hio, making her jump in surprise and frantically try to stop her. No Joy, stay right there. Ignoring P warning, Eat rushed all, its body emitting an unbelievably astonishing recovery energy. Seeing that Abaddon was stunned, his eyes wide. Impossible, what ID that be Lulai? She also immediately understood everything. So that 8 how Eat ID E. E-Cat hadn't he grown at all since they met, and Eat possessed an extraordinary healing ability. E turned to Joy was Waiki embodiment of Laiki's soul cube of life, hidden within a creature. Abaddon no longer paid attention to Dio, throwing Dio to Lee ground. Eat 8 reacting to we other cubes. I can let him have them. Dio quickly called to Junhyo. Shia shouted Kud all his might, quickly get Joy or of this place. Shiha urged Junhyo to flee. I'll stay here and hold appease this bastard foe Dio. Hearing that Abaddon turned and roared, Do think Dio reskilled enough to go anywhere. Before he could give chase, Dio swung your sword blocking his path. Shiha's 8 eyes were sharp and challenging. Abaddon, your opponent ID me. Everything was slipping away, causing Abaddon to rage. Do brat. He directly threw his sword towards your body without any mercy. Fortunately Shia dodged in time, so B1 wasn't too deep. Do you want to kivu me right away? Do you used you sense cube, so I understand your tricks. That wasn't just a sword, he was shapeshifted demonic energy. Just a graze would be fatal. In that case, I have a plan. Shia came up with a bold plan. He would use IP minimum amount of demonic energy to seek red a barrier to neutralize that energy. Seeing him still stubbornly resist, Abaddon sneered derisively. If do you think that flimsy barrier can stop me, then I am truly disappointed in Dio. He stood still like a wooden statue, nervously waiting to see what leapy other person would do next. Peace sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a long spear brimming with demonic energy. Are Dio confident that tattered shield can be help us see this move? Come on, try eat. Shiha was completely stunned to see his opponent transform his magical power so flexibly. What a NXT. Abaddon interrupted when facing a NXT like me, Dio can and expect utter defeat. He sneered mockingly that weak and sentimental nature will only make Dio hesitate at Lee Ki most cry to see a moment. Suddenly remembering something he exclaimed, I almost forgot. Since I manipulated Hanzi, Dio must have witnessed his self-destruction, right? And also how I hesitated, unable to bring myself to finish him AP. Hearing that she immediately charged forward. Don't worry against a NXT lie Dio, I have no reason to falter. On if I contrary, I fight foe those who have died by your hand. As he charged he roared, I will definitely eradicate a cruel being lie Dio from this world. Like 2 sides clashed relentlessly, deafening sough of impact resounding throughout space. Abaddonate demonic power incinerated everything in its path. I've experienced this kind of pain, so intense that I wished foe death to an eat, but unfortunately, I feel nothing anymore. Lee price of using like sensory cube IDP complete loss of perception of pain. Even if my body ID dismembered or cut in half, I wouldn't even know. Abaddon muttered in surprise, well, to take such a powerful blow and still maintain that calm expression. He pondered, I thought I was Gongkwen and Lai One using woke sensory cube. It seems Gi one who has truly become a men in XTIDDU. Shiha gave a bitter laugh, his voice ragged as he replied, even so, it doesn't matter. I still have people to protect behind me. His eyes burned with steely determination. Their lives are something I must protect at all costs. As he received a direct hit, Abaddon calmly used his spear to BLPC. He laughed with satisfaction and then offered praise, not bad at all. Suddenly his voice became cold and filled with killing intent. However, everything ends here. No sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying magical burst erupted, sending Shiha flying far away. His sword flew o'er of his grasp, Dewey too careless. He couldn't can trend his body, crashing hard into our RPC wall before finally stopping. Although he had Lakaki's sensation of pain, during that terrifying, he could still feel his consciousness gradually fading. Shiha groaned in despair, damn it, his attacks are getting ridiculously strong. Have I reached my limit already? After wee earth-shattering impact, silence descended upon. Shia lay sprawled motionless on Lee ground. His whole body trembled, his eyes tightly shut and bloodshot, but his pride would not allow him to fall. His hand still struggled to reach a foe one last chance. In leapy blink of an eye, Shiha sprang up, opening his eyes wide. Why IDP my head so hazy, I wonder? He anxiously looked around. Where ID Junhyo? Did she manage to escape? A mocking voice rang out, Dio reawake. Abaddon has already captured Hio. She couldn't escape, so catching her was a piece of cake. Seeing her in pain, Shiha roared in anger while he continued, listen carefully. This girl ID dying because of your arrogance. Did you think fighting me would buy you time? Dio will always be someone who makes mistakes due to emotion. In Abaddonate hand was now Wee Key Fine and Cube. From Lee very beginning, Lee Mechanical Heart project designed by our Wok Sorcerers Guild was never a toy for youngsters lie due to handle. After hearing that, Shiha was speechless and couldn't argue back. Abaddon was right. How could a novice Lai me be capable of handling this? This IDP in of a story that even Lihan ID powerless against. So what on earth am I? Quite such a absurdly overwhelming power-shifting situation like this, throwing an ordinary person living a peaceful life into this place IDE just monstrous. If gods exist, they must clearly despise me. No, they must be holding a long-standing grudge. Abaddon recounted Lee events nonchalantly as if they were obvious. While Dio were unconscious, I conveniently snatched cube attached to your person and confiscated by objects stuck in that unlucky cat. More he heard, more dejected and hopeless he felt. It was a V. This turn of events was nothing less than a slap in Lee Key face, marking a pathetic defeat. No, it absolutely cannot be lie this. He didn't even bother looking at him anymore and silently leaned down. His sinister ritual began to activate as soon as he had collected enough cubes. As Shiha lay there gasping for breath, an excruciating pain struck his brain. Damn it, since E-Cube ID gone, this physical torture has returned to haunt me. Horrific pain made his limbs tremble. He had to clutch his heart just to stand XT lie. To think I pushed myself to fight in such a battered state. And then, all key cubes were shoved into wee heart of leaky machine. Unable to hide his triumph, Abaddon stood up abruptly and declared, a new era for our Lockmage Guild ID about to be unveiled. Hio lay dying and tried to whisper, hey Shia, if this really happens. He forced a smile and replied, come on Jun Hio, don't worry. We still have a chance to win. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked toward Abaddon and spoke up, hey old man Abaddon. Shia continued weakly, you've made a disastrous mistake. You will never master that machine. I've struggled to survive until now. There ain't no way I am going to die here alone. Not en lie did he not believe E.T., but he also sneered, about to meet your maker and Dewey still spouting such cheesy lines. He interrupted, we didn't spend last hour just idly removing cubes. Abaddon began to feel uneasy and asked, what do mean? Shia gave a faint smile and explained, he button do just touched IDE detonator that will blow up this entire underground cavern. We've already encrypted and set everything up. Those words terrified him, making him howl like a wild beast. What? Do lunatics. Hio could unlie sneer. This IDP finite resort that I never wanted to use. But since Duvy pushed us to this deaden, I'll drag Du down to hell, quit me as a companion. That way Du won't be lonely anymore. As we lie of destruction began to feel out, Shia closed his eyes calmly. Congratulations, ol. Today IDE anniversary of your death. Inside Ike Cavern an earth-shattering explosion, and everything was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Outside aftershocks from like explosion spread for miles. Lihan, along Quip Basin and Adela, were hiding behind a protective shield, watching the scene in SC. She trembled and gasped, what Li P hell ID going on? He thought to himself, quit this much destructive power. If a Lukrajian Lai Ba Sin hadn't raised a Madi Cha shield, we all be minced meat. Sin are do okay. Eat looked up weakly and whispered Shiha. Suddenly connection bond snapped, causing Basinate face to turn deathly pale. Shiha. Alira John could clearly feel that not on Lai was its master nowhere to be found, but Li deep bond between them had been completely severed. Whether Eat returned to its juvenile form or acted spoiled and whined as loud as a creaking door, its master would always welcome Eat gently. Eat could not accept this painful reality. Tears began to stream down its face. Lee's entire vast bunker had now been flattened into a desolate ruin. Familiar memories would never return from now on. Lihan stood up after being dazed for a moment from Likey's specie. He scanned the area, his eyes, looking directly at epicenter of life explosion. The entrance had evaporated without a trace. That horrific explosion had certainly leveled Ike underground cave to white ground. Not just Abaddon but no living creature could have possibly survived that terrible impact. At that moment he instinctively heard Like sow of sobbing from behind. Eat was Siha. Adela could not accept like cruel reality. She buried her face in her hands and sobbed. Fo he had promised to return safely, yet how could he heartlessly break his quick lie this? She screamed in despair. Where was he? What was he doing? Everything remained as silent as death. Why wouldn't he come back to her? At that same moment, deep within Li P depths of hell, rubble lay strewn in heaps alongside dried bloodstains on like ground. A short distance away, Abaddon lay sprawled, a fatal head wound, and Sai Ha was in a state just as wretched. He calmly accepted his fiant moments as his mind gradually sank into darkness, perhaps while Grim Reaper was about to come knocking. Hio handed me cube of life to Joy and whispered, Joy, then do Fo being my companion until my last breath. Now do are free to lie your life. Luck little cat let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Hio continued, Hansiha, we have finally put an end to this crazy war. Do you still remember my disdainful attitude on Iki day? Do you beg me to join your party? She reminisced. At that time, I didn't lie do at all, so I was going to refuse do flat all. In truth, I saw your image in Lee prophecy regarding my own end. I once thought that scenario would be terrible, but this ending ID quite different. Hio looked at B motionless. Si Han thought to herself, Eat truly sad. A sense of emptiness and pain surrounds me, but perhaps Eat not so bad. She smiled contentedly because Do were by my side. I no longer feel alone. Her hand reached out to gently touch his. Thank you so much, my fine and companion in life. Switching to Lee scene outside, Lee Han declared solemnly, we have confirmed that Abaddon ID dead. Than to Adela id Earth manipulation and tracking Medici, we quickly located Hansia and Junhio. Beside ID also being treated in time by Solia, we are truly grateful to her. He gently placed his hand on Adela's shoulder to comfort her. I am truly so refo forcing Dio to shoulder this cruel task. We have destroyed Key Machine 8 core, Abaddon has paid for his sins, seemingly endless war has ended, and Eve wizards will be scattered. Long-standing war that has tormented us for years has finally come to an end. Even so, white price paid for this victory was far too high. Lee Han roared, Eat meaningless. Even if Lie whole world finds happiness, I will still hate this day to my very core. Adela asked softly in his, now that EID gone, how am I supposed to lie? Just as she finished her sentence, she was stunned to realize that Joy was slowly approaching. She exclaimed in astonishment, Isn't he this Joy, Lie cat that was always by Junhio 8 side? Lee Han could not believe his eyes either. After such an earth-shattering explosion, how did this cat miraculously survive? Adela replied that she didn't know how Eid had survived, but Eve eating so heartily was unusually well behaved. Before she could regain her composure, Joy's entire body suddenly glowed. Quit a mystical blue light. Oh, what a stren radiance. Lion exclaimed in astonishment, my friend, are Du perhaps not an ordinary cat? Right from Lee Cat 8 body, Lee Cube of Life was suddenly released. He paused for a moment, isn't he this? I am certain this ID was the very object we have been searching for all this time but have never once seen. Lion firmly asserted, that ID be legendary soul life cube. Adela asked in a daze, what? Why ID that object quit Joy and so intact? He mused analytically, dozens of hypotheses are dancing in my head. Could Lie Cube have bonded Queet Cat as Eat once did Quit Hangxia? Life fact that Iki Soul Life Cube still exists means that our Group 8 research was well founded. Rumor has it that Lee Soul Cube harbors ultimate power, such as exchanging one life for another to xi someone. Lihan rushed V and grabbed Adela 8 hand to see tap her. Adela, don't do anything reckless. He spoke anxiously, I can tell by your eyes what you're replanning. Do you intend to use that cube to resurrect Hangxia Don TDU? He pleaded desperately, Adela, I truly beg you to calm down. I rushed forward without looking back, and Enli to bear so much regret now. If Enli I had destroyed Abaddon sooner, if Enli I had been capable enough, then Gwen and our teammates wouldn't he have perished, and neither Hangxia nor Junhio would have had to choose leaky path of dying together. Those late regrets haunt my mind. Do know fun well that these cubes always demand a steep price, while we have no idea what that price specifically ID key. Lihan was nearly in despair because he didn't want to lose another friend. Done foolishly sacrifice herself, Adele. She fell silent. Lihan Diu. After thinking for a long while, she avoided his gaze and replied, all right. Reassured, he said, Do were wise to make that decision, Adela. Let Solia keep Lee Cube Fu now. Tomorrow when we return to I Royal Palace, we will discuss its use in detail, remember that? No sooner had he finished speaking than a squad of knights arrived. What on earth happened? Royal Knights, having heard a loud explosion, had rushed to EP scene in a panic. They cleared away bodies of Abaddon and his comrades, then arranged accommodation folk survivors to recover lying in bed. Adela thought to herself, how long has 8 been since Ivy had a quiet moment like this? Adela, aren't you asleep yet? She shot back, do know perfectly well I am still awake, yet do still ask. Solia chuckled, she was as sharp as ever. We were once bitter rivals at Lee Academy. Hard to say we were ever CKLU. She continued, but after so many life and death moments on Iki battlefield, I've come to see Du as a CLU friend. Adela interrupted her, Do lie just admitting that now. She hesitated for a moment. Then Solia placed a cube on E cabinet and said, I'll just leave I Soul Cube here, okay? Afterward, she stepped out of the room to wash her face for a bit, about 10 minutes. Before leaving, she turned back and asked, are Du alright? Hearing this, Adela sat dazed and softly called Solia. But door had already slammed shut long ago. She pursed her lips and whispered, then Diu, and then, without a moment's hesitation, Adela reached Fru Cube. I am truly so refo being so selfish. Suddenly lie from the object radiated more intensely than ever before. She started wondering, what on earth ID this? Lie from the cube suddenly. Her eyes were closed tightly, quit no gap left UBF. After a long while, Adela finally managed to squint her eyes. Odai Key world. Surrounding space had changed dramatically. It was no longer Key old resting room but a bustling, modern city she had never set foot in, Where on earth had she gotten lot? Adela looked around in SC, her mind flashing back to Lee moment before her translocation. She had just picked up Lee life cube and silently prayed P leak si hen siha. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in this SS Tren world. Could this be Hansi at 8 subconscious? She never imagined his inner world would be so chaotic. Just then a vehicle sped past, nearly knocking her v. Adela flinched back in alarm. What were these things moving so fast? This place was truly unbearable. Were these vehicles creating strong gusts of wind, some kind of Medici trains? But they were so tiny. Suddenly, her gaze halted in front of her. A giant hospital sign hung there. This Biolin seemed to be the largest medical center in Leak area. Should she risk going in to ask? As if drawn by a spell, Adela dazedly walked inside. Urgent voices echoed around her. Doc, my pet has a terrible stomach ache. I heard this hospital IDE's best faux surgery in Niki region, and after all, ate a prestigious university hospital. Key more she listened, key more confused she became. This truly was Hansiadate subconscious? He must be lurking somewhere around here. Adela wondered where to look for him when she suddenly heard whispers. She exclaimed as she heard like contemptuous voices. Those people were still chatting carelessly. Why ID that senior still shamelessly clinging on here? Don't they know we don't even consider him human anymore? Another person chimed in. He just does whatever he wants, probably doesn't care much. Today he didn't even glance this way. They chuckled together. He ain't always grumpy, isn't he? And it ain't no surprise he abandoned us. Adela thought to herself from a corner, who are they slandering? Quit such animosity. If they hate him, they should just fight him directly. Backstabbers are truly destined. Gossip continued to ignite. From Lee's start, that guy had no intention of graduating peacefully. Last time, I warned him to re-NAT in, but that lunatic reacted fiercely. It really makes me angry. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a name was called Senior Hansiha. Adela jumped, realizing that Hansia was one they had been mocking. Key doctor scratched his head and tugged at his ear, quit an arrogant expression. If I catch him again, he'll regret it. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Excuse me a moment. They all flinched. Adela calmly repeated, excuse me, could I ask you two something? Her expression was as cold as if she could devour them. That person do were just cursing. Do know where Hansiha ID? Key doctor flinched and stammered, him. He ate probably upstairs. Mike hospital was unusually quiet at this time. Lee elevator remained still and silent. Following my directions Adela heard, and after much effort, she finally came face to face quit why person she had been searching for. In her line of sight, Sija was sitting there in a spotless white lab coat. I've found you. Too surprised, Adela stood frustrated, unsure how to reach, her throat choked. A quick glance was all it took to recognize him immediately. Although his face seemed more mature than she remembered, her intuition told her this was definitely Hansia. He was engrossed in some work, great concentration. So much so that he didn't even notice her approaching. How should I start? Will he recognize me? Countless questions kept swirling in Adela's head. He was truly curious why had Diu appeared in this place. Why did my subconscious lead me here? Pili, let me ask a few questions. After she spoke, Sia looked up, a bewildered expression. He flinched and froze. Oh, looking into your eyes, I immediately understood problem. This Hansia had absolutely no idea who I was. He softly asked what business I had there. He said like reception was downstairs and asked if I needed another doctor. Adela replied no and asked back, what are you staring at so intently? On phone screen, Leeward's Wise Academy Life, Cap T120. He asked, and muttered a look of surprise, Wise Academy Life. White name sounds totally unfamiliar. And it doesn't look like a magical artifact at all. Hansiha, since when were you such a bookworm? Are you aiming for high grades at Leak Academy? What ID this about? Siha explained that it was a walk-in suspenseful fantasy novel. A place where everything isn't bad at all, Adela exclaimed. So it ain't not a textbook, but a novel. He sighed a wry smile. Up story hasn't reached its conclusion yet, but it looks like all P characters will have to die. A author must be crazy. She thought to herself that although his appearance was slightly different, his mannerisms were definitely those of a person she knew. While she was deep in thou, Siha shyly asked, I am sorry, but why did you come looking for me without a dog? Do don't look like someone bringing a pet for a checkup? Are do a lot? If do don't have a phone, I can lend do mine help do call S dear M. Receiving such thoughtful, Adela's heart felt unusually warm. It was indeed that characteristic of Hansia, indifferent on eek outside but very affectionate. She smiled happily and said, I miss do so much. He stammered and surprised me. I deep me. She continued, yet, do wondered why I came here, right? I came here just to see do Hansiha. Sia quickly signaled for her to stop. Wait, hold on. I am so but, he confidently pointed at himself. I have plenty of people pursuing me, do know. Hansia had politely and bluntly rejected her. Hearing that, Adela ate blood boiled. She was mad enough to go crazy, but those words didn't sway her at all. Two of them began to tear into each other like lifelong enemies. Adela grabbed Sia's hair. I went to all this trouble to come here, In Lipe first thing I hear I deed this nonsense. What? Do you have many girls chasing Dio? In your dreams do jerk. Chaos erupted. Why are do suddenly so violent? If Dio knew what I had to sacrifice to get here, do understand. That scene caught leaky eyes of everyone in Lee Hospital. Look, isn't he that senior Hansiha? He ain't finally reached this state, hasn't he? Lee whispering and gossip forced Hansiha to stop. That ain't right, too many people were watching here. He grabbed Adela 8 hand and pulled her along. This Idiki going to ruin everything. He pulled her and ran quickly away from Lee Crowd 8's sight. Hey, follow me quickly. Outside, Eat began to get like two of them stood on like hospital rooftop. And Sia stood there looking utterly bewildered. If she were Enlai slightly crazy, they could still talk, but she was dressed strangely and acting as if they had been sequel UFO lifetimes. Encountering someone quit mental issues like this, how am I supposed to handle E.T.? After thinking for a while, he decided to speak first, trying to be reasonable. Hey student, this Idiki Lee first time we've met, yet do remaking such a scene in front of everyone. Aren't you afraid of ruining my reputation? Adela calmly replied, I heard do Dante have any reputation left to worry about. He looked visibly annoyed. Look at her, not backing down even an inch. She retorted, I learned this trick from Du. Sia was at a loss for words. This ID ridiculous. IVN Lai just met Du, so why are Du speaking so informally as if we re-seek you friends? His gaze shifted away. He date as if we've known each other for years. Suddenly looking back, Sia, what Idiki this? Why Idiki this happening all of a sudden? Adela could no longer hold Aid in. Tears drenched her face. Are Du crying? He was so flustered that his words became a mess. I clearly didn't do anything. She thought to herself that this tone and this way of speaking, though his appearance was different, lie p fact that he was still alive and they were bickering, lie this was truly wonderful. Thinking of this, Adela ate heart ached uncomfortably. This feeling, though painful, was strangely real. I enjoy seeing your grumpy face, no matter how harsh your words are, as long as I see Du breathing, I am willing to forgive everything. Like Sol Cube ID, a divine resurrection item, but Lee price to pay ID extremely steep. To Xi one life, another must be sacrificed in its place. Despite fully understanding the harshness of Deet, she had no regrets. Fo seeing Han Siha one last time was more than enough. She was happy to see him again, but sad that they could not walk Lai P, same path HM. Without waiting Fo Siha to regain his composure, Adela unexpectedly gave him a forceful shove. He stumbled, let his balance, and fell backward, quit a painful cry. Lee's spatial gate created by E-Cube was already waiting there to swallow him. Adela 8 tear-filled eyes looked at Siha one last time. Her void choked as she urged him to lie a truly get life. Inly murky void, a badne threatening voice echoed, how pitiful are these foolish people who sacrifice themselves for others. Junhyo run quickly, Fo if Ate has come to this, I will drag Du down into IB deep pits of hell to keep me company. I suddenly woke up, quit a pounding headache. It turned out to be just a nightmare of me and Junhyo perishing at a bad in 8 hands. What a relief, it was just a Seek Trend dream. What was even stranger was this place. Siha looked around and realized this was Wakastiga Mansion. In his own room, it was Tren. He had no reason to frequent this place for so many years. Who brought him back? Why P more he racked his brain. Lay more his head throbbed as if his memories were sealed. Just when he thought he was about to grasp lie truth, it slipped away. It seemed he had forgotten something truly horrifying. Just then EP room door slowly crew in. Seeing Soliate Sellet slowly enter, Sia joyfully called her name. She anxiously asked if he was awake and if he was alright. He replied, Kuda still hazy voy, I am fine. I just can't remember why I am here. And where are EP others? Hearing that, she fell silent, her lips pressed tightly as if hiding something difficult to say. He took a long while before Solia finally began to speak about Eat. Seeing her demeanor, Sia anxiously pressed her. Solia, why are you being so vague? Don T tell me. She reassured him, calm down and listen Hansiha. My scene was perfectly completed, but Lai Han and I survived. Soliate confirmation crushed his hopes. Lie 1,000-pound RPC. No one else had been lucky enough to survive. Memories began to flood back. Eat turned I8 wasn't he a dream. He gradually remembered everything. Wait a minute, then how did he survive that terrifying explosion? A delicate image appeared vividly in his mind. Don T tell me she took Li P hit Fomi. At Li P same time? In Iki Emperor 8 quiet room. In E pitchlock space, illuminated and lie by a faint lie from he window, Marcel stood alone, dazed. His gaze was distant as he looked outside. Ki brutal war had finally ended. After Weepy assassination of Keemf, I was forced to ascend I throne hastily without proper ceremonies. E-world will remember me as E-Ki wise monarch who led Ki empire through its darkest hour, and I have a justifiable reason for that. When Abaddon was annihilated and Neek realm collapsed, Ak mages scattered rapidly lie snakes without a head. My troublesome cubes were also gone. They surely wouldn't he dare to run rampant foe a long time. Marcel looked at his hands, Ludin thou. E protracted war of many years had he turned awe, ended too abruptly quit death of like sole enemy Abaddon. That fellow 8 power was truly astonishing. And that loyal hero had to trade his very life to defeat that cruel enemy. He softly exclaimed, "Eat ate truly miraculous that someone survived and returned from Lee dead." Now Sia had stepped in, a descendant of Lee Pikastika family quit an iron will who was indeed no pushover. He looked down and said, "Amidst Lai busy cleanup of Lai post-war rubble, I unt ask why do demanded to meet me T Emperor in private." Marcel continued, "I've heard it all," while Sihan Lai smirked and asked back, "What did you hear?" "I keyed about a friend who passed away after being unable to hold on while I carried or your request. OIDT tragic news about Jun Hyo, who let his life because of my reckless decision. Or perhaps seen date about Adela, who used her own life to take Lei death that should have belonged to me." In response to those words, Marcel was silent for a moment and then replied, "It seems Du was sobered up and remembered everything, but surely Du didn't meet me to seek comfort." Siha didn't bother beating around Key Bush and went straight to Wee point. "That ain't right. I met Du to make a proposal to your majesty." Surprised, he asked back, "A proposal?" He calmly said, "Your majesty, do truly believe those cubes have completely vanished?" Even Marcel didn't know this, asking, "What do mean? Didn't they blow up along Quickie machine?" To which he replied, "Just as everyone thought." Sia recounted, however, Junhyo and I, who were closest to Waiki Machine 8 core back then, took a gamble to extract Lighty's Sun and Moon cube as a Tate, then installed a fake one to deceive Abaddon. Now, he pulled Ito again. Lee Machine exploded as a result, but I quickly put this undamaged treasure into my spatial pocket, and to my surprise, it remains perfectly. Startled, he gasped. Unable to comprehend, Marcel demanded, "Why are Du revealing this? Quad it in your hands, and Abaddon dead? Du could hold whatever power Du wanted." To which Siha interrupted, "I am giving Du an opportunity," he said with determination. "Starting from now, I will use this cube to bring my friends back. Lee power of Laiki Sun and Moon cube ID to turn back time, but what would happen to Key Empire if history were altered? Whether we T future would be better or worse ID something no one can foresee. Lee P Empire has just achieved peace and ID fun of hope, and only needing time to heal leaky wounds of battle. However, if I use this to turn back Lee past, I might end up destroying everything, so this IDP my proposal as well as my Fian to offer." Sia put a Gi cube on a knee ground and said, "If do want to stop me," he continued, "then just give you me right here." Hearing this, Marcel asked in alarm, "Are Du crazy, telling me to Kivu Empire 8 hero, Lee one who defeated Abaddon?" To which he calmly replied, "Yacht, because who knows, I might become greatest disaster in history." He smiled bitterly, a 19-year-old kid who hasn't even graduated yet, but speaks so formidable. Id true that to suppress Castic at 8 power, eliminating Du right now would be too simple for an emperor. Even so, from Iki time Du were still in school until after Ki War, I have been watching Du closely. He bent down to pick up Leaky cube. A loyal subject, a junior who did not spare his own life to eradicate Abaddon, I believe Du will do what ate best, so there ID no reason to kivu Dio. Siha stood up and asked, "Are Du serious?" To which Marcel added, "However, their IDP still a variable fo Du. I also studied Lighty Sun and Moon Cube during Lipi War. Its price ID that, instead of just returning to Lee past, Dio will have to suffer solitude in EE void fu 10,000 times that amount of time. Information from this Archmage ID highly reliable. If do you want to go back 15 days to Xi your friends, do you have to pay a price 10,000 times greater, which IDP3, 6 million hours about more than 400 years. After explaining, he asked, "Can do endure that much time?" And Siha replied without a moment hesitation, "Most certainly yacht." He reached to take back Lake item, because Adela was also ready to embrace that empty solitude in exchange Fui future. Marcel had no further reason to hold him back. "Then that IDP enough. Go before I change my mind. At least I know you two are about to find each other." Waiki Cube and Siha 8 hand began to glow. "Thandu Senior Marcel." Before disappearing into Fu, he offered a grateful farewell to him. In P blink of an eye, he was banished to Key Void, a desolate space devoid of any sign of life. Saya wandered around grumbling, "So this IDT Void. I've been walking endlessly and seeing nothing. I should do something, shouldn't I?" He suddenly thought of summoning his spatial bag, and lo and behold, it actually appeared. What kind of mod DC chide eat this? Can I really use ET? Then I should be able to summon other bound items too, right? Let 8 try summoning E-Cube. Holding key 2 items, Xaiha was stunned. Why are things that should have been lutted in Liak explosion here now? This place ID 2S Tren. I need to re-examine things. A moment later, a familiar cry echoed. "No way ID that really him Baxen." He turned his head towards the source of that Tren Sao. There was no longer any doubt, it was Baxen. It really was him. Xaiha rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Even though it ate utterly illogical, how could Baxen appear in this desolate place? Suddenly he remembered. It turns all eat 8th into Lee mental attacks Q of Dili dungeon but Dungma that I once experienced. A similar situation. He exclaimed in SC, P old story ID repeating itself. Beast taming ID a magical thread that connects Ike's souls between a master and their loyal Medici beast. Because they had signed a contract, Baxen could follow Oki Trail and find his way to where he was being held captive. Like Little One was frantically clawing and scratching, trying to bore through walls separating this place. Then darted an arrow towards Saiha 8 wide Hoba waiting arms. He tenderly stroked its head to comfort it. Even though this wasn't a very get place, seeing Little One happily run to him warmed his heart. Its eyes sparkled as if he were experiencing overwhelming happiness. Thinking of that, Sia gave a wry smile, feeling both guilty and relieved. He softly said, Baxen, eat really I did you. He continued, then do so much dear. Then do fu not abandoning me until very last moment. After gradually getting used to new environment, Saiha breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, even basic Madich can still be used in this place. While he was at ET, he created a small lamp. Fortunately, his spatial bag contained enough survival items, so he wasn't in dire need. Outwardly he appeared calm, but inside he was screaming. Boredom isn't problem. Leaky problem I am about to go insane. If I don't find something to do, my mind will surely be shattered, just like Marcel warned. I'll probably last the first 10 years by diligently studying Madich and tactics. Next 10 years, I'll train my physique. Who knows, maybe I'll become a heavyweight fighter later. Another 10 years, I'll probably learn to cook, even though I don't need to eat and can starve here. After finishing his coffee, Saya slumped back inside. I've only planned 30 years and I am already utterly bored. He gave a sarcastic laugh. 400 years ID an incredibly long time, especially when living in this TC white space. But what can I do? Hearing Baxen call, he turned and asked, what ate wrong, little one? Do want to spark with me? Alright, eat been a while since we've stretched our muscles, hasn't he eat? E2 continued to fly happily day after day, helping to this stifling atmosphere. Unfortunately, Baxen was still there for companionship. And so, 30 years quickly passed as I took a key opportunity to become an omnipotent mage and an excellent chef by accumulating knowledge, that long arduous period. In this empty space, old age, injuries, and death all became unattainable luxuries. All kinds of ingredients and tools were supplied infinitely, as if I possessed a magical how, so I could freely tinker and CP read all sorts of things. For example, that clock tower was a result of twisting Medici circuits. Looking at each, Shiha felt admiration for himself. This task should have been Jun Hyo natally, but being too idle, I had turned myself into an inventive genius just to keep track of time. It hadn't been 30 years, but pile of academy textbooks in my spatial pouch had helped me pass a key time very effectively. From herbalism to swordsmanship, I not only mastered Lima Diich but was also proficient in Wakima Diich. Shiha used every XQ to find a way out of this place, but no matter how hard he tried, he only met utter failure. When Basin called, he reluctantly put aside his sigh and replied, I am here. He again busied himself unfinished chess game, muttering to himself that maybe if he was stuck another 30 years, he would win. It's your turn now, by Sin. Wok Little One had now transformed into an agile and lively human form. But hey, what that piece 8 position? Shia secretly thought that Li Ki result of Baxin 8 diligent practice of Vihi years was this advanced transformation's cue. Little One cheered joyful defeating him Wiki first time. He squinted at chessboard then retorted, asking if Little One had just cheated and changed Li rules. And immediately protested indignantly. But he just chuckled wryly, thinking, this little Lyra Gene ID truly becoming more difficult to handle. Li clock tower bell suddenly rang, making Shio exclaim, IDT time already. Little One asked disappointed, ID today ending so soon. To Mexi's passage of time in this place, Shiha regularly carved lines on wall. Looking back, wall 8 Sife was covered intricate crisscrossing lines. He said, Eat 8 almost time for a rest, little reptile. Baxin immediately grumbled, demanding a correction that he was Baxin, not a reptile. And so time continued to pass, from 50 years to 100 years. Taking advantage of the endless time, Shiha ceaselessly pushed himself to train hard every day. 200 years, then countless more years silently passed. By time I realized I was an expert in every field. If the academy professors saw me, they would probably have to ask me to teach them instead. Looking at Leaky Martin of books, he felt no joy. What was IP point of becoming a master when there was no longer any place to use his talent in a body? That wouldn't he age and couldn't he die? An endless eternal recovery machine. Sometimes I wondered if I still deserved to be called human. Counting a days became meaningless, and memories gradually faded. Lying on the ground, Shia suddenly asked Baxin about Leak old days. He mentioned likey madmen who wanted to rule Gi world quit cubes. Little One asked blankly which madmen, and he replied, one we fought alongside. Yeet took a while for Baxin to remember Yeet was a badin. He sighed, saying he couldn't remember the details anymore, and asked Baxin about other things, including Ike name of academy we once attended. A Lokai Petter 8 domain from back then. Curious kid pressed Fu an answer, asking if he had already tossed all those memories into white trash. Lipe corner of Z had 8 mouth curled into a sneer. Stop asking nonsense, Basin. It 8 been centuries, not yesterday. How could I possibly remember? However, within that vague chaos, there were still a few things rooted so deeply that they could not be erased. Names Adela Junhyo Hanshiat, memories of those who fell for my sake will burn forever. Brushing those thoughts aside, he stood up fun of determination to revive them. I am ready to taste this eternal hell. Xa always told himself that, because eat was his quips of honor. But at this rate, there I'd no telling how much longer I can hold awe. Before he could utter another sigh, a cold gust of wind suddenly swept in, chilling his neck. Where did this wind come from? House Tren, eat feels like atmosphere around here ID shifting in a bizarre way. Xia looked around suspiciously. Could it be that ID about to happen? Sure enough, a space portal revealed itself. Like decisive moment I have been waiting for has finally arrived. Basin stole a glance at his expression and asked Xia, are you ready to fight? An Enlai then did he snap back to reality and nod in response. Yeah, I am ready. Pair immediately rushed inside. I will bend Keitham lay to rewrite likey fate of my former comrades. As the blinding lot of lie subsided, key old scene of Li Pi past emerged eat was exactly when Ziha was being tied tightly to that chair. Standing outside, Adela was trying to scream as loudly as she could to call Ohan Ziha's name. She rushed hurriedly toward him. Then she threw her small body against Guy barrier to break IP chains. The leak result was a total 0. Lysau of repeated dry impacts echoed loudly, enough to make 1/8 ears ache. Inikian, that wall remained stationary like a giant Mautian, completely unmoving. Adela collapsed in despair. Damn neat, overusing Medich has left my body completely exhausted. She was terrified. If she were to fall now, everything would end here. Just then Abaddon stepped forward mockingly, resisting to a very and truly a commendable effort. He chuckled and added, but no matter how much do claw at eat ID useless, this barrier ID inherently immune to all types of Madi. Therefore, none of do will ever be able to xi that brat Heng Ziha. Having said that, he turned to look at like person beside him. Then Abaddon asserted in a low voice, Han Ziha, even do can do anything to protect your useless group of friends. Suddenly he realized Keyboy 8 eyes had opened wide at some point, but his hero looked incredibly stren and terrifying. He turned pale from that gaze and unconsciously took a few steps back. Clearly, this look carried a completely different killing intent. But no matter how dangerous he seemed foe now, he was still tied tightly inside this cage. Dispelling his initial doubts, Abaddon approached Kuta sneer. That arrogant face of yours one look ID enough to know do ve been rich since they do were born. Well, quite unlike someone who crawled up from key dirt lie me, a young master Lidu has probably never tasted what fear feels like have do. His demeanor completely his glowing red eyes dilating. Even though he didn't have any trick capable of defeating me, that arrogant punk still deludedly believed victory was firmly in his grasp. Looking at that attitude and lie makes me sick to my stomach. Waiting for key man to finish rambling, Shia replied softly, that does sound pitiful, but what other tricks do have left to fee lie now? He mocked, even if Dio hold a sword to my throat, don't dream of ever completing that machine. P-men snapped back, Dio retied up tight and completely drained of Madi each, yet do still don't have likey sense to shut your mouth. Shia clenched his hand and retorted tied up, huh. Right after speaking he casually stood up his hands already completely free. Who ate key one tied up? Abaddon froze for 5 seconds, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. No way those ropes weren't something that could be broken mere brute strength. How could he smile so casually instead of running for his life? He shuddered as he realized that Shiha 8 power LVE was changing at a dizzying pace. He stood dazed not understanding what was happening. Shia whispered earlier, I thought this barrier was so powerful it was unbreakable, but it seems I overestimated it a bit. Without any hesitation he gently raised his arm. Quite just a light snap of his fingers. Lee barrier Abaddon had been boasting about foe so long shattered into 100,000 tiny pieces. He screamed what Ike hell ID going on. This game was destined for me to win from Li Pi very beginning, Abaddon. Falsely believing that youthful hot-bloodedness would get things done, those academy brats rushed here despite being far too weak. Compared to someone who has trained for decades like me, they are still incredibly green. Abaddon stubbornly refused to believe his eye. That kid, there ain't no way. There ain't absolutely no mage in this world who could break that barrier. Why on earth? How could he tear apart my solid barrier as easily as tearing a piece of scrap paper? Lie a mad beast, Abaddon rushed forward. Do brat, how dare do that? Once again he swung his sword with overwhelming murderous intent. Do absolute bastard. But this time, he couldn't even touch a single hair of his opponent 8 head, she simply dodged with absolute ease. Smirking he asked, what kind of gum are do playing? This isn't a playground for children. Why are your movements so sluggish? Abaddon recalled did he just dodge my attack? Clearly just a moment ago, he was struggling to defend himself while I was controlling Han Sai Hu 8 corpse. He muttered under his breath do. How could someone lie do possibly? But wait, what ID that IV there? A glowing red cube appeared in his hand. That sun and moon cube was supposed to be at Ike heart of Likeish machine. How could 8 be in his possession? Cutting him the P, Shia said, answering your questions IDP simple. I just toyed quit time a little bit. Shiha continued, do probably can't even imagine how desperately I want to take your life. Abaddon gasped, Don tell me do use that cube to turn back time. He angrily reminded him of key lives that had been taken during all that time. He summoned Lee's sword into his palm. Someone had to fall to restore E.T., and this ID key fruit of 400 years of endurance, so I could bring everything back to its proper course. Shiha'd eyes burned a fierce fire of hatred. I hope De'll pay back every single dead in fun Abaddon. As soon as Iki words left his mouth, he delivered a devastating slash, sending Keyman flying backward Ben. And now did Abaddon truly feel what agonizing, bone-deep pain was as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he just lay there motionless, no one expecting someone him to be knocked cold by a single blow. Sia looked at his hands and muttered to himself that he was now even more powerful than Abaddon. Fortunately, his hundreds of years of bitter cultivation had not gone to waste. Everything really ID dictated by fate. I returned just in time to the exact moment I was tied tightly to IP chair, unable to do a thing. This IDE non-opportunity for me to make Abaddon let his guard down. Just before everything turned into a tragedy, I joyfully realized that I had traveled back in time to Ike moment my comrades were still safe and sound. Sia looked up and called Basin, who stammered in response that since they had both returned to Lai past, his abilities were also fully restored, which was incredibly lucky. He instructed Basin to stay put and protect Adela well, among a few other things. Without a single moment of hesitation, he asked to borrow some Medici power from his friend, and Basin agreed instantly without least slightest suspicion. He turned Osiha wanted to send that guy to his grave early to end all grudges as decisively as possible. Abaddon sat there helplessly, wondering about Iki completely unfamiliar sword in his opponent 8 hand. Could that thing be source of his opponent 8 power? I wish I could seize that demonic sword, Abaddon thought, while Sia sarcastically remarked that his opponent Atilarch was not ordinary if he was sharp-eyed enough to recognize what Eat was. Siha added that for a guy him to actually feel lucky fear of death was truly laughable and pathetic. This sword was forged from Lee very hatred to I.e. bone that I have foe do, a weapon born to force enemies to taste ultimate pain before vanishing into nothingness. He caressed Lai P blade and admitted that less past 400 years, he had spent far too much effort on thinking of ways to torture him, but now, that feeling had turned into mere disgust instead of hatred. His words were nothing less than a death sentence, as Abaddon stared in SC, feeling terrifying murderous intent radiating from what? Everything about Sia was unfamiliar, making him uneasy. This ancient pressure was absolutely not that of some lowly student. Sia coldly called a leak name of the almighty demon, like he archmage in a one at the top of Key Empire 8 food chain. Surrounded by a brilliant hoorah, he declared that he did not care about any lofty titles, because Lai Guy was now nothing more than a pathetic bastard. This time, Siha truly wiped Abaddon a PE face of EP Earthquake, a judgment that ended Lai Demon 8 life. Hit by a fatal slash from Siha, Abaddon could unlie raise his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself before giving up. Looking at Lee corpse sprawling on P ground, he unlie felt a surge of disgust in his heart instead of triumph. All grudges finally came to an end, and outside the dungeon, everyone was still waiting anxiously. On Adela 8's side, Basin followed Siha 8 instructions to stay by her side and protect her. He let out a soft sigh of relief and looked up eyes fun of hope. This time, Siha confidently asserted that this terrible Feli had finally come to an end. In a fleeting memory, Lee image of a blood-covered Siha flashed back, making him ask in panic where this was if he was dreaming. If I can see everyone, I am ready to give up this cube immediately. 8 turned he had passed all, without even realizing E.T. Adela woke up from her unconscious state and sat there blankly, remembering haunting Abaddon. Suddenly a familiar voice rang causing her to snap of Eat unrealized that Eat was key person she had been waiting for. Seeing Abaddon 8 corpse lying there, she asked in panic if he had sustained any serious injuries. Adela still did not understand what had happened, so he smiled and teased this little fool while reassuring her a warm expression. She questioned him intensely, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly rush into your death lie that? Are you still alive, or are you hiding your wounds again? Listen to me. Suddenly remembering she had gone a bit overboard, Adela stopped Seed and mumbled an apology because she was so panicked, while she had just waved Eat P, saying Eat was Phi. She explained that Eat was Tren. While he was okay and she had just opened her eyes, Abaddon had already bitten the dust. Eat was almost lie a dream. Deary probably Keaton lie one who knows YP whole story, he said, reaching his hand. Adela let 8 go together. Shiha added, let 8 get back first, and then I'll tell do everything. Returning to Be Familiar Academy, scenery remained intact, and on sunbeams were still dancing gently. Standing in a gold investigation office, Shia looked around pensively thinking, how long have I been stationed in this corner? Eat was covered in dust because no one had bothered to clean ET. He would have to run up his sleeves and scrub, not to mention handle live backlog of files from his time as an investigator. He gave a long sigh. Besides that, he had to prepare lectures for his students, and he would likely be busy up to his neck this time. But strangely, he didn't feel exhausted after all. Li War had ended along quickly death of that man Abaddon. Laden Empire was also rapidly recovering thanks to why incredibly talented new Emperor Marcel, who had cleared elite traitors and stabilized Yi's situation. As foe himself, he had finally shed that bizarre power and leaky lingering bad luck that had followed him for so long. He had happily thought to himself that luckily Yi Academy had welcomed him in arms, so he no longer had to lead a nomadic life. He would never have to bear that cumbersome title of a mage from Leiki Castica House again. Just then, there was a knock at Leiki door, and he shouted loudly, "Come in." Light person who walked in was none other than Tetsu. Seat greeted him politely. "Duva arrived, Count Tetsu." He and Lai gave a slight nod in response, saying he was just stopping by, while Seat answered Kuda somewhat awkward, "Yacht sir." After an awkward silence, he tried to change key subject. "Thank you very much for helping me keep this professor position." Tetsu calmly praised him, saying Yeet was getting that he was glad he was fulfilling his role. Seat could Lai nod and mumble in response. Both fell into a dead silence again, not knowing what else to say to ease key awkwardness. On a rare occasion, Tetsu spoke up, "Do know, my son has become a hero of entire empire. He touched Sun Moonstone and endured hundreds of years of loneliness to see Academy 8 honor, and ID even hailed as key most brilliant mage on continent. From swordsmanship in Medici Academia, he ID second to none, he ID truly Li perfect son of my dreams." Listening to this, it dawned on Siut that to Count Tetsu, and Enlai that person was worthy of being a perfect son. He continued, "I also have a talented son, a prophet and a professor," to which Seat replied softly, "Yate sir." He looked somber, adding, "Though he still has some flaws, being excellent in one field IDP more than enough, I find that very satisfying. He war taught me that there ain't no need to force yourself to be strong to defeat leaky worlds. Sometimes, just having your children safe and sao IDK precious enough." Hearing these words directly from Tetsu 8 mouth, he still found it hard to believe, especially coming from like man Quoot whom he shared no blood. Seat wore a relieved smile. Having heard these words fully first time in his life, he said, "Than do you, father." His signal bell rang outside window, and he looked saying, "Time 8 up. Shouldn't he do go see graduation ceremony of your wonderful boy, one named Henshiha? I heard a rumor that this guy just became our class valedictorian." Announcement speakers, Elite 9th graduation ceremony of Aiden School officially opened. Shia clapped for himself, thinking Aid had been a long time since he last showed his face at this podium. League School recovered as quickly as an ex-lover turning their back, making Ike's ceremony feel a bit awkward, but because Ike recruits were all elite heroes, WAC Royals insisted on a Jeek Ren event. So they forged ahead quickie organization despite Lee piles of rubble everywhere. On XTG, Ernest introduced himself, "I am Headmaster Ernest. This year 8 graduates are all heroes who sacrificed themselves for it country. I am immensely proud of DU. Of course, we must take a moment to commemorate the teachers and students who fell in key fires of war, but at very least, I wish your future paths to bloom brilliantly." He bowed in deep gratitude, thankful that this land could bask in light sunlight of peace once more. Finally, he shouted, "I warmly congratulate all of DU on your graduation day here." Crowd was incredibly excited. Now hate was time for Wi-Fi Nenbit Henshiha 8 speech. Girls whispered busily, unable to believe 8 was really Henshiha in he flesh. He 8 stepping up, faux real. We finally get to see Henshiha 8 legendary get looks in person. They grew more excited as they watched and cheered. They hadn't heard of his reputation until now. To see how poetic his speech would be, Henshiha began, "Get mo nen everyone. I am Henshiha. To be blunt, I am tired of saying usual clichés at graduation ceremonies. Top of Loki class at both entry and exit, a title everyone dreams of once in a lifetime. To me, it as easy as pie." Well, P-Joy and EP entire hall suddenly died down at that cold splash of reality. What kind of hero IDK so annoying? Henshiha added, "Those medals and awards have already piled up at my house." Suddenly his eyes turned somber. So, being MB1 IDE true goal. However, after 400 years of struggling in this world, it wasn't that bad after all. To my dear juniors and fellow students of Aiden School, leaky most important thing IDK time to learn, to love, because once time flies away, it never looks back. Though there are things that can be done in a brief moment of youth. Adela was moved to tears. Henshiha, "Do truly are a profound person." But Lee's beautiful dream was shattered when Shiha concluded, "None of you have Lipe Sun Moon core, so Saktop being delusional and work hard." She choked, quit frustration. "I knew that was his personality. So give hate your all everyone, so that one day do can reach I key top lie me. That ain't all fo now." After finishing his speech, Shiha walked down and reflected on his life: 6 years of elementary school, 3 years of middle school, 3 years of high school, and 6 years of university. Plus 2 years after graduation and 6 years at Leek Institute, a total of 26 years of youth just to clutch textbooks. He held his head and lamented, "Oh my God." From that, he learned a lesson: studying too much doesn't do much get. Shiha called us softly, "Alright, I am coming. Peace celebration party ID at Natally 8, right?" He looked back at his old school once more and smiled. It was finally V. Lai days of sitting around at Lai Academy had finally come to an end. Smoke of war receded. Some time later at that very same Adden school, in Li classroom students were gossiping loud. I heard a new teacher ID key coming to take EV me each class 2 today. They'll probably just throw some baby-faced rookie at us. I wonder how long he'll last. A week at most. New bosses are usually quite fragile. One kid burst a laughing, huh? If they meet a freak Lai Alex, they'll pack their bags in 2 days. Loki last teacher ran away crying when he took a V this class. Lee blonde guy quit his legs crossed was Lee ringleader Alex. Why third year butt of Ma Dichi class 2? He sneered. So, do want to bet on how long this teacher lasts this time? They teased each other, hoping each reaction would be funny enough to entertain them. Suddenly a voice interrupted. Hey, teacher ID here. Someone quickly noticed and shouted. Alex gave a challenging smirk. What ADE rush? Do reacting Lai Du Vicina Gat. But when he saw Key personate face clearly he suddenly froze. Everyone quiet. Get to your seats now. New teacher leisurely introduced himself. I am Lee Key official professor who will be taking a VMA each class 2 from today. That character was none other than Han Siha, who possessed a dazzling appearance like a living monument in Castiga. 5 years had passed since a fierce war ended, and essential infrastructure was gradually being restored after widespread destruction. When Marcel ascended the throne, period of insane purges ended, and most students from Like Restoration Department were expelled for inadvertently associating quat mages. Innocent students who possessed innate magical talent were directly transferred to prestigious Aiden Academy. Thus that damned Restoration Department was properly and naturally renamed Madich Class 2. Enli key name changed, but its nature remained elite same. It was still considered a gathering place for peculiar individuals. Sia asked I principal if no one wanted to teach this class and received a confirming nod. Lai principal said I trust you will be able to handle key situation, and so everything was settled. Returning to reality, this was why Sia had to stand here? Did that old man really think he was an expert at dealing with unruly kids? He pondered dejectedly. Since becoming a hero, many invitations to high-ranking positions had come his way, but being utterly fed up with politics and money, he and Lai wanted to lie a leisurely life as a professor. But things were much more complicated than he had imagined. Principal Ernest surely wouldn't he have called him here if there wasn't some ulterior motive. Without wasting another second, Sia grabbed light chalk and wrote on keyboard, then said, I know do all already know my name, so there ain't no need for a lengthy introduction. He pointed to each circle drawn on light keyboard and challenged everyone to identify what it was. Alex was startled when he realized it was an ancient Madich array. Like others looked bewildered and said they had never seen this before, claiming he didn't resemble anything in Lee curriculum. They also whispered, ID teacher trying to copy his hero title. Alex bravely answered that it was an illusion spell, and Sia smiled approvingly saying, he continued, I didn't expect someone to guess it so quickly. How in rate 10. Students started chatting again, and like girls secretly thought Alex was truly a hidden genius, even though he always acted like an idiot. Key atmosphere became, but an illusion array, they wondered. This type of Ma Diche was originally Enlai taught within Leaky Restoration Department. A question came from the back of Lai class, are we allowed to touch that? Sia pointed and asked, what at your name, kid? To which he replied curtly Alex. Sia praised Alex for his get aptitude. However, besides him no one else recognized that familiar illusion array. To put it simply, he ate lie this. I know fun well that your talents lean more towards Akmai Diichi so. He smirked meaningfully, then affirmed that he would teach all of them about that type of Ma Diichi. Why shocking statement made Alex tremble and ask again, Professor, can do truly use Akma Diich? Siha seriously explained there ID no Ma Diichi in this world that I done T master. It would be C-Tren not to know after living 400 years. My lesson plan has been approved by Iki Emperor, so don't worry about your talents being limited by danger anymore. Because I know that pressure suppressed foe too long will explode. In my class, Dio and Lai need to pay attention to one thing. I beg of Dio. He emphasized Kuda threatening tone. Absolutely do not cause any trouble. Alex raised his hand and asked, what if we accidentally cause trouble? Siha replied that ate a very get question. His eyes suddenly became as sharp as razors. I will bury Dio alive in Key Mountains behind Peace School, so don't be foolish enough to challenge me. Students turned pale with fear, not daring to utter another quiz. Seeing that order had been established, Siha returned to his usual calm demeanor, then smiled brightly and said, you been on your books till I first pate, let 8 begin key main lesson. That same afternoon an investigator had seated at office. A voice rang all, explaining that 8 how everything was. He questioned her insistently. Dio threatened Alki children that Dio would bury them alive under Mao Teen if they kept misbehaving didn't he Dio? Sia replied nonchalantly that 8 right. Since then they've been studying much more diligently. He could and Lai remain speechless. This reckless trait was definitely hers. She scoffed. Didn't he Do used to be a very serious professor. But anyway, what brings Do all leeway to investigation office today? Siut turned and said, Junhyo asked me to deliver this to Dio. Siha asked in surprise Junhyo. Edie date been a long time since I've seen her. I wonder how she ate doing lately. He recounted she ate, pouring all her effort into pursuing Li path of prophecy, joined Himadij Tower to study theology, and climbed to be highest position. She even swore she would reach Alkitab Radanji at any cost. After saying that, she dumped this item and took a pee immediately. I heard do be pleased quit this, he added. Her personality really hasn't changed a bit. Back in her room, Sia placed E-box on E-table. E.T. was heavy, and she wondered why Eat was so burdensome. If Eat was a gift from Junhyo, it certainly wasn't he just some mediocre spellbook. Behind her, Basin and E group of white dragons were excitedly waiting, wondering what was inside. Was Eat a new research manual or a treasure from an ancient ruin? As soon as she opened La P lid, she gasped in amazement. She thought Eat would be something else, but Eat turned out to be a gift from Lai P's supreme prophet. She expected something vague, but who would have guessed Eat was these reptiles? Siha was so bitter she couldn't speak. Was Eat this species of reptile again? Basin and his cohorts cheered happily. A baby. Siha sighed warily. Are do all really that obsessed? Quit babies. But I am Lai Ki one who has to worry about everything from controlling YP temperature and humidity to giving Eat a bath. Caring for these little ones has made me an expert at hatching Raikiairegian eggs before I even knew ET. Meanwhile, Grosty-eyed busy starting a family. Quit Terra. Dragons aren't Eli humans, and their births are always loud and chaotic. When ET eggs hatch, like little ones to their instincts by wrecking like whole room. Oh, they cause all sorts of trouble because they haven't learned to control their power yet. E-Tate fortunate that a talented beast tamer Lai Mi Deep here to handle E.T. Junhyo certainly knows how to choose gifts. Before she could finish her sentence, Lai Egg cracked wide a B and shook violently. Could Eat be that Eat was going to hatch right this second? Sia panicked, her mind spinning because she hadn't prepared anything. She had neither Madich stones nor a nursery space ready. This IDE bad. I have to cast a barrier quickly to keep things safe. Contrary to expect, a pair of tiny white wings just poked out. She stood frozen in bewilderment and blurted, "Aw, what IDE this? This Blybra Yun IDE Stran?" He didn't cause any destruction but just lay still, looking up at Siha Quid its round eyes. Why IDE so adorable? Didn't he breathe fire? Oh, tear room apart at all. Basin and Krusty eagerly stepped closer. A baby. She chuckled, so gentle. Ivy Hitley jackpot. Suddenly, a voice called, "Aw, so for arriving late. IDP Sia here." Sia walked outside and asked, "Who ID coming to look for me at this hour?" Leak person replied, "His Majesty Key Emperor ID summoning Dio." Upon hearing that, she felt exhausted. He continued, "He wants to present in like conference room immediately." She sighed, wondering why he had to call her in Iki middle of night. Wiki atmosphere grew heavy. Sia tried to resist. "Do I really have to go?" Soldier replied, confused of course, "Unless a hero like you has a valid reason to refuse." She was left speechless. In truth, she didn't have any excuse. Looking at baby Regian, Siha smiled happily. "This little one ID truly adorable. Eat ain't just a shame Lai P Emperor isn't nearly as cute." Soldier stammered about that. "Et true that can be argued, but Marcel successfully restored the entire glorious empire." After 5 long years, Wakatan Empire was finally returning to its peak. He stepped inside. Li P Emperor sat there, quit an air of absolute authority. Seeing her, he said, "Oh, you've arrived." Sia thought to herself, his charisma ID's truly born foe an emperor. She had originally intended to offer a few compliments, but Marcel urged, "Sit down." He sat down opposite me and asked sarcastically, "What kind of emperor forces his subjects to travel all a key way to see him in leaky middle of EP night lie? This?" I gave a wry smile. He clearly looked annoyed. His habit of speaking insolently to key monarch remained exactly the same as it had always been. Without hiding anything, Sia excitedly shared the get news, but he replied, "Who calls me just when I've welcomed a new member? I am already well aware of how famous your love foe Woki little ones has become. He'd ain't no longer just an empty rumor." Marcel guessed, "I eat another S-trend species of reptile this time." Du nodded, "Yacht, they look adorable." He got straight to P-point. "Actually, the reason I summoned Du today I'd not entirely unrelated to white children, while they are busy playing quit a new young member." No sooner had he finished speaking than he jumped up. "Or more accurately, I want to discuss an heir. Nobles in P-court are extremely eager about your marriage." Zio exclaimed, "Huff, what does that have to do quit them?" Marcel swirled his glass and continued, "If Lai loyal hero Hensiha can become Lai master of House Castica as soon as possible, they believe that my throne will be more secure." He held his glass towards Siha and said, "People say marriage IDE fastest way to achieve a goal. I called Du here to warn Du so those old men don't come and bother Du." I sighed and replied, "I don't know whether to than Du or not. There are indeed people who are too enthusiastic about others' private lives." He smiled meaningfully. "What about Du? ID there anyone Du recurrently keeping an eye on?" Du stammered, "No, there ain't no one." He more Marcel thou about eat. Lee more confused he became. "Where ID he problem? Du of both looks and high status," Xiha replied. "Then Du for your flattering compliments, your majesty." Suddenly remembering something he added, "Perhaps your unpleasant personality ID main reason." Du were choked quit anger but tried to swallow 8. "I heard every quist Du said, your majesty." Marcel was still enthusiastically playing matchmaker. Wasn't there a rumor of an engagement between Du and Sali of Likia Keenan family? How IDP that going lately? Xiha pondered. Lee Countess of Akeenan will certainly not give up on that matchmaking attempt. Du continued, but one night, Adela blocked my path and threatened me. Her eyes radiated immense murderous temper. If you truly dare to go ask for someone else 8-hand in marriage, I will bury both Du and that person under a tree to convey peak. Xiha complained. That ain't exactly what she said. Marcel also felt a chill down his spine. Hearing that gives me goosebumps. He asked further, so, what did you think of Adela? You two have always been Sikilo, so I am sure there wouldn't be any obstacle, would there? Du shared again after war. Junhyo came to see me and quietly dropped a bombshell. Du and Adela don't match at all. What could that possibly mean? She shouted, if you two get married, De'll be penniless and have to go begging on sidewalk. I am not just saying that, stars have predicted it. After saying that, Hyo turned and walked away. Anyway, if you two marry, don't expect me to lend you a single penny. Remembering P old story made Sia wary. People say my family line will decline. Marcel was speechless. That sounds more like a personal curse than a real prophecy. But suddenly noticing that your expression looked very suspicious, he exclaimed, but look at this expression of yours. Marcel guessed, it seems Du have already made a decision for yourself. Xia shyly gave a wry smile and thought to himself, Du have become more and more perceptive since ascending we throne. Just ignore we rumors in like court. That evening Du affirmed, I will definitely send you a wedding invitation soon, a formal marriage proposal. Sitting in the carriage, Xia looked window pensively. That ain't right, a proposal. I have spent too much time considering something that never truly belonged to me. 3 long years of Agedan Empire and 300 years drifting in the void. I have always thought about like person willing to dedicate her whole life to me without asking for anything in return. Throughout those endless years, like an unlikely thing that remained in my memory was her name, Adela. I kept muttering that name VERVE so memory wouldn't fade, after gritting my teeth through a recent string of miserable days. Finally, fate has allowed me to reunite with that person. From that moment on, Sia had identified his life 8 goal. I've made up my mind about her. I want to be selfish for once. Returning to reality, he lamented, and so he scratched his head, not knowing how to start a conversation coolly, as a long-winded explanation about Lee's proposal would probably take forever. Baek Sin yelled that he was too cheesy, and Closeted chimed in that he was exactly like a classic Korean romantic drama. Sia snapped. Duva criticized enough. Now why don't you guys suggest a better way? They pondered for a moment and told him to just go eat simply. He pouted. Du guys are just talking. Du don't know anything about simplicity. While he was Ludden though, why carriage came to us top wow that was fast. Having no other choice, Sia had to get a pee and figure things out. He kept hesitating outside door, refusing to go in. A moment later, he let out a sharp breath to gather his courage, then knocked on a pee door and stepped inside. At a Nate mercenary office, Sia called loudly, Adela, come here, I need a favor. Hearing that call, Adela sprang up from her chair. Oh, so eat 80 hen Siha. She flashed a radiant smile. What brings Du here at this hour? Are Du free today? Facing that face, Sia was momentarily flustered for a few seconds. He tried to calm himself down and said, hey Adela, do know what? Siha mustered all his courage. Let 8 get married. Lee Sissy left her stunned, her eyes wide quit surprise. What was that? His face turned beet red as he thought to himself, forget et, there ain't no need fo fancy words, et ain't too exhausting. So Sia expressed his feeling, believing that being brief and concise was best approach. Adela stammered, if we get married, Solia said she'll take Du to heaven, to which I replied, eat 8 fi, I go up there as often as I go to Lee Key Market. She asked again, but Hio said our destinies are very incompatible, but I brushed EP, that doesn't matter. I don't believe in that fortune-telling nonsense. Suddenly Adela looked down at his empty hands. I'd this a proposal. And Du came empty-handed. Realizing it just now, Sia froze in embarrassment. Damn neat. I should have brought a bouquet of flowers. His mind was a mess. Flowers seemed too ordinary. Maybe a ring. A ring would be UP right move. Before he could regain his composure, Adela stood on her tiptoes. Without a quoos, she planted a kiss on Siha's 8 lips. Blushing deeply, he stammered, hey, why did Du suddenly? She interrupted. I'll consider this a proposal gift. Do you know me well enough, hen Siha? Adela said softly, I am the best assassin on this continent. And I was startled. Yeah, I know that well. I don't know why Du suddenly bringing that up. She smiled and gave him a suggestive warning, telling him he had better behave himself. As soon as Adela finished speaking, she threw her arms tightly around Sia, promising that coming days would be so filled with joy that she could die hap pie. This heart-meltingly adorable sight made him unable to resist bursting into giggles. Every plan went as smoothly as if a red carpet had been rolled. And finally, Lee Big Day arrived. All their friends gathered in high spirits except Fo Hio, who was secretly dabbing away tears of emotion. Like couple Siha and Adela looked absolutely stunning standing side by side in their lavish and radiant wedding attire. He too exchanged affectionate looks and sweet smiles. officially binding their lives together forever.